Here to see how the Bears approach attacking the Giant defensive unit, as they have played ball control all year long. Most of the time they have been in control of the game.
They spotted the ball on the 18-yard line, so that's where we'll call it. Out of the huddle come the Bears. We've got Billy Wade at quarterback. Gallimore is still in at the left half. Morris is the flanker. Marconi is at full. Marconi and Gallimore right behind Billy Wade. Morris is flanked out wide to the right. Going with the ball, trying to go up the middle is Gallimore, and he may have gotten a yard, and that's about all. Willie Gallimore going off his own right side, the left side of the New York Giants, was brought down by Dick Modulewski and Jim Cabbage. Second down, 9 yards to go. The ball is on the 19-yard line. It's about 22 yards in from this, the west side. On a cold day, but a very pretty day. There just isn't a cloud in the sky here in Chicago. The score is 7-0. Giants lead. We're midway through the first quarter. 6 minutes, 47 seconds remaining here in the first period. Billy Wade once again dropping back to throw. Passes, and it's no good. Broken up beautifully by Dick Lynch. Intended for Farrington. Lynch, who has intercepted 9 passes in the regular playing season of the National Football League, got one hand on that to knock it to the turf. Intended for Big John Farrington.
So far, on first down, the Giants have played what amounts to a 6-1 defense, and then on obvious passing down, second and long and third and long, they have dropped into the standard 4-3. This is the first third and long situation the Bears have had. It'll be interesting to see if they blitz their linebackers or drop them into the pass coverage area.
Third down, 9 yards to go. Score 7-0. Giants lead. Billy Wade once again dropping back to pass. Throws a little flat pass out in the left to Marconi. Marconi finds his feet. He's at the 30, and down he goes on the 30-yard line. A little pass behind the line of scrimmage, and a nice gain as he got up to the 30-yard line before he was brought down by Jim Patton. And the crowd here at Wrigley Field, naturally very much pro-Bears. Cheer as the Bears pick up another first down. First and 10 for the Bears right on the 30-yard line. That is the second first down for the Bears. Actually, they had 3, but they lost the ball on the one as Bill Wade had gone over the 40-yard line. Out of the huddle once again come the Chicago Bears. Johnny Morris is wide to the right. Farrington wide to the left. The running backs are Gallimore and Marconi. Gallimore with the ball. He's at the 30, and down he goes as he gets to the 33-yard line. He fumbled the ball, and that's the cause of the "oh" from the crowd as he scooped it to him and kept it. He was brought down by Tom Scott, the right linebacker. A gain of 3 yards in the play. It's second down, 7 yards to go. We have 5 minutes, 34 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. The New York Giants lead the Chicago Bears by a score of 7-0. Giants, in case you joined us a little bit late, recovered a fumble on the Bears' 41 and then went from there for a touchdown with Tittle passing to Gifford in the end zone. Second down, 7 yards to go. Billy Wade calling the signals. Giants jump offside as the flags go down, and once again we'll have to see whether or not the Giants were drawn offside by the Bears or whether they went off on their own volition. And there'll be a penalty of 5 yards assessed against the Giants. Moving the ball from the 33 up to the 38. Norm Schachter marks it off, gives us the offside signal. So it'll be second down still. And about 2 yards to go for the Bears. Bears ball on their own 38-yard line. They are about 20 yards in from this, the west side. Out of the huddle come the Bears. The Giants deploying defensively with Barnes to the right. Standing off from the flanker, Johnny Morris, who's flanked to the right. Billy Wade calling the signal. Score is 7-0. With the ball is Gallimore. Gallimore gets away from one tackler, but not another, and down he goes for a loss. Back in the 36-yard line. Hillebrand brought him down in the 36. And one of the big Giant defenders flew in, and he would have just torn his head off had he hit him behind the line of scrimmage. But Gallimore got away from him, but not away from Hillebrand, who brought him down. It was Cat Cabbage who had the rush on that time, and Big Jim came barreling in to fly by him. Ball is down across the way on the inbound marker on the 36-yard line, so it's third down and about 4 yards to go. Score is 7-0 as the Giants lead the Bears for the World Championship before a crowd of 49,000 on a cold day at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Out of the huddle come the Bears. Billy Wade calling the signals with Farrington wide to the left, Morris wide to the right. Wade back to throw. Passes, no good. Intended for Morris. Ball hit the frozen turf and bounced up as George Barnes was in to defend. So it'll be fourth down and 4 yards to go. And the Bears will call in their punter. 4 minutes, 23 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. The score, the Giants 7, the Bears nothing. The Giants now send Eddie Dubb, number 48, along with Hugh McElhenney, number 39, deep. Back to punt for the Chicago Bears is Bobby Joe Green, one of the fine punters in the league. He stands second, as a matter of fact, in the league. There's timeout for the Bears on the field with the score, the Giants 7 and the Bears nothing.
Looking for a way to make your dollars grow? You'll find that every dollar you save at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association grows bigger and bigger and bigger, thanks to excellent earnings. That's why more than 34 million people now saving at Insured Savings and Loan Associations are getting growth dollars. Dollars that give them extra buying power, because they know when they buy with cash, their dollars aren't shrunk by hidden carrying charges and installment fees. For a down payment on a home, college educations for your children, or that special vacation trip, start now to build up a supply of hard-working growth dollars. Remember, ordinary dollars sound like this silver dollar. Growth dollars sound like this. Start building your own supply of growth dollars. Open a savings account now at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association.
Back at Wrigley Field once again, it'll be the Bears' ball as Bobby Joe Green, who has a tremendous average of punting of over 46 yards, will be punting to either Eddie Dove or Hugh McElhenney. They are standing right in front of our NBC broadcasting booth down here in about the 25-yard line. Green standing back in the 20, waits for the pass from center. He gets it, boots it, a pretty good kick. Taking it is Dove. He's at the 25, still on his feet, coming to this side, and down he goes on the 27-yard line. Eddie Dove took the ball on the 25, and he was brought down hard on the 27 by Ted Karras, who was in on the kickoff team. A 39-yard punt, and now it's the New York Giants ball on their own 27. The Giants lead this ball game by a score of 7-0 as we have 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Del Schaffner flanks out wide to the left. Wide Tittle, who threw the touchdown pass, gives off to Phil King, and big Phil King barrels forward across the 30-yard line. King, 6'4", 218 pounds, a 6-year veteran from Vanderbilt, went straight ahead to the 30-yard line before he was brought down. A gain of about 4 yards in the play. It'll be second down, 6 yards to go. It's Schaffner, Brown, Dess, Larson, Byers, Stroud, and Thomas along the forward wall for the Giants. Tittle, King, Gifford, and Morrison in the backfield. We'll check that Bears defensive unit for you in just a moment. Score is 7-0 with 3 minutes, 24 seconds remaining in the first period here at Chicago's Wrigley Field. Going with the ball is Morrison, and breaking away from tacklers as he gets up to the 34-yard line before he's brought down. Joe Fortunata, who calls the defensive signals for the Chicago Bears, brought him down on the 34. A gain of 4 yards in the play. It'll be third down and about 2.
The Bears have simplified their defensive patterns a great degree over past years. They still have shown 13 different defenses in the last 2 games. Their linebackers do a lot of jumping around behind the line in an effort to confuse the quarterback.
Frank Gifford is extremely wide to the right. Wide Tittle back to throw. He's hit, and down he goes with a driving tackle by Larry Morris, number 33, who dropped him back on the 26-yard line.
Morris has the reputation of being one of the best blitzing linebackers in football, and he certainly showed us why that time.
He got him around the ankles. Normally, when they come in that way, they hit him high to keep him from throwing the ball, but he got wide right around the ankles to bring him down. Back to punt now is Don Chandler standing in the 12, takes it. A beautiful, long, spiraling kick waiting for it is Johnny Morris on the 20. He comes to this side, gets to the 25, runs into his own man, and down he goes. It was Joe Fortunata that he ran into, and he ran into him hard. We'll see where they spot the ball as they bring it in. Looks like it's going to be on the 24-yard line. We pause now 10 seconds for station identification.
810 on your radio dial. This is WGY Schenectady.
A 51-yard punt for Don Chandler. First and 10 now for the Chicago Bears on their own 24. 2 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. Score is 7-0. Giants lead. Morris is extremely wide to the right. The left end is in tight this time. With the ball is Gallimore going to the outside. He's at the 25, gets to the 30, and is brought down. He fumbles the ball. Let's see whether the whistle blew before the fumble occurred. It looked like the Giants went in to recover. but the whistle may have blown before the fumble occurred. No, it's going to be the Giants' ball. Giants have it in Bear territory on the 31-yard line. 1st and 10, once again for the Giants, deep in Bear territory on the 31-yard line.
And I'm sure, Jim, that the temperature has a lot to do with the inability of the Bears so far to hold on to the football. This is something that they have not done all season long. They have made very, very few mistakes. This is why they've been able to play controlled football that they have.
That's right, Pat. They have held on to the ball consistently. We're in the first period, a minute 38 remaining. Score 7-0. Giants lead. And wide Tittle, it throws for a receiver in the end zone, and it is no good. In and out of the hands of Del Schaffner. Schaffner had clearly gotten by Witzel. He was in front of Witzel, and Tittle hit him with what appeared to be a perfect pass. It might have been just a touch high, but he got both hands on it and dropped it in the end zone. So it'll be 2nd down and 10 yards to go.
About the only pattern that Y.A. Tittle has fallen into all season long is the fact that after a break such as this that just occurred, he will go for the touchdown on the first play. One of the reasons for his tremendous success, I think, is the fact that he has been completely unpredictable.
Frank Gifford is wide to the right. Schaffner's in rather tight on the left side. Running backs are King as Tittle goes back to throw. Throws a short pass, intercepted by the Bears at the 40. He's at 50, the 45, the 40 may go all the way. Down to the 30, down to the 10, and down to the 5-yard line. Larry Morris intercepted and raced all the way down to the 5-yard line. Darrell Dess brought him down. Larry Morris intercepted that pass from Y.A. Tittle and raced all the way from about the 20-yard line down to the 5-yard line of the New York Giants, where the Giants now are faced to try and stop the Bears, who have 1st and goal in the Giants' 5. This crowd is absolutely wild. Going with the ball is Ronnie Bull, and Bull drives off the left side of the Giants' line down to about the 2-yard line before he's brought down. Score here is 7-0 with 46 seconds remaining in the first quarter. The New York Giants leading the Chicago Bears, but the Bears, by virtue of that interception on the part of Morris, have a 2nd down and goal to go inside the 2-yard line. The ball is on the inbound hash mark. Chicago Bears out of the huddle. Morris is wide to the left. Calling the signals, Bill Wade. Running backs, Ronnie Bull and Marconi. Wade on a quarterback sneak is very close to over. It's a touchdown. Bill Wade on the quarterback sneak followed the blocking of the center of his line, Pyle and Karras and Cadill, and went right over for the score. And now Jinks will try for the point after. Dave Witzel is holding. There's the pass intended. There's the kick. It's good. Tie ball game. The New York Giants 7, the Chicago Bears 7 with 15 seconds. Pat Summerall remaining here in the first quarter.
Larry Morris, who was a fullback at Georgia Tech and who a couple of years ago when Rick Caceres and Joe Marconi both injured, was switched to fullback by the Chicago Bears. Certainly showed us some fine running when he intercepted that screen pass from Y.A. Tittle. The pass intended for Joe Morrison was diagnosed perfectly not only by Morris, but by Fred Williams, the defensive tackle, who broke up the set screen pattern and enabled Morris to go the 65 yards that he returned the intercepted pass. Big break for Chicago. Created great enthusiasm among the Wrigley Field fans.
Ready to kick off now, the Chicago Bears. Number 83, Roger LeClaire, is ready to kick off. Number 37, Killett on this side. Number 48, Dove on the far side. There's the kick. Waiting for it is Killett. Takes it on the 8, fumbles the ball. There's a scramble for it, and let's see who recovers. It's a loose ball, and I believe the Bears may have it. We'll check. It's the Bears ball on the 5-yard line. A flag upfield, I believe. Charlie Bibbins recovered the loose ball on the 5-yard line, but I believe there was a flag upfield. We'll see. That's the end of the first quarter. End of the first quarter with the score, the Giants 7, the Bears 7.
To college, a boy brings his dreams, his ambitions, his thirst for knowledge. But nowadays, he'd better bring one other thing, money. A college education has become a major investment, an investment few families can manage without saving. Yet in today's complex society, a boy or girl has little chance in most competitive occupations without a higher education. Thousands of American families faced with this problem are solving it with growth dollars. These dollars are planted regularly in insured savings and loan associations, where they work harder, grow bigger through excellent earnings. Your education dollars can be growing while your children are growing if you start early. That way, when they're ready for college, you'll be ready. Start now. Open a savings account at your nearby insured savings and loan association.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall once again, and it was offside that time against the Chicago Bears. It cost them possession of the ball down on the New York Giant 5-yard line. They had recovered on the 5. Charlie Bibbins had recovered the fumble, but the flag had been dropped upfield. The Bears were offside, and now Roger LeClaire will kick off once again. So the breaks of the ball game. The breaks that time for the New York Giants when the Bears were offside on the kickoff. Deep for the Giants, Hugh McElhenney, who has come in on the far side, a former great player for the San Francisco 49ers. Now with Ali Sherman and the Giants, and Eddie Dove, who also was from the 49ers. The score here at Wrigley Field as we get ready to go into the second quarter, 7 for the Giants, 7 for the Bears. So we're starting all over again. Roger LeClaire standing down on the 25-yard line. Hugh McElhenney is on the 5. Eddie Dove has moved up to about the 8. There's the whistle, there's the kick. Going in the direction of Dove, who comes up to take it on the 14. Tries to go to the far side at the 20, still in his feet at the 25, at the 30. Swings across the 35 and up to the 37 or 38-yard line before he's brought down. A nice return from the 14 on the part of Eddie Dove, who was brought down by Cadill on about the 37 or 38-yard line. We'll see where Norm Schachter spots that ball as he moves it inbounds to the inbound mark, and he puts it down on the 38-yard line. Score is 7-7. Giants ball on their own 38. Y. Tittle calling the signals for the Giants. A big number 75. Fred Williams comes in and a flag goes down. Fred Williams, number 75, barreled through to hit Tittle. We'll see whether they call it just a 5-yard penalty or a roughing penalty. It's going to be 5 yards apparently. The flag went down so vigorously on the part of one of the officials, I thought perhaps he was going to charge Williams with roughness as he belted Tittle and drove him back about 5 or 6 yards. Del Schaffner is wide to the left. Frank Gifford is flanked, but just outside the tight right end. Calling the signals is Y. Tittle. He gives to Morrison, and Morrison tries to go up the middle and gets a yard or two as he crosses the 40 and is brought down by Bill George, the middle linebacker, along with Stan Jones. George from Wake Forest, 6'2", 235 pounds, a 12-year veteran in the National Football League. And Stan Jones, who played a good number of years for the Bears offensively, has been this year one of their stalwarts defensively at the left tackle. He's 6'1", 250 from Maryland. Score is 7-7. We're in the second period. In the opening moments, the Chicago Bears and the New York Giants. Second down as the ball goes, this time to Phil King, and King gets a yard as he tries to go off his own right guard. The left side of the Bear line. He gets to about the 47-yard line. We'll see where they mark it down. It will be third down coming up. Very close. Looks like it's going to be on about the 47-yard line. Very close to a first down. We'll have a timeout as the head linesman, Dan Tehan, a veteran in the officiating corps in the National Football League, comes in with his assistants to measure any part of the ball as they mark it down. And it is not a first down, just about a foot short. So it'll be third down and just about a foot to go for the New York Giants. Their ball on the 47-yard line. Between the 40, just right on the 47 as a matter of fact. Giants ball in their own 47. Out of the huddle they come. In tight this time. Going with the ball is Morrison, and he has the first down as he gets very close to the midfield stripe. Joe Morrison was hit by Larry Morris and Bill George and brought down just shy of the midfield stripe between the 49 and the 50 on the inbound marker from this to the west side. So it's a first down for the New York Giants. Score is 7 for the Giants, 7 for the Bears. We have gone just about 2 minutes in the second quarter. Wide Tittle has Schaffner out wide to the right, dropping straight back to pass, throws, and it is complete to Aaron Thomas at the 30, out of bounds, across the far sideline. We'll see where he stepped out as he got inside the 20 and down inside the 15 on about the 13-yard line. Aaron Thomas taking the pass across the field from Y.A. Tittle, and he just cakewalked on that far sideline. He kept his balance perfectly as he went out of bounds, they say, on the 14-yard line. A fine catch and a great run after he caught the ball on the part of Aaron Thomas.
Thomas has taken the place of the regular tight end Joe Walton, and he has just executed a pattern that's been good for the Giants all year long. They send Gifford and Schaffner deep and cross Thomas underneath.
Wide Tittle called in the signals, has Schaffner wide to this side. He gives to one of the running backs, King, and King barrels up the middle across the 10, down to about the 8-yard line. Phil King hit by Larry Morris and Bill George, as he's brought down at about the 8-yard line. A gain of a good 6 yards on the part of Phil King. It's Tittle, King, Morrison, and Gifford in the backfield as we have 12 minutes remaining here in the second period with a tied ball game, 7-7, but the Giants are threatening to score. They've got a second down and about 4 yards to go on the 8-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Going with the ball once again is King, and King this time straight up the middle across the 5-yard line, very close to the 4 before he's brought down. And the blocking on the right side, Pat Summerall of the New York Giants, is superb.
Darrell Dess and Greg Larson, the center and offensive left guard, along with Rosie Brown, the left tackle, are doing a fine job on the Bear right side. Fred Williams, who's playing right tackle for the Bears, has been injured for the most part all during the year and has just been activated during the last 3 weeks. It's tough to play defense with the ground frozen under your feet.
They measured for the first down. It's just shy. Joe Walton, who was not supposed to appear in this ball game, is in there. And it appears as though they have Schaffner's out now, so Walton is in at one end and Aaron Thomas at the other. Thomas has moved over to the left end as Walton is at the right end. It'll be third down and about a half a foot to go. Driving up the middle, trying to pick up that first down. And he got it, was Joe Morrison. Morrison picked up the first down with 11 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in the second period. Score tied, 7-7 for the World Championship, but the New York Giants are knocking on touchdown door inside the 3-yard line, right in front of the goalpost. And the Giants now have moved from their own 38-yard line. The key play being the pass from Y. Tittle to Aaron Thomas down inside the 3-yard line of the Chicago Bears. And now Thomas switches over and goes to the right side. Tittle calling the signals. He gives to Morrison. Morrison goes to the outside, tries to go and count as he's brought down. He tried to cut to his right, saw that he couldn't go to the outside, cut back upfield, and is brought down by Doug Atkins, almost in the line of scrimmage.
Al Sherman, the coach of the Giants, is a great believer in going to the outside on short yardage. He will many times on 3rd and 1, 2nd and 1, go with the in sweep, which he did that time unsuccessfully with Joe Morrison.
Second down, goal to go on the 3. Once again, it's Morrison with the ball coming to this side. He's at the 5, and down he goes to the 6-yard line. Morrison tried to come to this side, the wide side of the field, and he was followed beautifully by Ed Obradovic. And Obradovic brought him down on the 6-yard line, a 3-yard loss in the play. And that tough Chicago Bear defense that you've heard and read so much about now is beginning to display itself. It'll be third down, 6 yards to go for the touchdown. 3rd and goal on the 6.
And if New York has had offensive problems all year long, it has been in this area. From the 10-yard line in, they have had some difficulty scoring.
Tie ball game, 7-7. Giants in scoring position with 10 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Y. Tittle back to pass. Being rushed. Now he throws a little flare pass. No good for King. A little pass out in the flat to King. King was on about the 8-yard line, but apparently he didn't turn quickly enough, or perhaps the ball hit him a little faster than he thought. It bounded out of his hands. Fortunato was right there with him. Chances are he wouldn't have been able to go in anyway. Don Chandler will come into the ballgame now on 4th down and will attempt a field goal. He has 18 for 29. Glenn Griffin usually holds. This time it'll be from about the 13-yard line. Waiting for the pass from center. There it is. There's the kick, and it's perfect. Now, during the timeout, there's timeout in the field with the score. The Giants 10, the Bears 7.
What are the best years of life? The 20s, the 30s, the 40s? Well, every decade has its rewards. But don't be too sure the best years aren't ahead for you. For life can bloom after 50 for the man and woman who plan ahead. So many couples are doing so today with growth dollars. Dollars planted in an insured savings and loan association where they earn excellent returns year after year after year. Whether or not you retire early and whether or not you have a pension to fall back on, a reserve of savings can take off the pressure after 50, give you peace of mind. The means for recreation, hobbies, the cultural interest you haven't had time to enjoy before. Make the most of your peak earning years. Put something aside regularly at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association. You can have one or more family savings accounts, each insured by a United States government agency.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall here at Wrigley Field as we have 9 minutes, 49 seconds remaining in the second quarter. The New York Giants lead the Chicago Bears 10-7, and Don Chandler will kick off with Ronnie Bull and Billy Martin deep. There's the kick. It's a high kick, not particularly long, into the wind. Bull fumbles the ball, picks it up on the 12, looks for running room. He's at the 15, gets to the 20, and down he goes on the 21. Here it's Barnes coming in to make the stop on the 21-yard line.
Jim, the north end of the field looks directly into the sun. And the last two kickoffs that have been received at that particular end, you remember Charlie Killett fumbled for the Giants. The Bears recovered, but were offside. And that time Bull, looking directly into that sun, fumbled the kick, but managed to recover himself.
Ball is on the 21-yard line. The Chicago Bears have it. They trail by a score of 7-10. Morris is wide to the right. Billy Wade calling the signals. Right behind him is Marconi. Wade back to pass. Throws long for Morris, and it is so good. Morris had it and dropped it. With him was Pessinen. Morris had the ball, and he dropped it as he fell to the turf. Johnny Morris, 5'10", 180 pounds from Santa Barbara, dropped that ball as he went to the turf. He had his hands on it. It looked like a sure completion on about the 45-yard line. A good pass by Bill Wade. So it'll be second down, 10 yards to go. The ball is on the 21-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Their possession. They trade on the ball game, 10-7. New York Giants digging in defensively. Dick Lynch is going out, this time with the left end of the Bears, Koya, who's in there, number 46. Wade once again back to throw. Looks deep, and it is no good. Koya had gotten a step behind Dick Lynch. He's a big fellow with great speed, 6'2", 202 pounds. And he had gotten a step behind Dick Lynch. However, the pass was a bit too long for him, so it'll be third down and 10 yards to go. Score is 10-7. Giants lead the Bears here at Wrigley Field in Chicago.
I think the Bears have picked up from their scouts in the press box the fact that the Giants are playing a zone pass defense, covering Morris and Ditka's side in a zone pattern. And this means that the weak side end, who that time was Koya, it could be Farrington, will have to be covered man-to-man by Dick Lynch or whoever might be in that spot.
Once again, Koya is wide to the left. The other end, Ditka's in tight. Morris is wide to the right. Bill Wade back to pass. Misses one. Now he's going to have to get out of there. Throws it downfield looking for Ditka, and it's no good. Broken out beautifully as a couple of players slide on the ice on the sidelines. Dick Pessinen, number 25, just took a shoulder slide on the ice. It's ringing the field, along with Ditka, who also went down. Big Mike Ditka, who is the principal and best receiver for the Chicago Bears. So it's fourth down, and the punting situation arises. Going deep for the New York Giants as Bobby Joe Green gets set to punt from the 5-yard line. McElhenney, low pass from center, just does get it away. It's a beautiful kick. McElhenney will take it back on the 33. He's at the 40 and goes down at about the 42 or 43-yard line. A low pass from center that time, but a good 42-yard kick on the part of Bobby Joe Green. And the New York Giants now have the ball on their own 43-yard line. Score is 10-7. The Giants lead the Bears as we have 8 minutes, 49 seconds remaining in the first half. Tittle, Morrison, King, and Gifford. Schaffner back in the ball game. He was out for a little while, but he's in now. Wide, Tittle back to throw, has good time, throws long for Thomas, and it is broken up and almost intercepted by Pettibone. Richie Pettibone, 6'3", 205 pounds from Tulane. Got his hands on the ball, but couldn't hold it. The long pass intended on the near sidelines for Aaron Thomas. So it's second down and 10 yards to go. Giants ball on their own 43. Score is 10-7. The Giants leading the Bears. With about 8 minutes, 25 seconds remaining here in the first half. Giants out of the huddle. Schaffner wide to this side as he switches over. Thomas is in.
Move as deep as they've been here in the first quarter. So it'll be a first down. We'll take 10 seconds for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is WBBM News Radio 78, Chicago. The time, 20 seconds before 2 o'clock.
That's the fourth first down for Baltimore. They got it on the measurement by inches. For the Browns, rather, did I say Baltimore? At the 35-yard line of Baltimore, the Browns moving the football. First and 10. And here is a play-action pass coming up by Nelson and now he scrambles to the right as he found the receivers covered, and he is dumped for a loss. Back at his own 43-yard line, Ordell Brazy, the right defensive end, finally got him along with Fred Miller as he rolled slightly to his right, finding his receivers covered. You actually couldn't blame the Cleveland blocking in that case. He got good time. He had his 3 or 4 seconds, but he couldn't find the receivers open.
First time so far this afternoon that front four up there, Baltimore, has got to Nelson to dump him for a loss. Big Ordell Brazy leading the charge on him, along with Freddie Miller. Milton Moran, the young man who picked up that key pass that got him down to the 45-yard line, a youngster from the University of Massachusetts who was the first-round draft choice of these Browns in '66. Good, strong kid.
That was an 8-yard loss, so it's second and 18, back at the 43. Now Nelson wheeling around and firing out to the left side, and the ball falls incomplete, intended for Charlie Haraway, the fullback, out of the backfield. Billy Ray Smith was covering on the play and also giving good pursuit. Incompleted forward pass, make it third and 18 now. Both teams coming through in clutch situations, and yet we have no score in this game with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in quarter number 1. The Baltimore Colts, the second-best defensive team in the National Football League, third against the rush, fourth against the pass. Nelson, in passing today, has unofficially 50 yards, 3 out of 7 in the air. The Browns are out strong to the right side. Back drops Nelson, back beyond midfield. Plenty of time. Now gets the ball away. It's a wobbly pass, but it's complete. A flag is down on the play. It's Paul Warfield with the ball at the 35-yard line of Baltimore, which was just about where this series started. Don Shinnick, the right linebacker, brought him down, but there is a flag on the field.
I think we're going to get a holding penalty here against the Cleveland Browns. And this crowd will react as officials moves the ball. We'll wait and see. Oh, it's a holding penalty against the Baltimore Colts. Of course, that brings up an automatic first down. Well, there's a break for the Cleveland Browns with the ball at the 37-yard line. A defensive holding call against Baltimore. And with it goes the automatic first down.
You're right, Bob. That is a break because that was nowhere near the position on the field that the Browns would have had to achieve to get a first down, but they got it at the Colts 37. We still have 3.5 minutes to go in quarter number 1. The Browns are set strong to the right. Kelly on the handoff, and he meets strong resistance. Don Shinnick, the right side linebacker, was not blocked on that play, and he hits Kelly right at the 36-yard line. Billy Ray Smith also on the play. 2-yard pickup on the play to the 35. Second down, 8 yards to go. A great defense by Baltimore. Very experienced. Average playing time in the National Football League for this 11-man starting defensive unit, over 7 years. The running backs are split. Nelson into the pocket. Shooting out to his left side is for Warfield. Thrown behind him, and again a flag is down. Warfield at the 25-yard line on a down-and-out pattern, and just as he turned out, the ball went behind him. Lyles and Shinnick were covering Warfield. And we've had the yellow flag dropped again.
This penalty will be, I'm sure, against the Cleveland Browns. Talking to Lenny Lyles, the official down there, to see whether Lenny wants to accept the penalty or not, or keep the down box moving. It looks like the official's going to set the ball down at the line of scrimmage as the illegal procedure called against Cleveland. Penalty refused by Baltimore to keep the down box moving, because that brings up the third down and about 8 at the 35-yard line. So here's another of those big third down plays in which Nelson has been so successful so far here in the first quarter, hitting for Warfield to pick it up.
These same two teams played in the 1964 title game right here on this field, and the Browns won that one 27-0. That was also considered an upset at that time. Nelson to throw for the yardage with a man draped around him, goes out to the right side, incomplete to Leroy Kelly. And a good rush was put on that time, Bob.
The Baltimore Colts had the safety blitz on that time. Jerry Logan came firing through from the free safety, and Nelson had to throw it quicker than he wanted to and was off target with it. And so now on 4th down and 8 from the 35-yard line, we'll see what the Browns do here.
Looks like a field goal attempt coming up. And Nelson is the holder. And Don Cockroft, who made 18 of 24 during the season, will be trying a 42-yard field goal angled to the left.
He's got the wind a little at his back.
The kick is partially blocked. The ball is loose on the 27-yard line. Picked up by Baltimore. Bobby Boyd with the ball takes it out of bounds. So the field goal try was blocked, and the Colts now will be in possession. There's timeout on the field with the score: Baltimore nothing, Cleveland nothing.
Right and left to the head, a left to the jaw, a right to the head. Lewis measured him, right to the body, a left up to the jaw, and Schmeling is down.
Yes, that's an actual on-the-spot broadcast of the famous Lewis Schmeling fight, one of over 70 great radio broadcasts of the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. Here is a truly nostalgic collection. You get Burns and Allen, Will Rogers, W.C. Fields, Young Witter Brown, Eddie Cantor, Jimmy Durante, Lou Gehrig, Pearl Harbor, FDR, Churchill, MacArthur, plus many more. All 70 are yours for only $5.50 complete. You'd expect to pay up to $15, but Columbia brings you over 70 actual on-the-air broadcasts for only $5.50 on 3 12-inch LP albums. Offer not available in stores. Complete money-back guarantee from Columbia. Send $5.50 to Old Time Radio, Box 490, Grand Central Station, New York, 10017. That's $5.50 to Old Time Radio, Box 490, Grand Central Station, New York, 10017.
Back in Cleveland, Andy Musser with Bob Reynolds. The Colts have the ball now at their own 31-yard line. Neither team any points on the board. The Browns have dominated the play such that this is the second time the Colts have had the ball. Morrow wants to throw in first down. He finds Orr across the 40-yard line, starts to break a tackle, but Mike Howell hangs on, and yardage recorded out to the 45-yard line. It will be a first down for Baltimore. 14-yard play from the 31 to the 45. 23 plays for the Colts so far. Check that, 23 for the Browns. That's play number 8 for the Baltimore Colts from scrimmage. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in quarter number 1. No score. Baltimore out strong to the right at their own 45-yard line. Morrill again dropping back. The ball is delivered off the fingertips of Mackey at the 48-yard line. Slanting out to his right. The pass thrown high above Mackey. He got his right hand on the ball, and that was all. Ernie Kellerman was covering the famed Baltimore tight end on that play. Mackey was the 12th top receiver in the NFL this year. 45 catches for 644 yards and 5 touchdowns. His backup man, by the way, Tom Mitchell, had a unique record this year. He caught only 6 passes, but 4 of them were good for touchdowns. So it's 2nd and 10. at the Colt 45-yard line. Morrill again drops back into pass formation, delivers the ball long for Mackey again off his fingertips at the 30-yard line of Cleveland. This was a long pattern to the right side with Barnes and Howell both covering. And Mackey could not quite catch up with it. So it's a third down situation again. With a minute and 53 to go here in the first period, a no score from Cleveland's Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. The National Football League's championship game. The Cleveland Browns, with their strong defensive unit up front and their fine and quick secondary, forcing Earl Morrill, at least seemingly, to game fat into the point at the moment, is to go to the air. Morrill has gone to the air 7 times, 2 completions, unofficially 27 yards. Baltimore lining up with only one running back in a trips right formation. Morrill to throw the ball to the right side. The pass complete to Richardson at the 42-yard line of Cleveland. The pass to the 42-yard line, and it is a first down. So the Colts came through in a critical situation. 13-yard pass play to Richardson, who has really been something this year. He had 6 touchdown catches in his last 5 games coming into this one here today. So now the Colts are in Baltimore, or in the Cleveland territory, I should say, at the 42-yard line, and they have a first down to go with it. They'll stay on the ground as Matty gets the ball, 3 blockers ahead of him, cracks inside the 40 and goes to the 36-yard line of Cleveland. Fine block on the play by Glenn Ressler, big number 62, 6'3", 250-pound, 4-year veteran from Kent State. And that time, Matty just followed him, put his hand on his jersey, and followed him right through the hole and got to the 36. 6-yard gain on that play. Second down, 4 yards to go at Cleveland's 36-yard line. Jim Houston, who calls the defensive signals for Cleveland, made that tackle. He is the left side linebacker. Baltimore out strong to the left, where Orr is the flanker. Morrill turns around and gives to Matty again, jumping over a tackler at the 30, getting down to the 25, and inside the 25 to the 24-yard line, where again the Colts will have recorded a first down. Jim Houston pursued the play very well, and it was a 12-yard gainer for Baltimore to Cleveland's 24. And once again, Glenn Ressler leading the way with sound ball as Matty carried successfully with 11 seconds to play here in the first quarter down to the 24-yard line. And the Baltimore Colts in good field position right here. And with the clock running, this will probably be the last play of quarter number 1. And again, it's a Tom Matty carry going to just shy of the 20-yard line. And there's the gun. That's the end of the first period with the score, Cleveland nothing and Baltimore nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Will Rogers.
Somebody had a plan to teach hogs birth control, and now it's a habit with them.
Yes, Columbia has found over 70 great radio broadcasts of the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. A truly nostalgic collection. The Lewis Schmeling fight, Lou Gehrig, Burns and Allen, Will Rogers, W.C. Fields, Young Widow Brown, Eddie Cantor, Jimmy Durante, Pearl Harbor, FDR, Churchill, MacArthur, plus many more. Over 70 old-time radio broadcasts for only $5.50 complete. You'd expect to pay up to $15, but now Columbia brings you over 70 broadcasts for only $5.50 on free 12-inch LP albums. Offer not available in stores. Complete money-back guarantee from Columbia. Send $5.50 to Old Time Radio, Box 490, Grand Central Station, New York, 10017. That's $5.50 to Old Time Radio, Box 490, Grand Central Station, New York.
Back in Cleveland, the Baltimore Colts now moving at the goal line to our right. The Browns on defense. The ball is at the Browns' 21-yard line, and it's 2nd and 7 for the Baltimore Colts. Jerry Hill and Tom Matty in the backfield for Baltimore. Jimmy Orr, John Mackey, and Willie Richardson are the receivers. And Earl Morrill, who went off to the sideline to have a brief conversation with Coach Don Shula during that timeout, is back on the field right now calling his signal. Neither team has scored in the first quarter. This will be the first play of the second quarter. Baltimore again spread out such that they have only one running back And that is Jerry Hill. He falls down to Hill as Morrow goes back to pass. The ball is delivered long and too long in the left corner of the end zone. The intended receiver, Jimmy Orr, the spread end, covered all the way by Ben Davis. And that was interesting. I had my eye on Jerry Hill, who was, as I mentioned, the one back in that offensive setup for Baltimore, and he slipped as he tried to go in and set a block for Morrow. Nevertheless, Earl did get off the ball very well, but a bit too long.
In that first period of play, Baltimore picked up 32 yards on the ground, and Earl Morrow was 3 out of 8 for 40 yards. On the other hand, the Cleveland Browns were able to pick up 6 yards on the ground, and Nelson completed 3 out of 9 for 50 yards. So the indicativeness of the score, 0-0 here, is shown in the statistical figures of that first period of play.
Well, you talk about big plays. This one really is, because if Baltimore doesn't get the TD here, they may go for a field goal. Morrow passing for the end zone, incomplete. It looks like the intended receiver was Richardson at the 6-yard line, but the ball was thrown way over his head and fell incomplete beyond the end line. And it looks now as though Baltimore will indeed go for the field goal try. That would be Lou Michaels, who has made 18 of 28 during the regular National Football League season. His holder is Bob Boyd, and this will be an attempt here of 28 yards. Again, angled to the left. The same goal at which the Cleveland attempt was blocked earlier. The 28-yard try is good. The kick is good, and so the score now, timeout on the field with the score, Baltimore 3 and Cleveland 0.
This comb's gliding through my hair like it doesn't have teeth. Hair, you have a friend up there. Gotta be an ace. Sissy comb here. This baby won't break on me first time it bends. Man, this is hard rubber and that's tough. Gotta be an ace. Just gotta be an ace. Ace makes men's combs and ladies' combs too. Great combs all. No wonder Ace sells more hard rubber combs than anything. Use an Ace once and you'll never ask for any other comb again. Ace combs. Grab hold of one at your drugstore or supermarket. Now.
Now Lou Michaels, who has just gotten the first score of the game, is set to kick off for the Baltimore Colts, who lead 15 seconds into the second quarter, 3-0. Reese Morrison and Ben Davis are back deep for Cleveland, standing on the 5-yard line. Lou Michaels, a left-footed kicker, as I'm sure all NFL fans know by now, approaches the ball and lays into it, and it's coming up a little bit short at about the 14-yard line. It is taken by Morrison, coming up to the 20. Davis is on the carry, up across the 25 to the 28-yard line. Ben Davis on the return to the 28 in Cleveland territory, a 14-yard return. And so the Browns, who now have the ball for the first time trailing on the scoreboard, will try to get something going against one of the most renowned defensive teams in the National Football League. Warfield out to the left, and on the right is Gary Collins. The quarterback is still Bill Nelson. He fakes the pitch out, then gives to Leroy Kelly, and Kelly is hit behind the line by Fred Miller, who pursued that play very well. Now, there may be a gain of a yard here because of Kelly's quickness, but that's it. From the 28 to the 29-yard line, 2nd and 9. Quarterback Nelson faking the pitch and then making the handoff to his left to Kelly. 2nd down, 9 yards to go for the Browns at their own 29-yard line. Just underway in the second quarter. The formation for the Browns is strong to the right. Nelson spreads his running backs. Over center, Fred Hoagland. Now calling an audible as the defense switches. And let's see what this is all about. Nelson wants to throw, dropping back, scrambling to his left, spinning around, and can't get out of the trap. The ball is not free, but after the whistle at the 16-yard line, Brett Miller, the right defensive tackle, and Ordell Brazy grab him way back deep. And we have a loss here recorded back to the 16-yard line. That'll be a 13-yard loss on that play. Third down now, and about 23 yards for the first. So the Browns, who are trailing here 3-0, have been driven back on this series, back not too far from their own goal line. Nelson back in a muddy part of the field, goes on the screen pass out on the left side to Kelly. Kelly to the 25, nearly slips and falls, and gets dumped at the 26-yard line. Leroy Kelly almost lost his footing, and a flag has been thrown, possibly for unnecessary roughness. Rick Bolt, the free safety, was the guy who grabbed Kelly, and Leroy, with unsteady footing, was fortunate to make as many yards as he did.
We were wondering, Andy, when Bill Nelson would go to that screen, because, of course, that's the best defense against a big pass rush when they get in there and get at you all the time. Then you go to that screen, and he finally went to it that time. But here's the signal from the official with the ball at the 26-yard line. They had an ineligible receiver downfield. The Baltimore Colts refused the penalty to keep the down box moving, so the ball will be put in play from the 26-yard line. Fourth down, the kick situation.
And that means a punting situation with Don Cockroft back deep for the Cleveland Browns. And he gets a high kick away. Timmy Brown is the deep man for Baltimore, grabbing it at the 38, dropping the ball, but falling on top of it is Timmy, right at the 40-yard line of the Baltimore Colts. He did not signal for a fair catch. He dropped the ball but fell forward onto it, recovering the 44-yard punt. Timeout has been called in the field with the score: Baltimore 3 and Cleveland nothing.
Cold. Stone cold. Slow, difficult starting can kill your car's battery. Cold. Stone cold. A rigid argument for Win's friction proofing. Win's friction proofing, added to your oil, smooths and seals metal surfaces. Win's friction proofing makes starting easier, protects frigid metal parts before cold, gummy engine oil even gets moving. No need to warm up the engine before you take off. Friction proofing makes moving parts move easier. Friction proofing gets cold cars going faster, and it keeps them going. Win's friction proofing, the hot cup of coffee for your car on a cold, wintry morning.
The Cleveland Browns have had the football 3 different times in this game so far. Twice they have had to punt, and once after their longest drive, a 42-yard field goal was blocked. Now the Colts have the ball at their own 40-yard line. They are strung out strong to the left side. Romero on a reverse. This is tight end John Mackey with the ball at the 40 to the 45, coming to the left side and crossing midfield and being dropped at the 49-yard line of Cleveland. A first down will be recorded on this play on the end around as John Mackey, of whom it has been frequently suggested that he be used as a ball carrier. This time he was, but from the tight end position.
That's a familiar play for all Baltimore fans, of course. They've seen it during the course of the year many times. That Mackey, a big, strong, bull-like runner, if he isn't stopped behind the line of scrimmage on a play like that and gets a little running room, he's a pretty tough man to bring down. So we're getting a measurement to see whether or not the Baltimore Colts have picked up the first down, and it will be very close, just over the 50-yard line. But a first down, as the stake is about halfway up on the ball. Any portion of the ball, of course, on the line is the first down. And so the Colts get it, and they'll move the ball now just over midfield, the ball actually between the 49 and the 50-yard line. So Mackey does pick up the first down. We have 12 minutes and 27 seconds of playing time remaining here in the first half of this ball game. The only score, a 28-yard field goal by Lou Michaels, which leaves the Baltimore Colts in front 3-0.
Here again, the Colts lining up with only one running back. He is set as a right halfback, Jerry Hill. And he gets the handoff, slanting to his left side, nose down, barreling to about the 46-yard line of Cleveland. About a 4-yard gain. Walter Johnson, the Browns' left defensive tackle, and Jim Kinnicky, his partner on the right, combining for that tackle after the 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6. Now Jerry Hill is going off to the sideline for the Colts, who have used a couple of unusual setups here today. And when they've been in the passing formation, they've had extra receivers in there. Matty is in now, and he is the lone remaining back, set as a left halfback. Dropping back is Earl Morrow, holding the ball in his right hand, firing out to the left, and a great catch by Mackey at the 45-yard line. He had to leap backward to grab the ball, hit as he grabbed it by Dale Lindsey, and they have recorded the forward progress to the 44-yard line. A fine catch by Mackey, Bob.
That time, the Baltimore Colts offensively had both of their tight ends in there, Mitchell along with John Mackey, and they do that occasionally. Give a little more protection to Earl Morrow. So he completes the pass to Mackey, to Tom Matty, rather, at the 44-yard line, where it is now 3rd down with about 5 to go.
So the Colts are taking a little extra time in the huddle, which could spell pass here, but you never know. They are out strong to the right. Or is the flanker to the right side. The backs are split. Dropping back is Morrow, going to the weak side and completing the pass at the sideline to the tight end John Mackey, out of bounds at Cleveland's 36-yard line, driven out by Ben Davis.
That'll be a first down by about a couple of yards and a half or so down to the 36-yard line. And so the Baltimore Colts playing control football here in this first half, maintaining possession. Score in that American Championship game, the New York Jets are leading Oakland 20-13 now in the 3rd period in that big one in New York. The winner of that one, of course, to meet the winner of this one in the Super Bowl 2 weeks from today down in Miami's Orange Bowl.
Morrow has passed a dozen times in this game, completed 5 of them for 50 yards. At the Cleveland 36, it is 1st and 10 for Baltimore. Dropping back again to pass is Morrow, going long to the left side, and he completes the ball, completes the pass on the 17-yard line to Orr, and he got it just in bounds. Both feet coming down inbounds before he stepped out. And so consecutive first downs for the Colts. And that's the first time we've had that in this game for either side here today.
The down-and-out pattern, and Earl hit Orr with it very beautifully, just inside the sideline, and he came down with both feet for the first down at the 17-yard line. And so the Colts, who lead it 3-0, are beat now, 1st and 10 at the Cleveland 17.
That was a 19-yard gainer for the Colts, who are out strong to the right. And they fake the pitch out and run the strong inside play. And that was Tom Matty carrying the football, going inside and slamming inside the 15-yard line down to about the 14. The ball has yet to be spotted on the field. But it is placed down at the 14-yard line after a gain of 3. 2nd down, 7 yards to go. Jim Houston and Walter Johnson got together to bring Matty down that time after they faked the pitch to the outside on Jerry Hill. Now the Cleveland fans want their defense to perk up right here. Baltimore spreading the running backs. Running play right side. Matty with the ball inside the 10 and then hit fiercely and driven backwards. But he is just inside the 10-yard line where Dale Lindsey, the 4-year veteran right side linebacker, has made the tackle at the 8-yard line.
Here comes Mitchell back into the lineup again as the Baltimore Colts use and they take Jimmy Orr out of there. So they have both their tight ends in there again, as they do on short yardage situations. 3rd down at about a yard. Both of the tight ends are in there.
And of course, Mitchell caught a touchdown in the division championship last week. Morrow spins around. He gives to Jerry Hill. He goes down very near the goal line. He almost got through for the touchdown. A huge hole opened up, and that was intended, as Bob just pointed out, to be a short yardage gainer, but he very nearly took it all the way. The ball is on the 2-yard line.
Dan Sullivan and Sam Ball on the right side of that interior line of Baltimore, doing a fine job of moving
Kinnicky and Johnson a little bit out of there for Jerry Hill, who's been plagued by injuries, but was ready to go last week and saw a little service in the playoff game, and he's been going all the way here at fullback this afternoon so far. No touchdowns in this game so far. They have recorded this as the 1-yard line. Here's a handoff to Matty, and he is stacked up on the goal line. Now, the Browns had made one defensive change because of their goal line defense. They took Mike Howell, the free safety, out, and they brought in Bill Glass. Bill Glass, the author. He has 3 books going for the fine young man, a member of the Christian Athlete group, who's been bothered by injuries. Jack Gregory, the young man, number 81, who took his place from Della State, for doing a fine job for him. Well, they had a first and goal on the 1-yard line. Now the ball is on about the half-yard line. It's second down. Slanting in from touchdown for Tom Matty. He took the handoff and slanted in from the left side, and he just did get over in front of the goalpost. It was a 60-yard drive in 10 plays, culminated by Tom Matty's touchdown. Tom had 9 of them during the regular season rushing, and another one on a pass reception. And so the Baltimore Colts have upped their lead now to 9-0, and they'll try for the extra point with Lou Michaels doing the kicking. 7 minutes and 55 seconds left here in the second quarter. Bobby Boyd is the holder. The kick is in the air, and the kick is good. So the score now, with timeout on the field, is Baltimore 10 and Cleveland nothing.
No matter whether the Baltimore Colts or the Cleveland Browns win the National Football League championship today, they're going to have an edge over their AFL opponents in Miami, because National Football League teams have the advantage of an extra item of protective equipment. Along with his shoulder pads and all the rest, every NFL player has a special lip protector. What's a lip protector? Chapstick lip balm from the people who know skin care problems best.
That's the second error in the ball game for Rowe. Rowe got an error in that first inning on a catch coming from the outfield. Catch of the ball coming from the outfield. Collins is on first base, and the batter is Jurgis. Here's the pitch, and it's the ball. Wide. Better Jurgis for ball 1. Back to Jurgis, we see Dean. Better Jurgis up with the man on first base. Gomez getting his sign. Here's the pitch, and the foul. Back into the screen and back at the plate. Ball strike 1, making the count 1-1 to Billy Jurgis. Dickey throws another ball into play. Getting it from umpire Coles and back at the plate. Throwing it out to Gomez on the mound. Gomez getting his sign out from Dickey. Dickey puts up the glove for the target. Here's the pitch, and the ball is hit way deep in the right field foul. Way deep in the right field stands. The ball curving off the end of the bat as Bill Jurgis hit just a little bit too late on that outside ball. Ball curved in the right field stands for strike 2, making the count 1-2. Ball 1 and strike 2 to count. There are 2 outs. Toss over to first base. A nice easy throw by Gomez over to Gehrig. Out of the game and catch. But Jurgis waiting for the next pitch. Is standing up there at the plate, swinging a couple of times to get his timing down. Here's the pitch from Gomez. It's a ball on the inside, a curveball, breaking in to a right-hand hitter. Jurgis took it for ball 2, making the count 2-2. Ball 2 and strike 2 to count 2 out. Here's the pitch. The ball is into the ground over Gomez. It goes down across Cross. Cross comes up with it, steps on second base, and Collins is out. Forced at second base by Crossetti. Brings to a close the last half, the 6th inning. Result of the inning: no runs, no hits, 1 error, an error by Red Ball from the Yankees, and 1 man was left on the bases. Brings to a close 6 innings to play in this second game of the 1938 World Series, with the score standing at 3-2 in favor of the Cubs over the Yankees. This broadcast of the World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Yankees is coming to you from Wrigley Field, Chicago. We pause for station identification.
This is the WBBML Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Now again, ladies and gentlemen, Pat Funny.
Thank you, John Harrington. Ready to go to work? Dean and Harton at the battery. The boys are playing out in left field for a pull hitter who's coming to bat. Joe DiMaggio. DiMaggio, Gehrig, and Dickey coming up as the first 3 men to face Dean in this inning. Cubs 3, Yankees 2, as we start the first half of the 7th. Ready for the ball to be pitched. Dean has his sign from Hartford. Starts it with a slow, easy wind-up, sidearm curve, ball high. Ball 1. A little high that time for ball one. Kind of a ball that keeps climbing all the time. Here's the next pitch. Outside. Fair foul. Wide for ball two. Davy makes his sign down toward the bullpen. Next to the umpire says it's ball three. Davy makes a sign for them to lay down first at the bullpen. The next sign is to get up. His first sign is to stay down. The next sign, get up. Ball three. The next one's a strike at the outside corner. 3-1 is the call. Man at bat is DiMaggio. Dean winds it up. He's ready to pitch. Here it comes. There goes the ball foul out toward left field. He went too soon for a slow ball. Ball three and strike two. Larry French and Jack Russell warming up for the Cubs. Hartnell sends in to Dizzy Dean. 3-2 to the hitter. Dean's out there on the mound, has his sign. Dean starts his windup. He's going to pitch it. Here it comes. There goes the ball toward third base on a hop to Hack. Hack over to first base. He's out. Outfield off with Hack over to first base from Collins. That's one down. Gary comes to bat at the perfect at-bat. He has walked once, singled once. Gary comes to bat. One man down, nobody on. Here's the pitch. There's the ball for a high fly toward right field. Right fielder Devery is coming in, playing the win on the dead run. He's ready for it and gets it to go. He's out of the side of the right field. Next out of the field is Dickey. He had a perfect at-bat yesterday. Today he's popped out to the shortstop and hit into a double play. Dean goes up to the mound to get his sign. Dean has his sign. He's ready to pitch it down. Two down, nobody on. There's the ball fouled up into the net. They're starting to take a cut at everything that Dizzy puts down there that looks good. It's the seventh inning, and the Cubs are ahead 3-2. Turned out to be a beautiful, bright, sunshiny day along about the fourth inning. Still a few fleecy clouds up in the skies, but mostly it's clear. There goes the ball for a drive outside center field, way back deep. Marty's after it. He has it. And it's got it out. That's coming up the top of the seventh inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. No one up for me. All the Cubs fans come to their feet in this last half of the seventh inning. We have Dean, Hack, and Herman coming up for their turns at bat. Getting all ready to go. Dean, Hack, and Herman coming up to face Gomez, who has allowed 8 hits and 3 runs. Playing the last half of the seventh. In the second inning, the Cubs got their first run in the first inning. Hack singled. Herman struck out. Hack went over to second and down to third when Deverdy got a hit, and it was an error charged to Rolfe on a ball that he missed when it was thrown in from right field. Marty hit a long fly, but DiMaggio got against the center field wall, and Hack scored. In the second inning, DiMaggio singled. Gary walked and put DiMaggio on second. Dickey popped out to the shortstop. Selkirk hit a long ball out to center field, and with 2 out, Gordon hit a slow roller off toward third base. Hack and Jurgis both made a dive for it. They hit each other. The ball rolled between them. Went for a double. DiMaggio and Gehrig scored, and Gordon caught up on second base. Then Gomez cried out to left. Gomez having his warm-up throws. The Cubs got their second set of runs. When they came to bat with the first man up in the third inning, Hack getting a hit. Then Herman got a single. There was a sacrifice by Deverdy that advanced both men to second and third. Marty, who had driven the run in the first inning, got a double out to right center and drove in those 2 runs. Then Reynolds walked. Hartnett popped out to center field, and Collins struck out. So the Cubs are ahead by a score of 3-2 after playing the last half of the seventh. It's Dizzy Dean coming to bat, facing Lefty Gomez. Dean comes up and taps the plate and gets all set to go. Last half of the seventh. Ready for the ball to pitch. Dean's waiting for it. Right past his nose, in close for ball 1. Fastball. Dean got a hit his last time up. Dizzy's watching for it, swinging that bat off the shoulder. Started to bat, changed his mind, and took a fast hook in the outside corner. It was a screwball, beautifully pitched and appropriate. The right-hand hitter caught the outside corner for 1-1. Dizzy Dean's watching. The next one's down in the dirt. Picked up and thrown back quickly by Dickey. Ball 2, strike 1 is the call. Dean's the first man at bat in this inning, which is the last half of the seventh. Here's the pitch. Dean stops on the right field. It's a single. Next batter is Stanley Heck. Batter on first base, Dean, having a sweater jacket put on now. Stanley Heck coming to bat. The man on first base, the infield drawn up, watching for a sacrifice. But Ralph is playing shallow. He's up in the grass inside of the third base circle. A pitcher starts to warm up for the Yankees. In fact, two pitchers start to warm up. First ball pitched down is a high ball. Hack let it go by. Hack let it go by. He came up with it, was all poised to it. We're looking for the sacrifice. Murphy and Hadley warming up. Next ball pitched in is called a strike. Ball one and strike one. And that's pitching fastball as Hack gets ready to try to punt. He's trying to sacrifice Dean down to second. The Cubs are leading by a score of 3-2. It's 1-1 of the hitters. Stan Hack is at bat. Tried to punt, the ball went foul. Came back and hit the umpire on the foot. It's ball one and strike two. 1-2. Hack tried to punt like he did in the Pittsburgh series, attempting to drive the ball into the ground for a high bouncer, which would give both men a chance to be safe. Hadley and Murphy warming up for the Yankees. Watch for the pitch to Hack. Takes the ball, called for a strike on the inside corner, and he yells about the decision, but the umpire says it's a strike. Right in there called, and Hack had a slow change of pace while it cooled in that time. It's called out on strike. It's a strikeout number 4, I believe, for Buki Gomez. Right, John. Thank you. Billy Herman comes to bat. He's had one hit this afternoon. Yesterday he batted .250. And on first is Dean. Billy Herman at bat. First ball pitched. He tries to hit it out toward right field, but it's a fastball, and he hits it foul up into the upper deck behind the first base. When Herman steps forward in the batsman's box, he's trying to hit behind the runner. Dizzy Dean laid that ball out in right field by just tapping on it. Dean's taking a lead at first. Billy tries to hit one to right field, and he fouls another one back into the stand, way down in the right field stand. Gomez is working very rapidly. The boys are in there taking their cuts on both ball counts. Dean is working very rapidly, too. Watching for the pitch, the Cubs leading 3-2, a man on first. Next ball pitched is right past Billy Herman's nose. Ball one, strike two. One man down, a man up on first base. And if the Cubs can get a rally started here, they can cause a lot of trouble. The if is Mr. Gomez is pitching himself a flock of baseball. Billy takes another high ball right past his nose. Ball two. Ball two, strike two, and Dizzy Dean's over on first base. He wants to go. But they're holding him there with the hope that Bill might be able to get a hold of him. They're playing him for a full hitter out toward left. Billy Herman's a boy at bat. Hits the ball foul off to the left of the plate. The foul ball, strike two is still a call. Ball two, strike two. Dickey goes over, retrieves the ball, and starts around the infield. It doesn't go very far. Gehrig immediately gives it to the pitcher. Billy Herman steps up into the batsman's box, taps the barrel of the bat down against the plate. Man on first is Dizzy Dean. It's a 2-2 count of the hitter. There's one man down. Watch for the pitch. He swings too late at the fastball. Goes down swinging. That's strikeout number 5 for Gomez. He struck out 2 in the first inning. He struck out 1 in the third. And now he has struck out 2 in the seventh with a man aboard. Deverdy coming to bat. He's on a hit, laid down a sacrifice, and flied out to center. Dizzy Dean is trapped off at first base. Gomez ready to make the throw, and he misses it, and Dizzy's making him go all the way to second. Now he's running back, and he's finally putting out on a throw from Gomez to Gordon. Dean is caught off first. Dean caught off first, and he goes off from Gomez to Gordon. The side is retired, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no one left on base. That ends the 7th inning. We start playing now in the first half of the 8th inning, with the Cubs still leading by a score of 3-2 in a very tight ball game. Now Kirk, Gordon, and Gomez, the first 3 men to come and face Dizzy Dean. Dean out of the mound, picks up the rosin sack, gets ready to take that ball and have a few warm-up throws with Gabby Hartlett. Score is 3-2 in favor of the Cubs. We told you how the Cubs made their scores and how the Yankees got their 2. You can see how the ball game has gone since those early innings. The Yankees are still a dangerous club, and the Cubs are just as dangerous. I told you, the Cubs have had a hit in every inning except the 6th. That's the only inning in which they have gone hit. Got 2 hits. Got a run in the first inning. They got 3 hits and 2 runs in the third. They got 1 hit in the second, 4th, 5th, and 7th. When the first time up got a hit, then Gomez really bore down. They still had Hadley and Murphy warming up for the Yankees. Thinking probably that if Stark or Gordon get on, they can relieve Gomez. The Cubs have French and Russell keeping well. Dean just went to pitch this ball down to Stark. Dean winds it up, arms overhead, they're playing for a full hitter toward right. He hits one out toward right field. The ball takes a hop out there and is thrown back into the infield in a hurry, and they find a man up on first base. Now Cook got the hit to put the tying run on. Now we'll see what the Yankees do. That is hit number 4 off Dean, and the first hit they've had since the 4th inning, and it's the second hit that they've had since the 2nd inning. He's starting to take pitch on Dizzy now. That first pitch, we'll see what happens. The man up batting toward it. Nice Gordon actually hit that first pitch. There's a look toward first. The pitch. Gordon takes the ball. It was just away from Daddy, and he picks it up and holds the runner on first. Ball one, too low. Right down in the dirt. Score is 3-2 in favor of the Cubs. The Yankees have that tying run on first. He's a fast man. Quick as whole start there. Gordon's at bat. This boy's given in a lot of runs this year. There's the stretch by Dean. The pitch. Up goes the ball toward third. That gets it. Over to second. Up and back to first. And he stays at first and on a second for the fourth out. That fumbled the ball a little bit, went to his knees, got up and stood for Hogan. Hogan made a quick quartering throw over to first base, but Gordon was too fast. He's safe in a Peters choice, and he represents the tying run, whereas Selkirk was forced out at second base from Hack over to Hogan. We'll see who bats for Gomez. Somebody coming up to bat for Gomez. Let's give away to Gomez is out of the game. Gomez pitched 7 innings. He allowed 11 hits. He walked 1. He struck out 5, and 3 runs came in his pitching. Looks like a ball? No. Larry Hogue is batting for Gomez. Hogue is coming up as a pinch batter for Gomez. Coming up as a pinch batter in the 8th inning for Gomez. After Gomez is out, there's an element on first base. He ready to pitch down to Hogue. Dean pitches, and Hogue takes the first one outside. Low ball. Ball 1, no strikes, 1 down, and a tying run on first base. We have Happy and Murphy warming up for the Yankees. There's the stretch by Dean. The look toward first. The ball is kicked into the slot, and the outside corner of the knee. Change the pace. A very, very slow ball. Jack Russell is keeping warm for the Cubs. Dean stretches and looks toward first. That's Gordon leading over there. The ball is hit toward right field. It's a slow bounder. Over to second base for the ball shot. Gordon got the ball. With a backspin on it, it took it back, and Hunter got the ball and forced Gordon over to second base, and leaves Hogue over on first base with a fielder's choice. Hogue is on first base with a fielder's choice. After he had a runner out of second base from Pullman over to Jones. That puts 2 down, a man on first, and leaves Crosetti to bat. Crossetti's been hitting the ball awfully hard this afternoon, but he's been flying out to left field. Larry French and Jack Russell keeping warm for the Cubs. Over to first base, the runner's safe. Runner's safe on first base, that's Hogue. Another pitch picked over to first base. He's safe this time to Kyle Allas. Allas tried to put the ball on him twice that time. Happy and Murphy keeping warm for the Yankees. Watch for this pitch down here. Dean has his sign. Here's the pitch. Strike. One ball of it. That's strike to Crosetti. A fast sidearm ball. Dean tries the pitch again. The man on first base. Hogue is plenty fast. The Cubs are ahead by a score of 3-2. We're playing the first half of the 8th. There's the stretch by Dean. The look toward first. He pitches. High. Ball for a pitch off that time in case Hogue went down, but he didn't. Ball 1 and strike 1. Dean swings toward the rubber. Dean's over to get his sign. Now he tells the rubber. Dean's ready to pitch this ball in. There's the stretch of the look toward first. He steps back off the bag. Off the pitching rubber. The look toward first. Hogue was making a dancing motion like he might go. Dean has his sign now. A high stretch by Dean. The glance toward first. A quick throw to first base. The throw to the wrong side of the bag. And the player comes in, and he's safe. Off to the right of the bag instead of the inside left corner. Ball 1, strike 1. He fouls the next one back to the next ball strike 1. Ball 1, strike 2. Dean gets his sign to pick the next one down. 1 and 2 to the hitter. Dean's up in the mound. That's the ball up. Now he's ready to toe the rubber. Dean swings with his toe on the rubber. There's the stretch to look toward first. Runner makes a jumping motion. There's the ball fouled up into the upper part of the net. Ball 1, strike 2 down. 3-2 in favor of the Cubs in playing the first half of the 8th. Mr. Dean receives the new ball from Hartnett. Dean's ready to swing into position. And on first base is Hogue. Dean has his sign. There's the stretch. The look toward first. 1 and 2 on the hitter. Ball floats down and hit toward third base. He went for a slow ball that time. Went down toward third base and just missed the dugout. Ball came in the bat handle. Gabby Hartnett yelled something to Dean. Watching for the ball to be pitched in. Dean has his sign. He's letting his arm flop along at the side. Ball one, strike two. Runner on first is home. Dean has the sign. There's the stretch. They look toward first. Here's the pitch. Umpire says, "What the ball? Wide. Ball two, strike two." Tommy tried to call a strike, but it's wide. Umpire was right on top of the play. Umpire calls a good man. They're all good umpires, or they wouldn't be in the World Series. In fact, they're good umpires, or they wouldn't be umpiring in the American or National League. They're the top men in their business, or they wouldn't be up here. Ball two, strike two, 2 down, a man on first. Dean stretches. He looks toward first. Here's the pitch. There's the ball foul down the third baseline. Get in the dugout again. Ball two, strike two. They're taking a cut at everything that Dean served up there, trying to get that tying run around. Ball gets fast enough, boy on his feet. And for that next ball to be pitched, umpire dusts off the home plate. The sun has gone back of the cloud somewhere. We can't see the cloud, but it's somewhere off to the west. We're facing directly toward the east, right down the first baseline. Here's the stretch by Dean. Here's the pitch. Umpire says it's wide and low. Ball three, strike two, and the runner can start with the pitch now. Yankee fans start to talk it up. Fans are yelling for Dizzy to hold him. Runner on first, ready to go with the pitch. Dizzy stretches. Steps off the mound as he finds out that the hitter has stepped out of the batsman's box. Ball three, strike two, 2 down. The runner on first can go with the pitch. Dean is pitching to Selkirk. Dean stretches. Dean's ready to let it go. Here it comes. There goes the ball out to left field. It's foul. Up to Selkirk. I'll make Rossetti. Pitching to Rossetti. I was thinking of triple those, Selkirk. In fact, they hit the start of this eighth inning. He scored the second. Rossetti is the man at bat. Ball three, strike two, 2 men down, and hold on first base. Dean ready to pitch this ball out of Rossetti. Dean swings out of the mound. Holds the rubber. Runner on first can go with the pitch, and a 3-2 with 2 down. There he goes. Here's the pitch. There goes the ball for a hell. High line drive. Out to the outfield stand for a home run. Rossetti hits the home run. Out into the outfield stand, and the score is now changed to action. It's the Yankees 4 and the Cubs 3. 2 runs coming in, and one hit from the side off the pitching of the. A well-hit ball. He's been aiming for that all afternoon, trying hard to pull that ball, and he's been holding back, and 3 times Rossetti has flied out to Reynolds. Once he held back and hit into the corner, Reynolds got it there. The next 2 times he drove him clear back to the wall. A well-hit ball for a home run, and the Yankees have gone out ahead by a score of 4-3. Next ball pitched in is pitched to Ross. Ross got that ball. First one for the ball, the next one for a strike. And for the next ball to be pitched. Next one floats in close for another ball. Ball 2, strike 1, 2 down, and 2 runs in for the Yankees. And ahead 4-3. The Yankees are all jumping up and down over there on the bench, and they're patting Rossetti on the head and hitting him on the back. Rossetti finally got the first home run of the World Series. That was the ball for a high foul toward first. No sense going for that. It's way back in there. Gentleman caught the ball with the edge of his cap that time. Missed it. Ball 2, strike 2. 4-3 in favor of the Yankees in the 8th inning. Here's the pitch. Umpire says you're out. Strike 3. Ross Bigger and looked at his side line, and he's gone out of the strikes. Now the starter, the umpire, over toward Pat Parker to get the new ball. The coach on third base comes up to say something, and the umpire pays no attention to it. There were 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and no one up in the base. In 8 innings, Dizzy Dean has allowed 5 hits and 4 runs, and in the total Dusty Gomez in 7 innings, allowed 11 hits and 3 runs. Now we have a new pitcher coming in, and I think it's Murphy. Murphy, who has been depended upon to be the great man for the Yankees in the pinches, and the pitcher is the man who's coming in to pitch, I believe. Murphy will probably come in to pitch. First man coming to battle is Emery. Emery, Marty, and Reynolds, the first 3 coming up the base, Murphy in the 8th inning. The Cubs need 1 run to tie and 2 to go out and get ahead. Cubs got 1 run in the first, they got 2 runs in the third. The Yankees got 2 runs in the second, and they got 2 runs in the 8th. And a home run, Mike Rossetti with a man aboard. Murphy coming in a pitch. Murphy coming in the pitch in the 8th inning. Murphy's a big right-hander. The Yankees are leading by a score of 4-3. The Cubs about hit them 2-1, but they haven't been able to get those runs in the pitches. A very, very well hit ball by Corsetti, who's been aiming at that left field bleacher all afternoon. And this is the one, instead of hitting a high fly, but he hit the line drive. He really got a hold of that pitch by Dean and smacked himself a line drive that really went for a home run. It's the last half of the 8th. Murphy's having his warm-up close with Dickey. Man who's coming to bat is Demery. He's got one hit, laid down a sacrifice, and he slid out to DiMaggio. The crowd's starting to say play ball, but Murphy still keeps throwing the ball down to Dickey. Dickey finally gets ready to throw it back to him. The umpire dusts off the home plate. The throw is made to second. Murphy comes down to talk with Dickey about the sign. First man coming to bat is Frankie Demery. All right, the Yankees asserted their power, and with a man aboard got the only home run of the World Series so far, and that made the Yankees 4 and the Cubs 3. The Cubs are going to get a run to tie and 2 to go to hit. It's a seesaw battle. The Cubs were ahead in the first inning. The Yankees were ahead in the second. The Cubs turned around and got ahead again in the third. The Yankees went ahead in the 8th, and Frankie Demery just took the ball and just missed his nose. Too close. Murphy ready to pitch to Demery. Frank's watching for it. There goes the ball for a high fly over towards third base. It's a foul back into the stands. And we find Roth and Corsetti both going for it, but not a chance. Didn't get to it. A long foul of that northeast wind carried back into the stands. 4-3 in favor of the Yankees. Last half of the 8th. And up at bat is Frankie Demery, waiting for the ball to be pitched. Demery's watching for it. He's had one hit this afternoon. That was off a Gomez. It's up to the button. The ball went foul for strike 2. Ball 1, strike 2. Ball 1 and strike 2 together. I'll catch the ball to be pitched in. Frank is watching for it. Playing Frank for a full hitter short left. That leaves center field and right field wide open. Right down the middle, but it's too low. Ball was down below the knees. Dickey started to throw the ball toward third base, and the umpire says, I'm sorry, son, that was a ball. Ball 2, strike 2. Somebody waiting for another one. Down on the shoulder. Swung at it for a strike. Went for the curveball that time. The last 3 men to come up have gone down swinging. That's strikeout number 1 for Murphy. The first man he faced, he struck out. They say that's bad luck. When here comes Marty to bat, he's driven in all 3 of the Cubs' runs. Joe Marty coming to bat. One man down, nobody on. Ready to pitch to Joe. High ball. 1 ball, 2 high and wide. It's an outside corner with an overhand curve. It's 4-3 in favor of the Yankees. Ready for the ball to pitch. Marty's watching for it. Low ball, 2. Over the plate, but too low. Overhead pitch. Murphy has been a big relief man for the Yankees for the past couple of years. See how the next one goes. Marty's watching for it. There goes the ball for a high fly toward right field, way out there, but it's back into the stands. Right fielder started for it, made a nice run, but the ball was fouled by at least 60 feet. Snapped his glasses down and went for it. That's head that ball low, and you keep going for it. You never can tell what the wind will do. Ball 2, strike 1. Marty at bat, watching for another one. Let's see how it comes in. Marty takes one close to his bat for ball 3. That's 3 and 1, and the next 2 must be good. The next 2 have to be in there for Marty. It's 4-3 in favor of the Yankees, and a home run in the 8th inning with a man aboard. And a home run hit by Corsetti. Marty took a strike in the outside corner, makes it 3 and 2. He put the burden of proof on the pitcher. JoJo's watching for the next one. He struck out. Marty's up there. Watch for the pitch. 3 and 2. 1 down. There it goes. That's the right field. Marty gets his hit. There you have it. 3 hits in a row for Marty. A double and 2 singles. It's an out on first base. That hit for the wall. The tying run is on. The Reynolds comes it up. There's the back. The man on first. 1 man down. Marty's over on first base. Tying run is on. The Cubs must bring it in here. First ball is a slow curve, strike 1. 1 strike it is to Carl Reynolds. 1 man on first base, and strike 1 of the hitter. The next pitch will change something. 4-3 in favor of the Yankees, the last out of the 8th. Comes at bat. There goes the ball for a drive down towards second base. Over to shortstop. Shortstop back to first is another play from Gordon to Porcetti to Gary. Reynolds gets through another play from Gordon to second base. Porcetti at short to Gary over at first. And the side is retired with no runs, one hit, no errors, and no one left on base. All right, the score is 4-3 in favor of the Yankees. The broadcast of the World Series games between the Chicago Cubs and the New York Yankees is coming to you from Wrigley Field, Chicago. We pause for station identification.
This is the WBDMR Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
All right, John Harrington, would you take this next inning? Thank you. Going into the first half of the ninth inning, the score reading 4-3 in favor of the New York Yankees over the Chicago Cubs. The first man to come up is going to be Tommy Hendricks, the right fielder. Tommy Hendricks is ready to step in the batter's box. However, Gabby Hartnett, who was scheduled to come up to bat after Carl Reynolds, had to go over to the dugout and put on all that clutching paraphernalia. So he's finally come out there now, and he's standing just in back of the plate. Dizzy Dean out there on the mound has finished his warm-ups, and the first man is stepping in the batter's box is Tommy Hendricks, the right fielder. There's the wind-up by Dizzy Dean. Here's the pitch, and Hendricks hits a line drive smash out the right field for a single. Taken out there by Beverly, thrown into second base to Billy Herman, and he's held at first. Hendricks singles to right field. Hendricks on first base. That brings DiMaggio up to the plate. Joe DiMaggio coming up. DiMaggio steps in the batter's box. That's about an A's had one hit, a base hit to left field, a single. And on that single, he was one of the two runs to score for the New York Yankees in the second inning. Already does the scratch to look toward first base. And here's the pitch by Dizzy Dean. The ball is hit for a long one way out deep in the left field. It's going over the fence and over the wall for a home run. A home run for Joe DiMaggio on the left field wall. That's 2 runs for the New York Yankees. He put it ahead by a score of 6-3 in the ball game. The Yankees 6, the Cubs 3. A home run by Joe DiMaggio over the left field wall. The first pitch from Dizzy Dean. Dizzy's out there now talking with all of his infielders, and they're sending Jack Russell, I believe, into the ball game. Jack Russell is going to come in to relieve Dizzy Dean. Dean is being taken out of the ball game. Now it's going to be Larry French. French is the pitcher coming in. French at least is leaving the dugout and coming in to pitch as far as we know. Andy is calling on Larry French to relieve Dizzy Dean here with a score 6-3 in favor of the New York Yankees. Score of 6-3 in favor of the Yankees on a single and a home run here in this first half of the ninth inning. The single was by Hendricks out the right field. DiMaggio hitting a left field home run right over the left field wall out toward that yellow brick building just beyond the left field flagpole in the wall. Went all the way over the wall on the fly and down the yard in front of that building over there. Which at the present time are perched several spectators on top of the building and also in the window. Harry French going into the pitch. Dizzy Dean is taking the first hand as he comes out of that ball game. Got it all packed up and cheering for him. He's getting a swell exhibition of pitch. 2 more hits in this inning, a 7 and all off Dean in the ball game, and 6 runs off Dean. Score being 6-3. French is now going into pitch. He's in there warming up. Trying a few warm-up pitches into Gabby Hartnett. He should be plenty warmed up. He's been warming up off and on since that first inning. And down there in the bullpen with Jack Russell as a relief fielder, and the two of them have been warming up for a long time, and now the first man to come up is going to be Garrick facing Larry French. 2 runs across, nobody on the bases, nobody out. The first half of the ninth inning, and the score 6-3 in favor of the New York Yankees over the Cubs. Garrick in the batter's box. Larry French is ready. There's the windup, and here's the pitch, and a slow curve, a little bit wide for ball 1. Ball 1 to Lou Gehrig. The Yankees won yesterday's game 3-1. They're winning this one 6-3 today in the first half of the ninth. There's the windup, and here's the pitch. And a slow curve again breaks over the outside corner this time. Waist high for a close strike, making the count 1-1. Ball 1 and strike 1 to Lou Gehrig, the first baseman of the New York Yankees. Gehrig up, nobody on the bases, nobody out. First half of the ninth with 2 runs across. Here's the pitch, a ball inside and high, very fast one. But up 2, making the count 2-1. Ball 2 and strike on the count. Already there's the wind-up by Larry French. The pitch, a swing and a miss by Gehrig for strike 2, making the count 2-2. It was again that slow curve ball going away from a left-hand hitter, and he swung and missed it for strike 2, making the count 2-2 to Lou Gehrig. Ball 2 and strike to the count. French getting a sign from Gabby, starts his wind-up. Here's the pitch, another slow curve. This time it's too low for ball 3, making the count 3-2. Ball 3 and strike 2 to Gehrig. Nobody out in the first half of the ninth, and 2 runs across. Here's the pitch, and a swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Gehrig goes down swinging. Larry French strikes him out.
Called the first strikeout for French. Yankees putting this game, at least assuming a little bit, on ice here in the first half of the ninth with 2 extra runs. They were already leading 4-3. Now they're leading 6-3. There's the windup by Dean. Here's the pitch. It comes up by Dean. Here's the pitch. It comes up by Dean. Here's the pitch. It comes in to Bill Dickey on the inside around his knees for a ball. Ball one. Ball one to cut. As he's getting a sign, there's the windup, and here's French getting a sign. He pitches the ball in, and it's a foul. Back into the screen and back in the plate for strike one, making the count 1-1 to Bill Dickey. All one and strike on the count. The score 6-3 in favor of the Yankees over the Cubs. Bill Dickey standing up there getting a sign. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball low on the outside for ball two, making the count 2-1. Larry French steps off the pitching rubber for a moment, goes back toward the Rosenbach, but does not use it, drops the ball up. Stands up there throwing the rubber now, getting his sign from Gabby back at the plate. Larry's all set. There's a windup in the pitch. The ball is hit down to Ripper Collins. Collins steals the ball, beats him over to the bag, and Dickey is out. So Collins unassisted for the second out of the inning. That's 2 away, and it brings Selkirk up to the plate. Twinkle toes George Selkirk, the left fielder, is coming up. Steps in the batter's box. The score 6-3 in favor of the Yankee ball feathers. The Cubs in the second game of the 1938 World Series. Abby crouching down and back of the plate, giving the sign to Larry French. Larry gets his sign, starts his windup, and here's the pitch. A fastball on the inside, almost hits him in the shoulder. He ducks away from it. It goes for ball one. Ball one to count. Selkirk the batter. 2 out, nobody on, and 2 runs across in the first half of the ninth inning. Selkirk stepped out of the batter's box. Now he's back in again. Taps his bat on the plate. Larry French walks up on the pitching rubber. He's taking a little bit more time between pitches than did Dean, his predecessor. Here's the pitch, and it's a ball. Low on the inside for ball two. Ball two to count. There are 2 outs. Already there's the lineup, and here's the next one. Selkirk gets a strike. A fastball over the inside corner of the plate. Waist high for strike one, making the count 2-1. 2-1 to count. Already there's the windup by Larry French. The pitch, a ball on the inside for ball 3, making the count 3-1. Ball 3 and strike on the count. There are 2 outs. Selkirk is the batter. There are 2 runs across. French getting a sign. Hartnett crouched down and back of the plate. Already there's the windup. Here's the pitch. A fast one on the inside, almost hitting the head. It goes for ball 4, and he goes down to first base on a walk. Larry French has now struck out 1 man and walked 1 man. Selkirk seemed to pull a little muscle on his side. He's pulling his side a little bit as he walks down to first base. When he tried to get out of the way of that fast ball, which was coming in his head as it came in there. It was not an intentional beat ball. It was just one of those wild throws. Ball 4, he's down at first base after walking down there very slowly, still stretching, trying to get that kick out of his left side. I believe they're calling for the trainer to come out and possibly a man to run for him. Selkirk stretching and flexing his muscles, goes back. The first base pitcher is all right now. So it's 1 man on, 2 up, 2 runs across. Selkirk was hit by a pitch ball. It wasn't ball 4. Scored as a hit by a pitch ball officially. Here's the pitch. It comes in to Gordon, and he swings and misses for a strike, strike 1. Although it didn't look up here as if he'd been hit by a pitch ball, that's the official scorer has thus scored it anyway. Here's the pitch now again, and it's a strike over the outside corner to Gordon for strike 2. Fastball pitched in their waist high. Strike 2 to count to Gordon. The man on first base, 2 down and 2 runs across. That man hit by a pitch ball. There's a stretch for left toward first base. By Larry French, here's the next pitch to Gordon. Gordon swings and strikes out. 2 strikeouts for Larry French in the inning. French pitching 1 inning, striking out 2 men, hitting 1 man with a pitch ball, and putting him on first base. The result of the first half of the 9th inning, 2 runs, 2 hits. There were no errors, and 1 man was left on the bases. And I told you that as far as the Yankees are concerned, run as follows: 6 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors, and 2 men left on the bases. We're going into the last half of the 9th inning. The score standing at 6-3 in favor of the New York Yankees, and it's the Cubs' last chance. The National League got his last chance in the second game of the World Series to come up. Now officially, he was walked. Selkirk was walked as we originally gave you. He wrenched his back in twisting away from an inside fastball, as I told you, and stepped away from it. It was coming in right at his head, so it's now officially given as a walk and not hit by a pitch ball. So we're going into the last half of the 9th inning. And the batter coming up there is Gabby Hartnett, a .333 hitter in yesterday's game. A fellow who's been up twice in this game today, or 3 times in this game today, and side out each time. He put the ball high. Back to the duties, twice to DiMaggio. Once way out there almost at the center field wall. So Hartnett is ready to step in the batter's box. Jake Powell is playing out in left field in place of Selkirk. Powell in left field. Selkirk has been taken out of the game, and Powell has been inserted in left field. Put him in your lineup in place of Selkirk. Gabby Hartnett up there at the plate. Ball has been thrown around the infield. Murphy is warmed up. He's now ready to pitch to Gabby. 3 runs needed to tie up for the Cubs. And for a win. Score the ball game 6-3 in favor of the Yankees. Gabby swings the bat a couple of times. Murphy's ready. There's the windup and the pitch. A strike over the inside corner. Waist high. Strike on the count to Gabby Hartnett. The last half of the 9th inning of the second game of the World Series. There's the windup, and here's the next one. Hartnett swings and misses for strike 2. Strike 2 to count to Gabby. Murphy getting a sign. Has it. Starts his wind up very slowly. Here's the next pitch to Gabby Hartnett. Gabby gets a ball. Wide. Ball 1. Making the count 1 and 2. Ball 1 and strike 2 to count. Gabby stands up there swinging that bat. Johnny Murphy looks down at Goldicke, gets his sign, winds up. Here's the pitch. The ball is hit out the right field. It's a fly ball and easy out to Tommy Henderson right field for the first out in the last half of the 9th inning. So twice Gabby Hartnett's thrown out of high fly balls to right field and twice to center field. Andrews and Hadley are both warming up down there in the bullpen for the New York Yankees in case they'll need it. Johnny Murphy, however, is doing a pretty good job for the Yankees out there. And now he gets his sign. He's ready to pitch now to Collins. And Collins sitting left-handed against him sends a grounder down on the ground to the second baseman, Gordon. Gordon over to Gehrig. Gordon fumbled momentarily, but recovered in time to pick up the ball and get it over to first base for the second out. That's 2 away. In the last half of the 9th inning, the batter coming up there now is Billy Jurgis. Billy Jurgis stepping in the batter's box. Jurgis steps in there, taps his bat on the plate. Looks out at Murphy. Out to Billy Jurgis to keep the Cubs in the ball game by getting a base hit here, if they expect to stay in the second game. However, the Yankees putting the game on ice in the first half of the 9th, winning the lead 6-3. Here's the pitch, and Jurgis gets a fast one a little bit low on the outside for ball 1. Ball 1 the count. Jurgis makes the bat a couple of times at timing while Murphy is getting a sign. Then he reaches over and pitches the ball in. It's a high foul in the back of the plate and off to the right. It's going into the right field section of the stands. Way back in the boxes. Ball 1 and strike on the count. 1 on the count. Yankees leading 6-3 the second game of the 1948 World Series. Here's the pitch, a ball high and on the outside for ball 2, making the count 2-1 to Bill Jurgis. Ball 2 and strike 1 the count. Bill stands up there, swings his bat once or twice. Johnny Murphy is ready. Here's the wind up the pitch, and it's a ball inside and high for ball 3, making the count 3-1. All 3 and strike on the count. Part of the 44,000 some odd fans are ready to leave the ballpark and it's starting out. But as we've said so many times before, no ball game is over until that last man is out. 3-1 the count. Here's the pitch, and it's high for a ball. Ball 4, and Jurgis is down to first base in a walk. Jurgis didn't think he had ball 4. He hesitated momentarily, decided to get ready for the next pitch, but it was ball 4, and Jurgis goes to first base. And some of the fans got to holler to him, and it was time to go down to first base. Ball 4, somebody hollered from the stands, and so Jurgis starts down for first, and there he is. Billy Herman is coming in to tell the umpire closing back at the plate of a pinch batter who is coming up here in the last half of the 9th inning for the pitcher, Larry Prince. That'll be Phil Cavaretta. Cavaretta coming up. Cavaretta, I believe, batted 500. Yes, that's it. Cavaretta batted 500 in the first game of the World Series. He's coming up now as a pinch batter against Johnny Murphy. He's batting for Prince. Cavaretta raised up in the batter's box. Jurgis down on first base. 2 down for the last half of the 9th inning. Murphy is ready. There's the stretch. Here's the first pitch now to Cavaretta into the ball. High on the outside for ball 1. We're also warming up down there for the Yankees. From Hadley and Harvey Andrews. Here's the pitch. A strike over the inside corner of fastball. Harvey firing it right down the groove over the inside corner for a strike. Ball 1 and strike on the count. 1-1. The man on first base is Bill Jurgis. And Phil Cavaretta the batter. Here's the pitch. He starts to swing, but holds back. He gets the ball. High on the outside for ball 2, making the count 2-1. Ball 2 and strike 1. Phil Cavaretta, a pinch batter in the last half of the 9th inning with 2 down and a man on first. Here's the pitch. The ball is hit on the ground. It's down and out to the Gordon's glove for a base hit, I believe. It'll be a single out to right field. Gordon went over, covering a lot of territory, and it goes as a hit. He just got a piece of that ball on the edge of his glove, but it goes as a hit going out to right field and gives the thousands of Cubs fans out here before some more hope. 2 runners are on the base. Jed is down on second base, and Cavaletta is down on first. Batter coming up there now is Stanley Hack, who's got 2 hits for 4 hits, batting 500 for the day today after batting 750 in yesterday's game. Hack's up in the batter's box. Harvey gets ready, gets his time from Bill Dickey. And here's the first pitch to Hack at the door, low on the inside for ball 1. Ball 1 against Stanley Hack, 2 runners on the base. The score is 6-3. As a stop to look toward second base by Johnny Murphy. Here's the pitch. Stanley Hack gets the strike. It came in at the knees and over the heart of the plate, a fastball. Taking it count 1-1. Ball 1 and strike on to Stanley Hack with 2 runners on the bases. Burgess walks, Cavaletta single to right. After 2 were down in the last half of the ninth. Here's the pitch. The ball is hit for a smash down to Crosetti. He takes a line drive right at the ground, and he is out. Hack hits a line drive smash to Crosetti, the shortstop, and he is out. So the third out, and the ball game is over. The Yankees win the second game of the 1938 World Series by a score of 6-3. The last half of the ninth inning showed no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and there were 2 men left on the base. So this for the time of the game was 1 hour and 53 minutes. And the totals in the game for New York: 6 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. For Chicago, 3 runs, 11 hits, no errors. There were 2 men left on the bases for the New York Yankees, and there were 7 men left on the bases for the Cubs. Those are the totals on the game officially as they come to us on our speakers. Ron Harrigan speaking to you, and now here again is Pat Tanner.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? All ready to go on and tell you what happened in the ball game and speak about some of the ball players who seem to be the heroes. Crosetti, of course, getting his home run, which put them ahead and actually drove in what was the winning run. 22,108 people actually attended the ball game. $203,000. Less than $205,437. The official receipt. $205,437. 15% for the commissioner. Minus that, $30,813. $13.55. That's what was minus for the commission. Well, as long as these things are coming over the loudspeaker, I might just as well go ahead and talk. Of course, today, we must say again that the hero of the series this afternoon was again this boy Crosetti, who played a beautiful game. He started 2 double plays that pulled the Yankees out of bad spots and pulled Gomez out of bad spots. And then we have Crosetti, who hit a home run and actually drove in the winning run himself. He's been aiming at that left field wall all afternoon. He had a hard, well-hit ball up into the stands out near the 368-foot mark. The other man who showed the Yankee power for the first time this afternoon was DiMaggio. He had no hit yesterday. He got a single in the second inning and came in and scored on that play on which Gordon hit a slow ball, and Jurgensen had both charged it and rolled between them, and they hit each other and knocked each other down. That's how they got 2 of their runs. And, of course, DiMaggio got a home run of the man aboard in the 9th inning. Dizzy Dean went out there with an arm that hurt him like a toothache, and you've got to give him credit for being a great soldier going up against the power attack of the Yankees. It took them 8 innings to finally really get to him. It happened in the 8th and the 9th, and they really got him down. The Yankees won by a score of 6-3 in a ball game that was hard fought and well played all the way through. Sparkling infield plays and sparkling outfield work. Crosetti, as I told you, tried very hard to get that ball out in left field, and 3 times runners robbed him of hits by catches out in the left field corner. But that 1 run that he got, and 1 terrific wallop over the fence, made him, of course, the hero for the Yankees. However, we mustn't forget that Crosetti played a bang-up ball game himself, and on that last ball that was played, and was hit down there just a moment ago, by Stan Hack, Crosetti came in fast as if to play an ordinary ground ball, but he got the ball in his glove just about 3 inches above the ground, and he was in the dead run. He hung on to that ball, stumbled, and hung on, and would not let go. He did a fine piece of work all afternoon. Of course, if the Cubs had won, there would have been someone be sure to write or talk about Roth being the GOAT on account of 2 errors. But the Cubs did not win, so that's all forgotten. And most of the play now will go to DiMaggio and Crosetti, particularly Crosetti, who drove in those winning runs. Dean pitched a great game, and you can see that when you stop and figure that during the time he was in, for 8 innings and 2 men pitched 2 in the ninth, he still had only allowed 7 hits. But 2 of those were home runs, each of them out of all. He allowed 2 hits in the second, he allowed 1 hit in the fourth, and then he allowed 2 in the eighth, and finally they got to him for a hit in the ninth. A couple of hits, a single and a home run. The Dean tried very hard. Lefty Gomez now has a record, having won this ball game, the only man who ever won 6 straight World Series games. There were 2 other men who had won 6 World Series games, but among those 6, we find that there were 2 of them that went, or 1 of them, at least, that went for losses. 2 men won World Series games, and of course, the pitchers were Pender and Hoyt. They each have 6 to the record, but each one was charged with at least 1 defeat, whereas Gomez has just exactly 6 straight wins and no losses. The great ball game all the way through. The Yankees and the Cubs are going to play their next game at the Yankee Stadium down in New York. That, of course, is the stadium that most people speak of as the trick stadium in which the Yankees can take shots at certain parts of the field for those home runs. But there was nothing tricky about the home runs they got this afternoon. They were both well-hit balls. When they get down there, as far as Yankee Stadium being built as a trick stadium for home runs, the Cubs have exactly the same chance to hit the ball in those same spots. They haven't been aiming at them so long, but they still have that same chance. So when anybody tells you a ball field is built for a certain team, remember that the other team that goes into the play has exactly the same advantage and the same disadvantages that the home team does. They may not be quite so accustomed to certain little things, but at the same time, it doesn't make an awful lot of difference, particularly when it's a series like this, where you've got to win 4 out of 7. The series isn't over by a long shot. 2 of the boys have gone up there for the Cubs, and 2 of the boys have gone down. This is a well-played, a hard-hitting game this afternoon, with the kind of thrills you like to see at a World Series. We've had a great time broadcasting for you this afternoon, Johnny Harrington and myself. We just want to tell you now that this broadcast...
The Detroit Lions leading by a score of 17-7 in the second period, with a little better than 9 minutes remaining to be played, have now called timeout on the playing field, and Tom Tracy has come into the football game at fullback. John Henry Johnson has gone out. With timeout on the playing field, let's call on Ray Scott. Ray?
Okay, Bill. Gee, I just sitting here the last couple of minutes, Bill, and reveling in watching these 2 teams, because you can see that both of these teams are keyed very high. Despite the fact that the Lions got off to that 17-0 lead, you could sense it was just a matter of time until the Browns came back. And, of course, come back they did, largely on that great run by their fullback, Jimmy Brown. I think it's interesting to point out statistics are usually a very dull thing, but you can't ignore statistics like those that belong to Jimmy Brown in leading the league in rushing and setting, in fact, a league record of 1 game when he played against the Los Angeles Rams back on November 24th and carried the ball 31 times for 237 yards. An amazing record for a veteran, let alone a rookie like Jimmy Brown in this National Football League. By the way, friends, we'd like you to remember that the bold new Pontiac Chieftain beats the best of the low-price 3 and for less money. So see it at your dealers this week. Well, Bill, this largely a partisan crowd in favor of the Detroit Lions has had a lot to cheer about this afternoon, but I do believe that the folks here in Detroit, as in the rest of the National Football League cities, have over a period of time grown to appreciate good football, whether it's by the home team or in this case by the visiting Cleveland Browns. I think they appreciate good football, and I think we both agree it's been just that so far and more to come.
That's for sure. It's been good football in the National Football League all season long, and we should see another honey here this afternoon. The Lions to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10. Middleton is out to the right this time. Junker, the right end, is split by just 2 or 3 yards. The handoff goes to Cassidy. He's wide to his left. He's down to the Browns 45, inside the 45 to about the 42. Tobin Rowe faking to the fullback, Tracy, and giving to Howard Hopalong Cassidy, the former Ohio State All-American. Cassidy swinging wide to the left, bounced out of bounds by Junior Wren and Don Paul, but not until he had reached the Browns' 41-yard line. So it's another 1st down for Detroit. Cassidy getting around the corner and turning on the speed. This time it's Middleton, the former Auburn star, going to a flanking spot out to the right. The left end, Doran is split. Rote goes back to pass. He gets protection. He throws. It is no good. Almost intercepted by Galen Fisk. Down at the 31-yard line, the intended receiver was Hopalong Cassidy. Bill Quinlan, the defensive left end, finally broke through the Lion protection and did get a shot at Rote just as he was throwing the ball. So on the incompleted forward, it is now second down for Detroit. 10 yards to go. The ball on the Cleveland 41. The Lions leading the Browns by a score of 17-7 with 9 minutes left to play in the first half of this game. Dave Middleton takes his flanking spot to the right. Jim Doran is the left end, and he's split way out. Junker split by about 5. Rote throws the quick one. Tracy has it at the 30. He's down to the 25. Tackled by Waller Michaels. That time, Tobin Rote sent about 4 receivers downfield. Tracy has been injured on the play. He was hit hard by Waller Michaels. A 16-yard pass play from Tobin Rote to Tom Tracy, who hails from nearby Pontiac, Michigan. Tracy played his college football at Tennessee. He now leaves the football game. Shaken up on the play, and it's first and 10 for the Detroit Lions on the 25-yard line. Appears to be his right knee. Middleton out to the right. Both ends are split. Rote calls the signals. Again he goes back to throw, and again he gets protection. He throws a long one, and it is just broken up. Intended for Jim Doran down in the end zone, and Junior Wren just did get his fingertips on it as Doran was waiting with outstretched arms. Tobin Rote on first and 10, going for the long one. As he tried to find Doran open in the end zone, Doran was almost open, but at the last moment, Junior Wren, the former Missouri star, got his fingertips on it to break it up. So it's second and 10 for Detroit. John Henry Johnson back in the Lion backfield at fullback. Middleton comes out to the right. Doran flanks from his left end position. Rote going back on the draw. He gives to John Henry Johnson. He gets to just about the line of scrimmage. Don Colo and Bob Gain there to grab him, and now the tempers flared just a bit. Also in on the play was Big Lenny Ford. Actually, Johnson was stopped for a loss of about a half a yard. We'll call it third down and 11 yards to go. Gene Gedman in the ball game in place of Howard Cassidy. The ball resting on the Browns' 26-yard line. The Lions leading by 10 points, 17-7. The Lions to the line of scrimmage. Doran out to the right. Middleton the inside flank of the right. Rote back to pass. He gets protection. He throws. It is no good. Middleton, the intended receiver, was being covered by Kenny Cons with linebacker Galen Fisk also trailing him downfield. Middleton made a diving try for it inside the 15-yard line, but it was incomplete. And it's now fourth down coming up and 11 yards to go, and we may have Jim Martin trying another field goal. He booted one early in the first period to give the Lions a 3-0 lead at the time. Detroit moving out of the huddle, and it's going to be a field goal try. Tobin Rote will hold, and Jim Martin will try. If it's good, it'll be from the 33-yard line. It's a fake. Rote is running with the ball. He throws a pass, and it's going to be for a touchdown. Field goal. Beautifully executed, a fake field goal. Tobin Rote was holding. Instead, he picked it up, rolled to his right, saw Junker down there all alone, and it went for the touchdown. Jim Martin now trying for the extra point. The ball is spotted. It's booted. It's good. And the Detroit Lions now lead by a score of 24-7. Well, Ray Scott, you've seen the Lions play several times this year. Have you seen them work that before?
No, Bill McColgan, I haven't seen them work that, but I'll tell you what I did see them do early this season and what I still believe is one of the key plays for the Lions. As you know, they lost their opener, and they were playing the Green Bay Packers, Bill. And ladies and gentlemen, up in Green Bay, it was a tight ball game, and it was early in the ball game. Yale Larry came in to punt with long yardage on fourth down. He took the pass from center, but instead of punting, he ran from a deep punt formation. He ran for a first down. It kept the drive going. They went on to score, And I firmly believe that was not only one of the key plays of that game, but enabled the Lions to win that important first game that they had to win. And, of course, the rest of it is history as they went on to come into this championship game. So they have been full of surprises, and I'm certain there are more to come, Bill.
And as a result of that surprise, they lead the Browns by a score of 24-7. Jim Martin getting set to kick off for the Detroit Lions. Billy Reynolds and Jimmy Brown, the deep men for Cleveland. Reynolds on the far side, Brown on the near side. That was a 26-yard scoring pass. Wrote to Junker. There's the kick. It's a good high one. Reynolds goes way back and goes out of the end zone, so it'll be a touchback, and the Browns will take over 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line. Jim Martin really booting them today. That's the second one that has carried all the way out of the end zone. And several others have gone down to the end zone. Well, the crowd of more than 56,000 here at Briggs Stadium still talking about that fake field goal and the touchdown pass from Tobin Rote to the rookie end, Steve Junker. The Browns move out of the huddle. Renfro's the flanker out to the left. Tommy O'Connell at quarterback calling the signals. He takes. He's going back to pass. He throws. It's good to Brewster at the 35-yard line. Tackled immediately and pushed out of bounds. Tommy O'Connell finding the lanky left end, Pete Brewster, in the open at the 35. Bounced out of bounds immediately by Jack Christensen. But it goes as a first down for the Browns, moving the ball from the 20 to the 35-yard line. Brewster, 6'4", 210 pounds, in his 6th year in the National Football League. He played his college football at Purdue University. 1st and 10 as the Browns move to the line of scrimmage. Renfro out to the right. Brewster, the left end, is split. The Lions in the 5-man line. The handoff goes to Lou Carpenter. He gets the block from Robinson, but he is nailed and back to the line of scrimmage. It was Joe Schmidt, the Lions' defensive captain and their fine linebacker, along with Yale Larry. Actually, it was Schmidt who made the tackle, and Larry then came up to make sure that Carpenter wasn't going to go anywhere. So Lou Carpenter, the former Detroit Lion, playing in his first year with Cleveland, loses a couple of yards from the 35 to the 33, and it'll be 2nd down and 12 yards to go. Cleveland coming out of the huddle. Jim David in the defensive backfield for Detroit now. The Lions up there in a 6-man line. Joe Schmidt, the middle guard, just about another yard and back. O'Connell back to pass. He throws. Almost intercepted by Bob Long, intended for Preston Carpenter at the 45-yard line. O'Connell's forward pass almost picked off by Bob Long, the linebacker from UCLA. It'll be 3rd down now, 12 yards to go. Long was the boy who intercepted the O'Connell pass in the first period to set up the Lions' first touchdown. So now it's 3rd down for Cleveland. 12 yards to go, the ball resting on the Browns' 33-yard line. They trail by a score of 24-7 in the first half of play with about 6 minutes remaining in this half. O'Connell calls the signals. The ends are split. The inside flanker is to the right. O'Connell going back to pass. There are flags thrown. It's the screen pass to Jimmy Brown. He gets away from Roger Zatkoff. He's at the 30. He's at the 35, and down he goes at the 36-yard line. The Lions were offside on the play. Tommy O'Connell on the screen pass to Jimmy Brown. The tackle made by Terry Barr. Actually, there was a gain of just a couple of yards on the play, as the line of scrimmage prior to the play was the 33. Brown got to the 35. They're now talking, the officials are talking, where the Browns captain, Mike McCormick, number 74, a fine offensive tackle from the University of Kansas. Mike is 6'4", 247. A 5-yard penalty being paced off, so it moves the ball up to the 39-yard line. The down remains the 3rd down, but now it's about 7 yards to go for the first down. Chad Hanulak into the football game. Lou Carpenter leaving. Hanulak at the running halfback position. Ray Renfro is the flanker. He's way out to the right. O'Connell calls the signals. Again, the Lions in their 5-man line. The flip goes to Hanulak. He's going to throw the football. He throws. It is intercepted. Chet Hanulak trying to pass to Ray Renfro, but it was intercepted by Jim David. And the Lions have the ball. Tommy O'Connell gave to Chet Hanulak. He started to run out to his right as if it were a running play. Then he threw the pass. Intercepted by Jim David at the Browns' 46-yard line. And so the Lions again have the ball in Cleveland territory at the Browns' 46. First down, 10 yards to go for Detroit in the Cleveland 46. The Lions in front by a score of 24-7. Detroit out of the huddle. Doran split way out to the right. There's a fumble. Tobin Road in getting the snap back. Did not get it from Frank Gunnar Gatsky. There's a pile up there. It looks like it was either Road or Stan Campbell who fell on the ball. Tobin Road recovered. So he fumbled and recovered at about the 47, a loss of a yard on the play. Bob Gain was in there hitting for it also. He was the boy who hit Tobin Rote just as he got the snapback or was reaching for it. So on the 47-yard line, it's second down for Detroit, 11 yards to go. The Blue Jersey Lions out of the huddle. Dave Middleton moving out to the left. The right end, Jim Doran, is split out. There's the snap back to Road. He's back to pass. He gets protection. He throws. It's good to Junker. He has it at the 40. He's at the 35, down to the 30. He fumbles. The ball is in the playing field. It is picked up by Don Paul down inside the 10 in Cleveland territory, and down he goes at the 6-yard line. Hopalong Cassidy, I believe, who made the tackle on the play. It was Waller Michaels who hit Steve Junker, who caught the ball originally. Wrote to Junker. Junker had moved out to about the Browns' 20-yard line. He was hit hard by Michaels. Jordan threw loose from the ball, and the ball went to the 6-yard line, where Don Paul picked it up, started to run with it, but was dropped by Hopalong Cassidy. So the Browns have it first and 10 on their own 6-yard line. About 5 minutes left to play in the first half. The Browns out of the huddle. Tommy O'Connell calling the signals. The right end, Preston Carpenter, split way out. The flanker, Renfro, is to the left. The flip goes to the fullback, Jimmy Brown. He comes forward over the 5 to about the 8-yard line, and there's a fumble. He was hit hard by Darius McCord, the left end of the Detroit Lions. So let's see now who has the pigskin on this one. Fred Robinson racing in from the Browns bench. They're still digging for that football down there inside the 10. Mike McCormick was the boy who came up with it at the 8-yard line. So the Browns gained 2 yards on the fumble, and the ball is on the 8. It is second down and 8 yards to go at that spot. The Browns huddle back in their end zone. They have Tommy O'Connell at quarterback, Renfro the flanking back, Hanulak is the running halfback, and Jimmy Brown is the fullback. Preston Carpenter, the right end, split way out. O'Connell gives this time to Jimmy Brown on the draw, and he goes nowhere. He is dropped at the 6-yard line by Roger Zatkoff and Gene Cronin. Roger Zatkoff, the linebacker who was with the Browns during the preseason training period. He's from the University of Michigan, makes his home here in Detroit. Gene Cronin played his college football at College at Pacific. His home is in Sacramento, California. So the line of scrimmage is now the 6-yard line. That's where the Browns started. It'll be third down and 10 yards to go as Jimmy Brown lost the 2 yards that was picked up on the previous play. Cleveland out of the huddle, third down and 10. Brewster, the left end, split way out. Zatkoff over there to cover him. O'Connell throwing over this way. It is intercepted by Terry Barr, and it's going to be a touchdown. Tommy O'Connell throwing from his end zone, intended for Pete Brewster at about the 18-yard line in Cleveland territory. Picked off by the speedy Terry Barr, the former Michigan star, who raced down the near sideline. No one had a chance. Now Tobin Road holding at the 10-yard line. Jim Martin boots, and it's good. The point is good. The score is the Detroit Lions 30 and the Cleveland Browns 7.
When it comes to buying cars, I guess most people are looking for some way to get more for less. And surprising as it may seem, a simple comparison can show you just how to do that. Just compare Pontiac with cars in the low price class. You'll find no matter which way you look at it, style, performance, comfort, or value, the Pontiac Chieftain beats the best of the low price three, and for less money. The Chieftain's bigger, with a whopping 122-inch wheelbase and Pontiac's roomy stretch-out interiors. The Chieftain's more powerful, they all fall far short of Pontiac's jeweled action Tempest 395 performance. The Chieftain's more advanced in design, with aeroframe stability, quadrupoise roadability, and circles of steel safety. And the Pontiac Chieftain gives you dozens of extras at no extra cost. For example, twice as many color choices, wall-to-wall carpeting standard on even the lowest price models, oversized tires, safety flat glass all around, crank-operated venti-panes, and many others. Believe me, any way you compare it, the Pontiac Chieftain beats the best.
Martin kicking off. Jimmy Brown takes it in the end zone. He's to the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25, the 30, the 35. Cuts to his left. He's at the 45-yard line to the 46, and there he's tackled. Up along Cassidy, making the tackle for the Detroit Lions. The kick went all the way into the Browns' end zone. It was high. The Lions were downfield quickly, but Jimmy Brown broke away from a couple of them and returned upfield to the 46-yard line in Cleveland territory, where it'll be first down for Cleveland, 10 yards to go. And I believe Milt Plum is in the backfield at quarterback, replacing Tommy O'Connell. 3 minutes left to play in the first half. Detroit 31, the Cleveland Browns 7. Renfro out to the right. Chet Hanulak to the left in the double wing this time. Both ends split by about 4 yards. Milt Plum and the quarterback draws at the 50, the 45. He cuts to his right and gets to the 36-yard line, where he is tackled by Terry Barr. On the quarterback draw, Milt Plum, the Browns' fine rookie quarterback from Penn State, set up as if to pass and then took off up the middle and got to the Lions' 36-yard line before Terry Barr made the tackle for the Detroit team. So it's first and 10 for the Browns on the Detroit 36, and the Browns have their work cut out for them if they hope to get back in this football game. They trail by a score of 31-7 with just a couple of minutes remaining in the first half. Plum calls the signals. He fakes to Hanulak. He goes back to pass. He throws. It is no good. Almost intercepted by Jim David down at the 20-yard line. Preston Carpenter, the intended receiver at the 20, almost intercepted by Jim David. So on the incompletion, of course, the clock has stopped. And it's second down, 10 yards to go for the Browns on the Detroit 36-yard line. The Cleveland backfield has Milt Plum at quarterback, Ray Renfro the flanking back, Chet Hanulak the running halfback, and Jimmy Brown is the fullback. Renfro goes out to the right, Hanulak to the left, as again we have the double wing. The Lions up there in a six-man line. The rush will be on this time. Plum back to pass. He gets protection. He throws. It is intercepted. Joe Smith, the Lion captain, has it down at the 19-yard line. He was tackled immediately by Preston Carpenter. It was intended for Carpenter, and it was Carpenter who made the tackle. So the Lions take over on the interception by their captain, Joe Schmidt, at the Detroit 19-yard line. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY, WGFM Schenectady.
That's the fourth forward pass intercepted by the Lions this afternoon. The 2-minute warning has been given to the benches. Here at Briggs Stadium, both benches are on the same side of the field. 31-7, the Lions leading. They came out of the huddle and now are going back in there. The fourth interception, 3 of them against Tommy O'Connell, and this one against rookie quarterback Milt Plum. The Lions huddle back inside the 10-yard line. Tobin Rote doing a fine job directing their attack this afternoon. The Detroit fans giving a cheer for their football team as the Lions break out of the huddle. Door in the right end splits by about 15. Middleton is the flanking back out to the left. Rote calls the signals. He takes, hands out to Cassidy. Cassidy going to his left, gets to the 21-yard line, and there he's hit. Howard Cassidy, tackled by Walter Michaels, who dove in around his ankles to make the stop. Cassidy, 5'9", 180 pounds. Heisman Trophy winner, of course, the Lions' #1 draft choice a couple of years ago. The ball on the 21-yard line in Detroit territory. 1.5 minutes left to play in the first half of this championship game, with the Lions, a fired-up football team, way out in front, 31-7. Doran this time is out to the right, Middleton to the left. Junker, the left end, split by just a couple of yards. The handoff goes to Cassidy. He's up over the 25 to the 26-yard gain. A gain of 5 yards on the play from the 21 to the 26. Don Colo, the Browns' defensive captain, and their big right tackle making the tackle on that play. Colo, 6'3", 251 pounds, from Brown University. Cassidy is leading the ball game And Gene Gedman comes back in with only about 50 seconds left to play in the first half. It is third down and about 3 yards to go for Detroit. The ball on the Lions' 26. Doran is out to the right. Middleton to the left this time. Gatsky over the ball at center. Tobin Road calls the signals. There's a marker down there. And now Tobin Road is being hit by Costello, Don Colo, Galen Fisk. There will be a penalty on the play. Let's wait now to get the official call from the referee. Offside signaled against the Detroit Lions. Detroit, offside. It'll move the ball back to the 21 if the Browns elect to accept it. First will be fourth down. The penalty declined. So now it's fourth down with just about 35 seconds left to play. The ball is on the Detroit 23-yard line. That's where Rote was stopped by Colo. Chet Handulak and Billy Reynolds back in the double safety for the Browns. They stand inside their 40-yard line. In to do the kicking is Yale Larry, and Larry is inside his 10-yard line at about the 8. Just 30 seconds left to play in the first half. Gatsky over the ball at center. He snaps his head up twice. There's the long snap back from center. Larry gets the kick away. Chet Handulak signals for a fair catch and takes it at the 44-yard line in Cleveland territory.
On the 44-yard line.
Larry kicks to the Cleveland Browns. 44. A fair catch signaled for by Chet the Jet Handulak. A 33-yard punt for Yale Larry. And the referee, Ron Gibbs, signals the time is back in now. But I believe the Browns are now going to call for a timeout with just 17 seconds showing on the scoreboard clock. The official time, of course, is kept right down on the playing field by the umpire. Milt Plum is in there at quarterback. Chet Handulak, the running half. Ray Renfro, the flanker. Jimmy Brown, the fullback. The Browns trail by a score of 31-7 with 17 seconds left to play in the first half of this football game before a capacity crowd at Briggs Stadium in Detroit. Ray Scott, do you have anything to say right now?
Well, I imagine right now we're going to see the Detroit Lions, as most teams would on that occasion, go into a strictly pass defensive setup, dropping a lot of men back. For you fans right now, remember this. No other car looks, rides, or performs like a new Pontiac, because no other car is built like a Pontiac. I'd like to make one reference, if I may, Bill, to this weather today. We had dire predictions, of course, all week long as to exactly what condition we would find the playing field in. I think it is excellent, considering the fact that the bad weather was certainly predominant in Detroit this week. And I think the ground crew here at Briggs Stadium has done a fine job. And certainly so far, the condition of the field has had little to do with the type of play we have seen.
And now the Browns move out of the huddle with 17 seconds left to play in the first half. It's 1st and 10 on their own 44. Plum is at quarterback. The Lions have their three-man line up there. Plum fakes to Handulak, fakes to Renfro. He goes back to pass. He throws. Renfro was the intended receiver, I believe. Jimmy Brown jumped up there and had his fingers on it at the 43-yard line in Detroit territory. But it's incomplete. It bounced off the fingertips of Jimmy Brown. Renfro also out in that same general area. Plum that time first faking the end around, or faking to Handulak, then faking to the flanking back Renfro, who was out on the right side. And then throwing downfield, but it's incomplete. 2nd and 10 with just about 9 or 10 seconds left to play in the first half. Plum barks the signals. This time he fakes to Handulak. He fumbles, and it is recovered by Gil Maines of the Detroit Lions. With just about 4 or 5 seconds left to play, the Lions again get a break as Gil Maines recovers the fumble. Bill Plum in trying to hand off to Handulak. Handulak did not get it. And we may have a field goal try. With just about 8 seconds, or 5 seconds, I should say, left to play in the first half. Jim Martin is in there. The ball is resting on the Browns' 37-yard line. The Lions talking things over at the Browns' 45-yard line. The score is 31-7. Of course, earlier in this football game, Jim Martin and Tobin Rote set up as if to try for a field goal. Instead, it was a fake, and it went for a 26-yard pass play for a touchdown. Tobin Rote, after getting the snap from center, picked it up and started to run out to his right and pass to rookie end Steve Junker for that score. Timeout on the playing field right now with the clock showing just 4 or 5 seconds left to play in the first half. And I'm sure that the first half play in this game has come as quite a surprise to many pro football fans around the nation. It was regarded as a toss-up affair. Of course, the Lions are seeking revenge for a 56-10 humiliation they suffered at Cleveland in 1954. Rote is set to hold the ball at the 44-yard line. It's spotted. It's booted. It is no good. It's off to the left. The 44-yard field goal try is no good, and the score remains 31-7. That's the end of the first half. The score, the Detroit Lions 31, the Cleveland Browns 7.
Well, that's the end of the half. Let's chase away a few car-buying blues. Got those small car blues? Then here's good news. The Pontiac Chieftain beats the best of the low-price 3, and for less money. It's bigger. The Pontiac beats them in size with a whopping 122-inch wheelbase. It's more powerful. Pontiac beats them in power with dual-action Tempest 395 performance. It's more advanced. Pontiac beats them with the boldest engineering advances in 50 years and luxury.
Matching interiors, even wall-to-wall carpeting.
Let your Pontiac dealer show you why. The Pontiac Chieftain beats the best of the low-price 3 for less money. See your Pontiac dealer soon. At Briggs Stadium in Detroit, Michigan, Ray Scott, along with Bill McColgan, at halftime of the championship game of the National Football League between the Detroit Lions and the Cleveland Browns. I hope because it has been tremendous. And despite the fact that the Detroit Lions lead here at halftime by a score of 31-7, if you will forgive that old sports broadcaster's cliche of don't go away, don't give up if you are a Cleveland Brown fan. The pattern of games in this National Football League this year would certainly, I believe, bear me out for reminding you not to go away. We need only, in fact, go back to a week ago today, when these same Detroit Lions, on top today by 31-7, trailed at halftime 24-7.
On the move, Alan Amici picked up 5 yards, and Lenny Moore, moving in behind his left side of his line, gets up to about the 49-yard line, and it's going to be close to another first down. And again, the referee, Ron Gibbs, is calling for the chain gang. Plenty of diversion in this Baltimore backfield. Dupre and Lenny Moore, extremely fast. Alan Amici, a real power runner. Baltimore in possession on their own 49, and it is just shy of the first down. So it's going to be third down, and just inches to go for the first down. The Baltimore Colts leading the Giants by a score of 7-3, and they have moved the ball all the way from the 14-yard line on this series. That's the spot where Don Joyce recovered the fumble. They've moved it out to the 49-yard line in their own territory, where it's third down and inches to go. The Baltimore backfield, Unitas, Dupre, Moore, and Amici. The ends, Berry and Mutchler. The tackles, Parker and Freeze. The guards, Spinney and Sandusky. In the center is Buzz Nutter. Nutter's over the ball. Lenny Moore flanked out to the right. The ends are tight this time. Unitas calls the signals. He gives to Amici, the fullback, and he powers straight ahead, and I believe gets up to about the 50-yard line before he's piled up by the middle of the New York Giant line. Harlan Sperry, Sam Huff, Cliff Livingston, all in there, but it's enough for the first down. The ball nose just over the 50-yard line into New York Giant territory. So Amici picked it up, and it's 1st and 10 for the Baltimore Colts. The Colts now have 5 first downs.
2-2 for the New York Giants. Unitas back to throw. He fires. Ray Berry made a diving catch over on the far sideline. It is ruled incomplete. Carl Everett was covering on the play. It is ruled that he caught the ball out of bounds. Ray Berry, the left end, going down and out and making a diving try for it along the far sideline in front of the Baltimore bench. But it is ruled that he caught it out of bounds, so it is incomplete, and it is now second down and 10 yards to go for the Colts. The ball on the 50-yard line with Baltimore leading by a score of 7-3. Lenny Moore flanked out to the right. Line goes down. The snap back to Unitas. He hands off to Dupre. Dupre comes forward and gets to about the 46-yard line. In there to make the tackle was Frank Uso, who is in the football game in place of Roosevelt Greer at defensive right tackle. Ball spotted at the Giant 46-yard line. So Dupre got 4, and it's second down and 6. The Colts huddle back at their own 45. The ball is on the Giant 46. Baltimore out of the huddle. Lenny Moore flanks out to the right. The left end very splits. Unitas barks the signals. Amici shifts his position in the backfield. Unitas back to throw. Gets protection. Runs for the ball. 45, 40, 35. Down to the 30-yard line. Frank Uso over there to make the tackle along with Sam Huff. Unitas back to throw. Couldn't find a receiver in the open. Decided to take off with it. And that he did. And he goes to the Giant 30-yard line. 16-yard run by the flashy quarterback of the Baltimore Colts. And it is first down and 10 yards to go for Baltimore on the Giant 30. The Colts break out of the huddle. L.G. Dupre takes the flanking spot to the right. Ray Berry splits at left end. Giants have 5 men up there on the line of scrimmage. Unitas gives to Lenny Moore, and boy, he's really upended by Sam Huff. Cliff Livingston, number 89, also helping out. Huff just grabbed him low, picked him up, and dropped him at the 29-yard line. So there's a gain on the play of just a yard, and it's second down and 9 yards to go. With Dupre and Moore in there, the Baltimore backfield is much smaller than the New York Giant backfield. Dupre and Moore weigh just 190 pounds each. Dupre out to the right. Unitas back to throw. There's a marker on the play. Unitas starts to run with the ball. And he gets to about the 26-yard line. Edmo Gillespie, number 77, grabbed him. Also Katkavich, number 75. Unitas again found his receivers covered and decided to run with it. He got into about the 25-yard line, but let's see what the penalty is going to be. Andy Robustelli and John Unitas conferring with the officials. Unitas on that play picked up about 4 yards from the 29 to the 25 before he was knocked down. They're still conferring with the officials down at the 25-yard line. And now Robustelli says he'll take the penalty, so Baltimore is going to be penalized. A 5-yard penalty. It's illegal motion. And so the ball is moved back to the 34-yard line. Illegal motion called against the Baltimore Colts. The down is the second down, but it's now 14 yards to go. The ball on the New York Giants, 34-yard line. Buckshiller at right end splits way out. Unitas back to throw. Fires. It's good. A diving catch made by the left end, I believe it is. Ray Berry. It is Berry. Carl Karalevich was covering, but Berry made a great diving catch down at the 21-yard line. A gain of about 13 yards on the play. Ball spotted at the 21, so it's going to be third down there for the Colts. And 1 yard to go for the first down. Ray Berry, their fine receiver, 6'2", 190-pounder. from SMU. Lenny Moore, a flanker, out to the right. The Colts move to the line of scrimmage. But now a timeout has been called. 2 minutes remaining. The score is Baltimore 7, the Giants 3.
Hello, I'm Don Thomas. As president of the Clinton Engines Corporation, I think you ought to know about our new sales policy because it directly concerns everyone who manufactures and everyone who buys gasoline-powered equipment for homes, farms, or industry. Our policy is simply this. To protect the public, we will not sell our engines to manufacturers of lawnmowers, tillers, tractors, pumps, or hundreds of other applications unless we first are satisfied that these products meet our high standards of quality, performance, and safety. This means that you will find Clinton engines only on the finest equipment. You may buy them with complete confidence.
To find your Clinton dealer, look in the yellow pages under Engines, Gasoline. There are more than 10,000 Clinton sales and service dealers in the United States, Canada, and 77 countries throughout the world.
Unitas takes to Amici, throws down in the end zone, and it's a touchdown. Mayberry takes the pass in the end zone, and the Baltimore Colts have scored for the second time, and they lead the New York Giants 13-3. Baltimore Colts drove 86 yards in 13 plays. After that, Don Joyce recovery of a fumble. Lara trying for the extra point. Ray Brown holding at the 10-yard line. Snap, the spot, the boot, it's good. And it's a 14-3 football game. Joe?
Well, the world for the National Football League's best offensive team, Baltimore, facing the league's best defensive team, prevailed with an 84-yard march. It took them 13 plays, and they really grounded out on it in doing it. The Colts this year gained over 4,000 yards, 4,614 to be exact, which produced 381 points. That's high for the league this year. So you can see that this 84-yard march of theirs that resulted in their second touchdown was not a strange thing at all. They seemed to be inspired when they recovered the giant fumble on their own 14 and proceeded to go to work with tremendous dispatch. And Unitas guided them skillfully all the way down to some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 first downs on the way, and then hit Raymond Berry with the touchdown strike, which sent them out in front by that 13-3 score. And Myers, adding the addition of the extra point, has given them a 14-3 margin now with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go in the first half. Baltimore is almost ready to go again. We see the Registrar setting the ball up on the kicking tee out on the 40-yard line of the Colts. The Colts are supported today by some 20,000 of their fans who have made the trip here by rail, by car, and by plane to cheer their Colts on.
Registrar set to kick off with 1 minute and some 20 seconds left to play in the first half. Maynard and King are deep. It's a low kick. Bounces off, Triplett rolls into the Giant end zone and goes out of the field of play. So the Giants will take a 1st and 10 on the touchback. It bounced and hit Mel Triplett, and then bounded over the head of Don Maynard, who was waiting for it. That goes down into the end zone and out of the field of play, and so it's New York's ball, 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line. And the Giants have just 1 minute and some 10 or 12 seconds in which to do something with it, and they trail by a score of 14-3. Kyle Rose splits at left end. Webster, a flanker out to the right. 2 men over there to cover Webster. Connerly gives on the draw, but the ball carrier goes nowhere. Bill King in there at fullback. But he got to just about the line of scrimmage. Pino Marchetti and Art Donovan, who's back in at tackle, made the stop. Giant backfield. Connerly, Gifford, Webster, and Bill King. Connerly calls the signals. Going back to throw. He falls down. That's about the same spot where Webster fell when he was cutting over the middle. Connerly going back to set up. Lost his footing. and fell down close to the 10-yard line. Ball is down at about the 11-yard line, so it's a loss of 9. Third down and 19 yards to go. Giants have possession on their own 11, and the seconds are ticking away. Just about 10 left in the first half of this football game. Gifford flanks out to the left. Kyle Rhodes splits at right end. Connerly calls the signals. This could be the last play of the first half. Webster with the ball. Wide to the left. Cuts back in. He gets to the 15 to about the 20. Fumbles. It is picked up by Andy Nelson, but the whistle had blown it dead. Well, it's the end of the first half, and the score is the Baltimore Colts 14, the New York Giants 3. Collegiate and professional for many, many years in all capacities, as a player, as a coach, and now as a broadcaster, Joe Bolin. Joe, come on in.
Thank you, Bill McColgan. And Don Chandler of New York has set the ball up on the kicking tee. The Giants elected to receive at the start of the game. Now it's Baltimore's choice, and Don is ready to kick. For Baltimore, Simpson and Lyles. Lenny Lyles and Jackie Simpson. Lenny Lyles of Louisville and Jackie Simpson of Florida. They're flanking the goalpost to our left. The lights are on and have been on here since 1 o'clock in Yankee Stadium, in spite of the fact that they're not needed, and I hope will not be needed during the course of the afternoon. It's just a precaution. Here's the kick, sailing downfield, and it's taken by Lyles right on the goal line to the 5, the 10. He cuts to his left, swings up the field, is met by a Giant out about the 18-yard line and dragged out of bounds at about the 19, where it's first and 10 for Baltimore, with 60-yard kick and a 19-yard return for Lenny Lyles of the opening kickoff. Billy Lott, a Mississippi boy, is the tackler. First and 10 for Baltimore. Baltimore has now been operating with Johnny Unitas at quarterback, and Dupre is flanked to the left, leaving Amici and Moore back as the running backs. The right end, Mutchler, is flanked wide to the right. First and 10 on their own 19 for Baltimore. Baltimore leading 14-3. The handoff is to Moore. Moore tries the right side of the Giant line, picks up 5. As he advances the ball behind sharp blocking of Parker once again, and Raymond Berry to the 24-yard line. He's stopped finally by Jim Katcavage of New York. And it's second down, 6 to go on the 24-yard line of Baltimore. Baltimore leading 14-3. We've just gotten the third quarter underway here in the National Football League's championship game at Yankee Stadium in New York. Lenny Moore flanked wide to the right now, and back goes Unitas to throw. Sets, looks, throws out to the right, and it's grabbed off here by Jim Mutchler after a fake that cleared the short right end, the right flat zone for Mutchler. He's tackled, driven out of bounds by Emlyn Tunnell on the 32-yard line of Baltimore, where it's a first and 10 to go for the Baltimore team. Baltimore's ball, first and 10 on their own 32 now. The Colts lead the Giants 14-3. Unitas has all backs in. A handoff is faked to Amici, given to Moore, and Moore is dropped for a loss. Back on his own 26-yard line by Holland Sparry, the right side linebacker who fired through the right side of the New York line and nailed Lenny Moore. Well, the one end of the ball is on the 25. So it's second down coming up now, and about 17 to go for a first down for Baltimore as the Giants' powerful defense asserts itself. Lenny Moore flanked wide to the right this time. Again, 2 men out to cover him. Lyndon Crow deep, short. Livingston, the left side linebacker. And so much noise here that a momentary timeout is called by Ron Gibbs. And Baltimore reassembles for a huddle call as Gibbs drops back into the huddle. Gibbs then comes to the ball, indicates ball ready for play. Start the clock. And away we go again. 14-3, Baltimore leading New York. We're just getting the third period underway here at Yankee Stadium. We're anticipating fireworks. Again, Moore wide to the right. Back goes Unitas. Sets, throws. It's good. It's hit by Berry, grabbed off by Berry, the left end, a short hook pass, which finds him tackled as a disturbance on the far side of the field, but immediately the officials are into it to stop it, as Berry is piled up directly in front of the Baltimore bench at about the 39-yard line, the 43-yard line of Well, it's spotted on the 40-yard line of Baltimore. That's 10 out of 14 for Unitas. He's on the beam today. He now has about 3 yards to go for a first down, and it's third down coming up. That hook pass to Berry got him what he wanted. A chunk of yardage would put him within striking distance of the first down. He maneuvered Baltimore 86 yards, about 5 first downs along the way, with a fine mixture of short passes and runs in the closing moments of the second period to put Baltimore out in front by the 14-3 score advantage they now possess. And Baltimore is huddling, wearing white. The New York Giants wearing the blue jerseys, blue helmets. Baltimore wearing the white helmets with the horseshoe emblem on either side. Moore flanked wide to the right again. This time only Lyndon Crow comes out to cover him as the Giants pile up to stop the anticipated drive for the first down. Here is the ball to Dupre. Markers down on the field as Dupre hits to about the 43 and a possible first down with a tackle made by Dick Modzalewski of the Giants, aided by Emlyn Tunnell. Let's see what the markers are for. It's offside against the Colts. Moves the ball back to the 35-yard line of Baltimore as the penalty is accepted by the New York Giants. And it leaves the situation now third down with 8 to go instead of 3rd and 3. So there'll be a change now in the New York defense, I'm sure. Yes, here comes Dunny Moore out. No, they're still playing Moore with only one man. And Unitas goes back to throw, sets, looks, throws. It's good to Dupre out to the left, and Dupre is tackled on about the 38-yard line as he's held short there with Sam Huff and Carl Karolewicz double teaming him at about the 38-yard line. So streaming onto the field come the members of the kicking team of the Baltimore Colts as they prepare to kick. Fourth down coming up now at about 4.5 yards to go for a first down. New York drops back Lyndon Crow and Maynard. Don Maynard as double safety. And kicking Brown back on his own 24 for Baltimore. Fourth down, 4, remember, on the 38 of Baltimore. And Brown kicks from about the 25. Sends a good high spiral that chases the double safety men back. Maynard catches it on about the 15. Starts up the field, dodges one man, is tumbled to earth on the 21-yard line with a thud as moving in on him comes Ordell Bracey and Myra for Baltimore. 48-yard kick and a 7-yard return. Now it's the New York Giants ball in this hole with this crowd of fans for the New York Giants. Smoke up, get a full head of steam as they plead for a score from the Giants. Kyle Rote flanked to the left. Charlie Connolly at quarterback. The handoff here goes to Gifford. Gifford on a trap over the middle, gets nowhere. He runs into Big Art Donovan for one, and the middle linebacker, Don Shinnick, for another, and is piled up at about the 21-yard line with Gino Marchetti pinching in hard from the left side. So it's second down coming up, and still a shade under 10 yards to go for a first down. New York's ball, they trail 14-3. Baltimore leads. Second down, almost 10. Connolly back to throw. Sets, throws out to the left. It's good to Gifford, but Gifford is trapped and nailed by Steve Myra. Playing in that defensive platoon for Baltimore. The gain is short. Matter of fact, there's a loss on the play. Now a 3-yard loss. Back to about the 18-yard line. And we're at an angle from the play. We're at the opposite end of the field at about the 25-yard line, which is one reason why the yard lines are a little hard to distinguish at the side, the field end of the field to your right. Connolly back to throw now in a 3rd and 13 situation. He's rushed hard, ducks one, but he can't duck the other, and he's down for a long loss at about the 12-yard line. With Art Donovan making the tackle on him. Intense pressure coming from Joyce at right end, whom he eluded, and then Donovan, as he shook loose from Joyce, making the tackle that dropped the veteran Charlie Connolly, the oldest active player in the National Football League, back on his own, about on his own 11-yard line. And It's fourth down coming up with about 19 to go as Chandler drops back into his own end zone to kick for New York. Tassett and we've got Moore down for his double safety. Moore signals for a fair catch, takes on the 41-yard line of Baltimore, and the ball is spotted there. Lenny Moore, fair caught on the Baltimore 41, where it's first and 10 to go with Baltimore leading 14-3 in the third period. We have almost 5 minutes gone up. And a 48-yard kick by Chandler, who is second only to Sam Baker in the National Football League in punting. He has an average of 44 yards a try. And he kicks so high that he forces many fair catches. His linemen are down covering so well. Plenty of time to do it. United's back to throw on a first down try. Sets, looks, throws one down the middle. That's grabbed off by Muchler, and he's tackled as he makes the catch by Patton in New York Giant territory on about the 28-yard line of New York. Well, it'll be first and 10 to go. Jim Muchler, former Notre Dame captain, down the middle, catches a 31-yard pass play. As he made the catch, leaping into the air, Jim Patton, the right safety man for New York, knocked his legs out from under him and dropped him on the 28-yard line of New York, where it's first and 10 to go for Baltimore. Baltimore on the move again. They lead 14-3, and this the third period with about 5 minutes gone of it. A single flanker to the right is Moore. Here's the handoff to Dupre. Dupre is piled up at about the line of scrimmage. Little earned, little if any gain on the play as he runs smack dab into Jim Cabbage and Sam Huff, with Emlyn Tunnell coming up from the secondary to bring him down. Most of the time, New York is in a tight seven-man line, but they start with a basic four of Kent Cabbage, Modzaleski, Greer, and Robustelli, backed up by Livingston, Huff, and Zvare. But those three linebackers move in and out of the line, and they pop up at various places, making it a 7 a good deal of the time. Here it's second down now and 9 to go. The ball on the 27-yard line of New York as Unitas drops back to throw, looks, throws to Berry. It's broken up. And Carl Karlivitz came in at the last moment to get a hand on that ball and to bat it out of Raymond Berry's hands. Ray Berry is the top pass catcher of the Baltimore Colts. He caught 56 during the regular season for a total of 794 yards and 9 touchdowns. He's caught 1 touchdown pass today. Third down, 9 to go now on the 27 of New York. This time it's Dupre flanked to the right as Unitas comes back to throw again. Fakes once, hits Berry on a hook, and Berry is tackled by Karlivitz and by Huff as he makes the catch. Good for a first down. For Unitas, he's now hit on 13 out of 18 forward passes. And the boy is very definitely on the beam. University of Louisville product. He's 25 years of age in his third year in the National Football League. He's a 6'1", 190-pounder, but he looks slim out there. And it's first down now and 10 to go on the New York 15-yard line. Here is Unitas hitting his flanker man, Moore. Moore is tackled and down, but on about the 4-yard line of New York, I would say, by Lyndon Crow. The ball is on about the 4 or the 3-yard line of New York. And we have now 7.5 minutes coming up. 7.5 minutes to go. We're about halfway through the third period here at Yankee Stadium. Brown comes in to replace Zvare as the New York team plans to put on a goal line defense here. First and goal to go on the 3 of New York for Baltimore. Baltimore leading 14-3. They hand off to Amici. He swings, veers to his left, and hits to that goal line or close to it, but we've gotten no indication of a touchdown as Huff and Tunnell combined to bring Amici down. The ball is spotted on the New York 1-yard line where it's second and goal to go. New York is in a tight 8 to a 9-man line, ready to dig in and defend. Alan Amici headed for the middle of the line, then veered to his left on that one, as he so often does. Lenny Moore flanked wide to the left this time, leaving Amici and Dupre back as Unitas prepares to take. Second and goal to go. Unitas on a sneak behind a wedge charge. Hits into the Giant defense. We're getting a call for a timeout from referee Gibbs, an official timeout just to unpile that great mass of humanity at the goal line and find the ball underneath it. Ball ready for play. The nose of the ball almost on the Giant goal line. He picked up only about a foot or a foot and a half. He still has about a foot and a half to go for a first down, and it's third down coming up. Less than a yard to go for a first down for Baltimore. Lenny Moore flanked wide to the right again. Amici and Dupre back with Unitas in front. To Amici. Amici behind the left side of the line, behind Parker, the big blocker. Pyle drives into the New York line. Again, no signal for a touchdown, but we've got the signal for the timeout officially to unpile the mass of humanity again. And it looks as though that New York Giants defense has stymied Baltimore once again. Yes, New York's defense has held them. And the ball is now on the 1-yard line where it's 4th down and goal to go. And this New York defense is tremendous here at this stage. But can they do it once more? They've had to dig deep into the emotional well. Again, the same offensive setup. And again, Unitas sends his lineman down. Quick tosses out to Amici, swinging wide to the right, and he's thrown for a loss on the 5-yard line. With a tackle made by Livingston, and the New York Giant defense is break. Hold him off. Baltimore leading 14-3, had a chance to get some icing on the cake as they marched steadily down to the New York 1.5-foot line, and there the New York defense manifested itself. Bill, wasn't that a dandy?
It sure was. It looked for a moment as if Dupre was going to get around that right end, but Livingston was wise to the call, and he was in there and made a fine defensive play to stop it. So now the Giants have it 1st and 10 on their own 5.
1st and 10 to go for New York. Connolly heading off here to Gifford, and Gifford over the middle. Picks up a yard or two. Picked up more than a yard or two. He moved it out to about the 10-yard line, a 5-yard crack there. With a timeout being called on the field. With New York taking timeout, the score is Baltimore 14 and New York 3.
Remember this. Lots of people besides Johnny seem to be calling for Philip Morris today. And the reason's pretty simple. They like mildness, but they don't like filters. In fact, more than half the smokers in America prefer cigarettes without a filter. If you're one of this happy majority, then Philip Morris is the cigarette for you. You get a full helping of flavor with today's Philip Morris. It gives you a robust flavor that tastes good every time you smoke. And you get it without a filter, and you get it mild. So if you like mildness, but you don't like filters, remember this suggestion from Johnny.
Call for Philip Morris.
Philip Morris, in pack or box. Pick up some next time you shop.
The New York Giants have the ball on their own 10-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 5 to go when play is resumed, as we're still in the timeout period. The New York Giant defensive team has, in addition to Kent Kembridge, Mozaleski, and Uso and Greer at right tackle. Uso's been going most of the way. Robustelli at the right end. The linebackers, Farley and Livingston and Huff. Here they go again, however, 2nd and 5. And moving with that ball to about the 9-yard line comes Phil King, who's been operating at fullback. And it's now, he picked up about 3 yards on the play. It's 3rd down coming up and about 3 to go. He was trying the right side of the Baltimore line, and Lipscomb and Joyce held him to a couple of yards gained on the play. New York has Gifford at left halfback, King at right halfback, and flanked wide to the right goes Webster, the right halfback, King at fullback. Here's Connolly faking the King, throwing down the middle. Rota's in the open. He's got it, but he shakes loose one man, shakes loose another. He's been chased from behind and brought down on, there's a fumble on the play.
It's down at 35, and down he goes. Hank Grimminger intercepts at midfield on a pass intended for Root. The Packers have their 2nd interception. They have the ball at the Giants' 36-yard line, 1st and 10.
There's only one way to stop passers in this league. You got to put pressure on them because they're all great, and that's just what the Green Bay Packers have done to Y.A. Tittle here this afternoon. They have put tremendous pressure on him, and as a result, they're ahead 14-0.
The Packers offensive unit is ready.
To the left, McGee. To the right, Dowler. Kramer on the left side at the tight end, Ron Kramer. It is straight ahead. Jimmy Taylor trying to find running room. Comes to the outside to the 32-yard line. Before he is hit down by Dick Lynch and Jim Patton. Jim Taylor running off to his left. Tom Scott was in on the play as well. For the Giants, Jim Cabbage, 240 from Dayton. Dick Modzaleski, 260 from Maryland. Rosie Greer of Penn State, 290. 230-pound Andy Robustelli, that's the front four. Cliff Livingston of UCLA, Sam Huff of West Virginia, Tom Scott of Virginia, the linebackers. Rich Barnes of Purdue. Joe Morrison is in there as well from Cincinnati. Jim Patton of Mississippi. Dick Lynch from Notre Dame. That's the Giant defensive unit on second down 6. Snap of the ball. Paul Hornung off the right side. Big hole to the 26-yard line before he's hit down. A quick opener. Cabbage wrestles down Hornung, who hit in very quickly. And then Huff came in to help as well. It'll be a 3rd and 1 at the 27 as the ball is spotted. 20 yards in, near side of the field. Second quarter has about 8 minutes remaining. The Packers are leading the Giants 14-0. Green Bay with the ball. 3rd and a long 1 at the Giant 27. To the right, Dowler. To the left, McGee. But McGee this time will only split out about 5 yards. Giants heavily massed up front. Snap of the ball. Jim Taylor off the right side. Fights his way to the 25 and then maybe a little bit more. It'll be close to a first down. Big pile-up. Cabbage, Modzaleski, the linebacker on that side, Cliff Livingston, all in on the play. They're still unpiling. Let's see where they spot the ball. We're going to have a measurement. Jim, how in the world before a game starts one can predict breaks like we have had today and the team capitalizing on them is why it's so difficult to even try and predict the outcome of a game like this.
In the National Football League, I don't think anybody can make any sort of a prediction. It's well known around this league that any team can beat any other team on a given day, and oftentimes that is scoffed at. But I think that anyone who has watched this league long enough must agree on it. These are just tremendous football players on both sides here this afternoon, and of course all around the NFL during the regular season, and it's been proven week in and week out.
The roar of the crowd told us it was a first down at the 25-yard line, and Green Bay's out of the huddle and ready to go again. Snap of the ball, pitch back to Taylor coming to the outside. He cuts at the 25, is to the 20, out of bounds at the 20-yard line. As he's belted out by Dick Lynch and actually came out of bounds backward. The big play that time, the big block that time, was thrown by Fuzzy Thurston. Inside of that block then moved Taylor to pick up about 5 yards. Will bring up second down 5 as Taylor came out to his left to the near sideline with the Packers moving right to left here in the second period. Ball spotted inbounds marker near side of the field. Second down 5, Green Bay at the Giant 20-yard line with a little better than 7 minutes unofficially remaining in the first half, and the Packers leading 14-0. Wide to the right, Dowler. To the left, McGee. Lynch covers McGee. Barnes is on Dowler. That's the way it looks at the moment. Ball snapped. Starr fades as if the pass, hands off to Hornung, and he goes ahead on a halfback draw play to about the 17-yard line. Wrestled down by Big Dick Modzaleski. It appears that Hornung will be short of a first down by about 2 yards. Although they're still unpiling. The ball is spotted at the 17. It'll be 3rd and about 2.
At the risk of being repetitious here, it is Starr who deserves just more credit, I guess, that I can give him up here for his wonderful ball handling. And, of course, his faking and play calling has been outstanding, at least in my opinion, so far today.
Our big 3rd down 2 play is about to unfold. Ball snap. Paul Hornung off the right side makes his cut, and he dives to about the 15. He actually just dove and burrowed his way to about the 15-yard line. We will watch the referee and the head linesman to see if it is a first down. It is.
When you have a fullback such as Jim Taylor, the fans, especially Green Bay fans, consider him, of course, a real powerhouse, which he is. He's considered out around the league, and Paul Hornung is not considered a power runner. I think mostly because of Jim Taylor being in that backfield with him, but he's got plenty of power, too.
The Packers come out of the huddle and are set at the line of scrimmage. McGee left, Dowler right. Starr fakes, gives to Taylor off the left side, and he goes for just a couple to about the 13. Greer, Robustelli there to meet him. The Packers offensively, as interior linemen, have Bob Skoronsky, Fuzzy Thurston, Jim Ringo, Forrest Gregg, Norm Masters, Ron Kramer doing the bulk of the blocking up front. Max McGee, the split left end. Bart Starr, Paul Hornung, Jim Taylor, Boyd Dowler rounding out the backfield. Tom Moore is up and sort of jumping up and down in front of the Packer bench in front of us, and we may see him in a moment. He is a backfield replacement for the Packers. Gain on that last play, 2 yards at most. Second down, 8 at the Giant 13.5. Starr fades the pass, looks, goes over the middle to Kramer at the 5, touchdown. The last time on the way to a touchdown, he was a tight right end and broke over the middle. This time he lined up as a tight left end, broke over the middle, was hit at the 5, but carried his man into the end zone for a touchdown. Hornung will try to add another point. The ball is down, kicks in the air, it's good. There's time out on the field with a score. The Green Bay Packers 21, the New York Giants nothing.
You know what, Charlie? I've just come from neighbors, and I think there's something wrong with us.
But, Marge...
You know that family room they built? Well, they've got a savings account at an insured savings and loan association, and that's how they paid for it.
But, Marge,
Now, don't give me any excuses, Charlie. If they can do it, I don't see why...
But, Marge,
All you do is go in and open an account and then add a little every month. Your savings are an income, too.
But, Marge,
I'm not going to listen to any buts. There's an insured savings and loan association right
But, Marge, I have an account at an insured savings and loan association.
You have?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. But, Marge...
Yes, dear.
There's no reason you can't open one, too, in your own name. 2 accounts in a family are better than one.
Here at City Stadium in Green Bay, Wisconsin, along with Jim Leeming, this is Ray Scott. And so far, and I always like to qualify things in a situation like this, Jim, so far the Packers have certainly been a most impressive ball club, if for no other reason because they've been able to capitalize on the breaks that have come their way.
They have that, and in this league, never count either team out, no matter what the score is, until that final whistle blows. Ben Agajanian getting ready to kick off, Ray.
Agajanian comes to the ball. His kick will be taken by Wells at the 11 to the 15, 20, right side, 25, swings to the left, the 30, fights his way to the 39-yard line. Nitschke has him there, along with Dan Curry and Lee Folkens. So the Giants will have the ball. They have been victimized so far by 2 pass interceptions. Both led to touchdowns, and Charlie Connery will be in at quarterback, as you predicted he might, Jim. Connery, wearing tennis shoes, sends the Giants into a spread formation, strong right. Connery fades the pass. He looks. He has time. His ball is batted in the air. It is going to be falling at the 43-yard line of the Giants harmlessly as Dave Tanner put tremendous pressure on Connerly. And, Jim, once again, the pressure being put on the passer, whether so far it be Tittle or Connerly, by this forward wall of the Packers has been just unbelievable.
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, Ray, only one way you can stop these great passers, that's make them throw it as quick as you possibly can, and that's just what Green Bay has done this afternoon.
Unofficially, we have the Giants completing 2 of 11 passes and have had 2 intercepted. Both led to touchdowns. 2nd and 10, Giants from their own 38 moving left to right. Connerly
Snap of the ball, fades, as if the pass, hand off to Webster on a draw play off the left side, fights his way to the 45-yard line. Alex Webster, running with tremendous power, is finally nailed at the Giant 45.5 or 6-yard line, a gain of near 7. Webster getting up a bit slowly. He was hampered somewhat by injuries through the season, but he had a great year, ranking only behind Jimmy Brown and Jimmy Taylor as a leading rusher in the National Football League. 3rd down and 3. Packers lead 21-0. Second quarter has about 4 minutes remaining. Giants moving left to right with a 3rd and 3, and the veteran Charlie Connerly, 14 years in the league from Ole Miss. He sends Rote to the right, Schopfer to the left. Wells and Webster behind him. Now they move out to the right again on a spread. Webster moving to the right. Connerly fades the pass. A penalty marker is down. He is throwing for Walton. And Willie Wood almost intercepts as he breaks it down at the 17-yard line, but a penalty marker was dropped. Joe Walton, the former Pitt star, tight end, broke downfield. Willie Wood that time covering him along with Hank Greminger. The ball was broken down, but the penalty is against Green Bay. Referee George Rennick's indicating offside. It gives the Giants a first down, their 3rd of the game. It comes at midfield. First down, the Giants at midfield. Ball 20 yards in, far side of the field. 3.5 minutes left in the first half. Packers leading by 21-0. Touchdown run by Horning. 2 touchdown passes by Starr. 1 to Dowler, 1 to Ron Kramer. Extra points by Horning. The Giants are up to the line. Phil King is in the backfield now in place of Webster. Formerly played at Vanderbilt. Snap of the ball. Connerly fades the pass. He has a lot of time, throws out to the left, and it is in and out of the hands of Wells at the 45-yard line of Green Bay in the left flat to the far sideline. Phil King. He also, hampered by injuries much of the season, played his collegiate ball at Vanderbilt. He is in the backfield replacing Alex Webster, and as we told you a moment ago, Webster got up very slow after going about 7 yards on a draw play. Joel Wells just looked about a fraction of a second too late on that one because he was pretty well open, and Chuck hit him just about right too, but he had looked back just a fraction of a second too late. 2nd down, 10 at midfield for New York. Walton this time lines up way out to the right. He's outside of Rote as Connerly fades the pass. Looks, he is throwing for Rote. He's down the middle, and it is caught, and he is tackled at the 15-yard line. A beautiful catch by Kyle Rote right over the middle, and it was Willie Wood defending and helping on the tackle along with Hank Greminger, and the Giants have their first real threat of the game with a first down as the veteran Charlie Connerly, as he has done so often, rallies the Giant forces with a drive that moves to the Packer 15, 1st and 10 with a little over 3 minutes left in the first half, and Green Bay leading by 21-0. Whistle on the field. Connerly is going to the bench to talk apparently to Ali Sherman. So we are going to have a brief lull in activities here. So we tell you right now that we pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY, WGFM Schenectady.
Well, Jim, it's amazing how Charlie Connerly, time and time again, can come off that bench and rally the Giants just when they need him most. Charlie's done it so many times over the years for the New York Giants that the New York Giant fans just expect him to do it. In other words, when he comes in there, they say, well, Charlie will pull it out for us, and he has done it, as they say, so many times. On that last pass reception by Kyle Rote, I would guess about now that Kyle has warmed up. He dropped a couple in the first quarter when he was warming up, but he has a great pair of hands, and he very seldom drops them when they're anywhere near him. And on that one, he was well covered, actually, by Wood. And I think that from here on in, if they get it near him, he'll hold on. He's another old pro, and a true old pro, too, a guy that the fans have come to count on, the Giant fans have, and he seldom, if ever, lets them down. And so the Giants are ready and are up to the line. Walton to the right. Schaffner, a tight left end. Kyle Royd, a flanker on the right side. Snap of the ball. Phil King on the draw to the left side. He's at the 15. He's at the 10. He's at the 8-yard line going off to the left. Phil King. Finally nailed by Bill Quinlan and Ray Nitschke. A good game as Phil King moves inside the Packer 10 going to the far sideline. Ball spotted at the inbounds marker. Far side of the field at the Packer 8-yard line, and it's second down 3. A little better than 2 minutes left in the first half. The Giants have plenty of time here to score. They trail 21-0. The Packers striking early. Connolly sends his Giants up to the line. Webster is back in the backfield now. Alex Webster. Schaffner to the left. Snap of the ball. Up to the right comes Webster. He is belted down at the 6-yard line by Nitschke. And Dan Curry. Close to a first down, within about a yard of a first down. Whistle on the field. The 2-minute warning is about to be given to Vince Lombardi, the head coach of the Packers, and now to Allie Sherman, the head coach of the Giants. 2 minutes remain in the first half. At Green Bay, Wisconsin, the Packers have a lead, 21-0, but the Giants are threatening with a 3rd and 1 coming up at the Packers' 6-yard line. Phil King is an exceptionally big guy for a halfback. He's just gone out of the game. He's 6'4", weighs 225 pounds, and he's one of those fellows that the Giants hope and fully expect that someday he's going to develop into a real fine halfback, and he showed then plenty of steam as he took that ball and almost got away. The Giants are ready. 3rd and 1 at the 6. Snap of the ball, and it is Webster coming up straight ahead, and he may or may not have the first down. Well, I noticed that Charlie Connolly is wearing sneaks. He's the only one of the Giants, and I guess he figured that he could do it better with the sneaks on, and he is wearing them out there now. I may have called the last ball carrier as Alex Webster. I think I did. It was Joel Wells, and he is now replaced by Gators. They did not make the first down. It is still 4th and 1 at the 6. The rookie Gators is in the backfield along with Webster. 4th and 1 at the 6. Ball is snapped. Out to the outside comes Gators looking for receiver, throws, and he overthrows. Hits the hand of Rote in the end zone, and it falls behind him incomplete. Bob Gators swinging out to the right. Threw a pass intended for Rote in the corner of the end zone on the right. He hit the left hand of Rote. The ball dropped harmlessly in the end zone as far as the Packers are concerned. It's a touchback. First down, 10, Green Bay from the 20. That was a good call by Charlie Connolly. He did catch the Packers just a little bit by surprise on that. They didn't expect Bob Gators to pass, and Rote had gotten free, but he threw it just a little bit too high for him. Green Bay takes over from their own 20 as they push back the first real threat of the Giants today. Starr hands off to the right. It's Paul Horning to the 20, 25, to the 30, 35, 37-yard line. Paul Horning. Paul Horning off to the right, cut back beautifully, moved to the 36-yard line. A Giant has been shaken up with about 1 minute left in the half. And this is going to require a timeout to be called for him. And Bart Starr is coming to the near sideline to confer with Vince Lombardi. And it is always, I think, perhaps a little unfair, Jim, to pick out one player or another, particularly at this point in the game. But I am truly amazed by the performance of Paul Horning with the somewhat limited time that he has had to practice. He seems to be the only back in there running from scrimmage that is having little or no trouble with footing, and he is wearing the cleated shoes. And as we mentioned before the ball game started, the Giants had come out on the field for their pregame warm-up with sneaks on. The Green Bay Packers had tried it earlier, actually before they had come out for their official pregame warm-up. And Vince Lombardi, the coach, said that he just didn't feel that they were getting or would have any advantage at all by wearing the sneaks, so they decided to go with the regular cleated football shoe. The Giants warmed up with the sneaks, and Coach Allie Sherman undoubtedly made the same decision, since they're wearing cleated shoes too, with the exception of Charlie Connolly, and he's in there, and Charlie plays it pretty much the way he wants to, as far as his equipment's concerned. He's been in this league a long, long time, and every time you watch him play, you just have to appreciate a master at work.
One of the truly great defensive backs in professional football, Jimmy Patton, was shaken up on that last play in his 7th year from the University of Mississippi, and although on his feet, is leaving the game. He'll be replaced by a rookie back from Arnold, Alan Webb, 5'11" and 180. First down, Green Bay at their 37-yard line. Time is in. We're ready to go. Dowler to the right, McGee to the left. Tom Moore is in the backfield along with Horning. He is in there in place of Jimmy Taylor. Snap of the ball. Horning to the left side. Cuts to the 40, 45-yard line. Horning running beautifully behind fine offensive blocking. Moves for 7 yards, and it'll be a 2nd down 3 at the Packer 44. The Packers immediately call a timeout to conserve the time remaining here in the first half. Unofficially, 52 seconds. Score, Packers 21, Giants nothing. If you joined us late, the first touchdown of the game scored by Horning, 6½ yards after a scoreless first quarter on the first play of the second period. A pass interception by Nitsky at the Giants 34 set up the second touchdown. A pass from Starr to Dowler of 13 yards. Hank Greminger intercepted a pass at the Giant 36-yard line. Bart Starr hit Ron Kramer with a 13-yard scoring pass. Horning converted after every TD, and it's 21-0 right now, and we're ready to go. 2nd down, about 3. Green Bay at their own 44, moving right to left. Dowler to the right. Kramer a tight left end. McGee outside him. He split left. Giants with a 5-man line right now on 2nd down 3. Starr hands off to Tom Moore off the right side. He fights his way to about the 48-yard line. He might have a first down. Cabbage and Sam Huff make the stop. Forward progress near the 48. We'll watch the referee, George Rennicks. First down is indicated. Green Bay a first down as the clock is running. And into the game for the Packers goes Ken Iman, number 53, a second-year player from southeast Missouri. He goes onto the field, and he is coming immediately out.
Ray, the Packers just at this point give an indication of how they feel about this ball game. Although they have a 21-0 lead, they certainly aren't putting that away. They could have, I suppose, as a matter of fact, they could have with just 26 seconds left in the first half. They could have run out the clock, but they decided on calling timeout and perhaps going for that big one to get in at halftime here with maybe 28 points if they possibly could. The Giants have other ideas, and time is about back in, so back to Ray Scott.
Tom Moore, for those of you who have not followed the Packers this year, is in his second year. They're back in there now in place of Jim Taylor, and Tom played at Vanderbilt. First down, Green Bay at their own 48. To the right, Dowler. To the left, McGee. Starr, crouched under center, calls the Green Bay signals, and fades back to pass. He is looking, he is throwing for Kramer, and he has it at the 35-yard line, 30-yard line, 25, 20, racing to the 15-yard line. The clock is running. The Packers may not have time for another play. They're hurriedly lining up. The Giants are trying desperately to get onside with seconds left. First down, quick pass, penalty flag is dropped. The scoreboard clock shows 2 seconds remaining in the half. The Packers are trying to line up. The Giants were trying to line up. A timeout is right now in effect because the penalty flag was dropped, and apparently there are seconds remaining, and Green Bay, with a 5-yard penalty now being assessed against the New York Giants for offside, will have a chance at a field goal. Horning will attempt it. Starr will hold. Angle to the right from the Giants 17. We're just about ready. A lot of confusion there for a moment. Starr's in holding position. Horning's ready. Ball is snapped. The ball is down. The kick is in the air. It's good. That's the end of the first half.
with the score. The Green Bay Packers 24. The New York Giants nothing. Well, both of the teams have come back on the field, and we're getting ready with these fans about to leave the field. So we'll be set to go with the second half kickoff in just a moment.
While we have a minute here, let's see how well you know your football. You've heard of some long passes, but do you know who threw the shortest touchdown pass of them all? Think hard, and while you're thinking,
why don't you settle back and have a full flavor smoke settle back with a Marlboro? Make yourself comfortable whenever you smoke. Have a Marlboro cigarette.
Here's the answer, Eddie LeBaron. Last year with the Dallas Cowboys, he threw a touchdown pass from the 2-inch line. Sometimes the little ones count in a big way. Now here's another one for you. What's the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste? That's easy. Marlboro.
You get a lot to like with a Marlboro. Filtered, flavored, pack or box.
Interesting statistics, a couple of them on the first half action here. The Green Bay Packers recorded 7 first downs to 1 for the New York Giants in rushing. In passing, the Packers have 5 and the New York Giants have 2. Yards gained rushing net 101 for the Packers and 4 for the Giants, and yards gained passing net 106 yards for the Packers and 45 for the Giants. So we've seen a great effort in the first half of this ball game by the Green Bay Packers. They were up, they were ready, and I can assure you, too, that the New York Giants were just as ready and just as up. The Packers have capitalized on a couple of pass interceptions. The line play has been just about all you could ask for from any team defensively, especially from this Packer defensive unit. Well, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. Well, as the teams get ready for this second half action, let's go over for the second half starting lineup, and Ray Scott.
Thank you again, Jim. The roar of the crowd for the Packers as they take their position. The last band entertaining here at halftime is still on the field, although down at the goal line to the left. The Packers have taken their position as they are about to receive their first kickoff of the day, because they kicked off at the start of the game, and leading by 24-0, of course, the Giants have not kicked off yet today. The deep men to receive for Green Bay, as they have been most of the year, will be Tom Moore and Herb Adderley. Tom from Vanderbilt, his second year. Adderley, a first-year player from Michigan State. The Giants are getting set to kick off, and the band is leaving the field. We almost had 3 teams here, Jim, including the band.
I'll tell you, the band had a halftime activity, and they weren't going to quit till they were finished with it. That's all there was to it.
Kicking off will be Pat Summerall, the veteran place kicker for the Giants. He, of course, played at Arkansas. Referee George Renix is still holding up play because, I'd say 15 or 20 of the bandsmen are at the goal line to our left and behind the New York Giants. And again, the sun is shining. Although, don't get me wrong, there's no heat wave in Green Bay. All things considered, it's just about as much as we could hope for. We're ready to go. Summerall comes to the ball. His kick is high and fairly short. It will land at the 20, be picked up and taken to the 25, 30, 35, and down falls Ray Nitschke, I do believe. That's right, Ray Nitschke. who played some fullback in his football career, although known in professional football as a linebacker, takes the short kickoff, moves it to the Packer 36-yard line. We're trying to cut. He falls down. The Packers have the ball from their own 36, moving right to left, and this second half is underway. And Jim Patton, we are happy to tell you, is in there defensively for New York. He was shaken up in the first half.
Are feeling the pressure. Second down and 21 at the Giant 44. 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to play in the first half. There is timeout on the field with the score, Green Bay 3, New York nothing.
John, you know, we've been looking at houses for a long time, and I think we should buy that ranch house we saw. It seems to have everything we want.
I'm not so sure. Maybe we could do better by building our own home.
Whether you buy or build your next home, you'll find the services of one man indispensable. He's a home loan specialist, and he's ready to serve you at any of America's insured savings and loan associations. He'll give you sound advice on financing your home, the down payment, the interest, the taxes, the monthly payments. And knowing what you can afford, he'll tailor a convenient home loan to meet your needs. Insured Savings and Loan Associations help over 1 million families a year buy or build their own homes. In fact, more home loans are made by Insured Savings and Loan Associations than by all other financial institutions combined. So when you find the home of your dreams, stop in at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association for a home loan personalized to your budget requirements, plus friendly, helpful service by home loan specialists.
The Green Bay Packers are leading the New York Giants by a score of 3-0. They have the ball on the New York 44-yard line. It is 2nd and 21. The Packers have 9 first downs in this game. The Giants have a total of 5. We have 8 minutes and 54 seconds left to play in the first half as Bart Starr brings his team out. The Packer quarterback crouching and ready behind Ringo. Takes and fades. Gets time and fires up the right side, and it is incomplete. He was trying to hit Ron Kramer, the tight end, and Alan Webb was down there providing the coverage on the play to make it 3rd and 21 for Green Bay at the Giant 44. The wind from the northwest at about 20 miles an hour, but down on the surface, we repeat, it is swirling around, so it's difficult to say exactly what role it plays. It changes by the minute. So far, it has not appeared to be much of a factor in the game. The Giants wearing the sneakers. Some of the Packers are wearing sneakers or the coach's shoe as they come out of the huddle. 3rd and 21 at the Giant 44. Here's Starr back to throw. Gets time and fires for Kramer. It is incomplete down at the 29-yard line. Again, it was Alan Webb who was out there covering. And it was Robustelli and Cabbage, the Giant ends, who came pouring through on Starr. He had time for just a moment, then it broke down, and it is 4th and 21 at the 44-yard line. Kramer slipped as he was going off the field. Counts and Horner are going back into the deep positions as Max McGee prepares to punt. Counts and Horner standing back at about the 12-yard line. And McGee at about his 42. He gets the snap from center. Big rush by Huff. He gets the kick away. Bouncing at the 19-yard line and rolling on inside the 10 and slowly rolling inside the 6 and on to about the 5. A 42-yard punt by Max McGee. And so the New York Giants take over the ball, trailing by a score of 3-0 with 8 minutes and 28 seconds to play in the first half. It's on the 5, 1st and 10. Three out of 9 for Y.A. Tittle throwing. He takes and gives to Webster, who hits the middle, spins away from a man, and then Ray Nitzke, the middle guard, takes him and sends him backward. Let's see what the forward progress is. Took it up to about the 7-yard line. So it will be 2nd down, 8 yards to go at the 7. The New York Giants trailing 3-0. Here they come out of the huddle and up to the line of scrimmage.
Henry Jordan is back in there defensively now for Green Bay at right tackle. Tittle with it. And he gives to Webster. Webster cracking across the 10, getting out to about the 12-yard line before they can bring him down. Like Bill Quinlan and Willie Davis, the ends pinching in that time to take him. And so at the 12, it's going to be third down and about 3. Here come the Giants. Frank Gifford coming out wide to the right. The ends are in tight. Webster and King set in behind. It is Webster driving over the left tackle position and getting a couple of yards up to the 14. It does not seem to be enough as Herb Adderley and Willie Davis were there to make the tackle. Webster trying to swing over the left side. The ball is being spotted at about the 14-yard line, and the Giants are going to have to kick it. It will be fourth down and about a yard to go. Pitts and Wood go back into the deep position for Green Bay, and Babe Chandler goes in there to do the kicking. He has punted twice, 58 and 50 yards. A tremendous job by Don Chandler today. He is standing back now at his 1-yard line as he gets ready to do the booting. A low snap. He gets it away. Just did. And the ball bouncing on the 48-yard line of the Giants, now going over into Packer territory, where it will be down at about the 45. A 41-yard kick. And it will be Green Bay's football. First down and 10 to go on their own 45-yard line. 6 minutes left to play in the first half, and the Packers lead by a score of 3-0. They send Max McGee out wide to the left. Boyd Dollar is out to the right. Morning and Taylor in behind Starr. The give is to Taylor, cracking straight ahead. And Jim picking up short yardage as he came across the 46-yard line and fought on to about the 48. Going in behind Thurston and Skoronsky. And Sam Huff and Jim Patton were there to make the tackle for New York. The ball is spotted actually at the 49 for a gain of 4. Make it second down and 6 yards to go for the Packers as they come out of the huddle and up to the line. Bart Starr looking over the defensive team as he gives his count. Fakes to Taylor, gives to Horning, trying the right side, but Cat Cabbage is riding him. And several other Giants come along to help out. He may have picked up a yard on the play as he was trying to drive over the right tackle. He did. He got over to the 49-yard line of the Giants for a gain of 2, so it'll be 3rd and 4 for the Packers. It has been a bruising defensive struggle. No touchdowns in this game. A 26-yard field goal by Jerry Kramer has given the Packers a 3-0 edge. Now Max McGee again coming out to the left, and Boyd Dollar swing out to the right side. 3rd and 4 at the Giant 49. He handed off that time as he was going back to a running back pouring up the middle. It was Taylor, and they were right there to get him and throw him for a loss. Greer and Huff pouring in there for New York, and he never had a chance to move the ball. The loss back to the 48-yard line of Green Bay, a loss of 4. And so it is 4th down and about 8 to go. Counts is going back deep as Max McGee gets ready to punt. He's booting, and a low line drive kick goes out of bounds. A short kick going out at the 29-yard line of the New York Giants. First and 10 for New York at their own 29. 3 minutes, 48 seconds to play in the first half. The Packers lead by a score of 3-0. Y.A. Tittle brings them out. He's fading back to pass. A big rush, a screen to King. He's over the 30 and hit down by Henry Jordan on a savage tackle up at the 34-yard line. A gain of 5 yards on the play to make it second down and 5 yards to go for the New York Giants. A screen to Phil King. King has developed into a fine running back for New York this year. He was captain of the Vanderbilt team back in 1957 And he set an all-time school rushing record there. Big and strong. 2nd and 5 at the 34 of New York. Y.A. Tittle on a draw play. Gives to King again. Fumble, scramble, and it is grabbed by the Packers. The Green Bay Packers have come up with a ball, and Ray Nitschke is the man who fell on it at the 28-yard line after Willie Davis had come pouring in there to hit Phil King. So Green Bay takes over the ball at the New York Giants' 28-yard line, 1st down and 10, with 3 minutes and 6 seconds left to play in the first half, and the Packers leading by a score of 3-0. Green Bay coming out of the huddle. McGee coming out about 5 yards, split off the left tackle on the left side. Dollar is out to the right. This is Horning. He may pass. He throws down on the right side, and he hits Dollar down at the 10-yard line. And he gets into about the 8. Horning took the ball from Starr. Ran to his right and threw the ball downfield. Dollar made the catch. Patton made the tackle. And it is in at the 8-yard line, a 20-yard pickup, and it is 1st down and goal to go for the Packers on the 8. Boyd Dollar again going out to the right, and Max McGee swings out on the left side. Starr checking with his running backs in behind him. 1st and goal. Bart Starr with it. Gives to Jimmy Taylor. Finds an opening and goes for the score. Jim Taylor cracking over the middle and going for the touchdown, and it is 9-0 Green Bay. Now we'll have the try for the point after touchdown. Jim Ringgold threw a big block that time. Bart Starr is going to be holding for Jerry Kramer. The snap is put down. The kick is in the air. And it is good. There is timeout on the field with the score. Green Bay 10 and New York nothing.
There is no getting away from the fact that a college education is an expensive investment. Yet more and more young people are entering colleges each year. Will your children be among the fortunate ones? When they are ready for college, will you be ready with the funds? All over the country, insured savings and loan associations are helping parents save to meet the cost of college education. The earlier you start, the less you will have to put aside each month. And remember, at an insured savings and loan association, excellent earnings help your savings grow fast with safety. So start now. Open a savings account at your nearby insured savings and loan association and add to it regularly. You can open an account in the name of each of your children. Each account insured up to $10,000 by the Federal Savings and Loan Insurance Corporation, a United States government agency.
The clock at Yankee Stadium showing 2 minutes and 39 seconds left to play in the first half, and the Green Bay Packers have taken a 10-0 lead over the New York Giants as Jim Taylor has just slammed 8 yards for a touchdown. And now Willie Wood is going to be kicking off, and as happened on the opening kickoff of the game, Earl Groh is going to have to hold the ball for him because there have been gusts of wind down on the field. Wood is ready. Counts and Horner are back deep, and they're standing at about the 10-yard line of the Giants. The kick is coming upfield, bouncing at the 21-yard line. It goes to Counts at his 9. He's up at 15, up the middle of the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, almost into the open and nailed at the 41-yard line by Willie Wood, who kicked off the ball. It almost looked like Johnny Counts was going the distance that time as he took it out to the 41-yard line from his 9. So the Giants take over 1st and 10 on their own 41. Y.A. Tittle brings him out. He gives to Webster, churning up the middle and diving forward to the 44-yard line, where he's taken down by Ray Nitschke and Dan Curry, the middle guard and the left linebacker. On the 44-yard line, it's going to be 2nd down and 7. And now the 2-minute warning. The officials informing the benches that we have 2 minutes left. 10-0 in favor of Green Bay. Jerry Kramer kicking a 26-yard field goal in the first quarter. Jim Taylor going for a touchdown in the second from 8 yards out. 2nd down and 7 for New York on their own 44. Frank Gifford wide to the right. Tittle faking and fading to pass, throwing up the right side. Joe Walton makes the catch at the 41-yard line of Green Bay and immediately goes out of bounds. So he stops the clock, and it's 1st down, New York. They had Gifford going down deep, and then Walton, the tight end, slanted to the outside to take the ball at the 41-yard line in Green Bay territory. Del Schaffner going out wide to the left. Jesse Whittington is out there to cover on him. Tittle takes from Witeka. Draw play to Phil King, and he drives up the middle and picks up short yardage, getting it in there to about the 38-yard line. And Bill Quinlan, the 250-pound right end, makes the tackle on the play for the Packers with help from Henry Jordan, playing alongside him at right tackle, in at the 39-yard line. And so it'll be 2nd down and 8 with 1:30 to play in the first half. Tittle is back to throw, and he's firing for Gifford, and it is incomplete upfield. Another rush that time by the Green Bay Packers, as Quinlan was in there and Davis and Bill Forrester also. And it is 3rd and 8 at the 39-yard line. A 1:24 left to play in the first half. 10-0 Green Bay leads. Schaffner split left about 8 yards off Rosie Brown. Y.A. Tittle again back to pass, throwing this time up the middle for Walton. It is incomplete around the 25-yard line. Hank Greminger was back there providing the coverage on the play along with Willie Wood. And so it will be 4th down and 8 to go for New York at the 39. And they're going to try a field goal. Ralph Guglielmi is going in there to do the holding. And Chandler is going to be trying from about 47 yards away into this swirling wind at Yankee Stadium. Chandler standing at his 49. The ball is put down. He boots it, and it is no good. It is off to the right, and Green Bay, with 1:13 left, will take over the ball on the 20. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady, 810 on your radio dial.
A 1:13 to play in the first half, and Green Bay with a 10-0 lead takes over on their own 20. 1st down and 10 for the Packers as they come out. Horning and Taylor are split behind the tackles as Bart Starr gets in behind Jim Ringo. Starr taking. He gives it to Horning, driving over the right side of the line, and he is taken down by Rosie Greer, the 290-pound defensive right tackle from Penn State. He was taken down a yard in back of the line of scrimmage. So at the 19, it's going to be 2nd down and 11 yards to go for the Packers. The clock moving and down to 50 seconds now. The Packers, with 30 seconds to put the ball in play, come out of the huddle. They send Max McGee out wide on the left. Dollar again is out on the right side. Jim Taylor has it, and he's driving up over the right side of the line, getting across the line of scrimmage, and picking up short yardage on the play. Sam Huff hitting him down. He took the ball out that time from the 19 to the 22-yard line, so it's going to be 3rd down and 8 yards to go. 3rd and 8 at the 22. The clock is moving. We probably will not get off another play. It's down to 9 seconds and moving. And now timeout is being called on the field. The Giants calling for it. Or Bart Starr actually makes the call. And the Packers now, with the timeout, perhaps are discussing their strategy, and they may just decide to run the ball into the line, or they may want to try a long bomb. They lead by a score of 10-0, and the clock shows 8 seconds left to play in the first half at Yankee Stadium in New York, where the temperature today is 20 degrees. and a wind from the northwest is blowing in from about 20 to 25 miles an hour. And it is actually doing a lot of swirling down there on the stadium turf. Dick Pessinen has gone in at defensive left halfback, the corner spot for the New York Giants, replacing Erich Barnes. Now the Packers are ready, and they come out of the huddle with 3rd down and 8 to go at the 22. Ringo over the ball at center, Bart Starr at quarterback. And he gives it to Taylor, who goes cracking up the right side and fights forward. Cat Cabbage has a hold of him. He got out across the 25-yard line, close to the 26, and that's all. The gun goes off, and the teams are heading for the dressing room. That is the end of the first half with the score. The Green Bay Packers 10 and the New York Giants nothing.
In a few days, the nation's insured savings and loan associations will say Happy New Year to their savers with a dividend to 32 million people. If you aren't sharing in these generous earnings, why don't you start the new year right by opening a savings account at one of the conveniently located insured savings and loan associations? All you do is go in, give your name, address, and signature, and the amount you want to start your account with. It's that simple. And what other New Year's resolution can you make that's so important to your future? You'll get a passbook that will make better reading each year as your savings grow, helped by excellent earnings. So how about it? Remember, you have to plan ahead to get ahead. Stop in at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association and get the new year off to a profitable start by opening that savings account. Savings are insured by a United States government agency.
This is Ted Moore back at Yankee Stadium along with Ken Coleman, and the Green Bay Packers are out in front of the New York Giants by a score of 10-0. Before we talk to our halftime guest, let's briefly recap how the score came about. With 7 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the first period after a savage defensive battle, Jerry Kramer kicked a 26-yard field goal to put the Green Bay Packers on the board and give them a 3-0 lead. The Packers had driven from the Green Bay 20-yard line in 11 plays down to the Giants 18, but they were stymied there. They went to the field goal, and Jerry Kramer booted it over. That was the only scoring in the first period of play. However, with 3 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Kramer attempted another field goal from the 37-yard line that was no good. And the first quarter ended with the score, the Green Bay Packers 3 and the Giants nothing. In the second quarter of play, with 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining, and again these two teams had put on a savage defensive battle, Phil King fumbled the ball, and it was recovered by the Green Bay Packers. Ray Nitschke, the middle linebacker, on the New York 28-yard line. Actually, that was with 2 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the first half of play. Then Paul Hornung took a handoff from Bart Starr and ran the option out to his right side, threw the pass complete to Boyd Dollar on the New York Giants 8-yard line. Dollar went out of bounds on the far side of the field. On the very next play, Jimmy Taylor popped right up the middle for 8 yards and the touchdown. Jerry Kramer added the extra point, and the Green Bay Packers were out in front by a score of 10-0. And that's the way the scoring ended in the first half of action. Actually, the New York Giants threatened just twice in the first half. They moved down deep into Packer territory in the first quarter of play, and then Dan Curry intercepted a Y.A. Tittle pass on the Packer 15-yard line. Then later on, near the end of the first half, the Giants drove into Packer territory, were held by the Packer defense, and Chandler attempted a field goal from the 49-yard line that was no good. Johnny Counts almost made it all the way for the New York Giants, however, because he came up with a fine return, taking Willie Wood's short kickoff on his 9-yard line and returning it to the Giants' 41-yard line, where Willie Wood made the tackle, and Wood was the last man between Counts and that goal line. So there's a possibility that had Counts been able to get by Willie Wood, the score in this football game right now would be 10-7 rather than 10-0. But that's the way it stands. The Green Bay Packers out in front, and in championship football games, the Packers now for 3 halves have shut out the New York Giants, winning 37-0 last year and holding a 10-0 advantage here at halftime. Moving into our broadcast booth is the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mr. Art Rooney. And may we welcome you to the NBC microphones, Mr. Rooney. How has this first half affected you so far?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, but it's an excellent ball game. I believe that the fumble that the Green Bay Packers recovered and went on for a touchdown may make the difference in this ball game.
In other words, the way these two teams are performing defensively, you don't think that there's going to be a break here in the second half and we might see quite a bit more scoring?
Well, no, I don't agree with that. There can be a lot, but the way the first half went, breaks mean a lot to the ball game, I think, the winner of this ball game.
Mm-hmm. Has there been anything at all in the first half that surprised you at all in the way either of these teams came out?
Well, the surprise to me has been that the game has been so well played because of the conditions, that is, the wind and the field is kind of slippy, and I think they've played excellent considering these two facts.
Mr. Rooney, your ball club will be performing under slightly warmer conditions down in the playoff bowl in Miami. How are the Steelers getting ready for this ball game? When does your team assemble again?
Well, they assembled this morning and had practice this morning, and of course they're looking at this game right now in a little different climate than we're looking at it. But our ball club is taking this game very seriously, and we hope that we can win the ball game. And it's not just a vacation for our ball club.
That should be quite a ball game. The Pittsburgh Steelers against the Detroit Lions. You undoubtedly have seen a great number of these NFL championship playoffs. Is there any particular one that sticks in your mind over the years?
One of the ones that sticks in my mind over the years was, I believe, maybe one of the first ones that was ever played at the Polo Grounds when between the halves the Giants came out with Snickers on, and the Bears looked with awe, and they went to Hallis and asked him what's happening, and what could they do, and he told them step on their feet. That's one of the outstanding things that I remember about the championship ball games. But of course, over the years, we've seen a great many good ones and some that haven't been so good.
Well, evidently in that ball game, the Bears didn't do enough stomping because the Giants, with their sneakers, managed to go on for a victory. This field down here is frozen, and a lot of the players are wearing rippled soles on their shoes. We might mention that right now a tremendous gust of wind came up and is blowing paper all over the field. I noticed a couple of times there during the first half that even when the ball was sitting on the ground, prior to being put into play, the wind would move it a little bit, and of course we were having trouble with the kickoffs. This of course affects play tremendously. Weather, would you say, is a great factor in these ball games, or does the enthusiasm that the players have carry them over these cold temperatures?
Well, the enthusiasm, of course, carries them over, but weather is a factor, and I'm surprised that the weather hasn't been more of a factor today, and the ball players are certainly up and playing a great game considering the wind.
All right. Mr. Art Rooney, the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you a lot.
We'll be back with more color in just a minute.
What does a man want most in his life? A safe and happy home for his children and his wife. He wants a piece of land he can call his own, a tiny patch of earth where his future may be grown. Be it 50 by 100 or acres by the score, his own piece of land is what a man is working for. When a man wants the money for that home of his own, he goes to see his man and his family have a home of their own, thanks to their friends at the Savings and Loan. Thanks to their friends at the Savings and Loan.
Halftime at Yankee Stadium in New York, and Jim Kensel, who is the director of public, has come by our booth. And Jim, I understand that during the first half and just at the end of it, you had an opportunity to talk on the phones with the men down on the field, and that situation is getting worse all the time, it appears.
Yes, Ken. Throughout the first half, I have been in constant contact with men on both sidelines. They say that the field is frozen along the sidelines, and it's difficult for the players to keep their feet. Also, the wind is swirling around in gusts, it is blowing basically straight into the press box and therefore probably not favoring either team or disfavoring either team. However, the gusts at times could cause a pass or something to go awry. But they tell me the players are just as pepped up and spirited and warmed up down there, and it doesn't seem to be affecting their play.
Well, Jim, thank you very much for passing this information along to us. It's certainly been a hard-fought football game so far, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, Ken, and I'd just like to mention that the band, despite the wind conditions, the Cardinal Doherty band from Philadelphia is doing an excellent job out on that field right now.
Well, they certainly are, and the fans here at Yankee Stadium are enjoying it very much. Thank you very much,
Thank
Jim
you, Ken.
Kensel. The first half of the Pro Championship football game has been a presentation of the Savings and Loan Foundation. It has been brought to you with the best wishes for a brighter financial future from your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association. Saving regularly today means living better tomorrow. Start the savings habit. Open an account at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association. We pause 30 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady. You know, everyone should be listening to this exciting football game from the comfort of their own home. And if not, now is the time to promise yourself that you'll talk with the folks at Schenectady Savings and Loan Association about modern home financing plans. Schenectady Savings and Loan Association can tell you about the many extra features, including prepayment privileges, terms up to 30 years, as little as 3% down payment needed, and many more. Choose two from all three types of loans.
It's 25 seconds remaining here in the first half. Giants out of the huddle. Schaffner wide to this side as he switches over. Thomas is in tight, calling the signals. Wide Tittle. Hands off to King, and King breaks across the 45, the 15, into Bear territory, down at about the 47-yard line. A good run on the part of Phil King, who broke off the right side of his line, the left side of the Chicago Bears. It got very close to a first down.
In an obvious passing situation, second and long or third and long, Tittle has oftentimes gone to the draw play, which he did that time to King, and King runs it very well.
It's a first down for the Giants in Bear territory. Down on about the 47-yard line. Score is 10-7. Giants lead the Bears as we're in the second quarter with about 8 minutes remaining here in the second quarter. 10-7. First down for the Giants on the Bears' 47-yard line. Wide Tittle with Schaffner to this side, Gifford to the far side. King and Morrison, the running backs, right behind him. He gives this time again to King, and King breaks across the middle, across the 40, down to about the 37-yard line. Phil King, on a play almost identical with the last one, went right down to the 47, and apparently the cagey Wide Tittle, Pat Summerall, is gauging that defense of the Chicago Bears very well.
The Bears, as I pointed out a moment ago about Tittle, who has never gotten into a consistent pattern, the Bear defense has not patterned itself either. Tittle is gambling with him a little bit, and so far he has won.
Second down, a yard to go. Giants ball to the 38-yard line of the Chicago Bears. This time it's King once again, driving inside the 35, down to about the 32-yard line before he went down. That was Alex Webster who came into the ball game in place of Morrison, who took it down to the 32-yard line. Alec Webster, 6'3", 220 pounds, who has been out a great portion of this latter part of the season with injuries. Now Phil King goes out of the ball game, and Hugh McElhenney comes in. The ball is down to the 32-yard line of the Chicago Bears, possession of the New York Giants. Here in the second quarter with the Giants leading, and once again they're threatening. Tittle back to throw. Throws long, and it is caught, but is he in bounds? Nope, he's out of bounds. And Tittle is hurt. Tittle is limping. As he goes out of the ball game, he's limping. It looked like he was tripped as he went back. I was following the flat of the ball, Pat, so I didn't see whether he was hit after he threw. But he's limping very badly and being helped off by Hugh McElhenney.
He was hit by Larry Morris just as he got rid of the football. I think, from what I could see, it looked as if his left ankle were twisted, possibly his left knee. But from the looks of the way he left the football game, I doubt very seriously that he will be back, and that could certainly be a big factor.
That would be a tough blow, no question, for the Giants. So it's Glenn Griffin, the youngster, 6'1", 200 pounds, from Ole Miss, who has the pressure squarely on him. On second down, 10 yards to go. He gives to McElhenney, and McElhenney barrels off the right side of the Giant line, the left side of the Bears, down just inside the 30-yard line.
And you know right now, Jim, what the Bears will do. Griffin, very inexperienced, has seen very little activity as a quarterback this year. He played some on defense early in the year, but they will be blitzing him every chance that they get. See if he can stand the pressure, and the pressure is certainly on Glenn Griffin right now.
We're in the second quarter with 6 minutes remaining here in the first half. The New York Giants lead the Bears by a score of 10-7. It's their ball inside the 30 of the Bears. Third down, 7 yards to go. Glenn Griffin calling the signals, dropping straight back to pass. Looks, he's hit just as he throws the ball, and it's no good. Griffin was belted by Big Doug Atkins. He is a big fella, 6'8", 255 pounds. Just as he started to throw the ball, he got it away, but it fell to the turf as an incompleted pass, and Don Chandler now will try a field goal from about the 37-yard line on a slight angle. Griffin holding. There's the pass from center. There's the kick, and it's no good. It was broken up by number 25, J.C. Caroline, who came in to get his hands on the ball, and so the Bears take over on their own 20-yard line. We pause now 10 seconds for station identification.
810 on your radio dial. This is WGY Schenectady.
Bears ball on the 20. Billy Wade dropping straight back to pass. Looks downfield, throws. It's complete at the 38 to the 40. Angie Koya goes out of bounds on the far side and about the 42-yard line. A gain of some 22 yards. He's brought down by Dick Lynch. But it's a completed pass and a gain of 22 as they mark it down on the 42-yard line. First and 10 now for the Bears on their own 42. 5 minutes, 38 seconds remaining here in the first half. Score, the Giants 10, the Bears 7. For the World Championship of Football. Y.A. Tittle is out of this ball game, and as Pat Summerall remarked, he may not be back in. He was limping very badly as he went to the sidelines. Bears ball on their own 42. Morris is wide to this side. The ball goes as flags go down. Bull has the ball across the 45, drives to midfield before he's brought down. Flags went down, and I believe the penalty will be against the Chicago Bears. Illegal procedure.
Billy Wade's pass protection thus far has been very good. The time they played before last, when he hit Angelo Coria, he could have stood there for a considerable longer length of time than he did. And if pass protection is good, as good as the passes are in the National Football League, they'll cut any defense to pieces.
Penalty that time nullifying the gain. An illegal procedure penalty charged against the Chicago Bears. Moves the ball back to the 37-yard line, where it'll be first down, 15 yards to go. Bears ball on their own 37 as we have 5 minutes, 29 seconds remaining here in the first half. Score, the Giants lead, 10-7. Out of the huddle come the Bears with Morris wide to this side, Coya wide to the far side. Calling the signals, Billy Wade. He drops straight back once again, taking to the air, looking downfield, and it is no good. In and out of the hands of Morris. Once again, Morris caught that ball and a perfect tackle on the part of Huff, Barnes, and Hillebrand. They hit him just as he got his hands on that ball. Perfectly legal, and it's one way, Pat, you can always stop a pass from being completed.
You hear those footsteps close by, Jim. I was watching Billy Wade, and he was hit as hard as anybody has hit all day just after he threw the football. I'll guarantee you, Big John Lovatier popped him. He certainly felt that way.
Second down, 15 yards to go. The Bears ball on their own 37. They trail in the ball game by a score of 10-7 as we have a little over 5 minutes remaining here in the first half. Same offensive formation. Morris to this side, Coy to the far side. They hand off to the fullback, Marconi, on the draw, and Marconi gets only back to about the 37, and that's all, and down he goes, and he goes hard. And that turf out there in this 10 to 15 degree weather is pretty hard. The tremendous job that the Chicago Bears did in keeping this field in good playing conditions certainly is a tribute to the Bears management. They went to the difficulty of acquiring huge blowers from O'Hare Field, brought them in, kept the field covered, used them, and they've kept it in excellent shape. It's hard now, naturally, on the surface, but nevertheless, it's in certainly good playing condition for the kind of weather they've had here in Chicago. Okay, back to the ball game. It's third down, 14 yards to go for the Bears. See what Bill Wade does on third down, a long yardage. The rush is on. He's back to throw, throws it, and it's completed midfield on a good catch to Mike Ditka, the big right end. On a kneeling down catch, he was right on his knees as he took that ball. He was hit just as he caught it. It's just shy of the midfield stripe. Now, that should not be enough for a first down, and isn't. It's fourth down. You'll recall the original line of scrimmage was on the 42. The penalty set him back to the 37. The ball is just shy of the midfield stripe. And so the Chicago Bears, trailing by a score of 10-7, have sent in their kicker, Bobby Joe Green. Pessinen goes deep. Now he gets out of there, and Dove comes in. A little confusion on the part of the Giants. Now McElhenney comes into the ball game as the Pessinen raced back. He didn't know whether to stay in or go out. He was in there defensively, but he's out of there now. It's Dove and McElhenney deep. There's the kick. A good high kick going in the direction of Hugh McElhenney. It bounces inside the 10 and goes out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. And the official... Oh, my, I don't mean to laugh at him. He might have hurt himself. He went down so hard as he tried to mark that out-of-bounds spot. And he really hit the turf with a thud on about the 3-yard line. But he very gamely gets up and puts the ball down on the 2. So it'll be first and 10 for the New York Giants on their own 2-yard line. Once again, we'll tell you, though it is a beautiful day in Chicago, it is cold. There's timeout in the field with the score, the Giants 10, the Bears 7.
Looking for a way to make your dollars grow? You'll find that every dollar you save at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association grows bigger and bigger and bigger, thanks to excellent earnings. That's why more than 34 million people now saving at Insured Savings and Loan Associations are getting growth dollars. Dollars that give them extra buying power, because they know when they buy with cash, their dollars aren't shrunk by hidden carrying charges and installment fees. Or a down payment on a home, college educations for your children, or that special vacation trip. Start now to build up a supply of hard-working growth dollars. Remember, ordinary dollars sound like this silver dollar. Growth dollars sound like this. Start building your own supply of growth dollars. Open a savings account now at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association.
Here at Wrigley Field, with 3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining in the first half, what a spot for a youngster by the name of Glenn Griffin, who will come into this ball game as quarterback for the New York Giants in the World Championship game with the ball on his own 2-yard line. Pat, that's cutting it pretty rough.
It'll be interesting to see what Griffin does from here. I would guess, of course, that he will stick to the ground as much as possible, but the footing is treacherous as it particularly into the field, and even running the football will be tricky from this spot. Griffin, in his defense, has an awful lot of poise for a 23-year-old youngster, and a fellow who the Giants have great hopes for in the future.
Giants are huddling deep in their own end zone. They will have Griffin, Morrison, King, and Gifford, I believe, in the backfield. We'll check that for you. Out of the huddle they come, down in the frozen into the field. The south end. The handoff is to Morrison, and Morrison tries to come off of the right side of the Bears line, his own left side, and he gets out to about the 3 or 4 yard line before he's brought down by Doug Atkins and Fred Williams, along with Bill George. Score is 10-7, with the New York Giants leading the Bears. 10-7, but the Giants, who apparently have lost Y.A. Tittle for the day. He went out limping badly. Looked like his ankle was twisted, as Pat Summerall pointed out when he was hit when he was passing the ball earlier in this ball game. And young Glenn Griffin is in at quarterback. Second down, 9 yards to go. Giants ball on their own 3-yard line. Once again, trying to go with the ball. This time it's King, and down he goes hard as the entire center of the Bears lines converge to drop him. Down on about the 4.5 or 5 yard line. So on third down, it will be 3rd and 7. And a number of new Giant players are coming in. I don't know whether Don Chandler may have come in to punt on third down or not, Pat.
I think Chandler is in the football game. The reason being, if he does happen to get a bad snap or a tough rush, he can throw the ball out of bounds and still have one left for the punt.
Standing inside the end zone, he gets a pass from center, boots it, Rosie Taylor is deep. The ball bounces on the 38, goes past the 40, the 45, to the 47. Taylor is hit and brought down hard, back on the 47-yard line. What a punt by Chandler, deep in his own end zone. Booted the ball out past the 50-yard mark as Rosie Taylor tried to go. He was belted hard by several Giant players and brought down on the 47-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 now for the Bears on their own 47-yard line as we have 2 minutes remaining. We should be getting the official announcement of 2 minutes here very shortly, and maybe this is it here. Looks like it is. The 2-minute warning coming up now. Just 2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes remaining until the end of the half. The score here, Pat Summerall, is 10 for the Giants and 7 for the Bears.
The great punt by Chandler was almost disastrous as he put the ball out to kick it, to hold it, to punt the ball from his hands. He almost dropped it in the end zone.
Just to check the lineups for you as the Bears are huddling back on their 35. Koya and Ditka will be the ends. Lee and Wataska will be at tackles. Karras and Cadillo are the guards. Pyle at center. Wade, Bull, Morris, and Marconi. And for the Giants, it Katkavich, Modzelewski, Lovatier, and Robustelli. The 4 up front, Hillebrand, Huff, and Gursky is in at one of the linebacking spots in place of Tom Scott. Lynch and Barnes, the cornerbacks, and Pessinen and Patton will be deep. The scores in the event you joined us a little bit late. The New York Giants recovered a fumble on the 41-yard line of the Bears, and a few plays later, Y. Tittle hit Gifford in the end zone for a touchdown. It looked like the Giants were going to go in to score again when Larry Morris intercepted a pass, a screen pass intended for Joe Morrison, and he raced 65 yards down to the 5-yard line. And 2 plays later, Bill Wade on a quarterback sneak went in for the score that tied the ball game. And then still later, a 13-yard field goal on the part of Don Chandler put the Giants in front, 10-7, and that's where the game stands. Koya is wide to the left. Morris is wide to the right. Listen to the crowd as Marconi and Bull are the running backs behind Wade. Bill Wade waiting for the handoff. He gets it, gives to Marconi on the draw play, and Marconi gets only to about the line of scrimmage as Al Gursky brought him down. Gursky, who's playing the right linebacking spot, is 6'1", 210 pounds from Penn State. He brought him down right at the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and about 10 yards to go. A minute 40 seconds remaining in the first half. Score is 10-7. Giants lead. Bears ball. Out of the huddle they come. Angie Koya's wide to the left. Morris is in rather tight this time in the flanking spot. Marconi is right behind Wade. Wade dropping back, stumbles, keeps his balance, goes. He's being rushed by Robustelli, gets the pass away, and it's dropped. On that play, Billy Wade stumbled. He was charged by Andy Robustelli. He evaded Robustelli and threw the pass, completed it. Didn't complete it, rather, but he hit his man right on the 48-yard line, and the ball was dropped. So it'll be 3rd down and about 10 yards to go.
If the Bears have put in any tricky plays or dipsy-doos or whatever you might call them, this would certainly be the situation that they will use it. I noticed that they have sent in a play from the bench. So let's try to watch this one closely.
3rd down, 10 yards to go. The ball is on the 48-yard line, so make that 3rd down and 9. The original line of scrimmage was the 47. With a minute 20 seconds, the unofficial time remaining here in the first half. Bill Wade dropping straight back to pass. Looks downfield, throws, and it is no good. Intended for Mike Ditka, over the head of Ditka. And again, Wade was racked up by Andy Robustelli this time on a 38-yard line on a perfectly legal tackle, however. But he was hit, and the quarterbacks are taking their punishment as they normally do. The ball is placed down on the 48-yard line. It'll be 4th down and about 9 yards to go. And Bobby Joe Green comes in to do the punting for the Bears with a minute 15 seconds remaining in the first half. Hugh McElhenney, along with Eddie Dove, deep. McElhenney, number 39 on the far side. Dove, 48 on this side. There's a pass from center, a kick. High, but not particularly long. McElhenney is racing for it. Bounces inside the 25, goes out of bounds. Inside the 20-yard line and about the 19. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the New York Giants on their own 19. 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining here in the first half. The New York Giants lead the Chicago Bears by a score of 10-7.
I would imagine right here, Jim, that Glenn Griffin will stick strictly with his ground attack to run out the clock and let the Giants lead the field at halftime ahead 10-7.
Griffin in at quarterback, in place of the injured Y. Tittle. calling the signals on his own 19-yard line. He gives to Morrison, and Morrison is hit immediately and thrown for a loss back in the 15-yard line. A driving tackle by Larry Morris, who hit Joe Morrison back in the 15.
You could almost feel the momentum of the game change since Y.A. Tittle has been hurt. The Giant offensive unit appears to have lost a little of its spark, and the crowd here at Wrigley Field is certainly enthused and behind the Bears. The Bear defensive unit playing much better football than when Y.A. was in the game. I certainly do not mean, Jim, to criticize Glenn Griffin. He is really on the spot.
Ball is on the 15-yard line. It'll be second down and about 14 yards to go. Griffin once again hands off to Morrison, going to the outside to the right. Gets up to about the 19-yard line, picking up the 4 yards that were lost in the previous play. So it'll be third down and about 10 to go. Fortunata, along with Obradovich and Bill George, combining to make the tackle on the 19-yard line. Third down, 10 yards to go. Score, 10 for the Giants, 7 for the Bears. And that may be the last play in this first half. Clock is ticking away the seconds, the unofficial time. We're looking at the back judge who keeps the official time. That's the end of the first half. That's the end of the first half with the score, the Giants 10, the Bears 7.
To college, a boy brings his dreams, his ambitions, his thirst for knowledge. But nowadays, he'd better bring one other thing, money. A college education has become a major investment, an investment few families can manage without saving. Yet in today's complex society, a boy or girl has little chance in most competitive occupations without a higher education. Thousands of American families faced with this problem are solving it with growth dollars. These dollars are planted regularly in insured savings and loan associations, where they work harder, grow bigger through excellent earnings. Your education dollars can be growing while your children are growing if you start early. That way, when they're ready for college, you'll be ready. Start now. Open a savings account at your nearby insured savings and loan association.
Back at Wrigley Field in Chicago, where the New York Giants lead the Chicago Bears 10-7 at halftime. Halftime entertainment here this afternoon will be furnished by Tennessee State University's famous 110-piece band. This band's been hailed as one of the nation's finest marching and playing organizations. Under the direction of bandmaster Frank Greer, Tennessee State is noted for the introduction of the new sound in band instrumentation. Greer's arrangements extend the range of brasses upwards, produce a brilliant tone. We have seen this band perform many times at Yankee Stadium, and they certainly are excellent. Tennessee State, located at Nashville, Tennessee, has 4,500 students, founded 51 years ago. Fully accredited land-grant university with a $15 million campus. The university's 5 schools include agriculture, the home ec, arts and sciences, engineering, graduate, and education. They all offer a master's degree. The school, incidentally, is the one that has produced many famous athletes. 1962 Olympic track standouts Wilma Rudolph and Ralph Boston. They also won the NAIA National Basketball Championships 3 straight years from 1957 through 1959, and they furnish excellent halftime entertainment. The big factor here at halftime, big factor in this game in the first half, has been, I think, the injury to Y.A. Tittle. New York scored first on a 14-yard pass from Y.A. Tittle to Frank Gifford. Billy Wade had been back to pass and had run for a first down on 3rd and 5 in his own territory. After an 11-yard gain by Morrison, Tittle then hit Frank Gifford for the touchdown. Chandler's extra point was good. The Giants led 7-0. After the next kickoff, the Bears were held, punted to New York, and the Giants appeared headed for another score when linebacker Larry Morris picked off a Tittle screen pass, and Tittle intended for Joe Morrison, returned it 65 yards to the Giant 5. 2 plays later, Billy Wade on a quarterback sneak scored the Bears touchdown. Bob Jenks added the extra point. It was then 7-7. The Giants then received the next kickoff. Drove to the 2-yard line. The Bear defense held Don Chandler after one loss by Joe Morrison. Don Chandler booted a 13-yard field goal Giants took the lead 10-7. The Bears received the kickoff and could not move. And in the next series, the Giants had picked up 2 first downs on draw plays to Phil King. With 1st and 10 at the Bears' 32, Y.A. Tittle went back to pass and threw an incompletion to Frank Gifford on the far sideline of the field. Just as he was throwing the football, he was hit by Red Dogging linebacker Larry Morris and either injured his left foot or his left knee. And from the condition he appeared in as he left the field, I would estimate that, or predict rather, that Tittle would not be back in the second half. He was replaced by Glenn Griffin, the rookie from Mississippi. Griffin has done very little other than run running plays. He has not attempted a pass as yet. These two teams incidentally played the first exhibition game of the season, the Bears and the Giants, up in Ithaca, New York. The Bears won 17-7 after being behind 7-3 at halftime. The exhibition game up in Ithaca, which was the opener for both teams, was also a rough football game, as this one has been. And as Jim and I pointed out a moment ago, the game in which the Giants clinched the Eastern Division title last year was one of the roughest that we have ever seen. Don't forget to listen to NBC Radio's holiday football schedule on New Year's Day. This Wednesday, January the 1st, it's the Sugar Bowl from New Orleans at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, followed by the Rose Bowl at 4:45 p.m. from Pasadena, California. Both games aired exclusively on NBC Radio. As I pointed out, or was speaking a minute ago, these two teams played an exhibition in Ithaca. The Giants led 7-3 at halftime, and Billy Wade was replaced by Rudy Bukic in the second half, and Bukic, along with John Farrington, led the Bears to their 17-7 win. Roger Leclerc, in that game, kicked a 25-yard field goal. Don Chandler, incidentally, missed 4 in that one. He kicked 4 against the Bears here last year. We'll be back with more color in just a minute.
What are the best years of life? The 20s, the 30s, the 40s? Well, every decade has its rewards. But don't be too sure the best years aren't ahead for you. For life can bloom after 50 for the man and woman who plan ahead. So many couples are doing so today with growth dollars. Dollars planted in an insured savings and loan association where they earn excellent returns year after year after year. Whether or not you retire early and whether or not you have a pension to fall back on, a reserve of savings can take off the pressure after 50, give you peace of mind, the means for recreation, hobbies, the cultural interest you haven't had time to enjoy before. Make the most of your peak earning years. Put something aside regularly at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association. You can have one or more family savings accounts, each insured by a United States government agency.
The first half of the Pro Championship football game has been a presentation of the Savings and Loan Foundation. It was brought to you with the best wishes of America's Insured Savings and Loan Associations. For a happier new year, open a savings account at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association, where your dollars work harder and grow bigger.
We'll have the winners introduced in a few minutes, and the trophy presentation will follow. A portion of the winners will be placed in the Youth Hall of Fame. A round of applause for these fine kids, ladies and gentlemen.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. The second half will be underway very shortly. We had the pass punt youngsters down on the field performing at halftime. The crowd seemed to enjoy it. We have the band coming out actually now, I believe. The score, in case you joined us a little bit late, the New York Giants 10, the Chicago Bears 7. The Giants lead at 10-7. However, we will point out to you again, as I'm sure Pat did a few moments ago, that Y.A. Tittle went out of this ball game, and he may be out for the rest of the game. We're trying to get word for you, and as soon as we get any word at all, we'll pass it on to you. In the meantime, the Tennessee State Marching Band. So let's listen.
Of a pipe organ, the aristocratic band,
Tennessee State Marching Band performing for us at halftime. We have not received any word on why Tittle. We understand, however, that it was his knee, not his ankle, that he hurt when he went off. If it was his knee, it's extremely doubtful. It seems to me that he'll be back on at halftime. But we'll wait. And for you New York Giant fans, and for the good of this crowd out here, too, because, after all, Wyatt Tittle is a great football player. It'd be nice if they could see him in action in the second half. Not, as Pat Summerall mentioned earlier, to discount the abilities of young Glenn Griffin, because they do have high hopes for him. I know Allie Sherman does, and I'm sure that if he is directing the fortunes of the Giants in the second half, that you'll see a fine performance, too. Now, let's listen to the Tennessee State Band.
Every locker room of the NFL all season long to protect and condition players' lips against the drying and cracking effects of wind and cold. And its special moisturizing ingredients will help keep the NFL champions' lips from drying and cracking down in sunny Miami, too. If Chapstick works for the National Football League, it certainly will work for you. Pick up Chapstick Lip Balm soon. And don't take your lips anywhere without it.
Back here at Cleveland, we're in the second quarter, 7 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Ben Davis and Reese Morrison are back deep for Cleveland now. The Browns trying to get a touchdown or something on the scoreboard now as they trail 10-0. Lou Michaels, who has personally scored 4 points in this game, set the kickoff for Baltimore. Michaels approaching the ball. It's in the air. Again, not going too deep, but very high. Taken by Morrison on the 8-yard line. Coming to the 15. Slanting to his left at the 20. A flag is down. Morrison gets out to the 30-yard line. The flag was thrown on a blocking play back near the 15-yard line as Morrison advanced the ball to about the 31 on a 22-yard return for Reese Morrison, the reserve running back out of Southwest Texas State. Glenn Ressler, the left guard of the Baltimore Colts, involved in that play. It was a holding penalty, moving the ball back. A clip against the Cleveland Browns involved. Sets the ball all the way back now to about the 9-yard line, so that nullifies that fine return. And sets the Cleveland Browns deep in their own territory, trailing 10-0. First down at 10 from their own 9-yard line. And the Browns fans now urging the team to get moving. The first play will be on the ground to Kelly, running wide to the right. Bobby Boyd has a hold of him back there and trips him up maybe for a yard loss. We're going to pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
WBBM Chicago, News Radio 78. The temperature is 21 degrees officially in Chicago at 2:31.
Kelly lost a yard on that sweep to the right side, so it's back at the 8. Second and 11 for the Browns, who had their huddle back behind the goal line. And they trail here, playing in their own stadium by a score of 10-0. The handoff to Haraway this time, slanting off right tackle, getting out across the 10 and going to about the 12-yard line. About a 4-yard carry for Haraway, brought down by Bubba Smith, left defensive end of the Colts, a second-year man from Michigan State who played inside last year, but as Bob Reynolds pointed out earlier, has performed much more successfully on the outside this season. So now we have third down and 8 yards to go. Big play for the Browns, who send Warfield wide to the left, and they have Collins spread on the right side.
Notice how Lenny Lyles is playing him real loose.
And here's the pass delivered in the air, complete to Haraway at the 25 to the 27-yard line. The fullback Haraway made the key reception, brought down by Dennis Galbitz and Rick Volk. But the Browns will have their first down, and a clutch one it is as it moves the ball out from the shadow of their own goal line, out to the 28-yard line. 16-yard pass play, giving the Browns a first down.
And once again, Nelson has come up with that big third down pass play to keep the ball in possession of the Browns and keep it moving.
Cleveland has 6 first downs with no points. Pass out to the left, thrown behind Paul Warfield, and very nearly picked off by Lenny Lyles, who actually, with the ball behind Warfield as he tried to grab it, in a little better position. But the ball was delivered very sharply, and Lyles neither could control it.
Another young man who played his college ball at Louisville. The roar from the crowd is for Bubba Smith, who is limping off the field. He seems to be having a little problem with one of his legs, and he's been replaced in there by Roy Hilton. Big number 85, young man from Jackson State.
Here's the draw play used by Cleveland to give the ball to Leroy Kelly, bouncing out across the 30 to the 33-yard line where Ordell Brazy makes the stop. So Kelly has yet to break loose for a long gainer here today. And so far, the Baltimore defense has played him very well. Of course, it's a mistake to try to key simply on someone like Kelly, because Cleveland can do other things very well, too.
We were talking a moment ago about Lenny Lyles, young man from Louisville. Another young man who played his college ball at Louisville is watching from the sidelines today, wishing he could be in there. The great, of course, Johnny Unitas.
It's 3rd and 5 for the Browns. Back in pass formation and putting the ball up for grabs, and a flag goes down as the pass falls incomplete, intended for Morin at the 45-yard line. A flag was thrown on that play. Rick Volk was covering.
Lenny Lyles was a little over-anxious, grabbed a hold of the intended receiver. The official was right there to spot it, and so they'll call a interference and a holding penalty against the Baltimore coach, Lenny Lyles, at the Browns' 43-yard line. That brings up the first down, of course. So with 5 minutes to play here in the first half, and the Baltimore Colts leading it 10-0, the Browns are alive, and the crowd of 80,000. Many of them, of course, a large majority of them, Cleveland Brown fans, imploring the club to take advantage of the break now and keep it going. Cleveland still on its own half of the football field at the 43-yard line, strong right, and a near collision in the backfield as Haraway gets the handoff, comes to the left side, crosses the 45, and is down at the 47-yard line by Don Shinnick on a 4-yard pickup. So they've used Haraway a lot here today, realizing that Baltimore is ever watchful of Leroy Kelly, and you can't blame them for that. Put the ball officially on the 48-yard line and make it 2nd down and 5 yards to go. The Browns 52 yards away from their first score. They trail here 10-0. They break huddle and come out strong to the right. The running backs are split. Kelly gets the handoff, goes to the right side. Again, a flag is down as he is sacked up at his own 49-yard line after a pickup of only 1. Be an illegal procedure call against the Cleveland Browns. We'll see whether or not Baltimore gives them the yard gain and keeps the down box moving or takes the penalty. One of the setbacks for Baltimore, for the Browns rather, started a little quickly, and so we'll see now whether they're going to take the penalty, and they are. 5-yard penalty for illegal procedure against the Cleveland Browns. Penalty-wise here this afternoon, that's the 3rd penalty for 15 yards against the Browns. Moves the ball back to the Brown 43-yard line. Brings up the 2nd down, and just about 10 yards to go.
That's right, Bob. The series started on just about the 43 last time. So the Browns are out, strong to the left. Running back set to the right side.
Bill Nelson grabs the ball from center, throws out to the right side, completes his pass to Haraway at the 40, gets up to the 45, and slams the ball down as he realizes he doesn't have the necessary yardage. Mike Curtis, left side linebacker, in on the tackle.
Good defensive play by Curtis, too, because the screen was set up to Haraway out there. And Curtis played the defender off and grabbed Haraway before he could turn the corner. Haraway a little upset, slamming the ball down as he got just up over the 45 to the 46-yard line.
Now the Browns are in a third down situation. They need about 6 for the first. Now they have come through on many clutch situations here today, and this is one trailing 10-0. They string out wide to the left. Nelson drops back. Good protection. Over the middle he goes, and it's intercepted by Ricky Volk at the 35-yard line, up to the 40, up to midfield, and into Cleveland territory at the 43-yard line. The free safety, Rick Volk, who had 6 interceptions during the season, picked that one off. Milt Morin was the intended receiver, but the Colts have the football back. Timeout has been called on the field with the score: Baltimore 10 and Cleveland nothing.
Torino, Success Car of the Year, comes back with new winners. Torino's 1969, now with 7 new engines, all the way up to a 428 Cobra Jet V8. Torino's 1969, brought up in the tough neighborhoods of Daytona, Riverside, and Bristol to be a winner. Torino gives you the performance, the handling, the maneuverability, and the room you never thought you could get in Torino's price class. Torino at your Ford dealers, a place you've got to go to see what's going on. It's the going thing. Go, go, go and sing. It's the going thing. Yeah. Boy, get you on the idea. Boy, get you on the idea.
So we have an interception for either side. Ben Davis made one, and now Rick Volk has gotten one to get the football back for the Baltimore Colts. They have it on the Browns' 43-yard line. And with 3:17 left to go in the second quarter, they lead 10-0. This is Jerry Hill sweeping to the left side and diving to get inside the 40. About a 3-yard gain for the fullback, Jerry Hill. The tackle made by Jack Gregory and Jim Kanicki. Second down, 7 yards to go for the Baltimore Colts. There has been a lot of frustration associated with the Baltimore football over the past couple of years. Last season, of course, they were 11-0-2 with a game to go. They lost to the Rams, and they didn't qualify for the playoffs despite their brilliant record. At the 40. Faking the handout to the right side. Morrill now throws back to the other side to Mackey at the 40, to the 35, to the 30, down the left sideline, to the 20, to the 15-yard line, and the ball pops loose, and the Browns have the football. Up the far side of the field, number 40 for the Cleveland Browns, Eric Barnes, got the football. And that will have to be ruled a fumble following the pass reception, and Cleveland comes right back with the ball, returning it to their own 24-yard line.
It was a little swing pass out to Mackey. Mackey getting a great block from Curry, and the last one from Mackey. But as he got down and cut back in, he was hit and hit hard. The ball rolled loose, was picked up by Eric Barnes, and so what looked like a fine gain for the Baltimore Colts is turned instead into a fumble recovery, and the Browns have it.
Nelson, and here is a near interception, and did he keep it? It's Mike Curtis, he did. And the Colts have it right back. A sideline juggling act by Mike Curtis as Nelson passed on first down, and Baltimore has that football right back again. He had trouble maintaining control of that football along the far sideline. The yard line is about the 32 of Cleveland.
This thing is getting wild out here at Cleveland's Municipal Stadium as they exchange ball control.
Baltimore Colts losing it on the end of a fast play to Mackey that swung down deep in the Brown territory. Then on the very first play from scrimmage, the Colts get the ball right back again on Curtis's interception along the sidelines. And so the situation is this. We have 1 minute and 59 to go in the first half here. The ball is at the 33 of the Cleveland Browns. It'll be first down and 10 for the Baltimore Colts when play is resumed. Now, coming up on most of these CBS radio network stations as the season progresses, the Cotton Bowl on New Year's Day. Texas and Tennessee. Great battle that should be. The Playoff Bowl on January 5th, a week from today at Miami's Orange Bowl, pitting the Minnesota Vikings against the Dallas Cowboys. And then, to wind it up with a great season, CBS will bring you the Pro Bowl game on January 19th from the Coliseum in Los Angeles, California. All presentations of CBS. The score of that Oakland, New York game is now 23-20, and the Oakland Raiders have gone ahead of Joe Namath and company. I don't know whether that's a final or not, Andy, but it's in the fourth period anyway, and they've come from behind to go out in front by 3, and they must be having a wild one down there like we are here.
I'll say they are, and that game played in only slightly warmer temperatures than we have here in Cleveland today. The ball on the Browns' 32-yard line. The Colts back in possession now, using Matty on the right side to go through a gigantic hole and hit hard as he goes inside the 25, down to about the 21-yard line. Matty was really hit by Mike Howell, who was only 6'1" and 190 pounds, but he banged into Matty awfully hard.
Once again, the right side of that offensive line for Baltimore, Dan Sullivan and Sam Ball blocking very well, moving Walt Johnson out of there that time, along with Ron Snido.
And the play brought Baltimore a first down. Now, here is a handoff to Jerry Hill. He nearly slips and falls as he goes inside the 15 down to the 11-yard line. And they could be close to another first down here. It may be inches shy.
That was the draw play again, this time to Jerry Hill. Fine fullback. He stuttered just a step or two, paused just momentarily, went right up the middle. And again, we can't say enough about the interior blocking of Vogel and Ressler, Sullivan, and Ball along that line for Baltimore. They're handling that Cleveland front four very well.
Chains onto the field for a measurement here, and it looks like they'll be short by about a foot.
That will see what they call here second down and just about a matter of half a yard or so to go for the first down, and we'll see whether Morrill goes for the pass on this one or whether he goes for the running play.
1 minute and 5 seconds is all that remains here in the first half of play. Matty's going to make the try, sweeping to the left inside the 10 to the 5. He's going to go, and touchdown for Tom Matty. He swept to the left side. He used his blockers perfectly, and he got the score. 32 yards and 3 plays for the Baltimore Colts after the exchange of the football. And the Colts have edged their advantage up now to 16-0 over Cleveland, a team which defeated them in the 64 championship game 27-0. Now we have the Jets, by the way, back over Oakland 27-23, still in the fourth quarter. Michaels for the extra point try with Boyd. The kick is in the air. The kick is good. So make it now Baltimore 17 and Cleveland nothing. 58 seconds left to go here in the first half. And the Baltimore Colts have taken advantage of the exchange of footballs. They've occurred a couple of times here. We had Erich Barnes with an interception, but Mike Curtis came right back with one of his own. And 3 plays later, Baltimore has its second touchdown. So Earl Morrill, who has done the job all season long with the injured Johnny Unitas, is having a good first half here today and directing his club to this 17-0 lead with all points coming here in the second quarter. We were scoreless at the end of one. Again, Ben Davis and Reese Morrison will be back deep for Cleveland. And Lou Michaels will be kicking off again with less than a minute to go here in the first half.
Big Lou approaching the ball and sailing it deep into the left side. It is taken on the 2-yard line, bobbled for a moment by Morrison. Now he comes up over the 10, into the 15, into about the 17-yard line. Morrison on the return, a 15-yard return, and the Browns really have their work cut out for them. Whether they will attempt to make some headway here with 53 seconds, and the clock is running, by the way, or whether they will wait and set their strategy in the second half is anybody's guess. But they do have the ball on their own 16-yard line right now with the clock running. Nelson has been unable to generate much offense, and here is a ball out to the left side, dropped by Leroy Kelly at about the 20-yard line. The ball delivered pretty well by the quarterback Nelson, but Kelly could not hang on.
Give you an idea of that Baltimore defense here in the first half with about 36 seconds of playing time remaining. The Cleveland Browns have been able to pick up 21 yards on the ground. As that front four of Bubba Smith and Billy Ray and Fred Miller and Ordell Brazy, along with that secondary, picking off 2 passes of Bill Nelson's, one by Richie Volk and the one by Curtis, which set up the touchdown.
Cleveland out strong to the right, dropping back is Nelson. The pass is completed to Haraway. Haraway across the 25 to the 30, down to the 32-yard line. The fullback on the catch, caught by the free safety Rick Volk. And with 29 seconds remaining, the Browns have their first down at their own 32-yard line on the 16-yard pass play. Well, normally, Leroy Kelly will have as many yards as the entire Cleveland team has right now, and maybe even inside of 1 quarter. Kelly, of course, the National Football League rushing champion with 248 carries in the regular season, 1,239 yards. That's an even average of 5 yards every time he carried the ball. He was also the NFL's top scorer with 16 touchdowns on the ground and another 4 in the air. Now, Nelson at this point has thrown for 95 yards, has passed 17 times, and has completed 7 of his passes. Nelson took over in the 3rd game this season. They say he goes to secondary receivers very well. Today, he has not been especially brilliant so far. 29 seconds left in the half. Nelson is back. And the ball is delivered, and it's complete at the 45-yard line. Again to Haraway, crosses midfield, goes to the Colts 45, and is down at the 42-yard line. Again by Rick Volk, the free safety. And this time, Baltimore, it's an illegal call, but procedure against the Cleveland Browns, illegal procedure, that will nullify that one. And that's about the 3rd time here in the first half that the Cleveland Browns have been called for illegal procedure, twice for illegal procedure and once for delay of game that has cost them long yardage. So instead of that fine gain on the end of that pass play from Nelson to Haraway, the ball comes back now to the 27-yard line where it remains first down and 15 to go. Incidentally, Bob, Paul Warfield was shaken up on that play and has been taken out, and Tommy McDonald has come in to take his place.
As a young man who has been around for a while, 12 years, little Tommy McDonald, 5'9", 175, good hands and good moves, and he's very wide here to the left now.
The 5-yard penalty putting Cleveland back to the 27-yard line. Nelson putting the ball into the air and out to the 37, and it's incomplete, intended for Haraway, but he couldn't hang on to the ball. And we only have 16 seconds left in the first half. Mike Curtis was covering on that play. Baltimore, of course, has gone into a prevent defense. They have taken out lineman Billy Ray Smith, and they have brought in an extra defensive back, number 37, O.C. Austin, a rookie from Utah State. Ball still at Cleveland's 27-yard line.
Warfield has gone back in there again now, Andy, in place of Tommy McDonald.
At the Cleveland 27, 2nd and 15 because of the penalty. Only one running back for the Browns, who obviously have to put the ball in the air, firing over the head of Kelly at the 30-yard line. Nelson could not find him at all that time. Kelly was open, He was being covered by Lenny Lyles and Rick Volk, but he was in front of them and open with an opportunity to grab the ball. How much additional yardage he would have made is up for question, but the quarterback could not find it. Now the clock shows 12 seconds, Bob Reynolds.
Ordell Brazy harrying Nelson a little bit on that one as the big defensive right end for the Colts came swarming in there. 12 seconds showing on the clock, that's all. 17-0 the score here, Baltimore leading. All of it coming in the second period after a seesaw first period in which there was no score and at which Baltimore was able to pick up 32 on the ground and Cleveland but 6.
Now the Browns again are in a definite passing situation. Firing out to Kelly on the left side. The screen develops. He goes to the 25, heading to his right at the 30, across the 35, and dumped just shy of the 40-yard line. Now the clock has been stopped again by the Browns, and the scoreboard clock here shows 2 seconds remaining in the half. Dennis Gaubitz, middle linebacker, brought Kelly down a yard shy of the Cleveland 40. The Browns did not make the first down. That's of little significance. They will not punt here, of course. I wouldn't think. 2 seconds showing on the clock. Some of the specialty teams started onto the field, Bob, and now they've come off again.
And Nelson waved them off. He said, with only 2 seconds, I'm not going to kick the football trailing 17-0. I'm going to put it in the air and go for that big one.
So, with that being the strategy, looks like it's going to be up for grabs, Bob.
That's what the Baltimore Colts defensively in a situation like this will do is obvious. They will keep probably only 3 men up front to put some kind of a rush on, take one of the big defensive linemen out of there, and substitute for him with another defensive halfback on the obvious passing situation. So we'll see how they line up defensively, and that's just about what they're going to do. They've got big Ordell Brazy and Miller and Ronnie Hilton up front.
That's right, just 3 in the forward rushing line. Nelson dropping back and way back, fires out to the left side where Kelly grabs the ball at the 36, heads for the sideline, crosses the 40, driven out of bounds at about the 43-yard line as the clock expires and the gun goes off. So there's the gun ending the first half with the score, Baltimore 17 and Cleveland nothing. As part of our statistics, we want to mention the fact that the Baltimore defense has been able to drop Bill Nelson twice for a loss of 20 yards trying to pass. Earl Morrall has gotten superlative protection from his blocking wall today, and Morrall has not been dropped at all. Now here to start the second half, Baltimore again will be in possession of the ball. It'll be Marv Upshaw, who is the kickoff man for Cleveland. Out over the ball for the first time today. He'll be kicking off. And Baltimore will be sending its deep men back to our left. Timmy Brown is one of them. He will be at the goal line to our left. And on the right side will be Preston Pearson. And so as we approach the second half, I'd like to call in one of the voices of the Detroit Lions, one of the fine broadcasters of the Midwest from Detroit. Here's Bob Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Andy. We're all set to go here to the second half of play of this championship game at Cleveland's Municipal Stadium. And to start the second half, Marvin Upshaw will kick off for the Cleveland Browns. Back in the deep spots for the Baltimore Colts, Timmy Brown, who was activated just yesterday, number 2, and Pearson Preston. And here's the boot, and the game is underway again. Pearson will grab it. Takes it at the 2, up to the 5, the 10, the 15, breaks to the outside, and it's hit hard at the 21-yard line, and dropped right there. Making the stop on him was Garlington, John Garlington, who plays on the specialty team. So the Baltimore Colts will put it in play. First down and 10 at their own 22-yard line. But a 20-yard return that time in the backfield for the Baltimore Colts. The Earl Morrall at quarterback, Tom Matty and Jerry Hill are the setback. Willie Richardson split out wide to the right this time. Jimmy Orr to the left as Earl Morrall calls the signals. Hands it off to Matty on a quick overturn. He gets up to about the 25-yard line with it before Bob Matheson, the middle linebacker, makes the stop on him there.
So a gain of about 3 on the play to bring up a second down and 7 for Baltimore at their own 25-yard line. 17-0 the score. The Baltimore Colts, 6-point favorites coming into the ball game, lead it by 17. Out of the huddle now come the Colts. They send Willie Richardson again wide to the right, Jimmy Orr to the left. The setbacks to Matty and Jerry Hill. Earl Morrill, the quarterback, underneath his center, Bill Curry, grabs the ball, struts straight back into the pocket, goes long and deep for Orr, and it is incomplete. Dale Lindsey almost tipped it, the linebacker on the right side, and so it goes incomplete and brings up a 3rd and 7 for Baltimore at their own 25-yard line. It looked as though Cleveland was in zone defense that time, Bob, and it looked as though the quarterback and the receiver had different ideas of exactly how to split that zone. Johnny Williams tried to come out of the field to go into that offensive line for Baltimore, but they sent him out of there. And the Cleveland crowd starting to roar now. It is 3rd and 7 for the Colts at their own 25-yard line as Morrill grabs the ball and drops straight back into the pocket. Going long and deep for Richardson. He can't hold it. Covering on the play was Eric Barnes. And so it brings up a kick situation now. And this crowd of 80,000 or more coming alive is pouring the Cleveland Browns to get back in it. And they trail 17-0. And Dave Lee, who does the punting for the Baltimore Colts, is in there. And the Colts have not had to punt until right now in the ball game. So it'll be the first punt. And dropping back in the deep spot, Tommy McDonald along with Ben Davis. Lee waiting for the pass from center. Gets his pass and gets his kick away. And a fair catch signal for Davis down at the 40-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. And so the Browns, after that 35-yard kick, will put it in play first down and 10 at their own 40-yard line. Offensively for the Cleveland Browns, we got Paul Warfield who's the split end, Gary Collins the flanker, Milt Bourne is the tight end, Jeff Rath and Parker the tackle, Dickerson and DeMary the guards, and Freddie Hoagland at center. Nelson at quarterback, Kelly and Haraway the setback. First down at 10 for Cleveland at the 40. Nelson hands it off to Kelly, and Kelly goes to the outside, slips away from one man, fights his way up over the 45 to the 46-yard line. And it is Ordell Brazy, big number 81, along with Jerry Logan, who makes the tackle. And the official puts the ball down. We'll call it the 46. A gain of 6 on the play. Second down and 4. If you've noticed, Bob, the crowd has really come to life in the second half. It's as though they're trying to do their part, whatever that could be, to inspire this Brown.
And yet came on to win. It could well be we'll have that sort of a game here today in Detroit. Statistics sometimes are very dry, but I do believe that we have some statistics here that are very important as far as telling the story of what has transpired in the first half. The alertness, certainly, of the Detroit Lions defense has been tremendous. They have come up in the way of pass interceptions with 4. They have come up with key recoveries of Cleveland Brown fumbles. One on a kickoff that led directly to a touchdown, for example. In addition to that, they have come up with the element of surprise. As witness, the apparent attempt for a field goal that saw Tobin Rote, who holds the ball for field goal attempts by the Lions' Jim Martin, instead taking the snap, rolling out to the side, and then passing to Steve Junker. So it has been an alert defensive unit on the part of the Lions. It has been tremendous strategy. Well, at this point, with mixed emotion. Glad to see you, by the way, Mr. Jones.
Oh, it's nice to be with you.
Mr. Dave Jones, the president of the Cleveland Browns. Bill, would you like to join us here in our conversation? Mr. Jones, if I may, I'd like to point out that a moment ago I said that although it may be an old cliche on the part of broadcasters about don't go away if you've written off this game, I used the example of last week's game to, I think, try to prove my point. And I imagine that you would agree with me right now.
Yes, I do. Of course, there's always a second half, and you never know what will happen.
We got away to a real bad start, a fumble on the 20-yard line, and then an interception, which, of course, is 14 points scored very quickly by the Detroit Lions. Now, they look wonderful today, and we up to now haven't looked too good.
Mr. Jones,
Go ahead.
I was going to ask you this question. At the start of the season, did you believe that your team, with the great number of rookies, 12, I believe the exact number, and other men from other clubs playing the first year with the Browns, did you believe that the Browns would be in this championship game at the end of the season?
No, none of us did, including Paul Brown. We were very much surprised and pleased at the showing that our team had made.
Bill, as one who has followed the Browns all season long, I'm certain that you'd like to chat here a little bit with Mr. Jones about this game so far today, and also on your impressions of the season that has just passed, the regular season.
Ray Scott, of course, it was said many times, to you too, Dave Jones, that prior to this game that it might be decided on breaks, but certainly no one expected as many breaks to go against the Browns as have gone against them thus far in the football game.
I've never seen anything like it. I'm not alibying for the Browns, but it's just one of those games where everything went right for the Lions and everything went wrong for us.
Dave, even though the Browns are far back here at halftime, I'm sure that as a real ardent football fan that you must have enjoyed seeing the execution of that fake field goal.
Oh, it was terrific.
Well, thanks.
Anything else?
Being with us here at halftime, and I know that the Cleveland fans are still with the Browns all the way, Dave. And
oh, they sure will, and always will be, and thanks a lot. Nice to be with you, my brother.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Jones, on the showing of the Cleveland Browns this season. Nice to see you, and Happy New Year to you. To Dave Jones, president of the Cleveland Browns, in this professional championship game for yet another time. And, of course, you always have to say that when the Cleveland Browns are mentioned, because every year since they've been in this National Football League, they have been in the championship game with the exception of last year. And as all of you pro fans know, they have come a long way. And certainly the understatement of the year would have to be attributed to Paul Brown at the National Football League's draft meeting a few weeks ago, when a representative of another National Football League team said, Paul, I think of all the years that you've been coaching, this certainly should be recognized as your greatest year. And Paul looked at him and said, yes, we have come a little bit farther than we had planned. And that, I do believe, was an understatement. From the standpoint of yardage, for those of you who like to make a note of figures and so forth, the Browns, as of right now, have picked up 81 yards on the ground. They have passed for 64 more yards. The Detroit Lions, meanwhile, despite their point superiority here at halftime of 31-7, have picked up 118 yards in the air and 94 yards on the ground. It's fairly close. Individually, Tobin Rote has moved to the airways 14 times and has completed 7. As we told you, the yardage involved was 95 yards. Tommy O'Connell, who started the game offensively at quarterback for Cleveland, has passed 8 times, completed 4, and had 2 intercepted. Yardage, 64 yards. Milt Plum, who came in late in the second period, passed 3 times, had 1 interception, and failed to complete a pass.
in case you've just tuned in, the score is the Detroit Lions 31, the Cleveland Browns 7.
Right now, Pontiac and your authorized Pontiac dealer would like to express their pleasure at having been able to share the first half of this great sports classic with you, and to thank you for being with us. The men and women of Pontiac and all the Pontiac dealers across the country join together in wishing you a happy new year and invite you to stop in at your Pontiac dealers this week to see and drive the big, bold Pontiac, America's #1 road car. We pause now for station identification. This is the NBC Radio Network.
This is WGY, WGFM, Schenectady. Do you back the attack on traffic accidents? You do if you give solid support to traffic officials, if you take part in local safety activities, and if you bring your own driving performance up to safe standards. The National Safety Council urges the support of every person who drives, rides, or even walks to join this life-saving campaign. Back the attack on traffic accidents.
The second half of today's World Championship professional football game between the Detroit Lions and the Cleveland Browns is brought to you over the entire NBC radio network by High Grade Food Products Corporation and its Kingen, Carson, and Deerfoot Farms division. High Grade, spelled H-Y-G-R-A-D-E, serves the nation with quality meats from 51 plants coast to coast. And now back to Ray Scott, who has for you right now another interesting halftime guest.
A moment ago, Bill and I were chatting with the president of the Cleveland Browns, Mr. Dave Jones. Right now, it is our pleasure to chat with a man who walked into our NBC radio booth with a smile from ear to ear, and with good reason. Here at halftime, the president of the Detroit Lions, Mr. Edwin J. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, I think that I interpreted that smile, of course, for a reflection of that score right now.
Oh, Ray, I haven't had an opportunity to smile very much this year. I can smile at the end of the game, but we probably have had some of the most hectic and dramatic finishes in the entire history of pro football. And I'm not smiling too much, even with 31-7, because I found from experience that anything can happen.
This indeed would be, I don't know whether the right word is a paradox. It's certainly ironic that to get to this championship game, the Lions had to be one of the great second-half teams of all of National Football League history, having troubles in the first half. And here you are now on top of a lead. Are you going to begin to worry now, Mr. Anderson?
Ray, I am going to worry very, very much because, as you said, we've been a very poor first-half team, but by the law of averages, I told the boys today that I said you should get hot in the first half, but our problem is to stay hot in the second half.
I know, Mr. Anderson, that you would like to make at least some comment of this tremendous support that the Detroit Lions have received from the fans in the Detroit and surrounding area.
Well, the fans here in the Michigan, Ohio, and Toledo area that we sort of call our home base have been most fantastic, and we've had a complete sellout for every game, and I'm sure that if we were playing in a 100,000-seat stadium today that we would fill it, but unfortunately there's one here, but we're not allowed to play in it.
From the standpoint then of support not only of the Detroit Lions, but all of the National Football League generally this year, this truly would be, I imagine, the greatest year as far as you're concerned for the league?
Yes, attendance-wise at home, we played to 15,000 more people than we did a year ago, and while that doesn't sound very significant, I just want to remind you listeners that we can't get any more people in the stands, and what we need right now is a good stadium stretcher for Briggs Stadium.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Anderson, for being with us. We appreciate it. And if we may, Bill and I, speaking for NBC Radio, our best wishes to you and a Happy New Year.
Thank you, and the same to you and to all the fans across the country.
Thanks, Mr. Edwin J. Anderson, the president of the Detroit Lions, leading here at halftime in the Pro Championship game by a score of 31-7. Bill, I think right now that our folks, being perhaps in a holiday mood, would enjoy having a bit of our music from here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit. Huh, Bill?
Well, Ray, Scott, they tell me in just a moment maybe we'll get a little bit of music, but right now we have the official statistics and also some other halftime guests here at the intermission between the second and third periods in this Pro Football Championship game between the Detroit Lions and the Cleveland Browns. And the Lions, in case you joined us late, are leading by a score of 31-7, scoring 17 points in the first period, 14 more in the second, while the Browns' lone touchdown came in the second quarter. Ray Scott, you have another guest, huh?
That I do. And while we have just a couple of moments before the start of the second half, it's a great pleasure to welcome the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who is here to watch the game in person today, Mr. Arthur J. Rooney. Well, Art, I imagine you yourself as an owner would like to see a game like this played in Pittsburgh some year.
I certainly would, Ray, and I hope it won't be long now.
And how about some comments on the game, Art? You're more than an owner. You're a fan and a former player.
Well, it's an excellent game. I believe that the Detroit club so far in the first half has received the breaks, and if breaks go to Cleveland in the second half, I think you'll see a great ball game.
Thanks very much, Art. Nice to have you drop by here, and Happy New Year to you. Mr. Art Rooney, president of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And here from the city of Pittsburgh itself, and a great sports fan, I happen to know,
is the mayor of the city of Pittsburgh, Mayor David L. Lawrence. Well, Your Honor, how about your professional comments? I know that you're more than a fan, by golly. I look on you as somewhat of an expert.
Well, this is a great ball game, Ray. I'm happy to see you up here. I brought my two grandsons up. They wanted to see the game, and of course we're getting a thrill out of it, rooting for Detroit because they're way ahead, and the fact that Joe Schmidt's playing such a good ball game.
Well, picking out, of course, the mayor was referring to Joe Schmidt, who's a native of Pittsburgh and a former star at the University of Pittsburgh. One final question, Your Honor, and this is a leading question. Would you like to see a pro championship game in Pittsburgh sometime?
You know, Ray, that's really why I came up here. I wanted to get the atmosphere because I expect Buddy Parker within the next year or two to be bringing a game like this to Pittsburgh.
Thanks very much, Your Honor. Mayor of the city of Pittsburgh, His Honor David O. Lawrence. Thanks to him for dropping by as well. Well, now, Bill, I think you did have a couple of statistics there. And here's the commissioner. By golly, glad to see that he was able to drop by. So, Bill, how about you making introductions here of the commissioner of the National Football League?
Thank you, Ray. It's a real pleasure for me to present to our NBC listening audience the commissioner of the National Football League, Mr. Bert Bell. Bert, has the first half of this football game come to you as any surprise?
Well, everything in pro football is a surprise because we never play defense. We just keep playing offense all the time, and the ball moves up and down the field, and it's the bounce of the ball, and nobody knows what's going to happen in the second quarter, the third quarter, or the fourth quarter. And that's why the people, we've broken the attendance record 9 out of the last 12 years, the last 6 years in a row, and this year we're 11% over and above the greatest year we ever had.
Mr. Commissioner, if the attendance continues to grow from year to year, it would seem that some new stadia are going to have to be built around this country.
No. You see, as long as we have our friend Mayor Lawrence in Pittsburgh working on our stadium and one in Washington, get a little better parking and help a little bit in Philadelphia, why, that'll take care of that extra attendance, and we're doing all right where we are.
Commissioner, there has been some word in recent weeks about the possibility of the league expanding. Do you care to say anything about that?
Oh, I think there's a possibility, but I think before the league ever expands, if you're going to put in 2 cities or 2 teams, you've got to give those 2 people the second selection choice for 2 years in a row before you can win. There's no use going in without a football team.
May I ask, Commissioner, where would those players then play in the first year after they were selected?
Well, they belong to different ball clubs.
But you say that draft for 2 years, but that other team wouldn't come into the league from 2 years in the
not
future.
Until they had a football team.
Well, would they play around the league at that?
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Bert Bell, for being with us. Congratulations to you and the league office on another wonderful season of pro football.
Thank very much to you fellas. We owe a great debt of gratitude to you fellas that advertise it so well and do a great job for us, and everybody in this league appreciates it.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Commissioner. We'll be all set to go with the second half kickoff in just a moment.
I would like to say a couple of words about High Grade's all-beef frankfurters.
Hot dog! My grade is high grade. I'm here to say that it always has been my belief
that the franks I eat should be quality meat.
I always ask for high grade 'cause they're all pure beef. High grade, my grade is high grade. I always ask for high grade 'cause they're all pure beef.
You bet they're all pure beef. High Grade's all beef frankfurters are different from any other kind. Each plump wiener is fairly bursting with rich, robust, zesty flavor. The kind of flavor that made the chuck wagon meals famous for good eating all over the West. Yes, High Grade's all beef frankfurters make a real satisfying meal. They're feet under the table, man-filling food. Serve them anytime, lunch, dinner, snack time. You'll love them. High Grade's all beef frankfurters. Hot dogs!
The Cleveland Browns and the Detroit Lions have returned to the playing field here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit, Michigan. All set for play in the third period of this championship game, with the Lions in front of the Browns by a score of 31-7 as a result of scoring 17 points in the first period, adding 14 more in the second. We have some official statistics. First downs rushing for Detroit 7, the Browns 4. Passing, the Lions 6, the Browns 3. By penalty, none. Total first downs, Detroit 13, the Browns 7. Yards gained rushing, the Lions 95, the Browns 89. Passing, Detroit 125, Cleveland 54. Yards lost attempted passing, Detroit none, Cleveland 7. Total yards gained, that's net, 220 for the Lions, 143 for the Browns. The Lions have taken to the air 14 times. Tobin Rote has completed 7 of them. The Browns have thrown 12 times, completed only 4. And the Lions, and this has been a big factor in the game thus far, have intercepted 4 of the Cleveland passes. 2 of Tommy O'Connell's, 1 of Chet Hanulak, and 1 of Mel Plum. The Lions have already received instructions from their coaching staff. They're all set to receive the kickoff for the third period. The Browns are still huddled around their head coach, Paul Brown, who undoubtedly had something to say to them at halftime in the locker room in an attempt to get back into this championship football game. The Browns are now moving out on the field, so here again, with the play-by-play of the third period of this football game, is Ray Scott.
Right, Bill McColgan. And I think at this moment I would like to make mention of the coaching staffs of these two teams. For the Cleveland Browns, we know the head coach is Paul Brown. His assistants are Howard Brinker, Paul Bixler, Fritz Heisler, Eddie Ulinsky, and Dick Gallagher. The Detroit Lions are headed by George Wilson, his first year as head coach. His assistants are Aldo Forti, Buster Ramsey, Red Cochran, and Bob Nussbaumer. The Cleveland Browns will kick off to start the second half. The Detroit Lions will receive at the goal line to our left, the north goal. Kicking off will be Lou Groza. In position to receive for Detroit deep at the goal line will be Gene Gedman and Yale Larry. Now, Tom Tracy was aided from the field following the first half, and we do not expect to see him in the second half, but we are not sure. The whistle. He comes up to the ball. His boot is high, fairly deep. Larry at the goal line. To the 5 up the middle, 10, 15, swings to the right, 20, 25-yard line, he's snowed under. Yale Larry. Jim Ray Smith was the first Cleveland Brown to make contact. And so the Lions have the ball, first down and 10, their own 25-yard line, moving left to right here in the third period on the long end of a 31-7 lead, fashioned not only by their offensive unit, but by tremendous play by their defensive unit. 4 pass interceptions being very key ones, and 2 recoveries of Cleveland Brown fumbles. First and 10, Detroit at their own 25-yard line, and the lights have been turned on here at Briggs Stadium. Tobin Rote is under center. John Henry Johnson and Gedman at the running back positions. Cassidy is an outside flanker to the left. The snap, it is up the middle. Gedman gets just a couple before he's met by linebacker Galen Fiss from Kansas University. Up front, it is Frank Gadsky at center. The guards are Harley Sewell and Stan Campbell. The tackles are Lou Kriegmer and Ken Russell. The ends are Steve Junker and Jim Doran. The flanker, Howard Hopalong Cassidy. Gene Gedman, John Henry Johnson at the running backs, and Tobin Rote's under center at quarterback. Second down, 7. Cassidy flanks left, Jim Doran split right. A pitch out that goes wild. It is recovered by Cleveland at the line of scrimmage. Tobin Rote trying to pitch out to the left. Lou Kriegmer recovered that fumble. A pickup perhaps of a half yard as the ball rolled forward that much from the line of scrimmage. It comes to the 28-yard line, and it is third down and a long 6 yards to go for a first down. The playing field now completely covered by shadow here at Briggs Stadium. Cassidy breaks out of the huddle and flanks to the right. The split left end is Doran. Third down between 6 and 7 for Detroit. Tobin Rote under center. The snap. Looks, throws. Cassidy has it at the 34, rolls forward to the 35. Fumble. Cleveland is on the ball. The question now is whether the fumble occurred before or after the whistle. It was after the whistle, so ruled by the officials. Warren Lahr made the tackle on Cassidy. It is short of a first down by a half yard. Fourth down coming up for Detroit. The kicking unit has not come in. The Lions looking to the bench. Tobin Rote comes up now and says that he wants to see how close it is to a first down. 4 members of the Detroit Lion kicking team had started onto the field. Tobin Rote now is leaving the field, and the kicking unit takes over, led by Yale Larry. The Detroit Lions make their changes. The Cleveland Browns make changes. They're sending back in punt receiving position Chet Hanulak on the left and Billy Reynolds on the right. Larry will punt from the Detroit Lion 20-yard line. Early in the third quarter. 31-7 the score. The Lions on top. A high pass from center. Larry gets it. His boot is a high and a very deep one. Drives Reynolds back to the 19-yard line. Swings to the right. Cut from behind at the 20. Cut from behind by John Gordy, the rookie guard from Tennessee. He was aided by Dorn Dibble. The ball will be spotted at the 20-yard line of Cleveland. A 45-yard punt from line of scrimmage by Yale Larry. And so the Browns, trailing 31-7, will scrimmage at 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. Tommy O'Connell played most of the game at quarterback in the first half, although late in the second quarter, Milt Plum came in to take over, and he's in there now. The rookie from Penn State, 6'1", 205, did a great job filling in for the injured O'Connell the latter part of the regular season. Renfro flanking to the left. Both ends are tight. The snap going off to the right side. Jimmy Brown gets nothing at all as Joe Schmidt diagnosed the play and slid over to make the tackle with help from the left linebacker Bob Long. No gain. 2nd down, 10. Milt Plum, the quarterback. Lou Carpenter, Jimmy Brown at the running back positions. Ray Renfro will be the flanker. The ends are Pete Brewster and Preston Carpenter. Lou Groza, Mike McCormick the tackles. Jim Ray Smith and Herschel Forrester the guards, and Art Hunter at center. Smith alternates with Robinson with instructions from the bench from Paul Brown. 2nd down, 10 from the 20. Plum under center. Pitches out to the right to Carpenter. He comes up to the line of scrimmage to the 25, to the 30, swings to the 35, to the right sideline, 40, 45, and upended at the 48-yard line. Pete Brewster threw the big block for him that time to spring him loose from the line of scrimmage. Jim David finally made the tackle, but it's a long gain for Lou Carpenter from the 20 to the 47, 27 yards. The ball at the inbounds marker, far side of the field. The Browns are moving right to left. Early in the third period, about 3 minutes have been played. 31-7, Detroit's on top. Carpenter. Preston Carper splits out to the right. The left end is fairly tight. Renfro flanks outside the left end. Swinging out to the left side is Preston Carpenter. Gets away from 2 tacklers. Is stormed under at the 49. Lou Carpenter. Just shy of the 50. His forward progress marked the 49.5, and it's Gil Maines and Bob Long who are the key men defensively for Detroit on that play. A gain of 3, 2nd down, 7. The Browns within a half yard of crossing midfield. About 10 minutes now remaining in the third quarter. There's been no scoring in this period. Ray Renfro flanks out to the right. Carpenter splits a couple of yards. Pete Brewster splits left a couple. It's a double wing now. Lou Carpenter comes out to the left, and O'Connell Plum fades the pass. It is complete to Carpenter at the 35, comes to the 32-yard line, and there he's upended. Preston Carpenter, the right end, brought down by Jim David, as he apparently was going to be brought down by about 3 different Detroit Lions, but he was able to wrestle away from them and move down to the 32-yard line. And the Browns are on the move. The Detroit Lions punted to Cleveland a moment ago. Lou Carpenter, a 27-yard run, now took the pass at the 32-yard line of Detroit. It is 1st down and 10, and Renfro flanks to the right. The ends are tight. Off to the right guard position goes Lou Carpenter across the 30 to the 28-yard line. After a fake first to the fullback up the middle. Joe Schmidt brings him down to the 28, a 4-yard pickup.
The game is being brought to you by High Grade, spelled Hygrade. Try High Grade's all beef Frankfurters, the only Franks with that real Western chuck wagon flavor.
Gain of 4 on the last play, 2nd down, 6, and Renfro breaks huddle and flanks out to the right. As so far, the Browns are keeping their ends in tight on this series. Milt Plum under center. The snap, fake to 2 men, rolls out to the right looking for a receiver. He's being chased. He throws. He has Carpenter at the 18, and he's down at the 16. Preston Carpenter, the right end. Went down, went out. Milt Plum rolled out to the right, spotted him, and hit him with a strike. Joe Schmidt made the tackle. The ball at the 16-yard line. It'll be another 1st down for the Cleveland Browns. The Browns need this ball, and they need a touchdown. They're trailing 31-7. Unofficial time remaining about 8 minutes in the third quarter. Jim David comes out. Jack Christensen moves in for Detroit in the secondary as Renfro flanks to the right and Pete Brewster split at left end. Milt Plum the snap. Swinging out to the left is Jimmy Brown. He has 1 blocker in front of him. He's being chased. He gets to the 15. He gets to the 10-yard line, swinging out to the left and out of bounds. And there, Carl Evitz hits him with a shoulder tackle and spins him out. Jim Ray Smith led the blocking from his left guard position. He pulled out, was in front of Jimmy Brown, and threw a real good block and enabled him to pick up 6. The ball spotted now at the inbounds marker near side of the field at the 10-yard line. And it is second down and a little better than 5 yards to go for a first down. The score, 31-7. The Browns trailing, but the Browns have the ball. The only sustained drive of the third period so far. Renfro again flanks out to the right. This time Milt Plum has his ends in tight. Brown and Carpenter in running position behind him. The snap. Brown off left guard. Gets only a foot, if that much. Coming up from the secondary, Carl Karlevitz. Up front, Roger Zatkoff from his right linebacking position came up. They spotted that one coming, and Brown gets nothing as the ball is spotted at the 10 again. And it'll be third down and 5. And again, the guard comes in. Jim Ray Smith. Out goes Fred Robinson. Third down, 5 yards to go for a first down. And the Browns desperately need a touchdown. Ray Renfro flanks about 15 yards outside the right end, who split a yard. Carpenter. Plum under center. The snap fades directly back to pass. He's looking. He throws out to the right to Carpenter. He has at the 6. He's belted out of bounds at the 5. Preston Carpenter takes the pass out in the right flat. Is hit out of bounds by Yale Larry. This will be very close to a first down, so the officials will not move the ball from the point where Carpenter went out of bounds. And we have an official timeout for a measurement, and the chains on the near side of the field have to go all the way across to the far side. And Lou Groza is standing over there to look at it. The chains are stretched. First down by just the nose of the ball at the 5. First and goal to go. And so the Browns' Milt Plum comes up with the yardage that he must have to keep this drive going. A field goal at this point would mean practically nothing to the Browns, and they know it. First and goal to go on the Detroit Lion 5-yard line, and 2 replacements come in for Cleveland. The one is the guard, Fred Robinson, was Preston Carpenter. He was just over asking for instructions. He comes back in at right end. This time it's a fairly tight tee. Renfro a yard outside the left end. First and goal at the 5. Out to the left side comes Carpenter, Preston Carpenter. He cuts and he's into the end zone. It was Lou Carpenter, not Preston Carpenter. Lou wearing number 30, not Preston number 40, but he's into the end zone, and the Browns have that touchdown that they needed. And they trail now by a score of 31-13. And there are still 7 minutes remaining in the third quarter, and Lou Groza will be in to attempt the extra point. He tried 32 during the regular season, and he made every one of them. He converted his only other chance today. 80 yards and 10 plays for the Browns, as Groza, with O'Connell holding, will try for the extra point. The ball is down, the kick is in the air. It is good. The point is good. The score now, the Detroit Lions 31, the Cleveland Browns 14.
I would like to say a couple of words about High Grade's KP Party Loaf.
Delicious! My grade is high grade. I'm here to say that it always has been my belief
that the meat I eat should be quality beef. I always ask for high grade. It's a canned meat treat. High grade, my grade is high grade. I always ask for high grade because it's all pure meat.
Thanks to an amazing new super speed canning process, KP Party Loaf is the only luncheon meat with super flavor. Yes, ma'am, it's super special. Serve it baked, broiled, fried, or slice it cold right from the can. Delicious. KP Party Loaf is super thrifty, too. Costs just pennies a portion. Get some tomorrow.
High grade, my grade is high grade. I always ask for high grade because it's all pure meat.
Lou Groza preparing to kick off for the Browns with Gedman and Larry deep to receive as the Browns have started what their followers hope will be a second half comeback. Groza comes to the ball. Fairly deep into the end zone. Larry, 2 yards deep, comes to the 5, swings to the left, back to the right, 15, 20. Spins away from 2 tacklers, but is down at the 22.
New York, they're racing the Spencer with the ball from the 20-yard line into the end zone. That's what happened. There's no markers down on the play. And I think on one of the world's most amazing plays, New York has scored here. Rote caught that forward pass over the middle, was in the clear, was hit from behind. Here comes Road off the field, fumbled. Alex Webster picked the ball up and raced in for a score. Wait a minute. Oh, the ball's going to be put down on about the 1-yard line. It was ruled. He was tackled there. I thought he had gone in for the score, but he had been hit and then crawled over, and the ball spotted on the 1-yard line, and Mel Triplett now is in the ball game for New York. 86 yards overall. Connolly to Rote, fumble to Webster. Webster to the 1-yard line where it's first and goal to go for New York. With the score 14-3, Baltimore out in front. Connolly now handing off to Webster. Webster drives, doesn't make it. He's piled up short of the goal line. And they've got to unpile that mass of humanity again. So let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. And they've got to unpile that mass of humanity again. So let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back at the Yankee Stadium, the ball is still on the 1-yard line. It's ruled that that's where Webster was hitting down, and it's second and goal to go. And now, the league's second-best defensive unit, Baltimore's, is being tested by New York, as New York has second and goal, with Baltimore leading 14-3 in this, the third period. Here is the handoff to Triplett, and Triplett smashes in for the score. New York now has 9 points. Baltimore has 14. 14-9, 90 yards in 5 plays. New York went with 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go in the third period, and here, trying for the extra point, is Summerall. Summerall's kick is good, and the score becomes 14-10. And with New York taking time out now, the score is Baltimore 14 and New York 10.
Julie London sings the Marlboro song.
Where there's a man, there's a Marlboro. You like the flavor of a Marlboro. Good filter, good flavor, good mild smoke. Make yours the filter made by Marlboro.
You get better makings in a Marlboro. More flavor, more filter, more cigarette. Pick up a carton.
You get a lot to like with a Marlboro. Filter, flavor, flip-top box.
You get better makings in a Marlboro. More flavor, more filter, more cigarette.
Chandler prepares to kick off for New York, and the ball sails downfield to be taken by Simpson on the 2-yard line. Simpson to the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20. He's hit and dropped on the 25-yard line by Ed Hughes in the kickoff team for New York. New York moved 90 yards in 5 plays for the touchdown, and on this kickoff return, it was a 58-yard kick and a 23-yard return by Simpson. And Baltimore's ready to go again.
And Joe, that goal line stand by the Giants might be just what they needed to spark their offense out here.
It certainly has inspired it. Now here goes Baltimore again with first and 10 on their own 25. Unitas handing off down to Dupre on a crossfire. Dupre picks up 2. It looks over the fence is inspired too, because New York obviously has come up with a much more inspirational brand of play since that goal line defense fired this crowd of 70,000. I'm sure fired you listening across the nation. Cabbage, Modzaleski, and Huff stopped Dupre on that last play, held him to a 2-yard gain at 2nd and 8 to go. Ball on the 27-yard line of Baltimore, with New York trailing by 4 now. New York, Baltimore leads 14-10. Third period has 2:45 left to go as Unitas was back to throw. Rush is hit down and dropped for a loss on the 19-yard line to the 20-yard line. With Dick Modzaleski following up the high rush of Jim Catkevich on the left side, and Modzaleski bringing him down. Modzaleski seems shaken a bit, but he's all right. He shakes it off and steps right back into place. Ball is on between the 19 and the 20-yard line of Baltimore now. Give them a 6-yard loss. Make it coming up here now. Third down and about 16 to go for a first down. Baltimore leading by a score of 14-10 with the fired-up New York Giants team meeting the high-powered offense of the Colts. Lenny Moore wide to the right. 2 men covering him. United States back, sets, rushed again. He runs, and he's up to the 20, up to the 25. He's to the 27 and brought down on the 28-yard line as he picks his way through the middle of the onrushing New York Giant lineman. And to be stopped by Holland Sparre, 84, and the New York Giant middle linebacker. Right side linebacker, I should say. Sam Huff takes care of the middle. 2 minutes left to go now. In the third quarter at Yankee Stadium, Baltimore leading 14-10. It's fourth down coming up, 7 to go. The ball on the Baltimore 28-yard line, and back to kick is Brown, standing on his own 15. He kicks, sails a high kick downfield, which drives Maynard back. Maynard takes on about the 15, swings wide to his right across the field to pick up his blockers, and cuts back again to run right into trouble as he's brought down at about the 19-yard line by Baltimoreans, whose Colts are led by Steve Myra, we see, with a 57-yard kick and a 2-yard return on the play. Now let's see whether that high emotional supercharge of the New York Giant team, which seemed to be taken by them, as Bill McColgan pointed out, when their goal line defense stymied the Baltimore Colts, is going to stay alive. They moved 90 yards in 5 plays to the last, their only touchdown, their first touchdown of the game. Summerall kicked a 36-yard field goal early in it. Here, springing wide and reversing his field on the play to be stopped by Gino Marchetti goes Alex Webster. And he picked up few yards on it, not many. He started to his left, then came back to his right. To be brought down by Marchetti, the left end, who saw him reverse his field. Racing into the ball game is McAfee, Ken McAfee, in reserve at one of the offensive ends. McAfee is at left end. Split wide to the left is Gifford, leaving Triplett and Webster back. And Connolly goes back to throw on second down, throws. It's good to Stelker. Stelker is grabbed as he makes the hook catch by Tassett. Carl Tassett in the secondary of Baltimore on the 40-yard line of New York, the 41, right on the 40-yard line of New York. Where it's a first down for New York and 10 to go. A 17-yard gain on that hook pass to Stelker. So we've come to the end of the third quarter. That's the end of the third quarter. The score is Baltimore 14 and New York 10. This portion of today's game has been brought to you by Philip Morris. If you like mildness but don't like filters, call for Philip Morris. The fourth quarter will be brought to you by the High Grade Food Products Corporation.
Hello, this is Regis Toomey speaking for High Grades. While you're enjoying the game today, I hope you're also enjoying some High Grades all-beef Frankfurters, the juiciest, tastiest Franks of all. They're all beef through and through. High Grades all-beef Frankfurters. Hot dog.
Joe Boland with Bill McColgan at Yankee Stadium in New York City, where the New York Giants have fired back into the ballgame after trailing 14-3 at halftime. A 90-yard drive in 5 plays, the key play of which was a forward pass to Kyle Rote, which he caught over the middle, carried for about 10 more yards, fumbled, and then the play covering 86 yards in all. Alex Webster picked up the ball and raced to the 1-yard line of Baltimore. We thought for a moment he was tackled and hit as he thought to us he crossed the goal line. But obviously we were in error in looking at it because his knee touched the ground at about the 1. And then the touchdown was smashed over by Triplett. Triplett has now been, King is now in the ball game. Gifford is out. Webster is out. King is in for Webster. For New York. And it's first and 10 to go for New York. The ball on the 40-yard line of the Giants as we start the final period here with the score 14-10. All backs in now. King at right half. The handoff here No, Connolly fakes twice, throws down the middle, and Stelter's open. He's got it, and he makes the catch. Is finally tackled from behind on about the 15-yard line of Baltimore by Andy Nelson. As Bob Stelter of Bowling Green, lives in Marion, Ohio, but a forward pass that moved the ball 45 yards deep into Baltimore territory to the Baltimore 15. He caught 24 during the year for 5 touchdowns, 460 yards.
Joe, I don't know who is supposed to cover Stelter on that play, but he certainly outmaneuvered him. He was out there all alone.
Again, all backs in, the tight T for New York. Again, Connolly back to throw. First and 10 from the 15. Throws, hits, and it's good to Gifford. And Gifford goes in for the score. Gifford scores, and New York goes in front 16-14. Maneuver the New York Giants 81 yards in 4 plays, hitting Frank Gifford for the touchdown. For the touchdown. And now it's Summerall kicking the extra point. It's good. And the score becomes New York out in front here with New York taking time out. Now the score is New York Giants 17 and Baltimore Colts 14.
Regis Toomey again for high grades. You know there's a difference in meats. Take a high grades West Virginia brand deluxe ham. It's different. Here's why. High grades takes the choicest whole hams and cures them by their own exclusive sweetenizing process. Then high grade trims the skin and excess fat and removes the shank bone. Each ham is then smoked over hickory fires until that smoked-in goodness seeps through center deep. Boy, oh boy. So every slice is center cut in size, sweet, juicy, and tender, never salty. And best of all, because there's no skin, no excess fat, no shank bone, you pay for only the eat of the ham. Try a High Grades West Virginia brand deluxe ham this weekend for the finest quality made by High Grade. High Grade also makes the famous Jordan ham, Virginia's finest.
New York is prepared to kick off as the Chandler runs up, kicks. Lyles and Simpson are back for Baltimore. They drive Simpson back into the end zone, and he takes the ball, puts one knee down, and takes the automatic touchback, which will give Baltimore the ball first and 10 on their own 20. And New York now is out in front 17-14 with brilliant play in the third period, and so far 55 seconds into the final period that has given New York down the stretch drive that is for 2 touchdowns and the lead in the ball game. Now Baltimore sends Raymond Berry wide to the left, flanks Sonny Moore wide to the right. Johnny Unitas keeps Amici and Dupre back to run. First and 10 for the 20. Unitas throws to Moore. It's good. He makes the short look-in catch and is down after a short gain on the play to about, it's not too short of down. He must have picked up a first down about 11 yards as he twists and turns with Emlyn Tunnell finally bringing him down in the New York secondary. He's been playing 11 years for New York, and he, like Unitas, cost New York nothing. He just walked into the Giants' office one day and said, give me a look. And they did, and he's been playing with them for 11 years. He graduated from Iowa. First and 10 now on the 31-yard line of Baltimore as Unitas gets back, throws again, and it's good to Berry. Berry trying to outmaneuver the New York Giant defender, is wrestled to earth on the 44-yard line by Patton, Jimmy Patton, who was covering him on the play. Berry pivoted, hooked in front of Patton. Patton could not block the reception of the pass without fouling him, and he wrestled him down to earth on the 44-yard line of Baltimore. Baltimore on the move now. It's another first down. And Baltimore now trailing 17-14 are striking it. Moved their own 20 and 2 forward pass plays with Johnny Unitas motioning now for silence. The 70,000 fans just respond by raising the hubbub still higher, a few more decibels. And Ron Gibbs takes an official timeout to quiet things down and give Baltimore a chance to hear their signal. Lenny Moore comes back from his wide flanker position to rejoin the huddle. And Baltimore now is on the Colts 44, first and 10 to go with New York leading by a score of 17-14 and just 2 minutes gone of the final period. Here we go, ready to go again. Moore flanked wide to the right. Two men out there covering him. Livingston and Crow for New York. United's back to throw again. Sets, looks, fakes, throws. It's incomplete. Aimed to L.G. Dupre. He was getting a hard rush on the play from Frank Uso and from Modzaleski, the two tackles in the New York line. Rosie Greer, who started, has a bruised knee and a bruised arm. And early in the ball game, Baltimore on their running plays were picking on that side, figuring that Greer, normally at his peak as a tremendous defensive tackle, would not be strong. And Jim Lee Howell countered by removing Rosie from the lineup and placing Frank Uso, a first-year man from Minnesota, at defensive right tackle. All right, it's second down coming up. 10 to go. The ball on the 44 of Baltimore. Unitas goes back to throw again. Runs and is hit and brought down by Uso. Frank Uso, of whom we were speaking as the play started. On the 45-yard line, holding him to a 1-yard gain. (17-14). New York leads. New York's defensive platoon now being tested as Baltimore, holding a 14-3 lead at halftime, finds itself now trying to come back off the emotional ropes, where New York's power drive in this third period and so far in the fourth have set them. Third down and 9 to go on the 45. United's back to throw. It's incomplete. But let's see whether we get a call. We got a marker on the play. We're getting a marker on the play as the forward pass was aimed at Mutchler, and Mutchler was fouled on the play. And a pass interference, defensive pass interference is called, which gives Baltimore a first down, 10 to go at the spot of the foul on the 38-yard line of New York. Baltimore moving steadily. A pair of completions and a penalty now have moved the ball to the New York 38. And Mr. Unitas now is hit on 17 out of 23. Here's Unitas back to throw again, throws a shorty. A little flat zone pass out to Amici. He's down back of the line of scrimmage for a loss. Actually, it was a lateral pass thrown with a forward pass motion. Howland Smyre covering the right side of the New York Giant line, to which direction the play was aimed. Allowed Amici to make the catch, then floored him with a tackle at the 39-yard line. There's a yard loss on the play, and it's second and 11 to go now for Baltimore on the New York 39, with New York leading 17-14. We're in the final period, and Baltimore is to the attack once more. Lenny Moore wide to the right. Unitas back to throw again. Sets, looks, throws one long down the middle, aimed to Dupre. Incomplete. It just bounced off his fingertips at the 5-yard line. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
So Baltimore is back now to the 39-yard line of New York, where coming up, it'll be third down and 11 to go. And we're in the final period with 11 minutes, 10 seconds left to play in the ball game that will decide the National Football League's championship. Here is Unitas rolling out to the right, setting, looking, faking, throwing. Incomplete to Mutchler, to Lenny Moore on a look-in. Lenny Moore cutting in from his flanking position, found Emlyn Tunnell fighting him for the ball and batting it out of his hands. Emlyn Tunnell, the veteran from New York. Now we get the kicking team in. We're going to get a field goal try from the 46-yard line by the long-range expert for Baltimore, Bert Reschishire, with Shaw holding on the 46-yard line of New York. Fourth down and 11 to go. Here's the try for the field goal by Bert Reschishire. The kick, sailing high in the air. Ron Gibbs, the referee, says it's no good. And sweeping onto the field come the members of the New York Giants offensive platoon, as the defensive platoon once more gets an ovation as it leaves the field for New York, with the Giants leading 17-14. And New York goes over to the attack with the ball. New York's on the Giants' 20-yard line. New York has completed 11 out of 17 passes now. There have been 4 fumbles on the part of New York early in the ball game. 2 by Baltimore. But these two teams have settled down now. And here's Connolly handing off to King at right halfback, swinging wide to his left. And the big speedster from Vanderbilt is brought down on the far side of the field by Marchetti, with Lipscomb joining in the chase and bringing him down after about a 4-yard pickup to the 24-yard line on a wide sweep. Bill King is at right halfback. Triplett is at fullback. Gifford is at left halfback. Connolly at quarterback for New York. Rote at left end. Schnelker at right end. No, McAfee's at left end now. Connolly now is 6 for 7 on forward passes in the second half. 2nd and 6. Connolly's back to throw. Does throw. It's good to McAfee, and McAfee races upfield for a first down on the 38-yard line of New York with the tackle made by Ray Brown at right safety for Baltimore. Ken McAfee, who's putting in for Kyle Rote at left end, made the catch for a first down, and now that's 7 for 8 for Charlie Connolly in this second half. The 38-year-old veteran, the venerable Mr. Connolly from Mississippi, has found his touch in the second half to this point. 9:45 left to play in the ball game. New York leading 17-14. First down for New York. Hand off to Gifford. Stop with a marker down on the play and a loss on the play. Back to the 36-yard line. Ray Krause driving through. Brought him down just as he made the handoff was made by Connolly to Gifford back of the line of scrimmage. Now let's see what the markers for. Offside against New York. The Baltimore Colts refused the penalty. Ron Gibbs, the referee, giving signals to both sides of this jam-packed Yankee Stadium. That loss resulted in a 3-yarder back to about the 36-yard line of New York, where it's 2nd down and 13 to go for the Giants. McAfee flanks wide to the right. King flanks wide to the right, and McAfee to the left. Connolly back. Draw to Triplett. Triplett swinging wide to the left. Races across the 40 up to almost the 44-yard line before he's brought down on the play with Milt Davis, right corner man for him, bring him down. Gifford giving him a beautiful block on the play. On the draw play, Connolly dropping back, hands off to the fullback Triplett, who waits for the handoff and then smashes. Normally he hits from tackle to tackle, but they're working the draw with Triplett taking one step towards the middle of the line, then sweeping wide to his left. And he moved that ball to the 44-yard line of New York, where it's now 3rd down and 4 to go. New York's ball. Hand off here to Gifford. Sweep to the right. And Gifford cuts back, driving for the first down, and makes the first down as he crosses the 50-yard line. He gets down to the 46-yard line of Baltimore before Carl Tosseff brings him down with the assistance of Steve Myra in the Baltimore defensive unit. Marchetti at left end, Krause at left tackle, Lipscomb at right tackle, Joyce at right end in the 4-man line for Baltimore. Pullington back up the left side. Myra back up the right side. Shinnick in the middle. Here's a handoff on 1st and 10 with the ball going to Gifford, and Gifford slashes over the middle to a gain of about 3 to 4 yards. And again, Ron Gibbs indicates by timeout. He wants to unpile things, get a good look at this ball. Ball spotted. He says start the clock again. Ray Krause made the tackle on Gifford at about the 42-yard line of Baltimore. A gain on the play of about 4 yards. Make it 2nd down, 6 to go. Coming up, New York's ball, and they're chewing out that clock. 7 minutes, 50 seconds to go. New York leads 17-14. Connolly takes, hands off to King, sweeping wide. He fumbles as the Baltimore scramble for the ball, and a Baltimore recovery, I believe. Looks like Lipscomb will come in and hit him, force the fumble. With Myra making the recovery of the ball for Baltimore on New York's 41-yard line. So Baltimore takes advantage of a hard-hitting defense, a resultant fumble, and a break in New York territory with New York leading 17-14. It's Baltimore's ball, 1st and 10 to go on the Baltimore 42. United's back on the New York 42. United's throwing a long one downfield aimed at Moore. He's got it along the sideline, but whether he made it inside or out, no, he made it outside. At the 3-yard line, a sensational catch, but just outside. And it goes as a useless pass, an incomplete one, if you will. And the ball is brought back to the 42-yard line of New York. Lyndon Crow was racing down the sideline, battling him for the ball. That's been a great individual battle all day between Livingston, the short man, who jars Lenny Moore and tries to slow him up, and Lyndon Crow, the deep man, who picks him up, two men working on him. Earlier in the game, Moore picked up one for about 55 yards down that same sideline. This time he caught it, but it was out of bounds. Now it's second down, 10 to go on the 42-yard line of New York. Baltimore's ball with New York leading 17-14. Again, Unitas calls for silence. Again, he gets the rousing responsive yells. And then settles down, prepares to take, goes back, sets, runs, throws, and it's almost intercepted by Patton. Whether he held on or not, I don't know. Looked like Karlivitz or Patton. Karlivitz, the pass in to Raymond Berry, but he couldn't hold on to that ball. Carl Karlivitz, he's 21, Patton's 20. We saw a 20 flash through there. Carl Karlivitz batted it out of Raymond Berry's hands. Third down, 10 to go. Karlivitz played his college ball at Syracuse. He's a 6-year veteran of the National Football League. Played most of the time with Detroit. Third down coming up, 10 to go. The ball's still on New York's 42 with New York leading 17-14 and Baltimore's ball. 7:10 left to play in the ball game. Back goes Unitas. Unitas throws. It's good to Berry. Berry is driven out of bounds on the 31-yard line with the tackle made by Patton. Jimmy Patton in his 4th year of National Football League play, and it's good for a first down on the 31-yard line of New York. Baltimore's Lenny Moore, who's the flanker, and a deep faker on the play, is back rejoining the huddle. 19 out of 28 completions for Unitas. First down 10. Unitas hands off to Dupre. Dupre running wide to his right is brought down at about the 27-yard line of New York after a pickup on the play of about 4 yards. The tackle made by Livingston. A fine block made by Art Spinney of Baltimore. In the offensive line, he's flanking Nutter at center, Sandusky at guard, Priest and Parker at tackles, Berry and Mutchler at ends. Unitas has Dupre, Amici and Moore in the back line with him. Second down now, and about 6 to go. The ball on the 27-yard line of New York. Baltimore's ball with New York leading 17-14. Baltimore. Unitas back. Robustelli drops him for a loss. Andy Robustelli on a bootleg play by Unitas. Robustelli made just an instant hesitation, decided it was a bootleg. He couldn't see the ball. Then he tore for Unitas and floored him for a loss on the 38-yard line of New York. You can see the cagey play of a veteran there in his 8th year in the National Football League. Andy Robustelli, a 230-pounder. He's 30 years old. Made up his mind in a flash that this was the fake, that Unitas had the ball. It was hidden from him. He just tore into Unitas and dropped him. Now there's about 18 yards to go. Third down coming up for Baltimore on the 38-yard line. Here's Bav, New York, and here thrown for a loss again is Unitas with the charge led by Ed Mozeleski this time, Dick Mozeleski and Jim Katkevich. Dick Mozeleski and Katkevich. This New York team is aflame defensively. They fired through on Unitas and dropped him for another loss. And it's 4th down coming up now with 10-20, about 27 to go. Reschishar is coming in for a long-range kick. The ball is on the 47-yard line of New York. Oh, it's going to be a punt. Brown is back. He's not going to try a field goal. Brown is back. Long punt formation. They have 5 minutes, 45 seconds still to go in the ball game. Late arrival racing in for play. Baltimore's all mixed up. Timeout called here by referee Ron Gibbs for the enforcement of a penalty for delay of game against Baltimore because Baltimore was mixed up in its kicking team members, and they had a couple of strangers running around in the offense. So there's timeout here with Baltimore taking timeout. The score is New York Giants 17, Baltimore Colts 14.
This is Regis Toomey. If I told you could have a family meal for pennies, would you believe it? Well, you can with High Grade's KP Party Loaf, the most nourishing, most economical meat you can buy. High Grade's KP Party Loaf is made from pork and juicy beef. And believe me, that beef makes a world of difference. High Grade's KP Party Loaf. Cold, it makes a great sandwich. Fry it or bake it for an easy, quick, and delicious main dish. That's kitchen pure. KP Party Loaf. Tastiest of all luncheon meats. High Grades also makes many other canned meats, including chili con carne, corned beef, and High Grades or Kingen's canned hams. For the finest quality made by High Grade.
For the finest quality made by High Grade.
Finance the purchase of a home of your own.
In the receiving department, Del Schaffner has caught 2, King has caught 2, Walton has caught 1 for New York, and for Green Bay, Dollar has 2, Ron Kramer has 2, and Jim Taylor has 3 of the screen variety. And Ted Moore, I must say that as halftime moves along, it appears that the wind condition down on the field is becoming much more severe than it was during the first half of action. In fact, some of the benches, now that the players are not down there on them, have been blowing out onto the surface. And it could be that the wind, Jim Kensel mentioned that it is coming toward the press box, so it would not necessarily favor either team, but it begins to look like it could hamper both teams in the second half. And now I see that the New York Giants, who are trailing in this game by a score of 10-0, are coming out to the benches. And the Packers are also on their way out now. In case you just tuned in, the score is Green Bay 10 and the New York Giants nothing.
Julie London sings the Marlboro song.
Why don't you settle back and have a full-flavored smoke? Settle back with a Marlboro. Make yourself comfortable whenever you smoke. Have a Marlboro cigarette. You get a lot to like with a Marlboro filter, flavor, pack or box.
Try Marlboro, the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste.
Both teams have come back onto the field. The Cardinal Dougherty High School Band of Philadelphia, which has done a splendid job entertaining the fans here at Yankee Stadium at halftime, are still out there as the teams warm up along the sidelines. The Packers with a 10-0 lead as we get ready for the second half of action at Yankee Stadium in New York in the National Football League Championship game. And to bring you the action of the second half, it is my pleasure to introduce once again the voice on radio for the Green Bay Packers, Ted Moore.
Thank you very much, Ken. During halftime, we noticed that there were a number of hats blown out of the grandstand and rolling across the field, and as the band performs down there, we can see right at the moment at least 3 of the band members' hats on the field, which have blown off, and that might give you some idea of the intensity of this wind. There are newspapers, programs, and all sorts of debris from the stands blowing across the field, and we're going to have trouble with that during the second half. And we'll be set to go with the second half kickoff in just a moment.
Ready? Take a nice, easy beat. Mix in the bass. Now add the vibes. There you go. Each one's good, but together they're great. Marlboro cigarettes are a lot like that. They've got a special combination that gives you full flavor in a filter cigarette. Marlboro's got the combination, the famous Richmond recipe of ripe golden tobaccos combined with the exclusive Selectrate filter. Marlboro, plenty rich, yet plenty mild. alike with a Marlboro, the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste. Try 'em.
As this second half gets underway, the Green Bay Packers will have the choice. Undoubtedly, they will choose to receive, and this will mean that for the first time this afternoon, the New York Giants will be kicking off. Don Chandler, of course, will be doing the booting for them. Likely deep men for the Green Bay Packers will be Tom Moore and Herb Adderley. So far, the teams have not moved out onto the field because the band is still performing down in front of the Giants bench. As we mentioned during halftime, this has been quite a savage defensive battle between these two clubs. Very little in the way of surprises because both of these teams play a conservative type of defense. Coach Vince Lombardi says of the Giants, they stand there in their 4-3 defense and dare you to run on them, and the Green Bay Packers pattern their play pretty well along the same lines. The Packers are doing a little more stunting than they have throughout the regular season for the most part. This means that their linebackers and their defensive line are shifting positions from time to time in an attempt to confuse the Giants quarterback, Y.A. Tittle. But for the most part, we've got two conservative defensive ball clubs operating on the field. Well, we'll see if Don Chandler has any better luck teeing up his football than Willie Wood had for the Green Bay Packers. He's got it teed up on the 40-yard line right now. He's not taking any chances. We're going to have a member of the kickoff unit, Dick Lynch, holding the ball. Herb Adderley and Tom Moore deep for the Green Bay Packers, and we're set to go with the second half. Chandler moves forward, gets the kick away, a high one, but coming down short. Tommy Moore runs under on the 15, up the 20, the 25, the 30, the 35, the 40, down the sideline, the 45, and to the 50-yard line. Fumbles on the 50-yard line. I believe the Packers recover. There was a scramble for the ball. And I believe that Ken Iman got on top of that football. Tom Moore with a 35-yard run back from his own 15 up to the midfield stripe and dead on the 50-yard line. Fumbled as he was hit. The ball rolled toward this sideline, and Ken Iman fell on it for the Packers. They're in possession, 1st and 10, right at midfield. They break out of the huddle, come up the line of scrimmage. All-Pro center Jim Ringo over the ball. Bart Starr calling the signals. Max McGee flanked on the left side. Starr takes hands off to Jimmy Taylor, drives right up the middle, and is grabbed off at the line of scrimmage by Dick Modulewski. Taylor may have bowled his way forward for perhaps a yard. Tom Scott came in to help out with that tackle. The officials place the football just barely nosing into Giant territory. Pick up of the length of a football by Taylor. Second down, 10 yards to go. The Packers are back in the huddle. Giants defense deploys. Bob Skoronski in the left side tackle for the Packers. Now we've got a strong right formation. Starr fakes to Taylor, goes back to throw, fires the pass complete to Dollar. Down there the Giants' 41-yard line. And Erich Barnes immediately forced Dollar out of bounds. Gain on the play of 9 yards. Puts the ball on the Giants' 41-yard line. 3rd down and a yard to go for the Green Bay Packers. They're out of the huddle now. Again, they're strong to the right with Boyd Dollar flanked on the right side. Starr counts off. Takes the ball, hands off for Taylor. He's shooting for the first down. Fumble. Packers recover, but back of the line of scrimmage. And it was Fuzzy Thurston falling on the ball, back on the 42-yard line. Tom Scott hit Jimmy Taylor. The ball popped out of his hands. The Packers recover. It's 4th down, 2 yards to go, and they'll be forced to punt. Going deep for the Giants, Sam Horner and Johnny Counts standing down on the Giants' 15-yard line. And we've got Max McGee ready to punt for the Packers. The line of scrimmage of the Giants' 42. There's the snap. Low. McGee picks it up, gets the kick away, angling toward the far side to get the bounce down to the 10. And inside. Rolling dead on the 6-yard line of the New York Giants. Well, Max McGee hasn't had any height to his punch this afternoon, but he's gotten some good bounces. That one was good for 36 yards. Moving the ball down to the Giants' 6-yard line. And now the Giants go to the attack, trailing 10-0 early in the 3rd quarter. Y.A. Tittle, the quarterback, takes the ball, hands off to Webster, the fullback, and he cracks across the 10-yard line. Corey was brought down by right tackle Henry Jordan with some help from Ray Nitschke. So the Giants move the ball a little bit out from the shadow of their goal post. It's on the 11-yard line. Second down and 5 yards to go for the Giants. Again, Y.A. Tittle counts off. And again, the ball goes to fullback Alex Webster, and he's loose around the right side on the sweep. But caught by the Packers secondary at the 21-yard line. And it was Hank Greminger coming up from the left safety position to make the stop for the Green Bay Packers. But Webster moved the ball for the first down. And it's being spotted by the officials on the 22-yard line, nosing up toward the 23. First and 10 at that point for the Giants. Y.A. Tittle, the quarterback now, sends Gifford out to the right, hands off to Webster, and Webster slides off one tackler, makes it up to about the 25-yard line where Ray Nitschke stops him. And there was a pickup of 3 yards on the play. Second down, a little more than 7 yards to go. Packers out in front of the Giants, 10-0, 11 minutes, 28 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Again, Tittle takes the ball. This time he goes back to throw, being rushed, but gets the pass away, and it's complete to Del Schaffner at the 37-yard line of the New York Giants. He's pushed out of bounds immediately by Jesse Whittington, but that will be good enough for the first down, of course, for the Giants. First and 10 for the Giants. The ball just across their own 36-yard line. Again, they're out of the huddle. Ray Wittek over the ball at center. Strong right formation with Gifford flanked out there. The ball goes to King, the left halfback, on a crisscross. He goes over the right side and moves across the 40 to the 41, where Dave Hanner along with Henry Jordan bring him down for the Green Bay Packers. Pick up on the play of 4 yards, makes it second down and 6 yards to go for the Giants on their own 41-yard line, and again they're out of the huddle. Again it's Gifford, flanked to the right side. Handoff goes to Webster. Webster drives up the middle, runs into trouble, slides off to the right side, but is caught by Bill Quinlan and brought to the ground. But he managed to drive ahead for a couple of yards. Ball is being placed on the 44-yard line of the New York Giants. Third down and 3 yards to go at that point. Giants go back in the huddle. 10 minutes, 25 seconds remain in the third quarter. Packers out in front by a score of 10-0. Field goal in the first quarter, touchdown in the second quarter. Tittle counts off. Hands off to his fullback. Webster drives up the middle and moves across very close to the 50-yard line where Henry Jordan brings him down, along with Willie Wood. And Y.A. Tittle has been using his heavy-duty back, Alex Webster, with a fair amount of success here in the opening minutes of the third quarter. Webster carrying on 3 out of 4 plays thus far, and he's moved the ball to midfield. First and 10 at that point for the Giants. Tittle sets his team. Gifford flanked to the right, fakes a handoff to Webster. Being chased now by Bill Forrester, gets the pass away. It is incomplete. It was intended for Del Schaffner, down in Packer territory on the 36-yard line. Schaffner being covered by Jesse Whittington. Bill Quinlan and Bill Forrester putting a good rush on Giant quarterback Y.A. Tittle. Ball at midfield right on the 50-yard line. Second down, 10 yards to go for the Giants at that point. Packer defense has Bill Quinlan, Henry Jordan, Dave Hanner, and Willie Davis in the front line. Forrester, Nitschke, and Curry, the linebackers. Whittington, Adderley, Greminger, and Wood in the defensive backfield. Tittle counts off, fakes a handoff to Webster, goes back to throw. Willie Davis puts the rush on him, fires a pass, incomplete. It was thrown in the vicinity of Alex Webster. And again, the Packers put on quite a rush. Tittle has completed 6 out of 16 passes thus far in this championship football game. Del Schaffner playing the split end for the New York Giants. Rosie Brown and Darrell Dess on the left side of the line. Ray Wittek at center. Greg Larson and Jack Stroud on the right side. Joe Walton, the tight end. The backfield, Tittle, King, Webster, and Gifford at the flanker position. Now they come out of the huddle. Third down, 10 yards to go. Tittle sets his team. The ball was never centered. We've got a lot of action down there, and we're going to have a penalty called on somebody. Officials are conferring now The Packers were offside, but were they drawn offside? That's the question. We might have a combination of illegal motion and offside, but it's being ruled as offside against the Green Bay Packers. 5-yard penalty moves the ball down to the Pack 45-yard line, and it now becomes third down and 5 yards to go. Joe Morrison is going into the ball game for the New York Giants, replacing Phil King. Morrison, a 4-year veteran from Cincinnati, 6'1", 212 pounds. And now it's a triple left formation. Tittle goes back to throw, fires a screen pass, complete to Morrison at the line of scrimmage. He's hit and dropped immediately by Dan Curry. No gain on the play. Maybe the length of the football across the 45-yard line. It's fourth down, 5 yards to go for the New York Giants. Don Chandler comes in to do some more punting. Going deep for the Green Bay Packers, Willie Wood and Elijah Pitts. Standing on the Packers' 7-yard line. Line of scrimmage, the Packers' 45. Chandler on the Giants' 41 to get the kick away. Boots it. Line drive tight, but long and into the Packer end zone. The automatic touchback will come out to the 20-yard line, where it will be 1st and 10 for the Green Bay Packers. A 45-yard boot for Don Chandler. 8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the third quarter of play. 10-0. The Packers out in front of the New York Giants in this championship game from Yankee Stadium. Ted Moore along with Ken Coleman bringing you the play-by-play broadcast. Jim Ringo over the ball now. Starr sets his team. Flanker. Back to the right is Boyd Dollar. The handoff goes to Horning. Horning running to the right is hit behind the line of scrimmage by Bill Winter. Dropped back on the 15-yard line for a 5-yard loss. Winter, Sam Huff, and Jim Katcavage all driving in on that play. And that is the complete left side of the Giant defense, so they had the play pretty well diagnosed as Horning took the handoff from Starr and went to his right. Second down, 15 yards to go for the Packers on their own 15-yard line. Neither team has been able to gain any momentum here in the second half. Starr fakes a handoff to Horning, throws, incomplete, almost intercepted by Dick Lynch on the Packer 30-yard line. The pass was intended for Max McGee, and Lynch almost picked it off. Third down, 15 yards to go for the Packers on their own 15-yard line. 10-0, Green Bay out in front. 8 minutes remain in the third quarter of play. The 30th annual National Football League championship battle. Green Bay Packers involved in it for the third straight time and looking for their second straight victory over these New York Giants. Giants seeking revenge and the championship. Difference of about $2,000 per man between being a winner and a loser. Starr goes back on third down, looks downfield, he's being rushed, but gets the pass away, fires it incomplete, intended for McGee on the 35-yard line, underthrown by Bart Starr. McGee covered very well by Alan Webb. So the Packers run 3 plays and will be forced to punt. Max McGee has done the kicking so far. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
WGY Schenectady.
Gets the kick away, it's blocked. Rolling around on the 2-yard line. Recovered in the end zone by the Giants. We have not seen the official signal as yet as to whether or not it is a touchdown. It is a touchdown for the New York Giants. Max McGee's kick was blocked by Erich Barnes. The ball rolled around. Several players attempted to recover it. It squirted into the end zone. We have a light standard directly in our way here, and we could not see whether or not they had ruled it as a touchdown. Don Chandler will attempt the extra point. Chandler will attempt the extra point. Guglielmi holding. The ball is snapped. The kick is good. And there's timeout on the field with the score. The Green Bay Packers 10, the New York Giants 7.
You get a lot to like with a Marlboro filter, flavor, pack, or box. Filter.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought it was filter, flavor, flip-top box.
No, that's the old song. Now Marlboro comes in a king-size soft pack, too, so they changed the words.
Oh.
You get a lot to like with a Marlboro filter, flavor, pack, or box.
Same cigarette?
Same good Marlboro flavor, both ways. Some people like the soft pack, some like the box, so we give them a choice.
Fits right into the song, too, doesn't it?
You get a lot to like with a Marlboro filter, flavor, pack, or box.
Marlboro, the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste.
The Green Bay Packers 10, the New York Giants 7. 7 minutes and 34 seconds remain in the third quarter of this championship football game. Erich Barnes blocked Max McGee's punt. Jim Collier fell on it in the end zone for the touchdown. Chandler added the extra point. Now Chandler will kick off deep for the Packers. We've got Tom Moore and Herb Adderley. Packers lead cut to 3 points. There's the boot by Chandler. A long one coming down to Moore on the 4-yard line. He's up to the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25. Hit, keeps his feet, moves to the 30 and to the 33-yard line before he's finally brought down by the Blue Jersey Giants. And it was Reed Bohovich making the original contact for the Giants. The ball is placed midway between the 33 and the 34-yard line. So the Packers find themselves in possession once again, but this time their lead has been cut to 3 points. Starr, the quarterback. Dollar split on the right side, McGee flanked on the left side. And Starr indicates there's too much noise. His players can't hear the signals. So the Packers go back into the huddle again as the officials motion the crowd for just a bit more silence. Now the Packers break out again. Hometown crowd here in New York picking up the chant, beat Green Bay. Ringo over the ball. Starr takes, handoff goes to Taylor. Wow, and he is hit by Rosie Greer. Big Rosie Greer, 6'5", 290 pounds, was waiting for him right at the line of scrimmage, hit him and bounced him back a couple of yards. Taylor loses a yard on the play. Second down, 11 to go for the Packers. Ball on Green Bay's 32-yard line. 6 minutes, 41 seconds remaining in the third quarter of action. 10-7, the Packers out in front. Strong right formation this time. Dollar flanked to the right side. Handoff goes to Jimmy Taylor, and Taylor trying to sweep to the left is hit, and once again loses yardage. Back to the 30-yard line as Dick Modulewski came across from left to right, and with help from Tom Scott, brought him down on the 30. A loss of 2 on the play, and it's third down. 13 yards to go for the Green Bay Packers. Slightly more than 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Packers out in front by 3 points, 10-7 over the Eastern champions, the New York Giants. Ringo over the ball once again. Dollar flank to the right side. Starr takes, fakes, goes back to throw, looks downfield, fires the pass. Incomplete, almost intercepted by Bill Winter, who was intended for tight end Ron Kramer. On the 40-yard line of the Packers. And the Packers punting unit comes onto the field once again. Green Bay will be forced to give up the football. Going deep for the Giants, Johnny Counts and Sam Horner standing down on the Giants' 40-yard line. Max McGee will be kicking. Line of scrimmage is the Packers' 30. McGee standing on the 15-yard line. Ringo over the ball. There's the snap. McGee gets the kick away. A low one coming down to Horner, who fumbles the ball. Recovered by the Packers. I believe there was another fumble there. There's a tremendous pile-up down on the Giants' 41-yard line. Lou Carpenter tried to scoop up that ball on the dead run. It dribbled away from his fingertips, and then the pile began, and the Green Bay Packers did recover. I believe it was Ray Nitschke. Nitschke coming up with the football finally for the Green Bay Packers. Down on the Giants' 42-yard line. 1st and 10 at that point for the Packers. So the breaks begin to mount up here in the third quarter. Packers out in front, 10-7. 5.5 minutes to go in the third quarter of play. Starr, the quarterback. Hands off to Jimmy Taylor. Hole on the left side. Taylor is down to the 35. Spins away from the tackler there. Tripped up, falling forward to about the 31-yard line. Officials place the ball between the 31 and the 30 at the far side of the field. Now they've nosed it up right on the 30-yard line. Taylor runs for 12 yards, good enough for the first down for the Packers, and once again they have driven deep into Giant territory. 1st and 10 on the Giants' 30-yard line. Packers break out of the huddle. And we have had a timeout called on the field with the score, the Green Bay Packers 10, the New York Giants 7. Say, you know how to get better shaves? Get a PAL adjustable injector razor, because PAL's the world's first stainless steel injector razor. PAL's got the beauty of stainless steel. PAL's got the balance of a precision instrument. PAL's got brains. It's adjustable. And your PAL's lifetime guaranteed by the American Safety Razor Company. Repaired or replaced free. New PAL razor with 10 new PAL premium blades, plus handsome travel case, all for $195. This is Ted Moore along with Ken Coleman from Yankee Stadium, New York. And another real exciting battle between the New York Giants and the Green Bay Packers, with the Packers out in front 10-7, 4 minutes and 53 seconds remaining here in the third quarter of action. The Packers led 10-0 at halftime. And in the third quarter of play, the New York Giants blocked a Max McGee punt deep in Packer territory, recovered the blocked punt in the end zone. Chandler converted, and we have a 10-7 ball game. But a break immediately came the Packers' way. The New York Giants fumbled Max McGee's next punt. The Packers recovered on the 42-yard line. Jim Taylor just carried it down to the Giants' 30, and we're set to resume action. 1st and 10 for the Packers on the Giants' 30. Starr goes back to throw. Fires right down the middle. Incomplete. It was intended for Boyd Dollar. Down inside the 5-yard line. Alan Webb and Jimmy Patton were double-teaming Dollar down there. Second down, 10 yards to go. Packers own the football on the Giants' 30-yard line. Bart Starr takes his team back into the huddle. Well, this is the climax of the football season that began for the pros way back in August when the Packers met the College All-Stars in Chicago. Starr takes from Ringo on the draw play, gives to Taylor. Taylor drives across the line of scrimmage down inside the 30 to about the 26, where he's met head-on by Tom Scott. With some help from Sam Huff and Rosie Greer, they wrestled Taylor to the ground. They're still unpiling the players down there, getting them untangled. Now they're placing the football just short of the 26-yard line. Pickup of about 4 yards by Taylor makes it 3rd down and 6. Packers break out of the huddle once again. Giant defense deploys. They're in the standard 4-man line, 3 linebackers. Starr goes back to throw. The rush is put on him, but he gets the pass away. Over to the sideline. Nice catch by Bart Starr on the 21-yard line. Nice catch by Boyd Dollar on the pass from Bart Starr. He was pushed out of bounds immediately. Giants protested mildly that Starr was out of bounds when he caught the ball. The officials say no, the Packers still short of a first down. Ball is on the 22-yard line. We've got the field goal unit coming in. Ball 20 yards in from the west side of the field. So that means that Jerry Kramer will attempt the field goal from the 28-yard line and will be kicking to his left. The ball is snapped. It's placed. The kick. It's long enough. It is good, and the Green Bay Packers go out in front of the New York Giants by a score of 13-7 with 4 minutes remaining here in the third quarter of action. Jerry Kramer just booted his second field goal of the afternoon for the Green Bay Packers. His first one back in the first quarter was from the 26-yard line. This one was good from the 29. So the Packers have a 6-point lead, 13-7, with exactly 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Willie Wood will kick off for the Green Bay Packers once again. Deep for the New York Giants, Sam Horner and Johnny Counts. Counts has had a fine year. Was playing semi-pro football up in New England when the New York Giants grabbed him off. He's been a good performer for them all season long. Well, here comes the football out from this sideline, and we'll go through the routine of setting it up and holding it so that the wind doesn't blow it off the tee. Earl Groh has been assigned the duty of holding the football. Willie Wood, of course, does the kicking. Right now, he's got the wind at his back, according to the flagpole flags. Moves forward, gets the kick away, and he boots a long one, going clear into the end zone and rolling out of the end zone. Well, that's the longest kickoff of the day, and Wood timed that one just right, because as he booted the ball, the flags were standing out straight behind him, and the wind was with him. That kick carried clear into the end zone. So the New York Giants will take over 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line. Tittle the quarterback, Webster the fullback, Phil King at left halfback, and Frank Gifford flanked out on the right side. Ray Witeka gets over the ball now. Tittle sets his team, checks that Packer defense. Goes back 2 steps, fires the short sideline pass. It is complete to Gifford over at the far side of the field at the 25-yard line. He's forced out of bounds immediately by Herb Adderley. They'll give him the forward progress he had up to the 20.
Official statistics here of the first half. The Giants had 9 first downs. The Bears had 4. Giants picked up 70 yards on the ground. The Bears 42. Giants had 54 yards passing, and Chicago had 44. To speculate just a little, Jim, as to who might be the quarterback if anything happened to Glenn Griffin. He is the only other quarterback on the roster. And the only other person who has worked out at all at quarterback this season has been Frank Gifford. A couple of seasons ago, he did an exhibition play a couple of games at quarterback. So he would be the successor if anything did happen to Griffin. Tittle is warming on the far sideline and is walking fairly well. He is throwing the football, but seems to have some problem getting away from center.
Pat, I think that there have been many games during the championship series in which injuries to a key player have been a deciding factor, as why Tittle does now is turn and spin and go back and throw the ball. And he has got his cloak off. He's dancing around testing that knee. But I recall the 1943 championship game. It happened that I was out here in Chicago. The Chicago Bears, with Sid Luckman, who that game threw 5 touchdown passes. And Sammy Baugh and the Washington Redskins, who the year before had beat the Bears for the title, with Baugh being hit in the third quarter, I believe. He suffered a concussion, and he was out. The Bears went on to win the ball game. They perhaps would have won it anyway, but injuries have played an important part in these games in the past. And now we'll be set to go with the second half kickoff in just a moment.
Start with mild tobaccos, Golden Virginia Bright. Add the flavor of rich, brisk burleys. A touch of fragrant Turkish. Blend them in Marlboro's famous Richmond, Virginia recipe. Now light up. You're in Marlboro country. Marlboro gives you a man's world of flavor in a filter cigarette. The exclusive Select Trace filter delivers that flavor so it's mild, but never meat. Flavor you can settle back with.
You get a lot to like with a Marlboro filter flavor pack or box.
Come to where the flavor is. Marlboro country.
At Wrigley Field, we are still awaiting the second half kickoff, which is only moments away. The score is New York 10 and the Chicago Bears 7. The injury to Y.A. Tittle, of concern to everyone in the ballpark, particularly to Giant fans and to the New York Giants themselves, is to his left knee. He has been warming up on the far sideline. Giants will receive the kickoff, so we'll get a look very shortly as to whether or not he will be able to play in the second half or not. To describe the action, the play-by-play action here in the second half, as he has done so capably in the first half, veteran NFL sportscaster Jim Gibbons.
Thank you, Pat Summerall. Hugh McElhenney goes deep on the far side for the New York Giants. Eddie Dove on the near side. The Bears now break from their huddle around their coach, George Hallett, the 60-year-old, 8-year-old veteran who is down, adjusts his hat as he walks to this side, going out to kick off. The Bears placing the ball down now on the 40-yard line. It's Roger LeClaire who will kick it off. Joe Morrison is up the middle, standing at about the 15-yard line. Hugh McElhenney on the far side. Dove has moved up to the 5-yard line. That side of the field, the south side, is frozen. The sun is still shining brilliantly, but it's cold here in Chicago. Here's the kick. Waiting for it, ready to take it, is McElhenney on the 8. He's at the 15. He has sneakers on as he gets to the 25, the 30, in the open at the 40, 45, 50, and down he goes on the 46-yard line of the Chicago Bears. What a return by Hugh McElhenney. He fielded the ball in flight on the 8-yard line and raced all the way back to Bear territory on the 47-yard line. Quite a number now of the Giants. Well, McElhenney is staying in there. He's wearing tennis shoes, as I pointed out to you, and Y. Tittle is in at quarterback. Tittle hands off to McElhenney, and McElhenney charges across the 45-yard line. Y. Tittle back in at quarterback, hands off to McElhenney, and McElhenney gets just inside the 45, down to the 44. Doug Atkins coming in to make the stop. For the Giants, it's Schaffner and Thomas the ends. Brown and Stroud are the tackles. Dess and Byers the guards. Larson is at center. Y. Tittle is in at quarterback. Morrison and McElhenney along with Gifford. Score is 10-7. Giants lead. Giants ball in Bear territory on the 44-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Going with the ball is McElhenney, and down he goes on an ankle-high tackle as he crosses the 44-yard line by Obradovic. Brought him down. His forward momentum took him down to the 42-yard line. A gain of 2 in the play.
With 3rd and 6 here, it would appear that Tittle will have to throw the football, and this will be the big test right here to see if we will see too much of him in the second half.
3rd down, 6 yards to go. Wide to the right is Frank Gifford as Shofford is in tight. Back to throw is Tittle. He's hit just as he throws the ball to Morrison. Down he goes. Morrison is at the 40, down to the 35-yard line, fumbles the ball, and I believe the Bears recovered. Let's see whether the whistle blew first. Whistle may have blown. I believe it did, as the Bears picked up the ball on the 35-yard line. Tittle was racked up pretty hard as he got rid of that ball on a pass behind the line of scrimmage to Morrison. Morrison, with a good effort, got down to the 35-yard line, and the Chicago Bears do not get that ball. The Giants retain possession. Ball is on the 35-yard line. First down and 10 yards to go. Score is 10-7. Giants lead. Giants threaten. As we are in the third quarter with 13 minutes remaining. Giants ball in Bear territory on the 35-yard line. Y. Tittle has Gifford wide to the right, dropping straight back to pass. Throws long, has a man in the open, but it's broken up. Going back beautifully to break up the pass was Benny McRae. It looked like Frank Gifford had him beaten. As a matter of fact, he did. He was behind him, but the pass was a little shy of the target. We'd like to remind you that Tittle that time was throwing into the wind. The wind is coming out of the north at about 14 miles per hour, and it has been a factor in the kicking and was certainly a factor that time in his pass.
Jim, I've been watching Tittle both times, the last 2 times he's thrown the pass, and he's been hit fairly hard both times and has seemed to stand the licks well enough, so he's still in there.
Second down, 10 yards to go. Tittle once again back to throw. Looks for Schaffner. It's intercepted. Intercepted by number 23, David Whitzel. And it's a Bears ball on about the 26-yard line. Dave Whitzel took the pass intended for Del Schaffner, and it's the Bears ball on their own 26. Score here in the third quarter is 10-7. The Giants leading the Bears. The Bears ball. Billy Wade in at quarterback. We'll check that offensive lineup in a second. The screen pass for Marconi's at the 30, 35, gets to 40, still on his feet at the 45, and down he goes at the 45. A scramble for the ball. Let's see who recovered it. He held on to it. Marconi held on to it at the 45-yard line. So it's a gain from the 26 to the 45 of 19 yards. Brought down by Mickey Walker and Dick Modzelewski, or rather Sam Huff, number 70, and Modzelewski, bringing him down on the 45. Listen to this crowd. Thrilled by the interception and thrilled again by the screen pass to Marconi. Wade, Bull, Morris, and Marconi in the backfield of the Chicago Bears. Scores 10-7, Giants lead. Bears on the move. Wade back to throw, looks down the middle, and it's no good. One of the front men of the Giants tipped that ball that time, and the ball went to the turf. I didn't detect the number of the player. It might have been Lovatier who was up there, or Cat Cabbage. But one of them got his hand on that ball just as it left Wade's hand. And it went to the turf, where it'll be second down and 10 yards to go. The York Giants had Cat Cabbage, Modzelewski, Lovatier, and Robustelli, the four men up front. Hupp, Gursky, and Hillebrand, the linebackers. Barnes and Lensher on the wings. Hessen and Patton deep. Chicago Bears have Koya and Ditka the end. Calling the signals, Wade on second down, 10 yards to go. Their ball on their own 45-yard line. They trail in the ball game by a score of 10-7. On the long count, Wade dropping straight back to pass. Throws down the middle. It's complete to Marconi at the 30, down to the 25, down to the 20-yard line before he's brought down. Chicago Bears pick up 34 yards on the play from their own 45 down to the New York Giants' 21-yard line as they've gone into an all-out pressing pass attack. They had a five-man pass pattern that time. The ball going to Marconi down on the 21-yard line. First and 10 for the Bears, deep in Giant territory. Score is 10-7. Giants lead. The Bears threaten. Billy Wade once again dropping back the pass. Throws for Marconi. Marconi can't get to the ball. A well-designed play, Pat Summerall, but Marconi couldn't reach that ball.
I would imagine at halftime, Jim, that the Bears have set their offensive patterns. They have figured out what the Giant defensive rhythm is, and they have figured the situation so that Wade can throw to Marconi when he is covered by a linebacker. Marconi has good speed, and the Giant linebackers, of course, will be running backwards and difficult to cover a man out of the backfield. And you can hear the tremendous enthusiasm of the Bear crowd.
I think it was Bill George, Pat, who said that the hometown crowd here met points to the Bears, and you can feel that vibration in the stands. Out of the huddle come the Bears on second down, 10 yards to go on the Giants' 21-yard line. On the long count, as Bill Wade is obviously checking off, goes back, throws a pass, and it is no good, broken up beautifully. It was Patton, I believe, number 20 it was, who broke up that pass. He saved a touchdown, sure. Intended for Koya. Koya was in the end zone, and Patton made a great recovery to go in and knock it out of his hands. So it'll be third down, 10 yards to go. The score is 10-7. The Giants leading the Bears, and the Bears are down on the 21-yard line. With third down, if they don't pick up the first down, with a pretty good field goal kicker in the person of Roger LeClaire, and the wind behind them, they might try to tie up this ball game. The ball is on the 21-yard line. Koya goes wide to the left. Morris comes wide on the flanker to the right. The running backs are Marconi and Bull. Bill Wade calling the signals. He's got Marconi to the right of him as he drops straight back in the pocket. Looks downfield, throws, and it's no good. Intended for Johnny Morris. In and out of his hands, and Roger LeClaire comes into the ball game to try a field goal. It'll be fourth down and 10 yards to go as Roger LeClaire comes into the ball game to try a field goal. He has done a pretty good job. His percentage has been pretty good over the years. Over this year, rather. He doesn't have as many as Don Chandler, but nevertheless, he's done pretty well, and he has a straightaway shot. Holding will be Dave Whitzel from about the 28-yard line. So it'll be a 28-yard effort on the part of Roger LeClaire. There's a pass intended. There's the kick. It's long enough. Is it through there? It's no good. It's wide. Wide to the left, and the Giants retain their lead, 10-7. And so we're having thrills galore. The tremendous run back of the opening kickoff of the second half by Hugh McElhenney, and the Bears storming back downfield but not able to get a tally. They trail in the ball game 10-7 as we have 11 minutes, 31 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. The Bears go on defense. The Giants with Wyatt Tittle back in the quarterback on offense on their own 20-yard line. Tittle calling the signals with Morrison, McElhenney. Flags go down as Morrison drives off his own left guard and cuts back up to about the 24-yard line. The flag went down. So we'll check the referee, Norman Schachter, see what the penalty is. It's Schachter, Ralph Moorcroft, the umpire, Dan Tehan, Ralph Vandenberg, Fred Swearingen. Offside against the Chicago Bears. So the Giants naturally will take the 5 yards instead of 4 and keep the down. It'll be first down and 5 yards to go. 11 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Giants lead the ball game 10-7. Giants ball in their own 25. Gifford is wide to the right. Schachter is wide to the left. Running backs are Morrison and McElhenney. The ball goes to McElhenney, and Big Hugh drives straight ahead for 4 yards up to the 29-yard line before he's brought down. Fred Williams, the big right tackle, coming in to get him on an ankle-high grab at the 29-yard line. So it'll be second down now and a yard to go. Score is 10-7. Giants lead the Bears in the World Championship game here at Wrigley Field before a standing room crowd of 49,000. We might point out to you, too, at the north end of the field, in the buildings, there are a number of people standing, some of them on top, and they must be freezing watching this ball game. Out of the huddle once again come the Giants, driving, trying to get that first down. I believe he got it. It was Morrison. Morrison up and over. He just did get it if he got it to the 30-yard line. Joe Morrison from Cincinnati got a first down just across the 30-yard line. We have 10 minutes, 28 seconds remaining in the third quarter. The score is 10-7. The Giants lead the Bears. All the scoring done in the first half. Both teams threatened here in the third quarter, but neither one was able to put it across. An interception stopped the Giant drive, and the Bears' Roger LeClaire's field goal was wide. Out of the huddle come the Giants. Wyatt Tittle calling signals, hands off to McElhenney, and McElhenney is racked up just as he gets to the line of scrimmage. It was Bill George who hit him first, but Jones, Williams, Atkins, Obradovich all converging to bring him down as Hugh McElhenney got maybe a yard in the play, and that is all. It'll be second down and 9 yards to go. Ball is equal distance between the sidelines. The Giants are huddling offensively on the 21. The Bears break from their defensive huddle. Joe Fortunato calls the defensive signals for them. Out of the huddle come the Giants. Gifford is wide to the right. Schachter is wide to the left. Score is 10-7. The ball is on the 31-yard line. With the ball is Tittle. He hands off to McElhenney, and McElhenney drives off the right side of his line across the 35 up to about the 39-yard line. The tackler, Taylor, looks like he might have been shaken up. He's very slow getting to his feet. Rosie Taylor, number 24, gets to his feet very slowly, but he's all right. Substitution coming in for the Giants as Dallas Gossner goes out of the ball game, and Walton and Thomas will be the end. It's third down and about 2 yards to go. They place the ball down in the 38-yard line. Score is 10-7. The Giants lead. The excitement here at Wrigley Field, you can feel it right up here in this NBC broadcasting booth. The crowd is humming. Giants Tittle calling the signals. He gives to Morrison. Morrison gets across the 40, very close to a first down. Stan Jones made the tackle. As they unpile, we'll see where they place that ball down. Referee Norm Schachter is right in there. 8 minutes, 31 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. The score is 10-7. The Giants lead it. It's not a first down. They put the ball down right in the 40, and they had to go to almost the 41, so it's fourth down and about a yard to go. And the Giants kicking team comes in. As Billy Martin, number 22, and 47, Johnny Morris, come in for the Chicago Bears. They're standing on the 20-yard line. They're kind of wondering themselves. They start to come up. They apparently, Pat Summerall, are wondering whether Don Chandler's going to kick. But he is. He's back on the 25. Boots it into the wind. A beautiful, high, spiraling kick. Calling for the fair catch is Morris on the 19. It'll be first and 10 now for the Bears on their own 19-yard line. A 41-yard punt on the part of Don Chandler. Score is 10-7. The Giants lead the Bears. There's time out on the field with the score. The Giants 10, the Bears 7.
It takes just a second. A match and a Marlboro. And you're in Marlboro country. There's a man's world of flavor in this filter cigarette. Richer flavor from the richer breed of tobaccos in Marlboro's famous Richmond recipe. The exclusive Select Trade filter brings it to you the way you like it. Flavor smooth but full of spirit. For a man's world of flavor, settle back in Marlboro country.
You get a lot to like with a Marlboro filter flavor pack or box.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall here at Wrigley Field in Chicago with 7 minutes, 52 seconds remaining. In the third quarter, the New York Giants leading the Chicago Bears 10-7. The Bears ball on their own 19-yard line. It's right between the 19 and the 20. We'll call it the 19 for a little easier mathematics. The Bears now go on offense with Wade, Marconi, Bull, and Morris in the backfield. Right behind Billy Wade is Marconi, the fullback. Wade has Morris wide to the right. He's dropping back once again to pass. Throws down the slot. It's complete to Ditka. Ditka's at the 35 and fights his way up to the 37. Before he's brought down, and a flag goes down. Mike Ditka, the big right end, took that pass, and I believe a penalty is going to be assessed against the New York Giants. It will be 15 yards against the Giants, and listen to this crowd. Personal foul charged against H. Barnes. Moves the ball up to the 49-yard line. It's 1st and 10 now for the Bears on their own 49. Score is 10-7. 7 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. The Giants leading the Bears. Morris is wide to the right. Coy is wide to the left. Marconi and Bull back. Once again, it's way back to throw. Bean Rice throws a little screen to Ronnie Bull, and Bull is going to be hit. He is back in the 40, bounces away. Still on his feet at the 45, and down he goes. The little screen pass behind the line of scrimmage, and Ronnie Bull, who was at the 45, was hit and spun around. He came back to the 40 and then tried to go upfield and got back up to the 44, and that was it.
Jim, we talked a lot in the first half and before the ball game about the Bears' ball control tactics, the fact that they run most of the time and throw only when they have to. Interesting to me is the fact that they have run only 2 rushing plays here in the second half. Everything else has been the pass.
That's right, Pat. They've had almost an all-out passing attack from the outset each time they've had the ball. They've got Coyle wide to the left, Morris wide to the right, and again, Wade is taking to the air, looking downfield, throws. It's complete to Morris, and Morris is hit on the 45 and driven way back to midfield by H. Barnes, and the crowd is booing. The ball is in Giant territory on the 45-yard line. It is not a first down. It'll be third down. We have 6 minutes, 27 seconds remaining in the third quarter. The Giants lead the Bears by a score of 10-7. But the Bears now have moved into Giant territory where they have third down and 4 yards to go. Coy is wide to the left. Morris is wide to the right. Running backs are Bull and Marconi. It's Wade with the ball and the quarterback sneak, and he's down to the 40-yard line for a first down. Billy Wade just straightened up that time, got behind the blocking, and went down for a first down.
And there's the mark of an experienced quarterback. Wade saw that the linebackers were up in the line preparing to blitz him, and I guess figured that his pass protection was not suitable to pick up those blitzing linebackers, so he just went into the hole that Al Gursky came from as he blitzed.
Now the Chicago Bears have fashioned a 41-yard drive. They put this ball in the offensive movement on the 19-yard line. They're down to the 40-yard line of the Giants. We're in the third quarter, 5 minutes remaining. Bears ball on the 40-yard line as Wade once again taking to the air. Looks down the middle, throws it short. Intended for Andy Coya. Dick Lynch was there with him covering on the play. And Bear has been injured. Roger Davis, number 60, comes limping off of the field. Number 72, Cadillo, goes in for him. So if you're checking this lineup, it's Coya and Ditka the ends for the Bears. We'll have Lee, Cadillo, Wataska, Karras, and Pyle. Wade, Bull, Morris, and Marconi in the backfield. We're in the third quarter with 5 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Score, the Giants leading the Bears 10-7 on a day that's getting colder. It's such a beautiful day here in Chicago, but so very cold. The temperature about 12 degrees. Out of the huddle come the Bears, with Morris extremely wide to the right. Again, with an all-out passing formation. They have the right end. Ditka split this time as Wade is back to throw. Looks, throws for Morris, and Morris can't hang on to the ball. A flag on the play. A flag on the play. And Barnes is having some words, and we may have a pass interference call. Let's wait and see. I don't know whether it's the flag may be against Ditka. It may have been a pickoff on that play, Pat Summerall. We'll have to wait and see. The flag went down. Barnes was the one who was kicking the turf. H. Barnes, very upset. So we haven't, we'll have to wait now till we see what the penalty is. The flag went down on the 25-yard line. It appears as though the penalty is going to be against the Chicago Bears. They are moving back upfield. However, Norm Schachter is talking to the Giants down in the 40, and it definitely appears as though the penalty will be against the Chicago Bears. possibly a pickoff play with the penalty apparently assessed against Mike Ditka. Robustelli making the decision, and that's what it was. Pass interference, offensive interference against the Chicago Bears. Moves the ball all the way back to the 45-yard line of the Bears. So to set the scene for you, it'll be third down rather, and about 25 yards to go. With 5 minutes remaining here in the third quarter, the Giants lead the ball game by a score of 10-7. Bears ball on their own 45-yard line. Wade once again back to throw. He throws long this time, intended for Ditka. No good, over his head. Tessinen covering on the play. And Mike Ditka slides on the ice on the far side of the field as he goes out of bounds. The field itself has been kept completely dry throughout all the sub-zero temperature and the snow that they've had out here, but on the sidelines there are patches of ice, and when the players and sometimes the officials go out there, they slide as they go down. The ball is on the 45-yard line. It'll be third down. The score, I believe I told you third down a moment ago, and it was second down because of the penalty. They do not lose a down on offensive interference. At one time, Pat Summerall, they did. 2 years ago, they changed that rule. So they did not lose a down. It's third down now and 25 yards to go. The score is 10-7. The Giants leading the Bears with 5 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. I was talking to Joe Kuharich about that very rule last night. He said a few years ago they did lose the down, but now they do not. Just the penalty. Back to pass once again is Wade. Robustelli is rushing him. He has it. Drops him. Back on about the 36-yard line. Andy Robustelli. We could see it coming, but Bill Wade couldn't. He got him on the blind side and dropped him way back on the 36-yard line. So it'll be fourth down and long yardage to go, and Bobby Joe Green will come in to do the kicking for the Chicago Bears. And so that field goal, 13-yard field goal on the part of Don Chandler, is standing up pretty well. It has since midway in the second quarter. Hugh McElhenney, who's wearing tennis shoes, is back. There's a pass from center. Kick in the direction of McElhenney, who takes it on the 26-yard line, gets to the 30, 35, and down he goes on the 35-yard line. He was belted pretty hard by 2 or 3 tacklers of the Chicago Bears. So it'll be first and 10 now for the Giants on their own 35-yard line. They lead this ball game by a score of 10-7. With 4 minutes, 47 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Wyatt Tittle, Joe Morrison, Hugh McElhenney, Frank Gifford. The ends are Schaffner and Walden. Both ends are in tight. Only Gifford is wide to the right. As Tittle goes back to throw, he's being rushed. Throws, and it's intercepted by Obradovich. Obradovich intercepts and races down to the 15-yard line of the Giants. Obradovich intercepted that pass and raced it down to the 14-yard line.
And, Jim, you know that the Bears have been schooled all in their preparations for this game to watch out for the screen pass, and they have picked off 2 of them. That one by Obradovich, the early one by Larry Morris.
Bears ball down on the 14-yard line. Bill Wade called in the signal. Score here is 10-7. Giants lead, but the Bears threaten now with Wade passing in the end zone. It's no good. Broken up beautifully by Hillebrand. Jerry Hillebrand almost intercepted that ball. He got his hands on it, but he couldn't hang on to it. The ball is intended, I believe, for Marconi. So it'll be second down, 10 yards to go. Ball is down on the 14-yard line of the New York Giants. Put there by Big Ed Obradovich, number 87, who intercepted. As Pat pointed out to you, the up men intercepting 2 screen passes. Larry Morris is the linebacker who gave the Bears their first touchdown or set it up. And Obradovich now bringing it down to the 14. Morris is extremely wide to the right. Both ends are in tight. Calling the signals, Billy Wade on second down, 10 yards to go. He gives this time to Ronnie Bull, who comes to the right. He is still on his feet down at about the 12-yard line, and down he goes. Barnes coming in from the secondary to belt him hard as Ronnie Bull tried to get to the outside. But Erich Barnes cut off the avenue and dropped him down at about the 13-yard line. So it's third down and about 9 yards to go. We have 3 minutes, 37 seconds remaining here in the third quarter. The score, the Giants 10, the Bears 7. Substitution coming in for the Bears as Roger Davis, the former All-American from Syracuse, replaces Cadill at the left guard. Bears are huddling back in the 18 and third down, 9 yards to go. Their ball on the Giant 13-yard line. John Farrington, who's in at left end, goes extremely wide to the left. Morris is wide to the right. Calling the signals, Billy Wade, with Marconi right behind him. Wade throws a pass complete inside the 5 to Ditka. He's down on the goal line. Very close to a touchdown is Mike Ditka. Ditka taking the throw right over the center. Gets down for a first and goal down at about the 1-yard line. Pessinen and Patton come in to make the stop. On that play, Bill Wade straightened up and he hit Ditka with that quick look-in pass right down on the 2-yard line. So it's first and goal now for the Bears on the Giants 2. Out of the huddle they come. Morris is wide to the left. Score is 10-7. Giants lead it, but the Bears are threatening. Billy Wade calling the signals on the long count, checking off obviously, and the quarterback sneak drives in. Is he in there? We haven't seen the signal. We're waiting. There's a pile up at the goal line. Still no signal as to whether he got in. Apparently he did not. There's a pile up right at the goal line. And now it's an official timeout. Still no signal as whether it's a touchdown. Apparently it's short. An official timeout. The crowd is booing. They thought Wade had gone in, but he obviously didn't, Pat.
Wade doing the safest thing possible at this point. The field is very tricky and slippery. At the south end of the field, Wade strictly going with the quarterback sneak.
It's about an inch away from that goal line. Out of the huddle come the Bears. Morris once again wide to the right. Billy Wade on second down, goal to go, waiting for that handoff. Probably will take it in this time, and the quarterback sneak. He does for a touchdown. Billy Wade on the very same play went right over for the score, and the Chicago Bears take the lead with 2 minutes, 12 seconds remaining. And now Jinks. Bob Jinks will try for the point after touchdown with David Witzel holding. There's the pass intended. There's the kick. It's good. There's time out on the field with the score. The Bears 14, the Giants 10.
I'm amazed, really I am. One swoop and it's gone. The beard is all gone. I used the Persona for over a month, and I'm still using it. Whereas I used it a week, and that was it.
That's Persona, the exclusive British process stainless steel blade.
I've gotten up to the amount of 18 shaves out of the first blade. Of course, came out, and I think they did a better job than. But I still think the Persona blade is much more superior to either one of them.
Every edge uncommonly sharp, individually wrapped to keep them that way.
I tried the Persona, and they're really smooth. I tried stainless steel once. I don't know. I don't think there's any comparison.
Trying to do their part, whatever that could be, to inspire this Brown team, which needs a comeback, of course, to win this game, trailing 17-0. Second down and 4, the ball at the 46-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. As Bill Nelson calls the signals, gives it off to Haraway again, trying to go to the outside, is caught and dropped just about at the line of scrimmage. We'll see how much yardage they give him. Getting up off the bottom of the pile is Don Shinnick, who made the initial stop, and they'll give the ball carrier to the 48-yard line. 2 yards, third down and 2 now. Third and 2 for Baltimore, for the Browns at their own 48-yard line. They trail the Baltimore Colts 17-0. Back in the huddle, out of it they come. They send Gary Collins wide to the right this time. Paul Warfield wide to the left. The setbacks are Haraway and Kelly. Nelson looking over the defense. Hands the ball off to Kelly again, over the right tackle spot, back inside, down into Baltimore territory, to about the Baltimore 48, and Billy Ray Smith is the man who makes the tackle. It is a first down for the Cleveland Browns at the Baltimore 48. Bob, early in the first half, we reported that Bubba Smith went to the sideline with a foot injury. It appeared. We should report that Bubba is back and playing again at his left defensive end position. Kelly has carried 12 times now for 20 25 yards. It's first and 10 of the 48 of Baltimore. Nelson gives the ball to Kelly again. And he gets down to about the 45 for about 3. Making the stop on him as they untangle. Freddie Miller, number 76, along with Billy Ray Smith. So the officials put the ball just over the 45-yard line. Call up the 46, give him 2 yards on the play, second down and 8. Cleveland in possession. Second and 8 at the Baltimore 46-yard line. The crowd starts to yell again as Paul Warfield comes out as the split in wide to the left. Gary Collins to the right. The setbacks again. Kelly and Haraway. Nelson with it, dropping back at step or 2. Firing quickly. He's got Collins with it. And Collins catches it at the 35 and is jumped around the 33 by Richie Vogt. 13 yards of the first down now for the Browns who have it moving. First down and 10 at the Baltimore 33-yard line. 17-0 is the score here at Cleveland Municipal Stadium in this, the National Football League. Back to the left. Gary Collins split out a little to the right. Here's Nelson faking to screen and going back to throw, firing it out there, and it is so good. Intended for Collins. And Bobby Boyd covering on the play. So it just goes as a long incomplete pass, bring up a second down and 15 for the Browns at the Baltimore 38-yard line. We have 9 minutes and 53 seconds of playing time remaining here in the third quarter of play from Kohl's Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio, with the Baltimore Colts scoring 17 in the second period, leading it 17-0. To the victor of this one, $8,000 or $9,000 a man, and a shot for more in the Super Bowl 2 weeks from now. Out come the Browns. They send Warfield wide to the left, and Gary Collins is flanked out about 10 yards to the right. And the Baltimore defense shifts and adjusts as Nelson looks it over. And Ordell Brazy breaks through there, and the flag goes down. And we'll get illegal procedure called against the Browns. Browns making one of the linemen making one little bit of a move, and Ordell Brazy, the veteran that he is, taking advantage of it. And firing through there, making contact, and the call goes against the Browns. That's 6 penalties for 34 yards against the Cleveland Browns. Bob, it looked like the tight end, Milt Morin, was the guy that moved that time. And it permitted Brazy to come across, drawing the penalty. Brings up a second down and 20 now for the Browns at the 43-yard line of the Baltimore Colts. And again, Warfield is split wide to the left. Baltimore defense jammed in tight this time. Nelson going back. Pretty good protection. Going for the long and deep one to Gary Collins, and it is no good. Bobby Boyd there with him all the way. Nelson getting good protection, dropping back in the pocket and throwing the long one for Collins around the 5, and Boyd was with him. And so to bring up now a third down and 20 at the 43. Well, that probably is the longest pass attempt that we have seen today for either side. Until now, the Browns hadn't necessarily gone for a real long gainer. Now, here's Tommy McDonald checking into the Browns' offensive attack. And coming out is Gary Collins, probably just to get a rest.
Nelson has thrown 24 times and completed 10 for 127 yards. He's had 2 interceptions. The ball now with a big 3rd and 20 at the 43 of the Baltimore Colts. An obvious passing situation. Milt Moore, the tight end, is split out a little bit to the left, and Paul Warfield is also flanked way wide to the left, and Tommy McDonald on the right side. And back goes Nelson to throw, looking for somebody, going long and deep for Morin. And Morin can't quite hold it. He made a great attempt. Richie Vogt was covering him all the way. And so the Baltimore defense equal to the task again here as the Cleveland Browns, putting the pressure on from the opening kickoff here in the second half, moved it down deeply, actually, to the 33-yard line before they were forced back to the 43, where it's now 4th down and 20 from the 43. Don Cockroft will attempt a field goal here for the Browns from midfield. Will be a long one. The wind is not in favor of it. The 50-yard line, a flag goes down. The boot is long enough, and it is wide, however, to the right. Wide and to the right. And as we mentioned, a flag was thrown on the play, so we'll wait and see what the call is. It looks, according to Nelson, like it was against the Baltimore Colts. So the play situation was this: 4th and 20 at the 43. The penalty is being stepped off against the Baltimore Colts and put down at the 38-yard line of Baltimore. The official comes over, signals offside, and so all it does is to give Cockcroft another opportunity from 5 yards closer, because it's 4th and 15. So he'll attempt one this time from the 45. The one from midfield was wide to the right. Here's his boot. Certainly long enough. And again, it is wide and also to the right. So 2 field goal attempts from the 50 and from the 45 on successive plays. Neither of them any good. The Baltimore Colts will take over 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. There's timeout on the field. But the Baltimore Colts moved in their offensive unit. Well, Bob, he had 2 tries that time, did Cockcroft, and he couldn't cope with the wind either time. Sometimes you have to wonder whether it's good for a field goal kicker to have that extra time to think, as he did. But both of his boots sailed off wide to the right, so now it'll be Colts ball on their own 20-yard line. No return on either of those kicks because they went into the end zone. He got the distance, but he wasn't able to judge that wind properly, and so actually, even though the official statistics will only show 2 tries, Cockcroft has really tried 3 field goals today. None of them have been very close. He's tried them now from 42, 45, and 50 yards away, and the Browns have yet to put anything on the board. And the Baltimore Colts, who also have nothing offensively here in the second half, will have the ball for the second time. They did not record a first down the first time they had the ball, had to punt for the first time in the day. And once again, the Cleveland Browns fans trying to rally their defensive unit. All right, here comes the Colts. Out over the ball goes Bill Curry there. Fine center from Georgia Tech. They have Willie Richardson wide to the right, Matty in the slot to the right. The ball handed off to Hill. Hill gets a great block and a great hole opening. He gets to the 30 and fights his way clear to the 31-yard line. But about 11 yards of the first down of the play. Jerry Hill again getting blocking from Dan Sullivan and Sam Ball to the right side. And it's Mike Howell who finally brings it down at the 31 after a gain of 11 yards. So it is first down and 10 Baltimore at their own 31-yard line. We have 9 minutes and 3 seconds of playing time remaining here in the third quarter, with the Baltimore Colts leading at 17-0. Out of the huddle they come. Over the ball goes Curry. Willie Richardson is the flanker wide to the right. Matty in the slot to the left side this time, and Hill is the only setback, and Morrow goes back. Throws it over the sidelines, intended for Jimmy Orr, and it's no good. Off his fingertips. Ben Davis over covering on the play, brings up a second down. Still 10 from the 31. Don't forget that CBS will bring you the Cotton Bowl on Wednesday from Dallas, the University of Texas, and the University of Tennessee. The Playoff Bowl from Miami next Sunday, and the playoff, the Pro Bowl from Los Angeles Coliseum on the 19th. Second down and 10, Baltimore at their own 31-yard line. And there's that formation again that they have not used only in this ball game, to the best of my knowledge. The fullback up close, the fake, and back goes Morrow to throw. Rolling out to the right, going long and deep, and no good. It was intended this time for Ray Perkins, who had replaced Jimmy Orr. And so it brings up a third down now, and still 10 to go at the 31. And speaking of 10 seconds here for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And this is CBS in Chicago, WBBM News Radio 78. 23 degrees in Chicago. It's 3:30.
Jimmy Orr back into the lineup now for Ray Perkins at the split end spot for Baltimore. It is 3rd and 10 for Earl Morrall now from his own 31-yard line. Out of the huddle they come. They send Jimmy Orr wide to the left. Willie Richardson wide to the right. Matty is in the slot to the left. And Hill is the setback. Morrall quickly. Oh, good. It was intended for Orr. He threw it quickly, and Orr was a little ahead of the ball, was a little thrown behind him, and so it brings up a 4th down at 10 after 31. And once again, Dave Lee comes in to do the punting for the second time of the afternoon. 8:33 remaining in the third period of play. 17-0 Baltimore. Dropping back, Tommy McDonald along with Ben Davis. Waiting for the snap from center is Lee. Here it is. He gets his kick away. Davis grabs it at the 30, looks for some running room, is hit and dropped as he gets to about the 34, and that's all. And so the Browns will put it in play after that 39-yard kick by Lee. First down and 10 at their own, around their own 34-yard line. Bill Nelson at quarterback, Leroy Kelly and Charlie Haraway at the setback. Biltmore on the tight end, Paul Warfield the split end, Gary Collins in there at the flanker post, Shafrath and Clark at the tackle, Chickerman and DeMary the guard. Warfield comes way wide to the left. Lenny Lyles plays him loose about 10 yards. Collins is put a little bit to the right. The ball handed off on a quick opener to Kelly, and Kelly doesn't get any running room, and he's forced back. It's Haraway, the ball carrier. Got it up to about the 37 for about 3. They move out of there. We'll see where the ball is. 38-yard line. Give him 4 on it. Give him 3. Call it the 32nd. Second down and 7 yards to go. Ball is at the 37-yard line. Second and 7. The Brown 37. Cleveland in possession, trailing 17-0. 7:34 to play in the third period. Only one flanker now, wide to the right. Here's Nelson faking, dropping back. Rushes on. He goes long and deep. Sending it to Warfield, and Richie Volk is right there with him around the 25-yard line, and it goes incomplete, and there is a flag on the play. So we'll wait and see what this one is all about. It was second and 7 from the 37. And Nelson went deep. Richie Volk covering on the play. The penalty appears to be against the Cleveland Browns again.
Bob, there's no question the Browns really have been hurt by the penalty flag here today. Only about once, and that was on the field goal. Second field goal try to give them a second chance.
Along with a 15 yards, probably an offensive holding penalty. We'll wait for the signal. Move the ball back down to the 17. There's the signal from the official. Offensive holding. So the down remains the same. Second down. 22. At the 17-yard line. Penalty-wise, that's the 7th penalty for 49 yards against the Cleveland Browns. Second down and about 25 from the 17 as Nelson grabs and drops back. Throws a little quicker to Haraway at the 11. Haraway gets up to the 20, grabbed there and wrestled down, and the first one to make contact with him was Lenny Lyles, number 43. And coming over to help on the play, Freddie Miller. They'll give him to the 22-yard line. Gain of about 5 and bring up a third and 20 from the 22. Cleveland Browns in possession at their own 22-yard line. They have it third down and 20. They trail 17-0, and we have 6 minutes and 49 seconds of playing time remaining here in the third quarter. The weatherman had called for snow flurries here today, but he held those off at least, but sent the cold instead. Nelson looking over the defense, third and 20. Back he goes, looking, and he's going to be hit and dropped, and he is. Making the tackle, Ordell Brazy, who came firing through there again. And once again, Andy, that defensive front four of Bubba Smith and Billy Ray and Miller and Ordell Brazy turning in the defensive job that they have been noted for all season long. The loss back to the 15.
Bob, that's the third time this afternoon that front four has been able to trap Nelson back there, and this time, of course, it forces the Browns into a punt situation.
Loss of 7 on the play, 4th and 27 from the 15, and Cockroft is standing back at the 1-yard line. Timmy Brown is the single safety man. The kick is high and wobbly, and a fair catch is signaled for by Timmy, and he grabs the ball at the 48 or 49-yard line of the Browns. 32-yard kick that time. We call the ball at the 49-yard line, and we're getting a timeout on the field with the score: Baltimore 17, Cleveland nothing.
To the earth, it's a football, no to a boxer. It's a fast J.O. to a sheriff. It's which way they went to a poker. It's a Kent
has the most satisfying taste of any filter cigarette. Light up a Kent and find out for yourself.
More taste by tobacco. Through a drop beat. It's a derby win to a traveler. It's a welcome into a land boy. It's a monthly rent to a smoker. It's a Kent.
Yes, Kent has the filter that brings out the taste. Rich, full, satisfying.
More taste by tobacco.
If you smoke a filter cigarette, try the taste of Kent.
Back at the action here at Cleveland's Municipal Stadium, Bob Reynolds along with Andy Larcher. Cleveland on defense. The Baltimore Colts first down at 10 at the Cleveland 49-yard line. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining here in the third period. Willie Richardson wide to the right. Jimmy Orr to the left. Matty in the slot. The ball is handed off to Hill, and Hill goes to his left, cuts back in, and gets up over the 45 to about the 44 of the Browns before Bob Matheson, the middle linebacker, makes the tackle on him. Ball at the 44. Gain of about 5 on the play. Second down and 5 to go for the Baltimore Colts at the 44-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. This time he has Orr and Richardson both on the same side, wide to the right. Morrow grabs the ball, hands on the draw play to Hill, and this time it doesn't go. He's pulled down on a nice tackle. Making the stop on it was Ron Snido, number 88, the right defensive end, 6'3", 256-year veteran from the University of Oregon. Right at the line of scrimmage, third down and 5 for Baltimore at the Brown 44-yard line. And Jimmy Hill goes out of there now offensively. And Tom Mitchell has come in at the tight end. So we have both Mitchell and Mackey in there. Both of them on the right side. Richardson is flanked out wide to the right. And here's Morrow back to throw on third and 5. And he finally gets rid of it to Mitchell. And Mitchell grabs it and is dumped around the 37-yard line. Bob Matheson, the first man to make contact with it. Coming up to give him some help, Ernie Kellum, the number 24, the left safety. The ball is at the 37-yard line. It's a first down. 7 yards on the play. He needed but 5. So it is first down and 10, Baltimore. At the 37-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remain in the third period.
Morrill did the job that time, Bob, because there was a good rush put on him. And yet he was able to find Mitchell open. Mitchell's first catch of the day, and one of the few times he's been in the game with the exception of these key situations.
Matty in the slot to the left. Orr and Richardson are flanked out a little bit. Matty in motion. The ball is handed off again to Mackey on that reverse. And this time he's going to be hemmed in and pulled down. And there will be a loss on this one as Dale Lindsey, the right linebacker, wasn't fooled a bit on the play. It came in and grabbed Mackey and wrestled him down around the 44-yard line. Loss of about 7 on the play. Second down and 17. So there's an old saying, you can fool some of the people some of the time and some of the people a lot of the time, but not all of the people constantly, I guess. That time, the defense of the Browns was not to be fooled. They marked the ball at the 43. So it'll bring up a second down and 16.
So they're 1 for 2 today and end around spot.
Second and 16 now for the Baltimore Colts. They are at the Brown 43-yard line. Willie Richardson wide to the right. Jimmy Orr to the left. As Earl Morrow grabs the ball, fakes the draw play, drops back, going long and needs the bomb, intending it for Richardson. And Richardson makes the catch at the 5. And out of bounds he goes immediately. Derek Barnes was there with him, but Richardson just waited and took the ball away from him.
Bob, what he did that time was just out-leap Barnes because the ball was a floater. It was up there for grabs. They both had good position, and Willie Richardson just sprung up into the air higher and made a tremendous grab.
38 yards on the pass play down to the 5-yard line, and that was reminiscent of the great catch made by Richardson in last week's championship playoff game in Baltimore, when he came up with a diving catch of one of Earl Morrow's passes at the 3-yard line to set up a touchdown. And as you mentioned, Andy, he just went higher than the defensive man, Eric Barnes, that time as he waved for the ball to come down to make the catch. It's first and goal to go after the 38-yard gain at the 5 for Baltimore. Morrow calling the signals as everybody in sight except Richardson gives the ball to Matty. Matty off the left tackle, cuts back in and gets to the 2-yard line. Piled up there. Jack Gregory in to help. Also Walt Johnson on the play. And the last man up was Bob Matheson. In comes Marvin Upshaw as the Cleveland Brown defense sends in the big guys up front here. Second down and goal to go. The ball is at the Cleveland 2-yard line. Cleveland trailing 17-0 and in danger here of dropping further behind. With 2:25 remaining in the third period. Willie Richardson is the only fighter. He is wide to the right. Matty and Bill. And it is Matty into the end zone. Touchdown. A dive over the right side. 2 yards for Tom Matty, and that's his third touchdown of the afternoon as the Browns go 49 yards in 7 plays. The Colts, rather, 49 yards in 7 plays. Matty scoring his third touchdown of the afternoon, and the score now, 23-0.
Well, Bob, it's obvious that the Browns really have some coming back to do right here, and it's interesting to note that Cleveland has not been shut out all season. They did have 4 losses during the regular season, but no shutouts.
Michael's attempted conversion is up, and it is good. So there is timeout on the field with the score. Baltimore 24, Cleveland nothing.
You're bowling pretty regular, right? And picking up a so-so average. But you're not getting all the pins you think you got coming to you. And with a few more pins here or there, you'd really have an average worth talking about. You try changing something here and something there, but it doesn't work. Then somebody tells you about a new bowling ball from Ace called the Ace Limited. And you perk up because you learn that the Ace Limited has a high rebound power core right in the center of the ball. And this power core really gives your ball action. But does it ever? Your Ace Limited ball has so much life it doesn't know when to quit. And now all of a sudden, a few pins that were standing up here and a few pins that were standing up there start tumbling down. And your average starts creeping up. An Ace Limited bowling ball, you are beautiful. Beautiful. Of course they call you limited because they haven't made many of you. So the time to get yours is soon. Take that now. Look out, pins. You're going to get yours.
Back into the action here, 24-0, the Baltimore Colts. Dropping back into the lead spot to receive the kickoff with Reese Morrison, number 26, and Ben Davis back there. Couple of speedsters. Lou Michaels, ready to boot, comes forward, and here's his kick. Good one, deep. And this one goes right over the goalpost and into the end zone and out of the field of play. And one of the youngsters comes in to down it for the Cleveland Browns. So they'll put it in play, first instead of their own 20-yard line.
Well, Bob, we're going to have a new quarterback now for the Cleveland Browns, Frank Ryan. The 11-year veteran from Rice has been warming up on the sidelines. He has been booed here at Cleveland Stadium on occasion. On many occasions, in fact, but today he is receiving the cheers of this crowd as he comes on in the role of a relief quarterback now to see if he can get the Browns rolling.
While Nelson was in there, he completed 11 out of 26 for 132 yards and had 2 interceptions. He just hasn't been able to get the offense going, and so they're going to Frank Ryan now. And Frank fumbles the ball on the first play. It's recovered by Don Shinnick at the 20-yard line. At the 19, actually. Well, if he's been booed before, the poor guy is not hearing many cheers now. The very first time he handles the ball, he actually tried to step back out of the pocket with the ball before he had it. And Don Shinnick, the middle linebacker, was right there to fall on it. And so now the Baltimore Colts have the ball. We're going to call it right at the 20-yard line. Well, the complexion of things really changes, Andy.
Yeah, that's true, Bob. Frank Ryan has played very little this year. He lost his regular job in the 3rd game of the season, and since then he has probably played only about 4 quarters. There's time out on the field right now with the score: Baltimore 24, Cleveland nothing.
Your lips have done a lot of nice things for you. Well, what have you done for them lately? After all, the weather is getting colder and windier and snowier and just plain lousier.
And your two lips are the very first things about you to suffer. So why not get them a little protection? Get them Chapstick Lip Balm. Chapstick is designed specifically to keep your lips from chapping, cracking, and drying out in winter weather. And it actually keeps them looking and feeling even when there's a blizzard blowing. No wonder the National Football League decided to place a big supply of Chapstick Lip Balm in every National Football League locker room from the Los Angeles Coliseum to the Yankee Stadium. If Chapstick Lip Balm works for the NFL, it certainly will work for you. Pick up a Chapstick Lip Balm in the familiar black and white tube next time you shop. And don't take your lips anywhere without it. And here's another product from the marketers of Chapstick Lip Balm you shouldn't be without. Chap-Ann's Hand Cream. Chap-Ann's soothes and helps heal rough red hands in only 3 days. It really works.
Back of the action here. Play started a little quickly. Matty in motion, took the handoff, rolled out to his right, and got down to about the 18-yard line with it for a couple of yards.
Bob, he had the blocking set up that time to throw the halfback option pass. He couldn't find anybody open, but he definitely had that in mind as he ran straight up out to the right side, and the forward blocking wall held in pass position.
He has the option on that play, as you mentioned, Daddy. So many times you take that hand up, roll out. If he sees a chance to throw, he will. Otherwise, he'll keep it. 3 touchdowns by Matty, incidentally, has tied the National Football League's title.
Find out for yourself.
More taste, fine tobacco to a gourmet. It's a special sauce to a cowboy. It's his favorite part to a hostess.
Board clock. And the sun continues to shine here in Detroit, and we're aided by the lights that were turned on at halftime here at Briggs Stadium. Cassidy flanks out to the left. Johnson, Gedman in the running back positions, and out to the right split at the end is Doran. Rote throws deep. Doran's there. He has it at the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. He's going all the way. 78 yards. The excellent protection set up for Tobin Rote, who first faked the pitch to the left, enabled him to get all the time that was necessary for Jim Doran to get behind the secondary and complete a 78-yard pass and run play. Jim Martin tries for the conversion. The ball is down. The kick is in the air. It is good. So the Lions, striking with suddenness, have equalized the Cleveland Brown touchdown, an extra point here in the third period, to go 78 yards on a pass and run from Tobin Rote to Jim Doran. It isn't very often that the members of that Cleveland Brown secondary see a man get behind him the way Jim Doran did that time. Am I right in saying that, Bill? That one came like lightning.
Well, of course, the name Jim Doran is familiar to Cleveland football fans because it was the same Jim Doran who made a tremendous catch after getting out and back of the secondary in the championship game here at Briggs Stadium back in 1953 to give the Lions the world championship in a 17-16 football game over the Browns. That time, Doran just went down the near sideline, got out and back of the Browns secondary, and there was no catching him once he got his hands on the football. It took the Browns 10 plays to get their TD. The Lions got it back in just one. Ray Scott.
And we still have better than 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Jim Martin preparing to kick off for Detroit. In deep position are Billy Reynolds and Jimmy Brown for Cleveland. The kick is high, not very deep. Brown takes it at the 11, comes to the 15, the 20, swings to the left to the 25, to the 28. Bringing him down, Jim Martin, who kicked off, along with Gary Lowe, defensive back of Detroit, who is in there on the kickoff team. First down and 10. The Browns at their own 28-yard line, between the 27 and 28 to be exact. Detroit 38, as they have scored in every period. 17 in the first, 14 in the second, 7 here in the third. The Browns single touchdowns in the second and third quarters. Renfro flanks out to the right. Milt Plum is under center. there is movement on the part of both lines, a considerable amount of body contact, and the ball hasn't been snapped yet. So there is the usual huddle. We watch the referee, offside against Cleveland. Illegal use of hands against Detroit. The penalties nullify each other. The infractions nullify each other. And we start all over again. 1st and 10, Cleveland from their own 27-yard line. The Browns moving right to left in the third quarter. Again, the Browns break huddle, and Renfro flanks out to the right, and Pete Brewster splits left by about 8 yards. Plum the snap and fades to pass. From the 20, he looks, throws over the middle. Brewster has it at the 40, fumbles. It is incomplete. He had it for just an instant, not enough to retain control, rule the officials. And so the loose ball means nothing. It's just an incomplete pass. 2nd down and 10 come up again. Jack Christensen was back there to cover Pete Brewster. The pass was thrown right over the middle by Milt Plum. The guards interchange again for the Browns, and bringing instructions in from the bench is Fred Robinson, the rookie guard from the University of Washington. Renfro flanks right. Pete Brewster splits left. Brown, Lou Carpenter in the running back positions. The snap, and Plum fades to pass. He's back up. He is hit, and down he goes at the 17. As that time, the Detroit Lions used the strategy of shoot the gap with the linebackers. And along with Krause and Maines, the linebackers were really in there, and Plum never had a chance. And he loses from the 27 to the 17. A loss of 10. 3rd down now and 20. Whistle on the field. With the Cleveland Browns taking timeout, the score is the Detroit Lions 38, the Cleveland Browns 14.
Do you know what the difference is between High Grade's West Virginia brand hams and ordinary hams? Just listen. High Grade takes the choicest hams, cuts out the shank and angle bones. That makes it easier for you to slice, you know. Removes the skin and trims off all excess fat. They're slow smoked and cooked by High Grade's very own sweetenizing process with hickory fires until that sweet smoked-in flavor seeps through center deep. Man, that's luxury eating. Yet they're thrifty, too, because you pay for only the eats of the ham. No undesirable skin, bones, or fat. So easy to slice, so tender and luscious. Only High Grade makes West Virginia brand deluxe ham, packed in a shiny aluminum foil wrap. And for those who prefer hams in convenient cans, High Grade and Kingen produce delicious canned hams in every size for every need. High Grade and its Kingen division, serving the nation with quality meats from 51 plants coast to coast.
We're in the midst of a timeout called by the Cleveland Browns with 3rd down and 20 coming up on their own 17-yard line following a 10-yard loss by their quarterback Milt Plum as the Detroit Lions shot their linebackers. They have had 4 linebackers in there. Jim Martin came into the game into the defensive unit, but he has now been replaced by Jerry Perry, 3rd-year man with the Detroit Lions. So we now have Darius McCord, Gil Maines, Gene Cronin along the front line. 4 linebackers, one or several of whom may line up on the front line. We're ready to go again with Milt Plum under center on 3rd down and 20 from the Browns 17. Plum the snap, gives off to Jimmy Brown, and he comes up the middle to the 20. Jerry Perry, who just came into the game, met him there, along with Darius McCord, the left end. It is a gain of 3. 4th down, 17 coming up for the Browns from their own 20-yard line. And the kicking unit comes in for Cleveland with a little better than 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. As the Lions led at halftime by 31-7, the Browns scored first here in the third quarter to make it 31-14, but the Lions came back on a 78-yard rote to Doran pass and run. The Browns now in punt formation will have Kenny Cons kicking from the 5. Back to receive for Detroit, Terry Barr, Yale Larry. The pass from center, the punt. Fair catch by Larry at the 41-yard line of Detroit. Coming down very fast under that punt for Cleveland was Bobby Freeman, their first-year man from Auburn. A 39-yard punt from line of scrimmage. The Detroit Lions now in the air so far today unofficially have picked up better than 200 yards. First and 10, Detroit from their own. The ball is actually closer to the 42-yard line than it is the 41. Tobin Rote flanks Cassidy to the right. Splits his right end junker by a couple of yards. The snap, fake to Johnson. Off to the left goes Gedman. Across the line of scrimmage and across the 45 to the 46. A pickup of 4 for Gedman, swinging wide to the left. Let's now pause 10 seconds for station identification.
WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
Walt Michaels, the Cleveland Browns' fine linebacker, made that last stop after a gain of 4, and it's second down, 6. Cassidy flanks to the right. Both ends are fairly tight. Steve Junker split about a yard at right end. The snap to Rote, the fake to the first man, and Gedman over left guard, fumbles. It is recovered by the Lions in the Cleveland territory at the 48. John Henry Johnson recovers the fumble by Gedman. It is close to a first down. Walt Michaels again was in on that tackle. The officials indicate they would like to have a timeout here for a measurement. Rote that time faked to Johnson, who went booming through, gave to the second man through the hole over left guard, Gene Gedman. Johnson was right there to recover that fumble. The chains are stretched. First down at the 48-yard line of Cleveland. A most fortunate recovery for the Lions. The ball is at the inbounds marker, far side of the field. Detroit moving left to right late here in the third period. About 3.5 minutes unofficially on the scoreboard clock showing remaining in this quarter. Jim Doran will split left. Cassidy will flank right. Doran split about 6 yards at the left end position. A 5-man Cleveland line with 3 linebackers up tight. Rote fades as if to pass, hands off to Johnson, and he is thrown way back at the Detroit Lion 46-yard line as Walt Michaels spotted that one coming. And Don Colo, the right tackle of Cleveland, broke through as well. Defensively, Cleveland has at their end positions Bill Quinlan and Lenny Ford. At the tackles, Bob Gain and Don Colo. The linebackers are Vince Costello, Galen Fiss, and Walt Michaels. Costello sometimes moves into the middle guard position when they go into a 5-man line. The loss on that last play of 6 yards brings up second down and 16. And Cassidy flanks out to the right, and Jim Doran splits it right end a couple. Rote fades to pass, throws quick over the middle to Johnson. He's at the 45, the 40, slips and falls at the 37. John Henry Johnson took the quick pass from Rote. Very close to another first down as Don Paul made the tackle. We will again have a measurement. The gain is close to the 16 yards needed for a first down. The chains go in. Short by an inch or so. Third down coming up. Jim Doran went over to the bench to talk to George Wilson, the head coach of the Lions, and now comes back and rejoins his Detroit Lion teammates in the huddle with about 2.5 minutes remaining in the third period. And no one is leaving Briggs Stadium. They remember last week when it looked like the Lions were out of it and came roaring back. Walt Michaels has set up the Cleveland Brown defense. The Lions break huddle. Cassidy flanks left. Jim Doran on the right, Junker on the left are both tight at their end positions. The snap, off to the left goes John Henry Johnson. Gets away from one man, another to the 35 to the 32-yard line. John Henry Johnson off to the left side. Tempers flare. The officials quickly push members of the Detroit Lion squad who came up to the sideline and tell them, go back to your bench. So far, they haven't responded, as Johnson picks up enough yardage by about 5. For the first down, the ball is being brought into the inbounds marker, and a penalty is measured off against Detroit. We'll watch the referee. A personal foul against Detroit. Cost them 15 yards, and Tobin Rote immediately comes over to the referee, Ron Gibbs, to ask him why. Whatever the reason, it cost them 15 back to the 47-yard line of Cleveland. At that point, it will be third down and 9. Rote is still talking with the officials. He has his hands on his hips. He still wants to talk to one of the officials. Now referee Ronald Gibbs indicates to one of the members of the Cleveland Browns that he doesn't want him taking part in the discussion. But along with Don Colo, he's listening in now as three of the officials, Tobin Rote and three of the Cleveland Browns, are talking about something. Now Tobin Rote goes back and rejoins the huddle. It is 3rd down and 9 yards to go after all of that discussion. Whistle on the field, and now the Lions want to talk things over. Well, Bill, as Tobin Rote goes over to talk to the members of the Detroit Lions strategy staff, I think it's proper right now that I call you in for a few comments. And although you've been following the Browns, of course, all season long, and at the moment it would look like a dark hour for Cleveland, you've seen them do some amazing things, have you not?
Well, they have been under pressure a couple of times when they have had to come from behind, but I don't remember at any point during the season when they were this far back. In the second half against the Los Angeles Rams in a real offensive-minded game at Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, they were 11 points behind and came back to win. And in a game against the Redskins at Griffith Stadium in Washington, they were 10 points behind very late in the football game and came on to tie it 30-30. But, of course, here in this football game, they're trailing by a score of 38-14. They need 24 points to get back into the football game, and we have just under 2 minutes remaining to be played in the third period. The Lions, of course, got a tough break right there after John Henry Johnson had picked up the necessary yardage for the first down, moving to the Browns' 32. The Lions were penalized and moved the ball back to the 47-yard line, where it's now 3rd down and still about 9 yards to go for the Detroit club. The trainers of both teams now leave the field, and the Lions huddle back at the 40-yard line, and here again is Ray Scott.
All right, Bill, we're all set to go. 3rd down and 9, Detroit at the Cleveland 47-yard line. Tobin Rote at quarterback, John Henry Johnson, Gene Gedman at the running back positions. Howard Cassidy will be the flanker. This time he flanks way out to the right, and Jim Doran splits left, and Steve Junker is split to the right by about 5. 4-man Cleveland line as Rote fades as if to pass, runs up the middle, swings out to the right. He is caught from behind, but not until he crosses the 40 to the 38-yard line. He is close to a first down. He may have it. A penalty marker was dropped. A penalty is now measured off against Cleveland, 15 yards. Illegal use of hands. It moves the ball to the Cleveland, approximately the 24-yard line. The ball itself has not been placed in position. Now it is. At the 24-yard line, it is 1st down and 10 for Detroit. And Walt Michaels tries to rally his teammates. He calls the defensive signals for the Browns. Vince Costello made that last tackle on Tobin Rote. Doran splits left. Cassidy flanks to the right. Steve Junker is split about 5 at right end. The snap, and Rote again fades to pass. Right over the middle, it is Junker at the 10, 5, touchdown! As one of the Cleveland Brown linebackers who was shooting the gap was about to get to Tobin Rote, he spotted Steve Junker right over the middle. He wrestled away from Junior Wren and went all the way in, 23 yards. Tobin Rote will hold. Jim Martin will attempt the conversion. The snap, the kick, it is good. And so now, the Detroit Lions have scored 2 touchdowns in each quarter. They have added every extra point, plus a field goal. And if my arithmetic is correct right now, the score is 45 for Detroit, 14 for Cleveland.
The game is being brought to you by High Grade, spelled Hygrade. Try High Grade, West Virginia brand deluxe ham.
The Detroit Lions' Jim Martin will again kick off, with the scoreboard clock now showing 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the third period. Jimmy Brown and Billy Reynolds are back at the goal line for Cleveland to receive. Jim Martin, the former star at Notre Dame, in his 8th year in the National Football League, preparing to kick off for Detroit. The whistle. Martin comes to the ball. His boot sails off to the left. It is picked up at the 10 to the 15 by Reynolds. 20, 25, swings to the left, swarmed under at the 29. John Gordy led the defensive charge along with Jim Martin and Dorn Dibble. Billy Reynolds brings it out from about the 10 to the 28-yard line. The Browns are 1st and 10 at that point. Their own 28. Late third quarter, and an amazing score of 45-14 in favor of Detroit. Renfro flanks to the right, and Brewster splits left. A penalty marker is dropped as Plum passes short, intended for Lou Carpenter, out on the left flat. 2 penalty markers were dropped. The right end of Cleveland, Preston Carpenter, is called for offside and is indicated now by referee Ronald Gibbs. Joe Schmidt, the defensive captain, has told the referee he does not wish to accept the penalty. It will be 2nd down and 10 and an incomplete pass. Milt Plum at quarterback. The running backs are Jimmy Brown and Lou Carpenter. Guard Fred Robinson comes rushing in from the Cleveland Brown bench with instructions from Paul Brown. Renfro breaks huddle and again flanks outside to the right. The ends are fairly tight. A 5-man line for Detroit. The snap. Off to the left comes Jimmy Brown to the 30, wrestles away from one man to the 35, and spins up to the 40. He picks up enough yardage for a 1st down at the Brown 40-yard line, where Terry Barr of the Lions secondary brings him down, and referee Gibbs now indicates 1st down Cleveland at the 40. Less than a minute remaining, according to that clock on the scoreboard, in this third quarter. That, like the second period, has seen the Browns score 1 touchdown and add an extra point, and the Lions score 2 touchdowns and add both extra points. Official attendance paid, 55,263. Renfro again breaks huddle and flanks to the right, and both ends are fairly tight, although Preston Carper is split a couple of yards at right end. Plum fades to pass. He's back at his 30. He looks. He never gets the pass away. It has fallen on the 32-yard line. It is ruled not a pass, but a fumble. Jerry Perry along with, I spotted one other number, but now I've lost it, broke through. It is ruled that Plum's arm was not going forward in the act of passing. Gene Cronin was another Detroit Lion who was in there, and the Lions have converted another play into a break for themselves, and they have possession now at the 32-yard line of Cleveland, with perhaps time enough remaining for 1 play in this quarter. The gun. That's the end of the third quarter, and the score. The Detroit Lions 45, the Cleveland Browns 14.
Happy New Year! Say, are you having a New Year's Eve get-together at your house Tuesday night? Well, make it a feast without the fuss with the help of High Grades and King's 53 varieties of delicious sliced meats, packed in saran or vacuum wrapped to keep them fresh. Add all beef frankfurters, all beef salami, and corned beef brisket, and you're all set for a New Year's Eve feast without the fuss. Just make sure the meats are High Grades or King's, and the eats will be delicious.
We're about ready to go with the fourth quarter here at Briggs Stadium in Detroit. The Lions are leading 45-14, and with the roar of a crowd of in excess of 55,000 behind them, the Detroit Lions have the ball at the 32-yard line of the Cleveland Browns, and again, it is my pleasure to call in Bill McColgan, who will be calling the plays for you here in the fourth period. Bill?
Thank you, Ray Scott. All set for the fourth period. The Lions have the ball on the Browns' 32-yard line as a result of the fumble recovery by Jerry Perry. And Big Leon Hart, the former Notre Dame All-American, 6'5", 250 pounds, has come onto the field. He'll be in the fullback spot in place of John Henry Johnson. Dorn Dibble also in there in place of Jim Doran. Tobin Root will be the quarterback. Gene Gedman the running half. The flanking back will be Middleton. And perhaps sometimes Dibble. Steve Junker still in there at right end. The score of the football game as we move into the fourth period is the Detroit Lions 45 and the Cleveland Browns 14. It was pointed out earlier this week that the Lion dressing room here at Briggs Stadium was plastered with a sign, remember 1954, the year in which the Browns beat the Lions 56-10, and the Lions said they'd be out for revenge, and it looks very much as if that's exactly what they're trying to do, top the 56 points scored by the Browns against them in 54. The Lions still huddling offensively, while the Browns' defensive line gets set to dig in. Bill Quinlan, Lenny Ford at the ends, Don Colo and Bob Gain are the tackles. The middle guard, Vince Costello, or the middle linebacker, Galen Fiss, and Walter Michaels, the other linebackers. The Lions move up to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10 on the Browns 32. Dave Middleton is out to the right. The Lion line is tight. The handoff goes, fakes to Hart. Rote going back to throw. He throws a long one, and it is another touchdown. 32-yard scoring play. Dave Middleton, who was flanked out to the right, went straight down the far sideline and took it in the end zone after he had outrun the Cleveland defense. So the Lions now have a score of 51-14, and Jim Martin boots it through the uprights, and the score is 52-14, and the Lion fans, some 56,000 strong here at Briggs Stadium, still chanting go, go, go as they want the Lions to pile up just as many points as they can here this afternoon. That touchdown comes just about 8 seconds into the fourth period. It was the first play of the fourth period. The Lions had the ball 1st and 10 on the Browns' 32-yard line, and Tobin Road hit Dave Middleton, the speed boy from Auburn University. Middleton, a medical student during the off-season at the University of Tennessee. So again, Jim Martin, who has had a busy day with that right foot of his, will get set to kick off for the Detroit Lions. And in the background, you can hear the Lion fans chanting, go, go, go. Jimmy Brown and Billy Reynolds are the deep men for the Cleveland Browns. Martin seeing the ball up at the 40-yard line. Reynolds is on the near side. Jimmy Brown on the far side, down at the Cleveland goal line. The score, Detroit 52, Cleveland 14 in the first minute of play of the fourth period. Martin gets the whistle, moves up on the ball. It's a high kick. It's short this time. Reynolds takes it at the 8-yard line, straight ahead to the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25, and there he is hit on a jarring tackle by Darn Dibble, or Stan Campbell, number 67 and not number 87. The kickoff went to the Browns' 8-yard line. Billy Reynolds came up the middle and cut to his right, but he was hit by Stan Campbell at the 27-yard line. So there the Browns have it. 1st and 10 on their own 27. Milt Plum, Lou Carpenter, Ray Renfro, Jimmy Brown in the backfield. Plum at quarterback has Renfro flanked out to the right. The handoff goes to the fullback. It's Jimmy Brown with it across the 30, up to about the 35 to 37, hit by Terry Barr. Jimmy Brown, the rookie fullback, who is Rookie of the Year in the National Football League, got the handoff from Milt Plum. Went wide to his left, and he got over the 35-yard line to the 36. A gain of 9 yards on the play. 2nd down and 1 yard to go. Detroit's defense, Darius McCord, Gene Cronin at the ends. The tackles, Gil Maines and Jerry Perry. The Browns at the line of scrimmage. Renfro to the right. The handoff goes to Jimmy Brown, the fullback. He goes straight ahead, up over the 40-yard line to about the 42 before he is piled up. It's enough for the first down, of course, since the Browns needed but 1 yard for the first down. Jim Ray Smith coming in the ball game at right guard, carrying a play from head coach Paul Brown. The Browns up to the line of scrimmage. Art Hunter is over the ball at center. Plum of the ball. He gives to Lou Carpenter away from one man. He's at the 40, the 45, cuts back in, loses his footing as he does so. And the referee rules that he is downed at the 47-yard line. That was Lou Carpenter, the ball carrier. It was Carl Karolevich who covered Carpenter at the 47 as Lou lost his footing in trying to cut to his left. The Lion defensive captain, Joe Schmidt, gives the boys their defensive signals prior to the play. And then when the Browns come up to the line of scrimmage, He also signals the defensive backfield, and sometimes they then move into a new position. Renfro out to the left. The handoff to Lou Carpenter up the middle, close to the 50-yard line. Piled up there by 3 or 4 of the Detroit Lions, led by Bob Miller, number 74. Joe Schmidt, the linebacker, also in there. It's a gain of 3 yards on the play for Lou Carpenter. And it is now going to be third down coming up and about a yard to go. Third and about 1. The ball on the 50-yard line. 12 minutes left to play in this championship football game. The Lions 52 and the Browns 14. Plum with the ball. He flips to the fullback, Jimmy Brown. He gets around to the right. Comes across to about the 49-yard line in Detroit territory. It's close to a first down, but it looks from our broadcasting vantage point that it is going to be short by about a foot. It was Joe Schmidt, the linebacker, who came in to make the tackle on Jimmy Brown. Brown getting the ball from quarterback Milt Plum, swinging wide to the right. Got just about a yard to the Lion 49-yard line, and it's fourth down and less than a yard to go. Fred Robinson in the ball game at right guard. Jim Ray Smith out of there. The Browns out of the huddle. This time the line is tight. The Detroit defense dug in there tightly. Plum calls the signals. He fakes to one man. He's going back to pass. He gets away from a Lion defender. Now he runs with the ball. He's at the 50, the 45, to the 40 in Detroit territory. And he is wrestled to the ground at the 42. But it'll be a first down. Milt Plum faked a running play, sent Jimmy Brown into the center of the line. Then he went back, set up the pass. There was a rush against him. He ducked under a tackler and finally was stopped by Gene Cronin at the 41-yard line in Detroit territory. Milt Plum, the rookie quarterback, showing a slight limp. He had a muscle cramp earlier in the week during a practice session. The ball on the Detroit 41. It's first and 10 for the Browns. Renfro away out to the left. The Lions are up there right now in a 7-man line. The handoff to Carpenter. He finds an opening. He's down to the 30, and there he is hit and hit hard. Carl Karalevich and Gary Lowe's now in there defensively for Detroit, making the stop on the play. But Carpenter gets from the 41 down to about the 31. It's going to be close to a first down, but it's second and about a foot. Second and about a foot for the Browns on the Detroit 31. The Browns huddle back at the 40-yard line.
Joe Bowler with Bill McColgan at the Yankee Stadium in New York, where New York is leading 17-14. Baltimore has the ball. Fourth down and 27 to go. They're kicking. Brown is back on his own 40. He kicks, sails one down into the corner. Patton goes back for it, takes it, catches it on the 5, starts upfield to the 10, the 15. Driven out of bounds across the field is Jimmy Patton, who was one of the two safety men with Emlyn Tunnell on the play. And New York has the ball with 5.5 minutes to go now. The ball on the New York 19-yard line. 38-yard kick and a 10-yard return. Here comes this ovation for the defensive team coming off the field for New York. New York's ball, first and 10 to go on their own 19. Connolly at the helm. Connolly to Alex Webster. Webster cutting back. Smashes upfield to about the 24-yard line to be tackled by Big Daddy Gene Lipscomb. A 288-pound, 6'6" right tackle for Baltimore. Never played college ball. Came out of Miller High School in Detroit and service ball to make the grade the National Football League. Did Lipscomb. There's a 5-yard pickup on the ball. The ball spotted at the New York 24, and it's second down and 5 to go for the Giants, with now 5 minutes left to play in the ball game. Webster is flanked wide to the right. Gifford and Triplett in the back line with Connolly, the quarterback, taking Connolly to Gifford. Gifford off the tackle is brought down with Gio Marchetti and Art Donovan pile driving shoulder to shoulder under his legs and under the blockers to stop them at the line of scrimmage. There's no gain. Third and 5 coming up now for New York. 4.5 minutes to go. Bill, can New York run out most of that clock?
Well, I know they hope they can. It's 3rd and 5, and this is a mighty big play for them right now because if they don't make the 5 yards on this one, they would have to give the ball back to Baltimore. Giants breaking out of the huddle, so let's see what Charlie Connerly calls on this one.
And it's because of exactly that Baltimore punted on that last try. They figured they'd get the ball at least once more. Here's Connerly back to throw now. Here's the throw. Good to Webster, and Webster, all he wants the first down is steps out of bounds at about the 33-yard line with Andy Nelson shoulder-to-shoulder with him, covering for Baltimore. But he got the first down, and Phil, they've got 4 more downs to roll now with 4 minutes to go in the ball game.
Joe, the thought just occurred to me that this is the closestly matched championship game in the last 5 years.
There's no question about it. It is. And an amazing comeback for these high-flying New York Giants. Here is Connerly now to Webster. Webster is hit at the line of scrimmage by the whole right side of the Baltimore line, led by Lipscomb and Joyce, with Shinnick and coming in on him too. Gain of about, call it no gain. They maybe picked up a half yard. So it's 2nd and 9.5 to go for a first down. 3.5 minutes to go in the ball game. That clock running, and New York taking all the time in the world, right up to the last minute, to get up out of that huddle and over the ball. Hand off to Gifford. Gifford off the tackle. Smashes to about the 40-yard line with a tackle made by Carl Tossup in the secondary. And Art Donovan from the side and Gino Marchetti from the side. As Tossup hits it from in front with the nose of the ball almost on what it is on the 40-yard line of New York. The gain on the play of about 6 yards, and it's 3rd down coming up now, and make it about 4 to go for a first down. Just a shade under 4 to go for a first down for New York. 3 minutes left, 2:50 left to go in the ball game. New York leading 17-14. The final period here at Yankee Stadium for the biggest of all prizes, the World Championship of Professional Football. Connerly to Gifford. Gifford off the tackle, smashes to about the 43-yard line, and it's going to be close as Gifford hugs that football with a Marchetti making the tackle on him for Baltimore. Stelker giving a good block on the way. So did Jack Stroud. Marchetti, who came in on 2, is down on the field for Baltimore as timeout is taken for him and a measure. Timeout taken for Gino Marchetti. Time in for Bill McColgan.
Well, Marchetti has been chasing Charlie Connerly throughout much of the afternoon, but we see that Connerly goes over to see what is wrong with Gino as the Baltimore trainer comes out on the field. 2 minutes and about 32 seconds. That's unofficial time, of course. The official time kept right on the playing field by the back judge. But the clock shows 2 minutes and some 32 seconds. And this is a mighty important measurement coming up right now. The trainers still working on Gino Marchetti. It was Marchetti who was on the bottom of the pile in stopping Frank Gifford on that play. Giants have the ball at about their own 43-yard line. And most important to them right now is to pick up this first down and run the clock out. Gino Marchetti is going to be taken from the playing field. Time is still out. The Giants have been a Cinderella ball club all year long. They lost 2 of their first 3 and then came back to lose just 1 more the rest of the way during the regular season play. That was an upset at the hands of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They went into the final game of the regular season trailing the Cleveland Browns by 1 game. They beat the Browns 13-10 in that game. And then in a playoff game here a week ago today, they blanked the Browns 10-0. Gino Marchetti, regarded by most pro football observers as the outstanding defensive end in pro football, is being helped from the field, and he's going to be replaced at defensive left end by Ordell Bracey, B-R-A-A-S-E. He's from South Dakota, second-year man. He's 6'4", 215 pounds, 26 years old. Now, the Giants did not make the first down. They have the ball on their own 43-yard line. It's 4th down and about a yard to go. And we see that Don Chandler, the punter, has come into the football game. So the Colts will get the ball once more. with 2 minutes and some 30 seconds left. And, Joe, it looks like this one's going right down to the wire.
It's not only going down to the wire, but the Giants have tremendous confidence in their defensive platoon. They're not going to take a chance on making that 4th and 1. They're going to kick. Baltimore will have one more chance, at least with the ball, as you say, and there's a possibility that Baltimore might tie this up at 17-17, and we might see a sudden death, but that's only a might. Chandler back to kick. We've got Retchishar back and Dupre back, or Tossa back, as the double safety men for Baltimore. 2 veterans, 2 sure catchers of the ball. There's the kick by Chandler, a high one coming downfield. Tossa signals for a fair catch, makes it, and grabs that ball on about the 15-yard line of Baltimore. And in troops the defensive platoon for New York. In comes the offensive group for Baltimore. And that kick by Chandler was just a shade under his season-long average, 43 yards. He's averaged 44 yards a try all season long. Baltimore is 85 yards away from a touchdown. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the ball game. The clock is running. This is unofficial time, as Bill has told you, because the official time of the National Football League is kept on the field by the back judge, Cleo Deal. And here is Baltimore now, 1st and 10 on the Colts 15-yard line. United's back to throw. Sets looks. Throws the long one downfield, aimed to Mutchler. Incomplete. The 35-yard line of New York with Emlyn Tunnell and Jim Patton riding, well, as they say in the Westerns, they were riding shotgun on them. Side by side with Jim Mutchler, but the ball sailed over both their heads, as well as Mutchler's, and it becomes 2nd and 10 to go on the 15-yard line of Baltimore, the Colts ball, but the incomplete pass stopped the clock with an unofficial 2 minutes left to go. There is 2, Joe. There's the official notification by referee Ron Gibbs of the rival coaches that there's just 2 minutes left to play in the ballgame. New York leads 17-14. The Giants' redoubtable defensive platoon in there. The greats at Thermopylae had nothing on them. That goal line stand of theirs lit the fire that sent them on to 2 touchdowns and the leadership in the ballgame at this stage of the contest in the second half. Here's United's back to throw. Does throw. It's good. Is it or isn't it? Dupre had his back to us, and it's called incomplete. Long gone Dupre, covered by Carl Karlevitz for New York. Turned his back on Karlevitz and us. Went to his knees, and the question in our mind was, did he trap it? Did he catch it just on a low ball thrown at him at about knee-high? But it was signaled incomplete. And for United, he's now completed 19 out of 30. Charlie Connolly's been hot in the second half for New York, as we've told you earlier. New York leads 17-14. 3rd down coming up, 10 to go. Again, Unitas is back. Sets, looks, throws out to the right. Good, too, is flanker man Moore, I believe. Lenny Moore on the far side of the field. Yes, he's tackled instantly as he makes the catch by Lyndon Crow at about the 25-yard line or thereabouts. And it is a 1st down for Baltimore. That's all he was looking for. The 1st down on the hook pass. A 1st down on the 25 of Baltimore. United's back again. Sets, throws. Missed. Aiming it at Berry. Covered by Karlevitz for New York. No, aimed at Dupre, we see. Who had flanked out to that side, the left side of the Baltimore offense. Stops the clock with 1:15 to go unofficially. New York leads 17-14. Baltimore here frantically trying to hit on a long one or hit Lenny Moore or one of their good open field men. That's why they've been aiming at Dupre and at Moore to give them a chance to run for the counter. Here's Berry flanked wide to the left now. Dupre is back with Amici, and Moore is flanked wide to the right. It's 2nd and 10 from the 25 of Baltimore. Back goes Unitas to throw. Sets, throws. It's good to Berry. Berry in the middle of the Giants secondary. Shakes one man off, shakes another. Is finally caught up with at about the 50-yard line and down at the 50-yard line by Sam Huff, the middle linebacker in that Giants defensive platoon. A 25-yard gain has moved that ball to the 50-yard line where it's Baltimore's ball. 1st and 10, and Baltimore here takes timeout. New York leads 17-14. We have 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining unofficially on the clock, and we've got time for your observations, Bill.
Well, Joe, you're quite familiar with what a minute and 5 seconds means in the National Football League. You can do plenty in that time, and right now I know what John Unitas and Weeb Eubank would like to do. If not go all the way, they certainly would like to pick up another 10 or 20 yards and get in position for a field goal. And if that did happen, and they came through with a field goal for the first time in the history of the National Football League, we would witness a sudden death playoff. And in case you're not familiar with the ruling on such a thing, if this game at the end of regulation time was tied, then there would be a 3-minute delay. There would be a toss of the coin and a new kickoff, and the first team to score would then be declared the winner. If they went through a first period without score, then there would be a brief intermission, and they would go right back into play again. The ball is on the 50-yard line. Slightly better than a minute to play. The whistle blows. Time is back in as the Colts start to huddle. So here again is Joe Bolden.
And here are the Colts to the line of scrimmage with Berry flanked wide to the left and Moore flanked wide to the right. Unitas at quarterback has Amici and Dupre back as the potential running backs, but he's interested in the long strike. First and 10 to go on the 50. He fakes, throws to Berry. Berry shakes off one man. Karlivitz is tackled by another at the 35-yard line of New York. With the tackle made by Cliff Livingston, coming back from his left side linebacking spot. And Berry moves out to the flanker again. Baltimore lines up quickly. And it's now first and 10 to go on the 35-yard line of New York as Baltimore tries to strike once more with 40 seconds left. Unitas back to throw, does throw. It's good to Berry. Berry shakes loose from one end to the 20, the 15. He's down on the 13-yard line. Ray Berry brought down here by Harlan Sparry. And here comes the field goal team in with 20 seconds to go for Baltimore, I believe. We're getting a whole change in personnel, and we may get that field goal with 15 seconds to go. The clock's running. Myra's going to kick from the 19, which would tie it up and send it into sudden death. There's the kick, and the kick by Myra is good, and the game is tied with 7 seconds to go. 17-17 as Myra kicks one from the 19-yard line. Thereabouts, and we have 7 seconds to go, and the clock is stopped. And the score is tied at 17-17. Baltimore started on their own 14. They passed to Mutchler, passed to Dupre, were no good. Then Unitas hit Moore for 25, missed to Dupre. Then he hit Berry for 25 to the 50-yard line. Hit Berry for 15 yards to the 35. Hit Berry again for 21 to the 14. And Myra kicked the field goal from the 20.
Joe, with just seconds to go, if the Giants don't run back this kickoff for a touchdown for the first time in history, we're going to say, and now going into the 5th period of a football game.
That's right. We will. Let's see what happens on this kickoff, though, because there's still 7 seconds to go, and I know it's a cliche, but you've just seen it. Anything can happen here. King and Maynard are back, the two Swifties. Regishar will kick off for Baltimore. Phil King, a first-year man from Vanderbilt, and Don Maynard from Texas Western, a first-year man, are both great sprinters, both speed burners, and they're back as the double safety men for New York. Let's see what Baltimore does here. They may be planning on a short kick, too, in order to keep it away from them and run this out. And then hope that the toss of the coin will give them the ball on the sudden death. Oh, he kicks a long one downfield. Regishar sails one into the end zone to Maynard. Maynard's out to the 5, the 10, the 15. He's out of bounds. Driven out of bounds is Don Maynard at about the 18-yard line of New York with the tackle applied by Call. John Call of Baltimore. That stopped the clock with about 3 seconds to go. This is unofficial time, remember. These New York Giants were down 14-3 at halftime, bounced back with a touchdown to make it 14-10 at the third quarter, went ahead 17-14 in the final period, and Baltimore bounced back with an 84-yard drive to tie it up on a 20-yard field goal. And here Bracey and Krause throw back Gifford as the gun. Let's see. Well, that gun did sound. we've come to the end of regulation time, the end of the game, and the score is tied at 17-17, and we're going to see the first application in history of the sudden death rule. We'll have 3 minutes of rest here before the players comes back again. With timeout, the score is New York Giants 17 and Baltimore Colts 17.
This is Regis Toomey. Say, New Year's Eve is just hours away. Having a party at your house? Well, High Grade makes it possible for you to have a feast without the fuss. Here's how. Fix an appetizing platter from the more than 50 different kinds of high-grade sliced meats, the tastiest of all sliced meats. And they're packed in saran or vacuum wrap to keep them fresh till you're ready to serve them. For an extra treat, make a delicious chipped beef spread or dip using High Grade's new smoked sliced beef. When you're shopping tomorrow, get plenty of High Grade's delicious sliced meats and the new High Grade smoked sliced beef. For the finest quality made by High Grade. In some areas, the same fine High Grade products are sold as Kingen's or Karsten's High Grade.
For the finest quality made by High Grade.
Never before in the history of the National Football League or professional football has there been an extra period and the Giants won the toss. And they're going to receive. A most historic moment in football history. The New York Giants won the toss. They elected to receive, and they will receive at the north end of Yankee Stadium for this sudden death playoff with all the marbles on the line. The members of each winning team will receive about $5,000. The members of the losing team will receive slightly less than $3,000. 17-17. Thanks to some brilliant passing by Johnny Unitas to get the ball into field goal kicking position. Joe?
Bill, I just thought we'd call attention to the fact that it's the first team that scores, field goal, safety, touchdown, that will win the game now, and the game will be over with the first score. That's what the sudden death rule means, and the Giants, as you pointed out, are in favorable position because they have won the toss, have elected to receive, and will get the first opportunity with the ball. Here we go. We're almost set for the kickoff. Baltimore is ready to go.
Bert Retchichar is teeing the ball up on the 40-yard line. This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Philip Morris and Marlboro's. And Retchichar has the ball teed up on the 40-yard line. Phil King down deep on the near side. Don Maynard right under the goalpost. Ball, listen to the buzz in the stands here at Yankee Stadium as Retchichar kicks off. Maynard takes it on the run on the 10, and he fumbles. He picks it up. He's at the 20, and he is down at the 20. Don Maynard trying to take it on the dead run at the 10-yard line. Fumbled it, but picked it up at about the 18-yard line and got to the 20 before he was hit by Fred Thurston.
It's 4:35 here in the East, and the lights in Yankee Stadium are invaluable because dusk is falling, and it's a wonderful picture here.
Giants out of the huddle, to the line of scrimmage. First play in the extra period. Alex Webster flanked out to the right. McAfee at left end is split. Connerly calls the signals. He takes, he gives to Gifford. Gifford wide to the right, is at the 20, gets to about the 23-yard line. Piled up there by 3 or 4 Baltimore Colts. Number 81, Ordell Bracey, who's in the ball game in place of Gino Marchetti. The ball is spotted at the 24-yard line. So Gifford got 4 yards, and it's second down and 6 yards to go. The New York backfield, Connerly at quarterback. Frank Gifford at left half. Alex Webster at right half. And Phil King is the fullback. No, Triplett is in at fullback in place of King. Baltimore Colts, 5 men up there on the line of scrimmage, with the linebacker Shinnick just a yard behind. Flanker to the right, the left end split. Fake to Triplett. Connerly back to throw. He throws. It is no good. Intended for Bob Schnelker at the Giants' 45-yard line. The pass was just a bit off target. Carl Tassett was defending on the play. Ray Brown moving over there also. So Connerly intended for Bob Schnelker. His right end incomplete. And it's third down and 6 yards to go. The first team to score in this football game is the winner. Ball on the Giant 24. Third down and 6 yards to go. The Baltimore Colts talk things over defensively. They have Bracey and Joyce at the end. Donovan and Lipscomb the tackles. The linebackers Pellington, Shinnick, and Sanford. Giants at the line of scrimmage. Flanker this time is Gifford, and he's out to the left. Right end Snelker, split by about 3 yards. Fake to Webster. Connerly rolls to the right. Starts to run with the ball. He gets to the 30-yard line, very close to it. Let's see if he made the first down. The tackle made by number 66, Don Shinnick, with Pellington, number 36, also helping out. Charlie Connerly rolling to his right. Fake to pass. Came up close to first down yardage. Joe?
Connerly's getting up a little slowly, but I think he's all right. Now we got an important decision. Are they going to kick or are they going to go for this? They're streaming in. New man and Chandler is coming in. So, again, a tremendous vote of confidence in the New York defensive team. New York is going to punt.
The ball is just about a foot short of the 30-yard line. Don Chandler in the game to do the punting. Chandler stands at his 15-yard line. Tassif, a single safety for the Baltimore Colts. Back at the Colts 30. Chandler gets a tremendous kick away. Tassif being chased back to the 18-yard line. He takes it. He's to the 20 and slips and falls as he tries to cut. So the Giants took over on their 20, and now the Baltimore Colts do. 62-yard kick, a 2-yard return for Tassif as the kick went to the Baltimore 18-yard line, and Tassif got it back to the 20. First and 10 for the Baltimore Colts. Charlie Connerly in the second half and this overtime period is connected on 8 out of 10. Lenny Moore, flanker out to the right. Left end, Berry is split. Unitas gives to Dupre. Off tackle, Dupre still on his feet, comes across the 30 to about the 32-yard line. Frank Uso, who has played a tremendous game for the New York Giants in place of the injured Roosevelt Greer, was in on the tackle that time. But Dupre goes from the 20-yard line up to the 30-yard line, and there's going to be a measurement. John Unitas up there for the Colts to get a look at it. The chain is stretched out, and it's enough for the first down. The ball nose just over the 30-yard line in Baltimore territory. The Colts are in possession. Their backfield, Unitas at quarterback, Dupre at left half, Lenny Moore at right half. Alan the Horse Amici is at fullback. The ends are Ray Berry and Jim Muchler. Berry is split at left end. Lenny Moore, the flanker out to the right. He's a couple of yards inside the far sideline. Unitas back to throw. Gets good protection. Throws a long, long one. And it's broken up by Lyndon Crow, intended for Lenny Moore, down inside the New York Giant 25-yard line. Lyndon Crow, veteran of 4 years in the National Football League, trailing Lenny Moore all the way, as the speed boy did not maneuver at all, just set sail down the far sideline. Turned on the speed, but he could not get away from Crow, and Crow broke it up. Unitas going for the distance on that one. The pass travels some 60 yards in the air. It is incomplete, and it's second down and 10 yards to go. Baltimore Colts up to the line of scrimmage. Again, Moore is the flanker to the right, and the left end, Ray Berry, is split. Unitas back to throw. He hands to Dupre. Dupre comes in to the left side of the Giant line and gets a couple of yards to the 32 and the 33-yard line. Jim Katcavage, fine defensive left end, and Dick Modulewski team up to make the tackle. Dupre, the ball carrier. He got about 3 yards to the 33-yard line, where it'll be third down, about 7 yards to go. New York Giants getting their defensive signal straightened out. The officials go over to the Baltimore bench across the way. There are some fans who have moved down along the sidelines, and time is called now while the officials clear the fans back. It's 17-17 in a sudden death overtime period here at Yankee Stadium in New York. Baltimore has the ball on its own 33-yard line. Third down and about 7 yards to go. Giants won the toss to receive the opening kick of this overtime period. Maynard got back out to the 20, but the Giants were stopped at the 29-yard line. And now the Colts have it on their own 33-yard line. The fans have been cleared back, and the Colts break out of the huddle. 3rd and 7. 3.5 minutes gone by in the overtime period. Ray Berry, split left end, flanker to the right. Unitas at quarterback calls the signals. He's going back to throw. He throws the flare pass to Amici, the fullback. Amici's at the 40-yard line. Tackled as he gets to about the 41. It's going to be close to another first down. Harlan Savary made the tackle. Unitas looked deep downfield, but could not find a deep receiver open. And Amici, the flaring fullback, as he moved out to the left, took it and carried for a gain up over the 40-yard line. It's an out for another first down. The ball spotted at the Baltimore 41-yard line. Unitas this afternoon has attempted 37 passes, and so far he has completed 24 of them. And the Colts have the ball on their own 41-yard line. First down and 10. Lenny Moore flanked out to the right, the left end split. Unitas gives to Dupre. Dupre swings wide, cuts back in, and gets to just about the 43-yard line. A big pileup over there, and again it's Jim Katcavage, number 75, leading the charge in there for the New York Giants, along with Sam Huff, their great middle linebacker. The ball is spotted close to the 44-yard line. We'll call it the 44, a gain of 3 yards on the play. Second down and 7 yards to go. Second down, 7 yards to go in this pressure-packed football game, 17-7 in a sudden death overtime period. Dupre is the flanker to the left this time, to the right, I should say, with the left end Berry split by a couple of yards. Unitas back to throw, gets protection. Now it breaks down, and he's dropped back on the Baltimore 35, 37-yard line. Dick Modzelewski crashing through from his left tackle position, along with Frank Yuso, to drop Unitas for a loss. The ball is being spotted at the 36-yard line. Boy, these defensive lines have been tremendous all afternoon. Both teams, Katcavage, Robustelli, Modzelewski, Huff for the Giants, Marchetti, Donovan, Lipscomb, and Shinnick for the Baltimore Colts. The ball back on the 37-yard line. Third down about 15. Unitas calls the signals. He's going back to throw. This time he gets protection. Starts to run with the ball. Now he throws. It's good to Berry. He's at the 45. Tries to battle away from the tackler, Carl Karolevich, but Karolevich holds him at the 43-yard line. Carl Karolevich, the defending back, lost his footing when the end, Ray Berry, made his cut there at the 45-yard line. Karolevich fell down. Berry hauled the pass in and got down to the 44-yard line in New York Giant territory. 20-yard pass. And it's first and 10 for the Baltimore Colts on the New York Giant 44. Flanker out to the right, the left end split. The fake to Dupre, the handoff to Amichi's at the 30, the 25, down to the 20-yard line. So the Baltimore Colts have first down, 10 yards to go in the New York Giant 20. It was Jim Patton who saved the day for the Giants. Also in on the stop was Karolevich. The fake to Dupre, the handoff to Alan the Horse Amici, and up the middle he went. Going 24 yards from the 44-yard line to the New York Giant 20. And it's first and 10 for the Colts. Lenny Moore flanked out to the right. The ends are tight this time. Hand off to Dupre, cuts back in, gets to just about the line of scrimmage. Maybe a yard. Sam Huff in there to make the tackle. Emlyn Tunnell also helping out. The ball is right on the 20-yard line. Joe?
This drive has only been good. They may carry to a touchdown, but in any case, they're within field goal range, and that first score is what wins the ball game now. Here they go again.
There's the gun. That's the end of the third quarter with the score. The Green Bay Packers 34, the New York Giants nothing.
The third quarter has been brought to you by Marlboro, the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste. Why don't you settle back with a Marlboro? You know, it takes mighty good makings to give you unfiltered taste in a filter cigarette. And that's what you get in the famous Marlboro recipe. Plenty rich, plenty mild through the pure white Select Rate filter. So relax, settle back with a Marlboro. You get a lot to like. Filter, flavor, pack, or box. Marlboro. The fourth quarter is brought to you by Ford, maker of the Galaxy. The Ford Galaxy can outperform the most expensive American luxury cars and does it in a whisper. Why not see the elegant 62 Galaxy now? See for yourself what Galaxy can do with the brand new high-performance Thunderbird engine. And see for yourself how Galaxy can save you the time and trouble of frequent car servicing. Your Galaxy will require servicing only twice a year or every 6,000 miles. See the elegant 62 Galaxy now at your Ford dealers. We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady.
Quarter, Green Bay, Wisconsin, along with Jim Leeming. Ray Scott on hand. Giant ball, 3rd and 9 at the Packer 31, and Tittle fades to pass. He's throwing out in the right flat. It is incomplete. It was overthrown at the 15-yard line. Intended receiver Kyle Rote. It fell incomplete. It will be 4th down and 9. Y.A. Tittle at quarter. Phil King and Bob Gators in running back position most of the time. Although the Giants have gone into what I have referred to, Jim, for want of a better phrase, quite frankly, as a spread formation, which sees only the one running back in position actually to take a handoff from the quarterback, as they have moved either strong right or strong left, moving the other back out as an actual inside flanker. 4th down, 9, Giant ball. Out to the right, Rote, to the left, Schaffner. Now it is Walton splitting out more to the right. They're in the spread, strong to the right, Tittle fades to pass. He has a little bit of time, but not down he goes at the 40-yard line. Willie Davis, Dave Hanner, Bill Quinlan, Y.A. Tittle that time, in all honesty, just never had a chance. It appeared for a second that he was going to get that pass away, but right about then, Hanner was the first to meet him, and down he went, and this Packer defensive unit has given the ball over to the offense. Green Bay ball, 1st down at their 40, and the Packers' defense has been just tremendous so far, Jim.
But Davis must get a big pat on the back from Coach Vince Lombardi after the ball game that he's played today defensively.
Moore and Horning are behind Starr. Moving left to right, it is Horning trying to go off the left side, and it's no gain. Horning, the second man through. Hit down by Jim Katcavage. Forward progress, the 40, although Horning was eventually wrestled back about 4 yards by Jim Katcavage. No gain, 2nd down, 10. Early 4th quarter from Green Bay, Wisconsin, the National Football League's championship game has seen the Packers so far play just about as sharp a game as you'd ever see anybody play anywhere. Starr has the team set. 2nd and 10 from Green Bay's 40. Pitch to the left to Tom Moore, trying to go wide, gets away from one man, is wrestled down for a loss of 35 by 2 more. A loss of 5 at the 35, I should say. Dick Lynch first to meet him. Sam Huff helped pin him down. Tom Scott there as well. Loss of 5, 3rd and 15. In the second half, the Packers have scored 10 points. Jim Taylor goes into the game. He'll be in the Packer backfield. Tom Moore will come out. The clock showing a little better than 13 minutes left in the contest. The hand you hear in the background is for Tom Moore. 3rd and 15. Green Bay from their own 35. To the left, McGee. To the right, Dowler. And Starr fades to pass. Straight back, right over the middle to Horning. He's at the 40, 45, 48. He'll be short of a first down by about a yard. A quick pass over the middle as Horning worked himself free. He is finally tackled by Joe Morrison and Sam Huff. And getting up very slowly is going to be Sam Huff. Horning tried to help him to his feet as it'll be 4th and about 1. And anticipating a punt, Joe Morrison will be dropping back along with Joel Wells. And Dowler will punt from about the Green Bay 35-yard line with about 12 and a half minutes left in the game. Pass from center. The kick is away. It's end over end. Fair catch at the Giant 20 by Joe Morrison. Giants will have the ball at the 21 as the ball is spotted. Let's see who the Giant quarterback will be. It'll be Y.A. Tittle. Y.A. Tittle will be in the backfield as quarterback. Phil King will be at one position. We'll see if it's going to be Gators or Wells at the other. Alex Webster, who was hampered a bit by injuries several games ago, has not played very much today since early in the game. Snap of the ball, fading the pass is Tittle. He's looking, he's throwing deep for Schaffner, and Whittington intercepts. He is being wrestled all the way back to the Packer 20-yard line by Schaffner. Jess Whittington, matching Schaffner stride for stride, took the ball away from him. Their third interception. Green Bay has the ball. And Jim, I think the folks would be interested in that little piece of paper that was just handed us.
Well, the paid attendance here today, 39,029. This is a record Green Bay crowd. Actually, it's above the capacity of the stadium here because of the temporary seats which have been installed for this championship game.
First down, Green Bay at their own 38.5-yard line. That's where the ball was spotted. That's where it was intercepted. Starr throws quickly to Dowler. He drops it in the right flat. Tempers flare for a moment as Barnes and Huff and Dowler had a difference of opinion. It is merely an incomplete pass. The officials immediately take over. It'll be 2nd and 10, Green Bay, from their own 38.5-yard line. Early in the fourth quarter, Green Bay leading by a score of 34-0. Ball at the inbounds marker, near side of the field. Out to the right, Dowler. To the left, McGee. Horning is in the backfield along with Tom Moore. About a 6-man giant line as Huff moves right into that line right now. Off to the left is Tom Moore across the 40 to about the 42-yard line. He's hit upright by Huff and Morrison. Forward progress will be spotted. Let's see. The ball will be placed down at the 41-yard line. Let's call it a gain of 3 and 3rd down 7.
Ray, if you could boil this down to one word, I think that you could say the Packers had momentum today, and the New York Giants just haven't been able to get on track with but a very few exceptions.
We're ready to go. 3rd and 7. Snap of the ball. Penalty flags are down all over the field. We'll watch the referee. I saw at least 3 markers down. The penalty is against New York. 5 yards. Ball placed down at the 46. Offside indicated it will be 3rd and now about 2 instead of 3rd and 7. Giants defensive unit, Cabbage, Modzalewski, Greer, Robustelli, Livingston, Huff, Scott, Barnes, Morrison, Patton, Lynch. 3rd down 2, Green Bay from their own 46. Fourth period, Packers lead 34-0. To the right, Dowler. Fairly tight left end, McGee. Ron Kramer, a tight right end. Starr takes to the first man, gives to Horning. He goes to midfield to the Giant 47. Picking his way beautifully behind a tremendous offensive charge by that line led by Forrest Gregg this time. Gregg in front of the ball carrier. First down, Green Bay at the Giant 47-yard line. Tom Moore comes out of the game for Green Bay. Into the game is Jimmy Taylor, and it's a draw play to Taylor. He's at the 45, 40, 35. He's at the 30, swings to the right, 25, 20. He hits Barnes and goes out of bounds at about the 13. A draw play to Jimmy Taylor. Jim went straight ahead, swung to the right, moved to the 14-yard line. Green Bay has another first down. Jim?
On that play, Ray, Jim had a scarcity of blockers, but the couple that he had out ahead of him, he certainly used them well in gaining about 10 or 15 extra yards with the use of this couple that he had out there with him.
32 yards for Taylor. First down, Green Bay at the Giant 14. Starr gives to Horning. He swings to his left. He is going to be down at the 20-yard line for a loss of 6. As Andy Robustelli, playing defensive right end beautifully, turned the play in and helped make the tackle at the same time with aid then from Cat Cabbage. Huff. Loss of 6. Second down, and now 16 Green Bay from the Giant 20 with about 9.5 minutes left in this championship game. And the Packers leading by 34-0. Bart Starr directing a beautifully diversified Green Bay attack, has used just about every weapon in the arsenal created by Vince Lombardi and his staff to score today. To the left, McGee. To the right, Dowler on second down, 16 at the Giant 20. And Starr fades to pass, throws out to the right to Horning behind blockers. He cuts it to 20, goes to the 15, drives to the 12. A quick flip in the right flat behind a screen of blockers of Dowler, Masters, Ron Kramer. Making the tackle, Dick Modzalewski. Gain on the play, 8 yards. It will be third and a long 7 at the Giant 12. Perhaps 8 would be closer to correct. Starr allowed the rush, flipped to Horning, gain to the 7. Starr fades to pass. Has time, looks, he's throwing for the corner for Kramer. It is incomplete at the goal line. Joe Morrison defending in the left corner. It will be fourth down. The kicking unit comes in. Horning has been successful today from the 17-yard line and from the 22-yard line with field goal attempts. He is 2 for 2. The ball will be placed down. I believe I said at the 7. I beg your pardon. It was at the 12-yard line that play started, but it is fourth down and about 8. And Starr will be in holding position from about the Giant between the 19 and 20-yard line, an angle off to the right. Ball is snapped, down, kick in the air. It's good. There's timeout on the field with the score. The Green Bay Packers 37. The New York Giants nothing.
It's the Galaxy Sports New Galaxy, features of the future now. Beautifully built to be even more service-free. Twice a year maintenance that made it stop. See the Galaxy Sports New Galaxy. Elegance with power to clear. With Thunderbird style and golden silk for people in the know.
The Galaxy will go 30,000 miles between major lubrications, 6,000 miles between oil changes and minor lubrications.
Beautifully built to be even more service-free. Twice a year maintenance has made it stop. See the Galaxy Sports New Galaxy. There are 2 of them to see. The Galaxy 500 and Galaxy 500.
Now, at your Ford dealers.
City Stadium, Green Bay, Wisconsin, the scene of action, ladies and gentlemen, along with Jim Leeming, Ray Scott on hand with about 8 minutes left in this championship game. And the Green Bay Packers leading by a score of 37-0, and Ben Agajanian preparing to kick off.
Ray, we've had a cold day, but actually it's turned into a very beautiful day with few exceptions. The sun has been bright and shiny.
Agajanian's kick is fairly high, and at the 6-yard line is taken by Gators to the 15, to the 20, tries to go to the right, and is submerged at the 26-yard line. First-year back, Bob Gators of New Mexico State, one of a host of first-year players who have made good in the National Football League. Bob Gators, 5'11", 215, played at New Mexico State. The Giants will go with Y.A. Tittle at quarterback from their own 26-yard line, inbounds marker, far side of the field. Y.A. Tittle has Webster back in the backfield now. First we've seen him in a long while. Fumble, Ball is picked up and fallen on by a giant at the 22-yard line, Bob Gators. A fumble on the snapback. Loss on the play to the 22 as Bob Gators alertly fell on the loose football. Loss of 4, second down, 14. And in from the giant bench across the way comes Phil King. Del Schaffner is the left end. Joe Walton, the tight right end. King is going to replace Webster. Phil King from Vanderbilt, 6'4", 225. To the left, Schaffner. To the right, Rote. Second and 14, Giant from their 22. Tittle fades to pass. Gives ground. Throws over the middle. It is complete to Schaffner. Tackled immediately by Jess Whittington at the Giant 36-yard line. First down. Very close to a first down. Yes. Now signaled first down at the Giant 36. The clock is running with about 7 minutes left in the game. The Packers lead by 37-0. In what has so far been truly a team effort. Perhaps we should say a squad effort. Offense as well as defense. Tittle has the Giants set. Fades to pass. He's rushed. He throws out to the right flat. It is in and out of the hands of Rote and incomplete. And Tittle that time was rushed unmercifully by Bill Quinlan and Ray Nitschke. Bill, into the game goes the veteran M. Tennell. He's going to replace John Simak. And the hand is for Simak. Veteran M. Tennell playing against a team for whom he performed so well for so many years. It is second and 10. Tittle fades to pass. Nope, he's going to hand off on a draw play instead to Phil King. Loss of 2 yards. Bill Quinlan had it spotted and made the tackle. Loss of 2, it'll be third and 12. M. Tennell has played 14 years. This is his 14th year in the National Football League from the University of Iowa. And, Jim, he is a great one.
He's one of the old pros in the league. He and Y. Tittle is in his 14th season, too.
It is third and 12. It's a spread to the right. Tittle fading to pass. Throwing out to the right, intended for Rote. Intercepted by Greminger, and he drops the ball. He had it for an instant, and I do believe, Jim, that Kyle Rote looked directly into the sun's rays and never saw that football.
The ball is not only the sun at that time, but the ball is very, very hard to hold on to out there today. And the Giants, of course, have had more difficulty holding on to it than have the Green Bay Packers here today. Some of the players, I noticed the linemen, the interior linemen, are wearing gloves. And on the defensive unit, quite a number of them are.
It is 4th and 12, and Chandler is in to punt. Takes the pass from center. His punt is away. It is going to land at the Packer 37, and will be allowed to roll free by Lou Carpenter and Willie Wood, and it will be blown dead at the Packer 25-yard line, where Green Bay will take over the ball. A first down at their own 25-yard line. And you know, one of the former Packer greats who wanted so very much to be here today, who has stayed on in Green Bay since his playing days, I'm talking about Ted Fritsch, who coaches in Green Bay's Premontory High School. They tell me he had to be restrained by the doctor. He was seriously ill, but the doctor had to actually force him to stay home, and I know how much he wanted to be here today. First down, Green Bay. Star pitches to Tom Moore, comes to the outside to the right, cuts behind a good block, and is nailed at the 31-yard line. Quick pitch to Tom Moore behind a block by Ken Iman, who is in the game in the offensive line for Green Bay. Tackled by Barnes. Ron Kramer is being replaced. Paul Horning comes out. Listen to the ovation for Horning. Truly, thousands of people here got on their feet to give an ovation to Paul Hornung as it's Green Bay's 2nd and 4 from their 31, leading 37-0 over the Giants late in the ball game. Elijah Pitts is in the backfield, and it's Tom Moore straight ahead to the 35, spins to the 40, to the 42-yard line. First down, Green Bay, as Tom Moore, finding daylight, actually twisted away from one tackler to give him an additional 5 yards. Out of the game comes Max McGee with about 4 minutes left in the contest. Ron Kramer, Max McGee, Paul Hornung have all departed to tremendous ovations of this obviously partisan crowd in Green Bay. First down of the Packer 42, moving left to right late in the ball game. Lou Carpenter is in. Elijah Pitts off the left side will sprint to about the 44, and that's all.
Evidently, Ray, Coach Vince Lombardi in the closing minutes here is trying to get as many into the game as he can, and of course get the ovation for the great stars of the Packers for this season.
Boyd Dowler has just left to a great ovation and has been replaced by Lee Folkins, a first-year player from the University of Washington. Gain on the play of a yard. Second down, 9. Getting ready to go into the game at quarterback is Johnny Roach, a former SMU star. 2nd and 9, Green Bay from their own 43. Long count by Starr. Fades as if the pass. Hands off to Pitts. Off the left side, he fights to the 46. It'll bring up, and into the game goes Roach. Out of the game, Bart Starr. Timeout on the field with a score. The Packers 37, the Giants nothing.
Close the door of the new Fairlane 500 and listen. It's the new sound of quality. Quality that's part of the totally new Fairlane 500 by Ford. Right. The Fairlane 500, right price, right size, right between the Galaxy and Falcon. The Fairlane 2 for 62, the car that's just right for just about everybody. Just about everybody. Right. The new Ford Fairlane 500, right between Galaxy and Falcon. Right size, a foot shorter on the outside, big car room on the inside. Right price, price below many compacts. The car that's just right for just about everybody. Test the quality yourself. Close the door of the new Fairlane 500. At your Ford dealers now.
Elijah Pitts just swung out to the right and lost a couple of yards for Green Bay. And on 4th down coming up, Boyd Dowler is in the punt. The Giants are going to drop back Joel Wells and Joe Morrison in twin safety.
And I see right now, Ray, both the benches are being given the 2-minute warning. And in order to be able to pick out the outstanding player, as far as the Packers were concerned today, would be a most difficult job. Bart Starr is just tremendous in every phase of quarterbacking this fine team. Of course, Paul Hornung with the 19 points that he scored here today. Have to make him one of the big ones too, but never forget those fellows up on the line who did such a marvelous job all afternoon, defensively, offensively, the defensive backfield, and I guess, as you said a short time ago, this would have to be a squad applause. I'm guessing right now.
You're so right, Jim, and a tremendous tribute not only to the Packer coaching staff, but the Packer fans who have supported this game so very well. Boyd Dowler's in the punt. Wells and Morrison back to receive. The punt's away. A tremendous boot is going to land at the Giant 5, roll dead at around the 9-yard line, where it'll be grabbed by Herb Adderley. Another tremendous punt by Boyd Dowler is down by first-year back Herb Adderley. There's timeout on the field with a score: the Packers 37, the Giants nothing.
Now
Now here's a commercial with a twist. The Falcon twist.
You're going to get a new Falcon?
A 62 Falcon.
Everybody loves Falcon, so listen, Malcolm. Pick me up in your Falcon. I'll be ready at 8.
I'll be there with my Falcon. We'll have a wonderful ride.
And I'll be right at your side.
Economical Falcon. Costs so little to run.
With the money we save with a Falcon, we can sure have a barrel of fun.
Everybody loves Falcon.
Lots of reason to boast.
Cause you get more from a Falcon.
The car America loves the most. It's America's favorite, so economical, low-price compact car. Oh, Malcolm.
Go to your Ford dealer. You'll be welcome, Malcolm.
The Giants are coming up now to about a 3rd and about 9 situation as Y.A. Tittle just misses on a pass out on the left flat on a down-and-out pattern to left end Del Schaffner, who had such a great season with the Giants. And you know, so many times, Jim, it seems to me, with only seconds remaining here in this championship game, that when a game does end, as it seems to about to end, with the Packers leading by a rather decisive score, we're inclined to forget the great job done by the vanquished team during the regular season, and there's no doubt about it, as the Giants now go into their version of the shotgun. Tittle is back in a short punt formation. He's going to pass them near the goal line to the right flat. It is intercepted by Herb Adderley at the 30. He goes to the Giant 25, swings to the 20. He's going to try and turn the corner. He does. He goes to the 15-yard line. Herb Adderley comes up with the Packers' 4th pass interception of the game. Y.A. Tittle passing out of Jim what I would call the Giant version of the highly publicized San Francisco 49er shotgun offense, finds Herb Adderley, the rookie from Michigan State, intercepting. And my goodness, what a ball-hawking job this Packer defense has done today.
They certainly have. As a matter of fact, on that play, one more block and Herb Adderley might have been gone all the way.
First down, Johnny Roach at quarterback. Tom Moore at left half. Roach trying to sneak straight ahead. Lou Carpenter's in the backfield. Time just running out. Packers content to hold on to the ball. The crowd time counts off the seconds. New Year's Eve in Green Bay, Wisconsin is going to be something. No more time remains. There's the gun. That's the end of the game with the final score. The Green Bay Packers 37. The New York Giants nothing. We'll be back in a moment with the final wrap-up of today's game.
Fans, how long has it been since you've driven a Ford? Today there are 4 classes of cars, and only Ford has all 4. First, there's the Compact Falcon, America's lowest price 6-passenger car. Over 1 million proud owners prove it's still America's most popular compact car. Next, the Ford Fairlane, available with Ford's famous V8 power. It's in a class by itself, right between the compacts and the big cars, with the best features of both: big car room, ride, and performance. Compare savings and maneuverability, and a price tag below many compacts. The third, or full-size class, is the elegant Galaxy with its optional super high-performance Thunderbird engine. Galaxy will outperform America's most expensive cars, yet requires servicing only twice a year or every 6,000 miles. Fourth, for the people who want the very finest, the Thunderbird. Now in 4 outstanding models. How long has it been since you've driven a Ford? Whatever you're looking for in a car, look to the long Ford line at your Ford dealer.
Right? Right, Jim Leeming. Realizing that many of you did not have a chance to follow this game from its inception, we'll do our very best to pick out very quickly the highlights of this game. We tell you first, this is the 5th shutout ever recorded in a championship game. The last time it was turned in, the Philadelphia Eagles defeated the Chicago Cardinals in 1948 by 7-0, and the following year shut out the Los Angeles Rams 14-0. And until today, that's the last time it was performed in championship play. And as it turns out, and I guess perhaps, Jim, it might be a justice of some sort, it is turned in, the shutout by...
Tittle the quarterback, Webster the fullback, Phil King at left halfback, and Frank Gifford flanked out on the right side. Ray Witeka gets over the ball now. Tittle sets his team, checks that Packer defense. Goes back 2 steps, fires the short sideline pass. It is complete to Gifford over at the far side of the field at the 25-yard line. He's forced out of bounds immediately by Herb Adderley. They'll give him the forward progress he had up to the 26, a pickup of 6 yards. Tittle to Gifford. Tittle now has completed 8 out of 18. And it's second down, 4 yards to go. Giants out of the huddle. Still a strong right formation. Tittle flanked out there. Walton the tight end. Handoff goes to Webster. Webster tries the left side, is hit by the Packer defense and down for no gain. Bill Forrester leading the tacklers along with Bill Quinlan. Third down and 4 yards to go for the Giants. No gain on that play. Webster carrying. 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter. 13-7. The Green Bay Packers out in front of the New York Giants in this championship battle. Tittle is set. Takes that short step back, fires the sideline pass once again to Gifford just across the 30-yard stripe for the first down. Gifford at the 33, knocked out of bounds by Herb Adderley. Well, that's what the pros call the sideline pass or the first down pass. They're not trying to break the man loose for a long gain. They're just shooting for that short yardage. And Gifford has been loose on 2 out of the last 3 plays. First down for the Giants. Ball on their own 32. Tittle goes back now. He's looking. Gets the pass away. Batted away from Del Schaffner by Jesse Whittington. Whittington came up behind Schaffner there and batted that one right out of his hands. It was intended for Schaffner down about the 43, 44-yard line. Now the clock is ticked away to 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Packers own a 6-point lead, 13-7. Packer defense deploys Willie Wood and Hank Greminger, the deep men, against Y.A. Tittle's passing attack. Wittek over the ball. Tittle counts off, being chased as he goes back to throw, but gets the pass away down the middle. It is complete to Del Schaffner. He's tackled immediately by Whittington on the 40-yard line. Give him the forward progress up to the 42. And for Schaffner, that's the 4th pass he's caught today. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady.
Well, during that pause for identification, the chain gang came out from this sideline. We're having a measurement now to see whether or not the Giants have themselves a first down. It is not. Third down and a yard to go. Jess Whittington is covering Del Schaffner today. Whittington of the Packers. Schaffner of the Giants, of course. Formerly, both of them were with the Rams, and they were roommates. One of the quirks of fate. Wittek over the ball. Tittle takes, hands off to Webster, drives up the middle. He may have picked up that first down. Henry Jordan, Ray Nitschke, Dave Hanner, the center of the Packer defense, all in on the tackle. And you can tell by the cheer that goes up from this hometown crowd that the Giants have just picked themselves up a first down. Webster running for the short yardage. First and 10 for the Giants in their own 43-yard line. They're out of the huddle now. Bitter cold down on the field. Temperature about 20. Wind blowing strong. Tittle goes back to throw. Fires the short one complete to Walton at the 50-yard line down in the Packer territory. And punched out of bounds by Willie Wood on the Packer 47-yard line. The football being brought in the 20 yards from this side of the field. So the Giants are on the move now into Packer territory, and they have a first down on the Green Bay 47-yard line. Y.A. Tittle takes his team out of the huddle. Again, Gifford is flanked to the right. Deuce backfield, King and Webster. Tittle puts the ball on his hip, rolls out to the right to pass, fires, incomplete, intended for Del Schaffner, and interference is going to be called against Willie Wood. Uh-oh. And Willie Wood lost his temper, got up to protest to the official, and nudged the official, and I believe that Willie Wood is being sent out of the football game. He is. Interference called against Willie Wood. When he saw the call, he bounced up right into the official, and Willie Wood has been excused from this football game. That means that John Simank or Howard Williams will come into the game, into the Packer defensive backfield. Johnny Simank, who was a starter at safety last year, has moved into the lineup. And now, Herb Adderley is talking to one of the officials. And this is the first big rhubarb of this football game. The act by Willie Wood, as it looked here, was unintentional. He was bouncing up to protest the call, but he did ram into the official, Tom Kelleher, and we are now having the penalty marked off against the Green Bay Packers. Pass interference, 15 yards from the point of infraction. Moves the ball down to the Green Bay Packer 18-yard line. Personal foul. And it's 1st and 10 at that point for the New York Giants. 1 minute remains in the third quarter. Packers lead 13-7. And they're playing now without the services of Willie Wood, who led the league in interceptions this past season. Now we're set for more football. Y.A. Tittle checks his lineup. Starts the count. Goes back to throw. Gets good protection. Fires the bomb. The long one incomplete. Way over the head of Del Schaffner, who is down in the end zone. 54 seconds showing on the clock now. Here in the third quarter as the incompleted pass stops the clock. Packers hold on to that 6-point lead. 13-7. Tittle takes his team back into the huddle. Packer defense sets up. Bill Quinlan, Henry Jordan, Dave Hanner, and Willie Davis across that front line. They dig in as Tittle starts counting. Hands off to Phil King. Double reverse to Gifford, and Gifford laterals back to Tittle again as Gifford was trapped. Tittle fires a pass. Incomplete and almost intercepted by Dan Curry down at the 12-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Well, there was a razzle-dazzle play and a bit impromptu. Y.A. Tittle took the ball, handed off to Phil King, who reversed to Frank Gifford, and Gifford was almost tackled by Bill Forrester. He underarmed a pass back to Y.A. Tittle, who had started the whole thing, and Tittle, in desperation, heaved one over to the far side that was almost intercepted by Dan Curry. Third down, 10 yards to go for the Giants on the Packer 18-yard line. They're out of the huddle. Schaffner split on the left side. Gifford flanked on the right side. Tittle fakes a handoff. He's being rushed. Hit as he fires the ball. A flag on the play. Pass incomplete down on the 10-yard line. There was a flag on the play, and we may have a roughing the passer penalty called. Bill Quinlan, Willie Davis, moved in fast on Y.A. Tittle. He got the pass away, but the flag on the play indicates an infraction by the Giants. Joe Walton, illegal use of the hands. So that will move the football away from the Packers' goal. .38 seconds remaining in the third quarter. 13-7, the Packers out in front. The penalty takes the ball all the way back to the Packers' 40-yard line. It remains third down and 32 yards to go for the New York Giants. Well, we've got a jam-packed Yankee Stadium here this afternoon. It's cold, but they've seen quite a football game. Tittle takes the ball now, goes back to throw, looks downfield, fires the pass down the middle. It's complete to Webster. Webster is at the 33-yard line, hit and dropped immediately by Bill Forrester. Pick up on the play of 7 yards. Ball is now at the Packer 33-yard line. 21 seconds showing on the clock here in the third quarter. 13-7, the Packers out in front. 4th down and 24 yards to go for the New York Giants. Clock is ticking away, and we've had another penalty called here. There was a flag on that last play. 3 seconds showing on the clock. The scoreboard clock may not be correct. Another long march coming up against the New York Giants. Moves the ball all the way back to their 40-yard line. And again, we've had holding called against the Giants. 2 plays in succession. The Giants have been called for holding. Obviously, the clock was officially stopped. The scoreboard clock did not stop, so we have a few seconds remaining here in the third quarter as the Giants come out of the huddle. It's 3rd down and 47 yards to go now for the Giants. Tittle goes back to throw. Being chased, rolls over to the far sideline, gets the pass away. It is incomplete, intended for Gifford. Down on the Packer 46-yard line. Gifford had it in his hands but dropped the ball. And it's now 4th down and 47 yards for the New York Giants. Well, they had moved the ball by penalty all the way down to the Packer 18-yard line, and then penalty set the Giants back to their own 40. Lou Carpenter has come in as one of the deep men along with Elijah Pitts for the Green Bay Packers. Willie Wood ejected from the football game just a few moments ago. Don Chandler back to punt. Line of scrimmage, the Giants 40. Chandler gets the snap from center, gets the kick away. A short kick coming down on the Packer 35-yard line, rolling to the 30 and rolling dead just across the Packer 28-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 at that point for Green Bay. A 32-yard kick by Don Chandler. We can't possibly have much time remaining here in the third quarter. The scoreboard clock has run out, but it was running during one of the discussions about penalty, and there's the gun sounding the end of the third quarter. With the score, the Green Bay Packers 13, the New York Giants 7.
What's it like to smoke an Alpine? Well, it's like a sky full of clouds racing along with the wind. That's what it's like to smoke an Alpine. Alpine has a freshness about it like morning dew, a light, lively, downright exuberant kind of taste.
There's something more than smoking with an Alpine cigarette.
If this sounds good to you, try Alpine filter cigarettes.
The fourth quarter of today's National Football League Championship game is brought to you by Ford. See the big and lively Super Torque Fords, the middleweight Fairlanes, fun-filled Falcons, and luxurious Thunderbirds. The most popular cars in Ford's history. They're at your Ford dealers now. This is Ted Moore along with Ken Coleman from Yankee Stadium, and we've got 15 minutes of action remaining in this championship game. The Packers own a 6-point lead as we head into the final quarter, and they also have the football. 1st and 10 on their own 28-yard line. Well, that was kind of a wild and woolly third quarter there. The New York Giants managed to score on the Packers. That marked the first time in 6 quarters of football. But they got on the boards now, and the Green Bay Packers own a none-too-healthy 6-point lead. Starr takes his team up the line of scrimmage, fakes a handoff to Taylor, gives to Tommy Moore in at left halfback. Moore on a sweep around the right side is across the 30 and bounced out of bounds over at the far side of the field, just across the 40-yard line. So Tom Moore is seeing his first bit of action for the Packers this afternoon. Erich Barnes made the tackle. And now we've had Lou Carpenter move into the Packer lineup. Lou is quite a journeyman on this Packer football team. Can go in at either end position, in any one of the backfield positions with the exception of quarterback. He's now in as a flanker, replacing Boyd Dollar. Starr goes back to throw, fires one. Incomplete. It was intended for Carpenter. Just barely into Giant territory. Green Bay Packers are doing something in this championship game that they have not done all season long, and that is that they have been using Max McGee and Boyd Dollar on the same side. Usually they will play opposite sides, one flanking, the other on the line of scrimmage as the split end. On that last play, Boyd Dollar was also on the same side as Max McGee. Carpenter replacing Dollar in the lineup. There's a handoff going to Jimmy Taylor, and Taylor drives up the middle across the 45-yard line to the 47. He was tackled by Sam Huff, Dick Modulewski, Big Rosie Greer. Third down. Packers have 5 yards to go. Ball on the Packers' 47-yard line. They're out of the huddle now. 13 minutes, 44 seconds. That's the time that remains in this game. Starr goes back to throw. Getting rushed, gets the pass away. It's a long, high pass coming downfield. Almost grabbed off by Max McGee, and he and Dick Lynch were in quite a battle for that football. McGee almost had it, finally dropped it down on the 25-yard line of the Giants. Bart Starr has now thrown 20 times in this football game, has completed 9 of them. Both Starr and Tittle this afternoon well under their completion percentages for the regular season. So it's fourth down, 5 yards to go, and again the Packers will be forced to punt. Max McGee going back to do the booting, and we've got Johnny Counts as the lone safety for the New York Giants. The snap to McGee, gets the kick away, a high one coming down on the 27-yard line and rolling out of bounds on the Giants' 23 at this side of the field. First and 10 at that point for the New York Giants. Now the officials bring the ball in, and they're going to place it at the 24-yard line. First and 10 for the Giants at that point. The punt by McGee was good for 30 yards. And again, the wind has blown the football away just as it was on the ground. The official gets it, brings it back, hands it to Ray Witeka, who gets over the ball. Tittle takes, hands off to Phil King. Phil on a cross to the left side. Drives over the 25-yard line to the 27. And it was Ray Nitschke, along with Henry Jordan, making the stop for the Packers. Pick up on the play at 3 yards. Second down and 7 for the Giants. They break out of the huddle, not taking too much time. They trail. And this is the fourth quarter. Tittle takes the 2 steps back, fires the sideline pass intended for Gifford. It was incomplete. Ray Nitschke was in on Tittle in a hurry. 12 minutes, 53 seconds remaining in this football game. 13-7. The Green Bay Packers out in front of the New York Giants. We've got Phil King coming out of the ball game now for the Giants, and I believe that would be Joe Morrison going in to replace him. Morrison in the lineup at left halfback now. Tittle goes back to throw, fades back, gets the pass away right down the middle, incomplete, deflected by Hank Greminger, and then almost grabbed off by Herb Adderley. The pass was intended for Frank Gifford down on the Giants' 40-yard line. So it's fourth down and 7 yards to go, and the Giants will be forced to punt. Lou Carpenter and Elijah Pitts going deep for the Packers. Standing on the Packers' 35-yard line. Chandler will have the wind at his back. Gets the kick away. A high spiral over the head of Carpenter. Picked up on the bounce by Elijah Pitts. He moves his way back up to the 30, the 35, to the 40, the 45. Cuts away from one tackler. Moves down into Giant territory to the Giant 42-yard line before he's tripped up. And it was Phil King who made the stop for the New York Giants. Elijah Pitts fielded that ball on the roll. Got some pretty good blocking down around the Packer 35-yard line. Moved down into Giant territory to the 42. Call it the 43-yard line before he was stopped. The Packers are on the prowl. Starr takes the ball, hands off to Tom Moore. Moore sweeps to the right side. Hit behind the line of scrimmage, tripped up. Falls forward to about the original line of scrimmage. Rosie Greer holds him down there. No gain on the play. Second down, 10 yards to go. Boyd Dollar is back in the lineup for the Green Bay Packers. at the flanker back position. 11 minutes and 50 seconds remain in this championship football game. 13-7, the Green Bay Packers lead the New York Giants. Jim Ringo over the ball at center for the Packers. Second down, still 10 for the Pack. On the Giants' 43. Handoff goes to Jimmy Taylor. He drives right into the middle, hit by the blue jerseys. May have picked up a yard. Dick Modzelewski was right there with some help from Sam Huff. Taylor drove him back about a yard. Third down. A little more than 8 yards to go. Packers have the football in Giant territory. Ball is on the Giant 41.5-yard line. Green Bay out of the huddle now. This time it's Dollar flanked to the left side with McGee split on the left side. Starr goes back to throw. Fires a pass complete to McGee. He's at the 30-yard line and forced out of bounds on the New York 28-yard line by Jimmy Patton. Nice pass thrown by Bart Starr. McGee took it without breaking stride. And the Packers have moved to a first down on the Giants' 28.5-yard line. 10 minutes and 49 seconds remain in this championship game. 13-7. Green Bay leads the New York Giants. Packers in possession and threatening again. Ringo over the ball. Starr counting off. Hands off to Taylor. Taylor hits the line on the left side, and he is stopped almost in his tracks. Sam Huff, along with Dick Modzelewski and Tom Scott, all in on that tackle. Taylor managed to pick up a yard. Second down, 9 yards to go for the Packers. Andy Robustelli, Rosie Greer, Dick Modzelewski, and Jim Katcavage across the front line for the New York Giants. Tom Scott, Sam Huff, and Bill Winter, the linebackers. Lynch, Barnes, Webb, and Patton in the defensive backfield. Packers flank McGee to the left side. Draw play to Taylor. Diagnosed. He's hit behind the line of scrimmage and dropped on the 29-yard line. And it was Jim Katcavage busting through there to break up that draw play. Loss on the play of a couple of yards. And this has been a battle of tremendous defenses this afternoon. Both of these teams doing well defensively. Third down, a little more than 10 yards to go for the Green Bay Packers. 9 minutes and 37 seconds showing on the clock. Starr counting off. Takes the ball, hands off to Tom Moore on the draw play, and Moore is dropped in his tracks. And again, it was Jim Katcavage moving in to make the tackle. Starr tried to cross up the Giant defense there by calling basically the same play, giving the ball to two different men on draws, fullback Jimmy Taylor and then Tom Moore, but the Giant defense was up to it. And now with fourth down and 14 yards to go, we're going to have another field goal attempt by Jerry Kramer, this time from the 40-yard line. Bart Starr will hold. Kramer will be kicking into the wind. The ball is snapped. The boot. It is no good. Coming down on the 3-yard line, bouncing to the 5. Grabbed off down there by Jim Patton, who is playing the lone safety, and he is tackled as soon as he picks up the ball on the 4-yard line. So the Giants have the football. They're on their own 4-yard line. And this game may seesaw into quite a defensive battle now as the two teams wait for the breaks. 13-7, the Packers out in front by 6 points, 8 minutes and 37 seconds. That's all that remains in this championship football game. Y.A. Tittle takes his team up the line of scrimmage. Hands off to Alex Webster, the fullback, and Webster is hit and dropped at the line. They'll give him his forward progress just about to the 5-yard line. Dave Hanner made the stop for the Green Bay Packers. So we've got second down, 10 yards to go. Tittle goes back into his own end zone to throw a pass. It's a long one, incomplete. It was intended for Del Schaffner down on the 45-yard line. Y.A. Tittle really put a lot of arm into that ball. Both of these clubs have 3 timeouts left. And as the game wears away, that becomes increasingly important. Third down, 10 yards to go for the Giants, just across their own 4-yard line. 13-7, the Packers lead. 7 minutes, 58 seconds remain in the football game. Green Bay Packers attempting to repeat as world champions. Giants trying to take the title away from them. And the Packers go offside. Charging across the line was Dave Hanner before the ball was snapped. The ball actually was never put in play. Packers charged with being offside. Ball is moved out to the 10-yard line. 3rd down, now only 5 yards to go for the New York Giants. 3rd and 5. Now the Giants set. Wittek over the ball. Tittle takes. Goes back to throw. Back to his goal line. Fires the pass out to the right side. It's complete to Gifford. At the 25-yard line on the sideline, he's immediately batted out of bounds by Herb Adderley. The sideline pass, good for 15 yards. And the Giants have themselves a first down on their own 25-yard line. 1st and 10. 7 minutes and 52 seconds showing on the scoreboard clock. 13-7, the Packers lead by 6. Wittek leads the team up to the line of scrimmage, gets over the ball. Gifford split on the right side. Morrison in the backfield in place of Phil King. There's a short pass thrown complete to tight end Joe Walton. And Walton took the ball at the 30, moved up to the 35, the 36-yard line before he was forced out of bounds by Hank Greminger over along this sideline. Ball is being placed on the 37.5-yard line. And that will be good enough for a first down for the Giants. They're out of the huddle now. Wittek over the ball. Again, it's Gifford, flanked to the right side. Fake handoff goes to Webster. Rather, a fake handoff to Webster, and Tittle fires out the left side. Incomplete. It was intended for Walton. Right with him on the play was Jesse Whittington. 2nd down, 10 yards to go for the Giants. Line of scrimmage, the Giants' 37.5-yard line. 7 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. 13-7 the score in our championship game. Ted Moore along with Ken Coleman from Yankee Stadium in New York. Giants go back in the huddle. We had a delay there a moment while one of the players tied his shoes. Some of the Green Bay Packers linemen are still wearing cleats. All the backs and ends wearing the ripple-soled shoes. And that's what all the Giants are wearing. 2nd down, 10 yards to go. Tittle takes the ball from center. Goes back, fires the short pass, complete to Gifford. Knocked out of bounds by Herb Adderley at the 44-yard line. And again, that devastating sideline pass was complete to Frank Gifford. There's very little you can do about that, the short pass. Tittle takes the ball from center, just straightens up, moves back a couple of steps, and fires out to the right side. That one was good for 7 yards. 3rd down, and 3 yards to go. Ball just short of the Giants' 45-yard line. Tittle takes, fakes a handoff to Webster, rolling out to the right. He tripped and fell and threw the ball underarm, just getting rid of it. There was a receiver there. He won't be called for intentional grounding. He rolled out to the right on an action pass. Was trying to hit somebody as he fired it underhanded just to keep from getting that 3 or 4 yard loss. But it's 4th down, 3 yards to go, and the Giants will be forced to punt. Chandler going back to do the booting. Carpenter and Pitts deep for the Packers, standing on the Packers' 25-yard line. Low pass from center. Chandler picks it up, gets the kick away, angling toward this sideline and going out of bounds inside the Packer 30 at about the 28-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 at that point for the Green Bay Packers. 32-yard kick by Don Chandler. This game is really beginning to seesaw now in the 4th quarter. 6 minutes and 53 seconds remaining. 13-7, the Packers lead. They own the football. 1st and 10 on their own 28. Ringo over the ball. Starr takes, hands off to Jimmy Taylor. Taylor on a counter play to the right side. Moves up across the 30-yard line to about the 34 before he's dropped. And Sam Huff getting off the bottom of the pile with some help from Bill Winter. Pick up on the play of 6 yards by Jimmy Taylor. Second down, 4 yards to go. Packers come out of the huddle. McGee flanked very wide on the left side. Starr hands off to Tommy Moore. Moore pops through a hole on the right side and moves across the 35-yard line up close to the 38. Moving in was Alan Webb along with Jim Patton, the 2 safety men, to make the stop. It's very close to a first down, and we're going to have a measurement now of the chains coming out from this side of the field. Paul Horning is coming back into the Packer lineup. He'll replace Tom Moore at left halfback for Green Bay. Here come the sticks. They're being placed. It's short of a first down, just barely short of a first down. Less than a yard to go. Third down for the Green Bay Packers. Ball on the Packers' 38-yard line. Now Ringo gets over the ball. Bart Starr rubs his hands together before he crouches and starts the count. Here he goes. The handoff goes to Taylor, and Taylor over the right side moves across the 40 to the 42-yard line. Making the tackle was Sam Huff along with Alan Webb coming up from the safety position.
Still gone. I used the persona for over a month, and I'm still using it. Whereas I used it a week, and that was it.
That's Persona, the exclusive British process stainless steel blade.
I've gotten up to the amount of 18 shaves out of the first blade. Of course, came out, and I think they did a better job than. But I still think the Persona blade is much more superior to either one of them.
Every edge uncommonly sharp, individually wrapped to keep them that way.
I tried the Persona, and they're really smooth. I tried stainless steel once. I don't know. I don't think there's any comparison. My first blade gave me 40 shaves.
Better than average? Sure. But if Persona doesn't give you more luxury shaves, more comfort than any other stainless blade, return the unused blades to Box 500, Staunton, Virginia, and we'll buy you a pack of or whatever blade you think is better.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall. We have 1 minute 50 seconds remaining here in the third quarter as Roger LeClaire gets set to kick off. Eddie Dove on this side. Hugh McElhenney on the far side. Joe Morrison standing in about the 15-yard line. Dove and McElhenney are down on the 5. Referee Norm Schachter getting all set to kick off. Here it is. Good high kick down the middle. Waiting for it is Dove. Takes it on the 5. He's at the 10, the 15, to the 20, to the 25. Still on his feet at the 30. But down he goes on the 31-yard line. Ridden hard to the ground by Larry Glick. Larry Glick, number 43, along with Vinnie McRae, bringing him down on the 31-yard line. So it's 1st and 10 now for the Giants on their own 31-yard line. Chicago Bears have taken the lead. They lead by a score of 14-10 as we're in the closing moments of the third quarter for the World Championship of Football. Out of the huddle come the New York Giants. Wide Tittle at quarterback. He hands off to McElhenney. McElhenney gets to the line of scrimmage, and that is all. He tries to go off the right side of his line, the left side of the Bear line, and they converge to bring him down.
And Jim, that Bear defense is everything that they told us it was before we came here. In defense of Y.A. Tittle, the fact that he cannot plant his left leg and throw with the authority that he is used to certainly would have something to do with the fact that he's had 2 interceptions here in the second half.
Out of the huddle once again, the Giants on second down, 10 yards to go. Tittle hands off to Morrison. Morrison finds a hole. He's at the 40, 45, and up to midfield down to the 49-yard line, and he almost went the distance. Only Rosie Taylor could get him. He got him around the ankles as Joe Morrison displayed a great deal of speed as he burst into the open and almost went all the way. He got to the 49-yard line of the Bears. A good gain from the 31 of the Giants to the 49 of the Bears of 20 yards. Beautiful call on the part of Y.A. Tittle as the Bears had the rush on that time, and he handed off to Morrison, who found the hole. Tittle once again back to throw. Throws long for Thomas, and it's broken up by Pettibone. Richie Pettibone came in and almost intercepted. And Pat, once again, this Bear defense in the secondary is pretty much all we heard about it, too.
It certainly has been tremendous this afternoon. The defense has actually set up both of the Bear touchdowns. That time it appeared that Pettibone had picked that one off, but I think again the sun was a factor in that this particular end of the field is bright sun right in your face.
Third quarter is almost over. We have about 12 seconds. The Bears lead the Giants 14-10. It's the Giants' ball in Bear territory on the 49-yard line. Second down, 10 yards to go. Calling the signals by Tittle, who was injured early in the ball game, but he's been in there throughout this second half. Tittle once again back to throw. Looks downfield, throws long for Gifford. Gifford is tripped up, and they're not going to call it a penalty. We thought for a minute it might be. Gifford looked up, but apparently they tripped up over each other, he and the defender, as they went for the ball. The official came in as though he were going to throw the flag. Then he shook his head and said no. He was right down to the play. So he figured they tripped over each other going for that ball, and Gifford went to the turf. It'll be third down, 10 yards to go. The ball on the 49-yard line of the Chicago Bears. Alec Webster has come in at fullback for the Giants. Giants ball. They trail in the ball game by a score of 14-10. Out of the huddle they come. Listen to this crowd as Frank Gifford goes wide to the right. Webster and McElhenney are the running backs. Tittle back to throw. Standing on the 40, being right. Throws down the middle. No good. Del Schaffner, the intended receiver. The defender was David Winter. 3 seconds remaining. The unofficial time indicated on the scoreboard clock. So it'll be fourth down. And the Giants send in their kicker and listen to the crowd.
Jim, I can't recall that Del Schaffner has caught a pass this afternoon, and I think we should certainly give a lot of credit to Dave Witzel. He has done an outstanding job on Del Schaffner, who caught 62 during the season.
That's correct, Pat. I can't remember either. Here's Don Chandler, ready to boot. A pretty fair kick, but not one of Chandler's best. Taken on the 18-yard line, and down he goes in the 19, Morris. And that is the end of the third quarter. The third period of today's championship game has been brought to you by Marlboro. If you're thinking of trying a filter cigarette, try the flavor brand Marlboro. You get the famous Richmond recipe flavor made mild by Marlboro's exclusive Select Rate filter. Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro country. The fourth period of today's game is being brought to you by Ford. Test drive a 64 from Ford soon and try total performance for a change. We pause here at Wrigley Field 10 seconds for station identification.
This is your station for sports in the great Northeast, WGY, 810 on the dial, the General Electric Station, Schenectady, New York.
Here at Wrigley Field once again as we prepare to go into the fourth quarter. A Giant player was hurt, Pat. I didn't catch him. Was it Bookie Boland who was hurt? Apparently Boland, who was in on the receiving team, was injured on that play. So when we resume play, it will be, Pat Summerall, the Chicago Bears ball down and about their 19-yard line.
Another key injury, one that we have not mentioned too much, Jim, is the fact that Al Gursky, a rookie linebacker, has replaced Tom Scott at the right linebacking position for New York. And that one, along with the injury to Y.A. Tittle, have been key injuries in the Giant attack. Roger Davis, the Bear guard, was shaken up briefly in the third quarter, but he is back in the game now. The Bears have it first and 10 at their own 18, and now I would assume that the Bears will be trying to exercise their ball control game at best. Don't forget, folks, to listen to NBC Radio's holiday football schedule on New Year's Day. This Wednesday, January the 1st, it's the Sugar Bowl from New Orleans at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, followed by the Rose Bowl at 4:45 p.m. from Pasadena, California. Both games aired exclusively on NBC Radio. As we get set for the fourth quarter here at Wrigley Field, the Bears lead the New York Giants 14-10. As Bookie Bowen, the regular right offensive guard for New York, is helped from the field. He no doubt will be replaced by Kenny Byers, a second-year man from Cincinnati. And it's up to the Giant defense at this point to stop the ball control tactics of the Chicago Bears. Wade has run very little here in the second half. 4 rushing plays. My records are correct. The rest have been passes. But from now on, I think we'll be safe in assuming that it will be ball control for Chicago.
Chicago Bears out of the huddle on their 10-yard line. Angie Koya is in at the left end in place of Farrington. Koya comes wide to the left. Morris goes wide to the right. Calling the signals, Bill Wade is quarterback all the way for the Bears. They lead it 14-10. Driving up the middle with the ball and trying to go is Ronnie Bull. Bull gets only about a yard or two. Dick Modzelewski from the University of Maryland, the 11-year veteran in the National Football League, brought him down. Dick has been one of the stalwarts in the defensive unit of the New York Giants for a good number of years. He's played very well for them. Ball is on the 21-yard line. Make it second down, 8 yards to go. 14 minutes, 33 seconds remaining here in the ball game for the World Championship of Football between the New York Giants and the Chicago Bears, with the Bears leading by a score of 14-10. Koya once again spread to the left. Morris to the right as Wade drops straight back to pass. Looks down the middle, throws, almost intercepted by Patton. Patton got one hand on it. The pass was too low for Patton. Actually, in that particular instance, it was very fortunate for Bill Wade that he threw a bad pass.
And Jim, I was looking at George Hallis, and he put both hands over his head when Wade went back to pass. And he wouldn't look when he saw that Patton was in position to intercept. He just turned his back.
Ball is on the 21-yard line of the Chicago Bears. They lead this ball game by a score of 14-10. It's third down, 8 yards to go as we're in the fourth quarter, out of the huddle once again, and a big down for the Bears and a big one for the New York Giants. The Giants want possession of that football. The Bears want a first down so they can retain it. Once again, it's Wade back to pass. Looks, throws, and it is no good. Intended for Ditka, and Bill Wade is taking all kinds of chances here in this ball game, passing in his own end zone with a 4-point lead. It's fourth down. It'll be fourth down and 8 yards to go, and the Chicago Bears will send in Bobby Joe Green to do their punting as the New York Giants send in Hugh McElhenney and Eddie Dove to receive. They're standing right down here in front of us in the 40-yard line as we have 14 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in the ball game. Green is standing back in the 5-yard line, where the footing isn't too secure, his own, as he waits for that pass from center, gets it, boots it, and end over again kick that's low and not particularly long, but it has good momentum as it goes into Giant territory inside the 40-yard line down to the 39. That ball got good momentum as it hit on about the midfield stripe and spun its way all down to all the way down to the 39-yard line of the Giants. So it'll be first and 10 now for the Giants on their own 39-yard line. A 41-yard kick on the part of Bobby Joe Green. Y.A. Tittle along with McElhenney, Morrison, and Gifford in the backfield. As the ball goes to Morrison, Morrison gets away from tacklers at the 40 and fights his way up to about the 45. He was belted hard by Rosie Taylor. Actually, Taylor carried him for a yard or two toward the Bear goal line as he peeled back to make the tackle when it appeared as though Morrison was going to twist out of the grasp of one of the Bear tacklers. But he hit him hard. The Bears have Obradovich, Jones, Atkins, and Johnson now in at the front as Fred Williams is out of the ball game. It's second down and about 4 yards to go for the Giants on their own 45. Calling the signals is Y.A. Tittle with Gifford wide to the right. He gives the ball to Morrison. Morrison fumbles. Bears recover. Pettibone recovered the ball. The fumble as Morrison had picked up a first down, but he fumbled the ball, and Richie Pettibone recovered. From Tulane, playing the left safety for the Bears, recovered that ball, and it's the Bears' ball on their own 49-yard line. 12 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. The Bears lead this ball game 14-10, and it's their ball on their own 49. Bill Wade calling the signals. He gives to Bull. Bull gets to the 50, fights his way down to the 45-yard line before he's brought down by number 70, Sam Huff. Ronnie Bull took the handoff from Wade, came to this side, cut up field, and got inside the 45. A good 6 or 7 yard gain before he's brought down. It'll be second down and 3 yards to go. And the Chicago Bears with Koya, Bull, Karras, Pyle, Cadillo, Wataska, Ditka, Morris, Wade, and Marconi in their lineup. Then Morris wide to the right. Koya is wide to the left. The running backs are Marconi and Bull. Bears lead it with 12 minutes remaining in the ball game, 14-10. It's the Bears' ball on the Giants' 44-yard line. Going with the ball is Bull, but he doesn't go anywhere. He is belted hard as he takes that handoff from Wade. Try to pick out that tackler that hit him first. Looked like it was Modzelewski. It was Dick Modzelewski who belted him just as he got that ball and dropped him for a 2-yard loss back on the 46-yard line. John Farrington comes into the ballgame. It'll be third down and 5 yards to go for the Chicago Bears.
No doubt Jim Farrington has brought in a play from the Bear bench. It'll be interesting to see if Wade takes the chance and throws here, if he sticks to the ground and plays it safe.
Ball is 20 yards in from the west side. Morris is wide to the right. Farrington is wide to the left. The ball goes to Wade, back to throw. Throws for Morris, and he hangs on to it at the 40 and goes out of bounds on about the 43-yard line. Out of bounds on about the 47. Erich Barnes drives him out as Johnny Morris hung on to that ball that time on the pass across the field. They passed to the far side of the field, the wide side, and got Morris inside the 40. Down to about the 38-yard line. So it's 1st and 10 for the Chicago Bears. And now the Bears, leading by a score of 14-10, are putting on the pressure. And listen to this crowd. Calling the signals, Bill Wade. On first down, 10 yards to go. Bears ball on the Giants' 38-yard line on the long count. Once again, Wade dropping back to throw. Being rushed. Has to get out of there. Does at the 35, and down he goes. Tripped up as he crosses the 35 down to the 33. It looked like Andy Robustelli got one hand on his foot as he broke to the clear. If Robustelli hadn't gotten that hand on him, he might have gone for many more yards. He was brought down on the 33-yard line. So it'll be second down, Pat, and about 4 yards to go.
This is something that Wade has done extremely well all day today. Several times he's been back to pass and been trapped and picked up vital yardage as he did just then.
Score is 14-10. The Chicago Bears lead the New York Giants with 10 minutes, 46 seconds remaining here in the ball game, and it's a Bears ball. 2nd and 4 on the Giants' 33-yard line. Billy Wade calling the signals on the long count. Once again, he's checking off at that line. He hands to Bull. Bull gets across the 30, picks up a first down as he's down to the 28-yard line. Dick Pessinen and Erich Barnes come in to make the stop. But the forward line now of the Chicago Bears beginning to open up holes in the Giants' defense.
As I recall back in the exhibition game that the Bears and the Giants played early in the year, it was Ronnie Bull who controlled the Bear running attack and who did a wonderful job for Chicago that day. And now he is coming into his own here again in the fourth quarter. Fine young running back.
Out of the huddle come the Bears as Johnny Morris goes wide to the right. The running backs are Marconi and Bull right behind the quarterback as they're split behind Bill Wade. Score is 14-10. Bears lead. Bears threaten. Going up the middle is Ronnie Bull down to the 25-yard line. A scramble for that ball, but I believe Bull hung on to it. Hit by Robustelli and dropped as he crosses the 25. Give him a gain of about 3 yards in the play. Make it second down and about 7 yards to go. The ball with its nose just over the 25-yard line. The Chicago Bears, who got this ball in a fumble on their own 49-yard line, they lead the ball game by a score of 14-10 with 9 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. John Farrington is wide to the left. Johnny Morris is wide to the right. Calling the signals is Bill Wade. Right behind him is Marconi. Right to his right is Ronnie Bull. The ball goes to Bull, and Bull is dropped. Robustelli got him first. Back of the line of scrimmage as the umpire will check some of the other tacklers. But it was Robustelli who hit him first, Al Gursky, who came in, as Pat Summerall pointed out to you, when Tom Scott was shaken up earlier in the ballgame, and has played pretty well on that right side. The right linebacker was in to help out in the tackle. Lost in the play, back to the 27-yard line. It's third down and about 7 yards to go, 3rd or 8th. And Roger LeClaire, who's the field goal kicker for the Bears, is warming up on the sideline in the event they don't pick up the first down on this play. Bears have Farrington wide to the left as Wade is back to throw. Throws a short pass, and it's no good. Intended for Ditka. He's belted hard by Pessinen just as he got his hands on that ball. Once again, Pessinen comes up with a fine defensive play.
This was the play that set up the last Bear touchdown. Wade called it on his own. There was no message from the bench, and he went with the one that was good to him before. This time, Ditka, looking into the sun, couldn't hang on. As you pointed out, Jim, he was hit hard by Dick Pessinen.
Roger LeClaire will try a field goal from 34 yards out. It's a straightaway shot. There's the kick. It's certainly long enough. Is it through there? It's wide. It's no good. Wide to the right. So the Giants will take over on their own 20-yard line. Roger LeClaire booted that ball with plenty of distance. It was high, but it was wide. The Giants take over on their 20. And so with 8 minutes, 22 seconds remaining, hang on. The New York Giants, with a fabulous wide Tittle at the throttle, are 4 points behind and 80 yards away from taking the lead. The Chicago Bears, with their great defensive team, has stopped them pretty well so far. Morrison with the ball, goes to the outside, gets to the 35, up to the 37-yard line before he's brought down. Johnson, along with Larry Morris. Johnson the tackle, Morris the linebacker, bringing him down. And Morrison is hurt. Morrison is injured on the play and is very slow getting to his feet. He's going out of the ball game, and it looks like Alec Webster will come in, number 29. Gain of 7 yards on the play. It's second down, 3 yards to go. 7 minutes, 53 seconds remaining in the ball game. Bears lead it 14-10. Giants ball on their own 27. So the ball goes to McElhenney, who gets the first down, I believe, very close to it, right at the 30. Was Alec Webster, number 29, not 39. You might confuse those numbers a little bit because McElhenney has 39, Webster 29. They're both in that backfield. It's a first down for the Giants at the 30-yard line. And there's an official timeout. Now he's pointing to the Chicago Bears. Apparently it's an official timeout for some discussion. Bears defensive unit is huddling for the moment. There's timeout on the field with the score of the Bears 14, the Giants 10.
Blasting out over the Chicago scene is Bill Reinhardt's Jazz Limited Group with Sweet Georgia Brown. And Dave Garroway here speaking for your Ford dealers on the Total Performance 64s from Ford. A case in point is the solid, silent Super Torque Ford. It's solid, yes, hundreds of pounds stronger and smoother and steadier than anything in its class. You're going to know this yourself as soon as your Ford dealer puts you behind the wheel for your test drive. And while you're enjoying all the driving pleasure you've ever wanted, he'll be going all out to help you own one of these really great cars, Ford, Fairlane, or Falcon. So call on your nearest Ford dealer and try total performance in a 64 Ford.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall. The score, the Bears 14, the Giants 10. The Giants ball on their own 30-yard line with 7 minutes, 12 seconds remaining in the ball game. Y. Tittle going back to pass, looks downfield, throws long, and it's over the head of the intended receiver. Del Schaffner, who had gotten behind both David Witzel and Rosie Taylor, but the pass was over his head.
He had run Morrison first on the off-tackle slant and then Webster on the off-tackle slant for the first down, and I had the feeling that he was setting something up, and this time he ran the play pass off the same running play fake and tried to hit Schaffner.
Giants huddling back on the 27-yard line. The Bears deploy from their defensive huddle. Vinnie McRae coming over here as Frank Gifford now moves in close. McRae moves over with him defensively. Right behind Tittle. Tittle fumbles the ball. Let's see who recovers. I believe the Giants did on the 32-yard line. Y. Tittle recovered his own fumble. Ball bounced, and Y. Tittle is limping now noticeably as he goes back into the huddle. We'll point out again to those of you who may have joined us a little bit late that Y. Tittle was injured in the second quarter. He left the ball game as apparently he injured his left knee, but he came back in, and he's quarterbacked the entire second half. The defense of both of these teams has been tremendous. They have set up all of the scores with the exception of the field goal. The defense has set up all of the scores so far. Tittle back to throw. Looks down the middle. Throws to Webster at the 45. He's at midfield for a first down for the Giants at midfield. Brought down by Johnson. As Y. Tittle spun out, went back, and fired the ball to Alec Webster on a key play up to midfield. So with 6 minutes remaining here in the ball game, the New York Giants have a first down at midfield. They trail in this ball game 14-10, and the Chicago Bears of George Halas are digging in to try to stop them. Out of the huddle come the Giants. Gifford is wide to the right. Schaffner is fairly close on the left side. Tittle back to throw. Has good protection. Now he has to get rid of the ball. Throws it, and it's no good. Tittle was being chased by Obradovic and Morris, and he's limping. And I will say this, for the two Chicago Bear players, they did not press their attack to try to hit Tittle. As he limps out of there to come to the sidelines, he is obviously favoring that leg now more than ever, Pat Summerall.
He is, I think, Jim, the most enthusiastic competitor I've ever been close to in football, or any other sport for that matter. He loves to play the game. Of course he loves to win, but he does still love to play, just for the sake of playing.
5 minutes, 43 seconds remaining in the ball game. The Bears lead the Giants 14-10. It's second down, 10 yards to go for the Giants at midfield. Tittle calling the signals. Hands off to McElhinney and Webster rather, and Webster is dropped immediately. Alec Webster is dropped for a loss. Back on the 48-yard line. Across the way, Allie Sherman, the youthful coach of the New York Giants, looking on intently, wondering whether or not the Giants might be able to keep this drive going. And down below us, directly below us, is George Hallis, the coach of the year. Sherman had that honor last year. Hallis has it this year. The score is 14-10 with 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining here in the ball game. Third down and 12 yards to go. Tittle back to throw, looking downfield, throws for Gifford. Gifford has it out of bounds on about the 36-yard line. A clutch catch by Frank Gifford for a first down. It was Gifford who 2 weeks ago up at Yankee Stadium against the Pittsburgh Steelers made a sensational one-handed catch that most of the reporters and the coaches later said was the key play of the ball game. And Gifford now made a great catch with 4 minutes, 59 seconds remaining in this ball game down on the 36-yard line.
And keep in mind, excuse me, Jim, but keep in mind that the field goal will do no good. It has to be a touchdown.
Score is 14-10. That's right, Patrick. It will not do any good. They've got to get the touchdown. Tittle once again back to throw. Looking downfield, throws for Thomas, and it's over his head. Aaron Thomas had gotten in the open. The pass was just over his head. I believe that Pettibone with Thomas probably delayed his last-minute charge for that ball. They were both going for it. It appeared as though Pettibone thought the ball would be too long, and he slowed up. But Thomas went for it, but couldn't get to it. Fred Williams comes out of the ball game for the Chicago Bears. Johnson goes in. Morrison is okay. He's back in the ball game. Joe Morrison at fullback on second down. 10 yards to go. Giants ball down on the 36-yard line of the Bears. Once again, Wyatt Tittle back to throw. Looks, he throws complete to Morrison, and Morrison goes down right at the line of scrimmage. The short pass to Morrison, and Morrison is dropped on about the 36-yard line. So it'll be ball on the 36. It'll be third down, 10 yards to go, 4 minutes, 41 seconds remaining in the ball game. The Bears leading the Giants by a score of 14-10. And once again on third down with long yardage, the Chicago Bears are digging in as the New York Giants have to come up with that big play. Of course, this time deep in the territory, they naturally would use up this other down to try to pick it up. Wyatt Tittle dropping straight back to pass. Looks downfield, throws long. He's hit just as he throws the ball. It's up in the air and intercepted. It's intercepted by the Bears, who will take it in the end zone. It was Vinnie McRae who intercepted the ball. And Wyatt Tittle was hit by Morris just as he threw the ball. And it was up there for grabs, and McRae came up with it.
And Jim, this boy Larry Morris has certainly done an outstanding job as a Bear linebacker today. He jumped completely over the offensive blocker who was assigned to him, and he's the fellow responsible for that pass interception, although McRae did make a great play. Morris, a tremendous play again.
That's right, Pat, because that ball was just up there. He was hit just as he threw the ball. He got it off enough to get it up in the air, but it was a loose ball in the air, very much live, and Vinnie McRae came up with it. First and 10 now for the Bears on their own 20. They lead this ball game 14-10 with 4 minutes remaining in the ball game. Bill Way taking the long count. Bears, you can bet your life now, are going to run that ball and hang on to it. They'd like to take all the time they can. Ronnie Bull carrying, came off his own left guard, got up to about the 21 or 22-yard line before he was brought down by Jim Catkavage. Second down. Let's place the ball on the 21-yard line, right between the 121 and 22. So it's second down and about 9 yards to go. 3 minutes, 47 seconds remaining. Chicago Bears lead the New York Giants for the World Championship at Wrigley Field by a score of 14-10. Out of the huddle come the Bears. Morris is wide to the right. The left end, Ditka, this time is in tight. Morris is a flanker back. Bull and Marconi are the runners. With the ball is Ronnie Bull, gets away from one tackle, back at the line of scrimmage, another on his feet at the 25 and 30 and out of bounds, across the way. On a good carry for a first down by Ronnie Bull as he goes out of bounds on about the 33 or 34-yard line. We pause now 10 seconds for station identification.
810 on your radio dial, WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall, a big play by Ronnie Bull, who picked up a first down on the 33-yard line. And with timeout on the field, the score, the Bears 14, the Giants 10.
And do, Dave Garraway, plus the upbeat tempos of Arthur Van Dam. And upbeat is the word for the Total Performance cars, now at your Ford dealers, you know. Take the 64 Falcon as a prime example. This year, it's the only completely changed compact featuring a rally-ready 260 V8, leading the list of 15 power teams and 17 models. And when you figure all the combinations of power teams and models, and throw in the choices of colors and fabrics, you've got yourself several thousand different Falcons. But there's even more at your Ford dealers. They go under the name of Fairlanes and Super Torque Fords, and they go. Just tell your Ford dealer what you're looking for in total performance, and before you can say Ford has changed, he'll help you to pick out the Ford for 64 that suits your needs. Try total performance in a 64 Ford.
Jim Gibbons along with Pat Summerall with the Chicago Bears leading the New York Giants 14-10. We have 3 minutes 25 seconds remaining in the ball game, and it's the Bears' ball. 1st and 10 on their own 33 as Ronnie Bull came up with a big play for George Hallis and the Chicago Bears. Called into signals Bill Wade. He's got Morris wide to the right. Runners are Bull and Marconi standing right behind him. He gets the ball, gives it again to Ronnie Bull, who tries to come to this side, gets away from one tackler as he gets up to the 35, and down he goes. Sam Huff, along with Dick Modzelewski, coming in to bring him down. 2-yard gain in the play. It'll be 2nd down and 8 yards to go. And if the Chicago Bears should go on to win this ball game, they lead it now by 4 points. George Hallis will have won 6 world championships, which is one more than the Green Bay Packers. Going into today's contest, the Packers and the Bears were tied with 5 wins each for the leadership. But this game is far from being over. 2 minutes 52 seconds remaining. The ball is on the 35-yard line of the Bears. 2nd down, 8 yards to go. The Giants' defense has been strong all day, holding. Breaking into the open is Bull as he gets to about the 39-yard line, and down he goes. Ronnie Bull, who took the ball, just stepped over the line and then turned with a burst of speed to go up to about the 39 or 40-yard line before Barnes and Cat Cabbage came in to make the stop. 2 minutes, 27 seconds remaining in the ball game. It's 3rd down and about 3 yards to go, and this indeed is a big down for both ball teams. The Bears naturally would like to pick up this 1st down. If they do, then they've got just a little more than 2 minutes to kill. If they don't, they'll have to punt, and the Giants will have another crack at it. Giants are coming up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the whistle blows, and perhaps there is too much time. No, it's a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. There's just 2 minutes now remaining in the ball game. There's time out on the field with the score, the Bears 14, the Giants 10.
Yes, Kent has the filter that brings out the taste. Rich, full, satisfying. More taste by tobacco. If you smoke a filter cigarette, try the taste of Kent.
Interesting story that Tom Matty, who certainly has been one of the heroes of this game, played his high school football right here in Cleveland. Of course, he's in a Baltimore uniform today. He scored 3 touchdowns, but he attended Shaw High School right here in East Cleveland. And so the fans here know him very well. Ball is on the 3-yard line right now. The Colts operating in tight again. And I suppose we can start talking about turnaround being fair play, because it was the Browns 27 and the Colts nothing on this same field back in the 1964 National Football League Championship game.
2nd down and goal to go now for the Baltimore Colts, leading at 24-0. First play of the 4th quarter. Ball is at the 3-yard line, and out of the huddle they come. Willie Richardson flanked out wide to the left, about 10 yards. That's all. As Earl Morrow leans underneath Curry and calls off the signals. Grabs the ball, takes the handoff, keeps it himself on a broken play, and he gets back just about to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Earl Morrow, who carries the ball very infrequently, carried it that time because he had no choice. It was a broken play. He was obviously intending to hand it off, but the guy had gotten by him. It was Matty, I believe, who was the intended ball carrier, and he got by him too quickly, so Earl just turned and got back just about to the line of scrimmage, where it is 3rd down, still goal to go, and the ball is just inside of the 3-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. And Willie Richardson has gone out of there now, and Tom Mitchell has come in at tight end. So they have both Mackey and Mitchell in there. Fatty has carried for 73 yards. Jerry Hill for 54. All set. Third and goal. The ball just inside the tree. Matty slides out a little bit to the right. Orr is flanked out way to the right. And back goes Earl to throw. Looks for somebody. Fires it into the end zone. And Matty can't hold on to it. Jim Marshall was back there with it. And Matty lost sight of it as Marshall was there. Jim Houston, rather. Number 82. Young man from Ohio State. Covering all the way on the play. Well, that was a pretty fine defensive play because, in a way, Houston was beaten on that play as he trailed it. And he just swatted his arm up in the air, sort of windmill fashion, and he was lucky enough to get a piece of that ball. So on fourth down, and still the 3 yards to go for the touchdown, Lou Michaels is going to have to get it up in the air quickly. He's going to attempt a field goal from the 10-yard line. Quick up in the air, he goes with it, and it's good. So a 10-yard field goal by Lou Michaels, his second field goal of the afternoon, now makes the score Baltimore 27 and the Cleveland Browns nothing, and that is an indicative score if I have ever heard one. Seems to me, Andy, that back a few years ago there was a score like that also involving these two teams.
You're right, Bob. That's exactly what it was, 27-0. Of course, it was the other way around. It was Cleveland over Baltimore. The Colts had been favored that time, too, but they didn't get the job done that day. And the two fellows who were starting quarterbacks on that afternoon, Johnny Unitas and Frank Ryan, have both been in substitute roles here today. Unitas has not seen any action at all, and Frank Ryan would just as soon not talk about the action he has seen. He was in for one play, he fumbled the ball, and the Colts recovered. So we have 14 minutes and 5 seconds up to go in this football game, which shows Baltimore strongly in front, 27-0. Now for the kickoff, back to Bob Reynolds.
Lou Michaels all set. Reese Morrison is back there along with Ben Davis to receive, and here's the boot by Michaels. A line drive kind of bounces around. Davis picks it up at the 3, up to the 10, the 15. Tries to find some running room, and Alex Hawkins really cracks into him and drives him back, and they'll allow the forward progress to about the 17 or 18. About a 14-yard return on the play. Preston Pearson was in there. And Ryan has gone in at quarterback. The first time that he handled the ball, he fumbled. Recovered by the Colts, which resulted in a field goal. Now he is in there. The ball is first down and 10. And it is at the 18-yard line of the Browns. And Ryan drops back to throw. And 2 flags go down as he throws a long, deep bomb. And the flag goes down around the 38-yard line. It was intended for Paul Warfield. And Lenny Lyles and Warfield both bumped on the play, and we'll see. As we mentioned before the play unfolded, there were flags thrown. So the ball is coming back to the line of scrimmage, which is the 18. And it appears as though the referee is giving the motion for an illegal procedure call against the Cleveland Browns. Well, it looks like we're going to go right back where we started, probably offsetting. And Kelly gets up over the 15 and about to the 19 before he's brought down. We'll see where they give him the ball. Up over the 20, they call it at the 22. Ordell Brazy came firing through there on Ryan and grabbed him and threw him down. The ball squirted away from him. And Leroy Kelly grabbed it and started upfield with it and got to the 22.
Bob, not to make excuses, but it would appear as though the cold here has finally gotten to the players. They've been out in it now for about 2 hours, and it is in the 20s, in the low 20s, and awfully chilly.
Third down now for the Cleveland Browns as Ryan from the 22 drops back to throw, fires it to Morin, and Morin makes again a good catch at the 32-yard line, and is hit and dropped immediately. Logan is there, along with Denny Garbutt, at the 32-yard line of Cleveland. 10 yards on the play, and a first down, of course, for the Browns. First and 10. They are at their own 32-yard line. They trail in this championship game 27-0. With 11:31 remaining to be played before the winner of this one will head for the warm climates to get ready for the big one against the New York Jets. Collins is wide to the right. Warfield to the left. Ryan fakes and drops back. Going long and deep. Hit at the last moment. The ball is batted away, and an incomplete pass. His intended receiver was Collins, and in there to make the contact with Ryan was Freddie Miller, the big right tackle. So the ball will come back to the line of scrimmage, which is the 32, bring up a second down and 10 from the 32. McColl is not only getting Andy to the players down there, but it's getting us up here, too.
I wonder if they can hear us shivering, Bob. Incidentally, I think the use of Ernie Green has something to do with the long passing situation. I don't know how often they'll use him as a ball carrier or a receiver, but he probably is a little better blocker than the fellow who started at fullback for the Browns today, Charlie Haraway.
Well, the way the Browns have been going, of course, they'll throw everybody possible in there, try everything, because nothing has been working for them at all here against this Baltimore Colts club this afternoon, as the score indicates. And here's Ryan, back to throw again, fires one down here, no good. This one again intended for Milt Morin, around the 45-yard line of the Browns. So it'll bring up a third down and 10 from the 32. Some days, as they say in this game, it doesn't pay to get out of bed. Things just go wrong for you. And from the very onset of things, your passes don't work. You can't establish a running game, and it's one of those things. Well, that's a pushback, and they'll give him to about the 37-yard line. A gain of about 4 on the play. 10 seconds now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
In Chicago, CBS, WBBM News Radio 78 in Chicago. The Chicago temperature 23 degrees, and it's now 30 seconds past 4 o'clock.
Second down and 6. Manny picking up 4 on the play. The ball at the 37-yard line of the Baltimore Colts. Second down and 6 to go. Jimmy Orr and Willie Richardson both flanked out wide to the left this time. Orr on the outside, Willie Richardson on the inside. The ball goes to Matty on a running play to the outside, to the right side, and Matty gets to the 45. Matty gets to the 45-yard line with it before Bob Matheson, the middle linebacker, makes the tackle.
Matty has suffered some type of an injury here, Bob, and has been helped from the field. Timmy Brown has come in to take his place. Also, the Browns have made a defensive switch, sending Jack Gregory from the right defensive end over to the left side, and they have the 11-year veteran from Baylor, Bill Glass, in at his old right defensive end spot.
Matty, hurt on the play over along the sidelines, has picked up 85 yards himself. First and 10 for the Colts at their 45. Quick opener, the handoff is to Hill, and he gets close to midfield, about the 49-yard line of the Baltimore Colts before he's brought down. And making the stop on him was Bill Glass. They mark it as the 49, gain of 4, second down and 6 to go. For the first down, Baltimore at the Baltimore 49-yard line, 27-0. The Colts leading it. 8:49 to play. Morrill has Jimmy Orr wide to the left. Grabs the ball. Hands it off to Timmy Brown this time, who's in there for the first time offensively. He's been receiving kicks and so forth. And Timmy goes down to about the 46th of the Browns before Jim Houston makes the stop on him. So there's a gain of about 4. Third and 2.
Bob, when the second half started, there certainly wasn't an empty seat to be seen here in Cleveland's stadium, which holds just over 80,000, but now I'd say it's only about 3/4 full. The crowd probably hasn't given up on the Browns, but they've had enough of the cold.
Well, it's that third down and 2 for Baltimore. They're at the 44-yard line of the Cleveland Browns.
They're giving their subs a chance to play here, and Stooks nearly made one of the great plays of the day.
Everybody into the ball game. Everybody into the pool here. Ryan handing it off to Ernie Green this time, and Green is stacked up in the middle as he gets a couple to about the 35, and that's all. Denny Gorbitz was in there to make the tackle on him. And certainly in summation of this one, Andy, we can say that it's been a Baltimore Colt day, both defensively and offensively. That great front four of the two Smiths and Miller and Ordell Brazy, along with the linebacking team of Curtis and Gorbats and Shinnick. And the defensive secondary simply have been too much for the Browns today. They have contained them all afternoon. And offensively, Earl Morrall has directed the attack 34 points. Ryan back to throw again. The ball is deflected this time as he goes to throw it by Lou Michaels, who's playing a little defense for the Baltimore Colts here, and he deflected that pass of Ryan's, and it'll bring up a third down and 10 after 33. And frustration, of course, has to be the name of things this afternoon for the Cleveland Browns. It's fourth down, correction. Fourth down from the 33-yard line. Don Cockroft is in there to do the punting. And ball at actually between the 36 and the 37. We'll call it the 37-yard line. Second down and about 4 to go for the first down. 2 minutes and 2 seconds to play, and the 2-minute warning will be coming up in here in a second or two, and it does right there. So there are 2 minutes left to play in this ball game with the score 34-0.
Well, this young quarterback, Bob, that the Colts have brought in now, Jim Ward, has not seen much action in the NFL. He is a second-year man out of Gettysburg. He was not on the team at the beginning of the year because of injury, which actually necessitated the acquisition of Earl Morrall prior to the injury of Johnny Unitas. Unitas was not injured, you'll recall, when the Colts got Morrall, but it was because they had no healthy backup quarterback that they needed a veteran so badly. And, of course, Morrall has turned out to be Mr. Everything for Baltimore this year. But talking again about Ward, in the regular NFL season, he threw the ball only 9 times, had 3 completions for 46 yards, did not have any touchdowns, and he did have 1 pass intercepted. He did not play college ball at one of the big schools that turns out professional football players, but rather went to Gettysburg, a small college in Pennsylvania, near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Ward is 6'2", 195 pounds, but he was a good pro prospect. And
it's something else. A longer hood, a sporty rear deck, roomier and groovier inside and out. Go Mustang, with models as hot as the Mach 1 or as elegant as the Grande.
Ray Renfro takes the flanking spot out to the left. Preston Carpenter, the right end, is split by about 12 yards. The left end, Brewster, by about 3. Plum of the ball. He flips to the fullback, Jimmy Brown. He's around the right side. He's at the 30, down to about the 28. And he is hit by Jack Christensen. Christensen just upended him at the 28-yard line. But it'll be enough for the first down as Brown advanced the ball from the 31 to the Detroit 28. First and 10 for the Browns on the line, 28. In the fourth period at Briggs Stadium, 10 minutes left to play in the football game, and it's the Lions 52. The Cleveland Browns 14, as the Lions have taken advantage of every break which has come their way this afternoon, and they have made some of them for themselves. Cleveland to the line of scrimmage. Renfro to the left. Preston Carpenter, the right end splits. Plum calls the signals, fakes to Brown, he gives to Lou Carpenter, wide to the left, he's at the 30, he's down to the 25, and he is dropped at the 25 by 3 tacklers. Yale Larry was the first man to get him. There's a penalty marker on the play back here at the line of scrimmage. So let us see what the call is going to be. Terry Barr also in on the tackle. Carpenter had moved the ball to about the 25-yard line for a gain of 3 yards. There's a holding penalty, however, against the Detroit Lions. So now the ball is brought down very close to the 20-yard line. And it'll be a first down on defensive holding, an automatic first down for the Browns at the 20-yard line. First and 10 for Cleveland on the Detroit 20. The ball at the inbounds markers from the far sideline. The Browns moving from our left to our right here in the fourth period. Renfro flanks out to the right. Pete Brewster, the left end, is split. Mills Plum, the quarterback, calls the signals. He gives to Jimmy Brown, the fullback, and Brown is stopped standing up as he gets inside the 25 to about the 23. Gene Cronin was in there to make the tackle. Jimmy Brown gets a couple of yards, mark it at the 24, a gain of just a yard. Brown is 6'2", 224 pounds, makes his home in Hempstead, Long Island. The ball on the 19-yard line, I should say. A gain of a yard for Brown. Second down and 9 yards to go. Cleveland out of the huddle once again. Art Hunter, the former Notre Dame All-American, over the ball at center. Renfro The flanker, but just by a couple of yards outside the right end this time. Plum back to pass. He throws. Preston Carpenter has it at the 15, and down he goes at the 13. But again, there is a marker on this play. Jack Christensen made the tackle for the Detroit Lions as the right end. Preston Carpenter hit for the near sideline. The pass was good to the 13, but this time there's going to be a penalty against the Cleveland Browns. And it's a long one. Moving the ball back to the 34-yard line in Detroit territory. A holding penalty against the Browns. And so the ball is spotted at the 34. Second down. And about 25 yards, 23 yards to go for the first down. The Browns huddling at the Detroit 45. Their backfield has Milt Plum at quarterback. Lou Carpenter and Renfro the halves. Jimmy Brown is the fullback. Renfro flanks out to the right. He's being covered over there by Jack Christensen. Plum takes the ball from center. He goes back to pass. His protection breaks down. He starts to run with it. He laterals off now to Jimmy Brown, the fullback. He's all the way back at the 50-yard line. He gets the blocks. Now he starts to his right, and he is dropped at the 50-yard line. Bob Miller made the tackle. Milt Plum went back to pass. His protection broke down. He bumped into one of his own men as he started to run with the ball, and he turned and tried to lateral to Jimmy Brown. Brown couldn't get his hands on it. Finally picked it up at about the Detroit 48. Started to look around for blockers, but was dropped for a loss. All the way to the 50-yard line. So it is now third down. And 40 yards to go. The series started at the 20-yard line. The Browns huddle at their own 40-yard line. The ball right at the midfield stripe. 8 minutes left to play in the football game. Double wing. Carpenter out to the left. Renfro to the right. Both ends split by about 5 yards. A three-man line for Detroit. Plum on the quarterback draws at the 40. He's down to the 35, down to the 31-yard line, and he is tackled. Bob Long, number 86. The Lions linebacker on the left side was the man who made the tackle. The Lions, when it is obvious that it's a passing situation, use only a three-man line and send their linebackers in the total defensive backfield back there to cover against the receivers. It's now fourth down. 1-yard line. The Browns move out of the huddle, and again it's the double wing. Lou Carpenter to the left, Ray Renfro to the right. The Lions now are in a six-man line, and the rush is on Milt Plum. He throws one right over the middle to Lou Carpenter. Preston Carpenter, number 40. He gets inside the 25 to the 23, and there he's dropped, and the Lions take over. The Detroit team had the rush on that time. Plum did get the pass away over the middle. The game is being brought to you by High Grade, spelled Hygrade, and it's Kingen, Karstens, and Deerfoot Farms divisions. The ball moved to the 23-yard line, but it was not enough for the first down, and so Detroit takes over. The Lions leading by a score of 52-14 with 7 minutes left to play in this football game. Gene Gedman comes racing off the Detroit bench, and the Lions are now going to call for a timeout with 7 minutes left to play in this football game. The Lions are taking timeout, and the score is Detroit 52, Cleveland 14.
How was your breakfast bacon this morning? Too salty? Well, then, the next time any shopping's done for bacon, better buy High Grades or Kingen's Reliable Sliced Bacon. It's the sweetest tasting bacon you can buy. Why? Because it's sweetenized. High Grade takes choice bacon and cures it with its very own sweetenizing process that makes every slice tasty but never salty. We're so sure you'll love High Grade or Kingen Reliable Sliced Bacon, you get double your money back. If you don't agree, it's the sweetest tasting bacon you've ever eaten. So the very next time, be sure you buy High Grades or Kingen's Reliable Sliced Bacon, the only bacon that's sweetenized. Remember, double your money back if you don't agree it's the sweetest tasting bacon you've ever eaten. High Grade and its Kingen division, serving the nation with quality meats from 51 plants coast to coast. High Grade.
The Cleveland Browns now have Bobby Freeman, the rookie from Auburn, at the left safety position in their defensive backfield. The Lions have the ball on their own 23-yard line. First down, 10 yards to go. And the scoreboard clock, which of course is unofficial time, shows 7 minutes remaining in the game. And the Lions are in front by a score of 52-14. Detroit to the line of scrimmage. Cassidy in the ball game. He's flanked out to the right. The handoff goes to the fullback, Leon Hart. And Hart is nailed as he gets just about a yard to the 24-yard line. It's Gene Gedman, not Leon Hart, the ball carrier. And now Jerry Rykow comes into the ball game. Tobin Rote goes out. Listen to the hand he gets. Tobin Rote doing a great job for the Lions here this afternoon, and he gets a well-deserved round of applause as he leaves the playing field. Rykow, the former Iowa Stars, at quarterback. Cassidy is out to the right. The handoff goes to Gedman, wide to the left. He's at the 25, to the 28, the 30-yard line. Vince Costello wrestles him to the ground there, along with a couple of other Browns. Junior Wren, the safety man, and Don Paul, the right halfback. There's another flag on the play, however, and it is going to be a penalty against the Cleveland Browns. Gedman had moved the ball to the 30-yard line, but the Browns are now penalized to the Detroit 44. Illegal use of hands against the Browns, and the Lions have it first down, 10 yards to go on their own 44 with Jerry Rykow in there at quarterback. And the Lions have all but wrapped up the World Championship for Pro Football. The Lions to the line of scrimmage. Rykow at quarterback calls the signals. Cassidy is out to the right once again. Rykow hands off this time to Gedman, and he cuts into the left side of his line, then moves forward over the 40 to about the 43-yard line. There's a flag on the play on this play. Bob Gain, the defensive tackle on the left side for Cleveland, made the tackle along with Walter Michaels. But there's another penalty against the Browns. The ball was carried by Gedman to the 43. The Browns are penalized to the 44-yard line. It's first down and 5 yards to go. First and 5 on the 44-yard line in Detroit territory. The blue-jerseyed Lions out of the huddle. Middleton, the flanker, out to the right. Cassidy out to the left. Rykow calls the signals. There's another flag. Rykow carries the ball behind the left side of his line, gets to the 46-yard line. A gain of a couple of yards on the play, but there's a flag on the playing field, so let's see what this penalty is going to be. Again, it was Bob Gain, the left tackle for the Browns, who made the stop. The officials now up there talking to the Browns captain, Don Colo. And the penalty is against the Detroit Lions. Colo still conferring with the referee. And now the ball is moved back to the 39-yard line, a 5-yard penalty for illegal procedure against the Lions. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
Of course, on that penalty, the down remains the first down. Charlie Ani is in the ball game for Detroit. Rykow calls the signals. He gives to Gedman. He goes wide to his right. There are flags on this play. Gedman gets away from one man over near the far sideline and finally is pushed out of bounds by 2 or 3 of the Browns. Bobby Freeman, Warren Lahr over there. Also Walter Michaels. Walter Michaels was the first man to get the shot at Gedman. He slowed him up, and then Bobby Freeman and Warren Lahr came along to knock him out of bounds at about the 37-yard line. It would be a loss of a couple of yards on the play, but there was a penalty marker. The Detroit team offside, but it was declined by the Browns, so it is second down and about 11.5 yards to go. The ball at the 37.5 in Detroit territory. Detroit out of the huddle once again. Gatsky over the ball. Dorn Dibble is out to the right. The inside flanker Rykow going back to pass now. He gets protection now. He throws. It is no good. Intended for Gene Gedman across the 50-yard line in Brown's territory. He was covered by Junior Wren, but the pass was off the target. Gene Gedman, the intended receiver, along the near sideline just as he moved into Cleveland territory inside the 50-yard line. So now it'll be third down and 11 and a half still to go for the Lions. With less than 6 minutes to play in this football game, it's the Detroit Lions 52, the Cleveland Browns 14. Jim Doran back in the ball game for Detroit. Gene Gedman is out of there. Cassidy is the running back. Rykow calls the signals. The flanker is out to the right. Rykow looks like he starts to run with the ball, but he is dropped at just about the line of scrimmage, the 37-yard line. Again, it's Bob Gain, the tackle, driving in along with Bill Quinlan. Rykow apparently trying to go on a quarterback draw, but it did not work as he was stopped at just about the line of scrimmage. So now it is fourth down for the Lions. And with a lead of 52-14, they send Yale Larry into the football game. Larry stands back at his 22-yard line. Chet Hanulak and Billy Reynolds, the deep men for the Browns. Larry gets the snap. He gets the kick away. It's a good one. Hanulak signals for a fair catch and takes it at the Browns' 31. So Larry punts to the Cleveland 31-yard line. The rush was on by the Browns. Milt Campbell was leading that rush in on Yale Larry. But Larry managed to get the punt away, a 31-yard kick, as Hanulak took it on the fair catch at the Browns' 31-yard line. So it's Cleveland's ball, first and 10 on their own 31, with just 5 minutes left to play in this football game. Renfro is flanked out to the right. Out to the left is Lou Carpenter. Milt Plummet, quarterback, calls the signals. He goes back to pass. He throws. It is no good. Almost intercepted by Gary Lowe. It was Jack Christensen who hit Ray Renfro just about the time he was reaching for the ball. The ball bounded high in the air, and Gary Lowe made a diving try for it, but he could not grab it. So it goes as an incompleted forward pass. Plum intended for Renfro. And it'll be second down, 10 yards to go for the Browns on their own 31-yard line, as the Lions are within 4.5 minutes of being champions of the National Football League. The handoff this time goes to Jimmy Brown, the fullback, wide to his left. He gets to the 35, still on his feet. Across the 35 to about the 36-yard line, Terry Barr there to make the tackle for the Detroit Lions. So Brown picked up 5 yards. It'll be third down and 5 yards to go for Cleveland. The ball on the Browns' 36-yard line. Jerry Perry was in on the tackle for the Detroit Lions. Cleveland's backfield right now, Milt Plummet, quarterback, Lou Carpenter and Ray Renfro are the halves, and Jimmy Brown is the fullback. Renfro goes out to the right in a flanking spot. The left end Brewster is split by about 10. Plum takes. He fakes to Lou Carpenter. He goes back to pass. He throws. It is no good. Intended for Brewster, the left end, as Pete broke over the middle at the 50-yard line, but the pass was off the target. So now it is going to be fourth down, and still a little better than 5 yards to go. Jack Christensen was defending on Pete Brewster on the play, but it was not necessary for him to break it up since the pass didn't come too close to Brewster. Terry Barr and Yale Larry go back into the double safety for the Detroit Lions. Kenny Conns coming in to do the kicking for the Browns since it is fourth down and about 5.5 yards to go. Less than 4 minutes remaining in this championship football game. Conns goes back to his 20-yard line. There's the snap from Tommy Catlin at center. It's off the side of the foot of Conns, and it is coming over near the near sideline and going out of bounds on the Detroit 44. Kenny Conns kicking to the Lion 44-yard line. It went out of bounds. A 20-yard kick. And Detroit takes over. The Lion fans are still urging their heroes to pick up at least another touchdown in the remaining 3 minutes and 47 seconds. The ball on the Lion 44. Jerry Rykow is the quarterback. Jim Doran goes out to the right. Dave Middleton to the left. Middleton is the flanking back. Doran is at right end. Rykow barks the signals. He takes. He hands off to Cassidy. He's at the 50, the 45, the 40, and he is dropped at the 35-yard line. Wrestled down there by 4 or 5 of the Browns was Don Paul, who made the initial stop. Reichow started to run to his right, spun around and handed the ball to Cassidy, and he found a big hole in the middle of the Browns' line. And Hopalong knew what to do with it, and he went all the way to the Browns' 35-yard line. 21-yard run for Cassidy. On the 35, it's 1st and 10 for Detroit. Reichow again calls the signals. The flanker this time is out to the right. Reichow with the ball, rolls to his right, throws a pass downfield. It is no good. Just over the outstretched hands of Dave Middleton at the 10-yard line. Defending on the play was Bobby Freeman. Freeman and Middleton were teammates at Auburn University during their collegiate days. Jerry Reichow's forward pass. As he aimed for Middleton, Middleton was going down the far sideline, but it was no good. Now there's a conference back up here at the line of scrimmage. There's a penalty against the Cleveland Browns. And it carries the ball down to the 20-yard line, the 21-yard line. Again, illegal use of hands. The Browns penalized to their own 21-yard line, and it, of course, is a first down. 1st and 10, and now the Lions are in good position to get that extra touchdown that their fans have been looking for. Doran out to the left. Reichow calls the signals. He takes. Again, he hands to Cassidy on that same play, and Cassidy gets to about the 17-yard line. The only difference was at this time, Reichow was moving to his left as he handed in back of him to Cassidy. Cassidy got into about the 17-yard line. Vince Costello, Don Colo, and Waller Michaels all making the tackle. A gain of 3 yards for Cassidy, and it's 2nd down and 7 for the Lions. Middleton goes to the flanking spot. Out to the right. Dorn Dibble is the right end. The left end split by about 5 yards. Reichow rolls to his right. He throws. There's a man there. Cassidy has it for a touchdown. Well, we were talking about sweet revenge. And the Lions have now topped the 56 points scored against them by the Browns in 1954, because the score of this football game is 58-14, and Jim Martin will have the opportunity to make it 59. The ball will be held by Tobin Road at the 10-yard line. Time called here momentarily. The fans have thrown some debris into the end zone at the end of the field, where Martin will be doing his kicking. The scoreboard clock shows 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Some Detroit fans have broken down out of the stands and are now moving up behind the Lion bench. Signals being called for the extra point. Gunnar Gatsky over the ball at center. It's spotted. It's booted. It's good. The point is good, and the score is now 59-14. The Detroit Lions 59, the Browns 14.
I would like to say a couple of words about high grades all beef frankfurters. Hot dog! My grade is high grade, they're all pure beef with that flavor you simply can't beat. After school or play, any time of the day, I always ask for high grade when it's time to eat. High grade, high grade, high grade, high grade. I always ask for high grade when it's time to eat.
Sure, kids love them. I say, kids love them. They go for that tangy chuck wagon flavor. And what's more, high grades all beef frankfurters are good, solid, bodybuilding protein food.
And incidentally, high grade frankfurters are so easy to fix. Serve some tonight.
Excuse me, Mom. Did you say we're having high grades all beef frankfurters for supper tonight?
Yes, darling, we are.
Hot dog!
Jim Martin has the ball teed up on the 40-yard line for another kickoff with 2 minutes and some 20 seconds left, and Milt Campbell and Jimmy Brown are deep for the Cleveland Browns. The score 59-14. The Detroit Lions over the Cleveland Browns. Martin waiting for the whistle now from the referee, Ron Gibbs. Jimmy Brown is on the far side in receiving position for Cleveland. Milt Campbell on the near side. Campbell, the former Olympic decathlon champion. Martin Boone's one. It's a high one. Jimmy Brown takes it at the 6-yard line. He's to the 10, the 15, the 20, moves to his left, and is tackled at the 23, the 24-yard line. The kick went to the Browns' 5-yard line, and Jimmy Brown returned it from that spot to the 23-yard line, where it's the Browns' first down, 10 yards to go, with a little better than 2 minutes remaining to be played in this football game. The officials actually right now are signaling the benches that we have but 2 minutes. A Detroit fan racing across the field with outstretched arms to greet his heroes on the far side. Bobby Lane on crutches over there, of course, tries to get out of his way. The Browns move up to the line of scrimmage. Blum still in there at quarterback. Renfro is out to the right. The left end, Brewster is split. Blum hands to Jimmy Brown, the fullback. He gets away from Roger Zatkoff, fumbles it, however, and it drops on it at the 17-yard line. Jimmy Brown taking from Mill Plum, the quarterback, trying to get around the left end. He was hit by Zatkoff. He bounced off Zatkoff, but the ball bounced off him. Jerry Perry tried to get the ball, but Jimmy Brown fell on it. At the 16-yard line in Cleveland territory, a minute and a half showing on the scoreboard clock, which is unofficial time. The official time is down on the playing field. Renfro, the flanker, to the right. Both ends split. Plum takes, rolls to his right. He has protection. He throws to Lou Carpenter, who is bounced out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Jim Martin, who has seen little action defensively for the Lions this afternoon, was the man who bounced Carpenter out of bounds. Now fans are pouring down on the field from all angles. It's third down and about 8 yards to go for Cleveland, as the ball is at the 24-yard line. The Browns huddle back inside the 15. Now they move out of there. Renfro flanked out to the left. The right end, Preston Carpenter, is split. Plum takes. He gives to Lou Carpenter. Carpenter wide to his left. Gets the block. He's at the 30, the 35. Cuts to his right and is dropped at the 39-yard line. It's Gary Lowe of the Detroit secondary who made the tackle on the play. It's the first down, of course. Carpenter swinging wide to his left behind good blocking. Got to the 39-yard line in Cleveland territory. And now we have just about 45 seconds left to play in the football game. A dejected Waller Michaels, the only member of the Browns sitting on the bench on the far side of the field. Ray Renfro out to the right. The handoff goes to Lou Carpenter. He swings wide, gets to the 40-yard line, and there he is hit by 3 or 4 of the Lions. Gene Cronin led the charge in there for Detroit. 20 seconds left to play in the football game. Gil Maines also in on the stop. The ball is spotted at the 40-yard line, at the 41-yard line. A gain of 2 for Carpenter. Second and about 7, and time is running out, and the Detroit Lions are champions of the National Football League as they have handled the Browns in decisive fashion here this afternoon. And there's the end of the game. The final score, the Detroit Lions 58, the Cleveland Browns 14. We'll be back in a moment with a final wrap-up of today's game.
I would like to say a couple of words about high grades canned meats. Delicious! My grade is high grade, the best canned meat with that flavor you simply can't beat. After school or play, any time of the day, I always ask for high grade when it's time to eat. High grade, high grade, my grade is high grade. I always ask for high grade when it's time to eat.
Kids love it. KP Party Loaf is a super special blend of your 2 favorite meats, pork and beef. And it's canned with super speed for super flavor, because the quicker meat's canned, the better it tastes. That's why KP Party Loaf is such a luscious luncheon meat. Super thrifty, too. You'll love high grades, the only meats canned with super speed for super flavor.
High grade, my grade is high grade. I always ask for high grade because it's all pure meat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 1957 professional championship game is now history. A crowd of over 55,000 here at Briggs Stadium, Detroit, I believe at many points in today's game, could not quite believe what they were seeing. A Detroit Lion team that has won the professional championship by a score of 59 to 14. The last pro championship here in Detroit came in 1953 against these same Cleveland Browns when the game was won by a score of 17 to 16. Then came 54, the last time these two teams met in pro championship play, and the Browns won it by a score of 56 to 10. To pick out the usual highlights in a game like this would be completely impossible. Time would not permit. The score tells the story. As we gaze across the field here from our vantage point on the west side of Briggs Stadium, we look at that scoreboard, which tells 17 points in the first period for Detroit, and then 14 points in each of the second, third, and fourth periods. The Browns, meanwhile, were able to score single touchdowns in only the second and third periods of play. And so, the Detroit Lions, who manufactured early breaks, come on to win the professional championship in the first year that George Wilson served as their head football coach. And so I believe a tremendous tribute would be in order from both Bill McColgan and myself, speaking for pro football fans everywhere, to George Wilson and his Detroit Lion coaching staff and players, President Edwin Anderson and their board of directors, and to the folks of Detroit as we congratulate them on winning the professional football championship. And so right now, we would like to give our thanks to our spotters, Bill Kelly for the Browns and Ed Taylor for the Lions. Our statistician was Jim Grainer. Our engineer was Joe Sterniolo. This broadcast was produced by NBC sports editor Paul Jonas. Speaking for Bill McColgan and yours truly, Ray Scott. Once again, the final score. The Detroit Lions 59, the Cleveland Browns 14. This portion of today's World's Championship game was brought to you direct from Detroit over the NBC radio and television networks by the High Grade Food Products Corporation and its Kingen, Karstens, and Deerfoot Farms divisions. High Grade, serving the nation with quality meats from 51 plants coast to coast, wishes you and their distributors and the food merchants of America a very happy New Year.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Buzz Nutter is over the ball at center. Snap back to Unitas. He throws the quick one to Berry. He makes a fine grab at the 10-yard line. They're going to mark it at the 8-yard line. It'll be Baltimore's ball, first down and goal to go. John Unitas throwing the quick pass. Got the snap from center. Just straightened up and fired it as Berry, the left end, cut over the middle. Sam Huff made the tackle. Ball spotted at the 8-yard line, and it's Baltimore's ball, first down and goal to go. A 12-yard pass from Unitas to Berry. And now with the Giants calling for a timeout, the score is Baltimore 17, the Giants 17.
Today, more than half the smokers in America prefer cigarettes without a filter. If you're one of this happy majority, here's a good idea. You get a full helping of flavor in today's Philip Morris. You get it mild, and you get it without a filter. This is what most people say they want in a cigarette today. And if you're one of them, you're bound to go for Philip Morris. So if you like mildness, but don't like filters, try Johnny's suggestion.
Call for Philip Morris.
You'll get a full helping of flavor. You'll get it mild, and you'll get it without a filter. That's what the majority of people like. And that's Philip Morris. Next time you shop, why not pick up a carton, in pack or box?
The Baltimore Colts tied with the New York Giants 17 to 17 in the sudden death. Extra period. Have the ball on the 8-yard line. First down, goal to go. Play will be held up now. A fan running out on the field with three of New York's finest trying to corner him. And they get him down at about the 22-yard line. Now there are 4 or 5 policemen escorting him off the playing field. Many of the fans are down surrounding the gridiron. The Baltimore Colts started their huddle. The referee, Ron Gibbs, went back in there to say something to them. The Colts have marched from their own 20-yard line on the passing of Unitas, who has hit on about 66% of his throws this afternoon, and some great clutch catching on the part of left end Ray Berry. Also, another important play on this drive was an 8-yard pass, a flare pass to Alan Amici. So here we go, with the ball on the 8-yard line. First down and goal to go. And a touchdown ends the ball game, remember. Unitas calls the signals. He gives to Amici, and Amici piles into about the 6-yard line. Hit by Sam Huff. Amici did move the ball right out and straight in front of the goalpost, as well as gain about a yard to the 7-yard line. So it'll be second down and 7 yards to go. Tremendous football game all the way. Baltimore held a 14-3 halftime lead. The Giants came back to go out in front 17-14. And then Myra of Baltimore kicked the field goal with just seconds remaining to tie it up and send it into the sudden death overtime. Baltimore at the line of scrimmage, second down 7. Unitas at quarterback, calls, he throws. Oh, a flare pass out to the right. It's good to Mutchler, down to about the 1-yard line. Jim Mutchler calling in a Johnny Unitas throw. The ball is being spotted at about the 2-yard line. Unitas has been sensational here this afternoon. They're down about a yard and a half to go. He is now connected on 27 out of 40. The Colts at the line of scrimmage. Flanker to the right. The ends are tight. Unitas takes. He gives to Amici, and the ball game is over. Alan Amici has scored the touchdown, and the Baltimore Colts are the professional football champions of the world. That's the end of the game. The final score: Baltimore 23, the New York Giants 17. We'll be back in a moment with the final wrap-up of today's game.
This is Regis Toomey. High-grade sliced bacon is the sweetest tasting bacon you can buy.
Get a taxi.
You know why? Because only high-grade sliced bacon is sweetenized. That's high-grade's exclusive curing process. High-grade sliced bacon is never salty. Always sweet-tasting, lean and delicious, the way bacon was meant to be. So do yourself a favor the next time you shop. Get the only bacon that's sweetenized. High-grade sliced bacon. In some areas, high-grade's bacon is sold as Kingan's or Karsten's high-grade. It's all the same fine, sweetenized bacon. For the finest quality made, buy high-grade. And say, high-grade also makes Jordan Deluxe bacon, Virginia's finest, slow-cured, the old-fashioned way.
For the finest quality made by High Grade.
The Baltimore Colts, coached by Wade Eubank, are champions of the professional football world. After the Giants had come back and looked like they were on their way to victory, the Colts did a turnabout and came back when Steve Meyer kicked a field goal with just about 15 seconds remaining in regulation time to tie it up at 17-17. And then in this unprecedented extra period, sudden death period, the Baltimore Colts marched 80 yards for the winning touchdown with Alan Amici bouncing over from a yard and a half out to give the Colts the 23-17 win. And now here for the recap is Joe Bolden.
The recap isn't going to be very long because anyone who's listened has listened to one of the great stories, the great sports stories of modern years. The first application of the sudden death rule in the National Football League's title playoff history has resulted in the first title for Baltimore and the successful completion of an announced 5-year plan which Wade Eubank, their coach, put into effect when he arrived there 5 years ago. He said it would take him 5 years to be a title contender or to win a title, and that's just what he's done, and he did it with the first application of the sudden death rule. Way back, several hours ago, almost 3 hours ago to be exact, you will recall that New York went out in front by a 3-0 score when Pat Summerall kicked a 36-yard field goal with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. And that was the score at the end of the first quarter, 3-0, New York Giants leading the Baltimore Colts, the top offensive team in the league. And then Baltimore went to work, and
through the first half, incidentally, there were a succession of fumbles and one or two intercepted passes, which indicated the tremendous tension under which these two teams were playing. And it took them almost the first half to really settle down. In that second quarter, Baltimore moved to a touchdown, 86 yards in 13 plays. Baltimore moved to their first touchdown when one of those fumbles we were speaking about, Frank Gifford's fumble, recovered by Krause, gave the Colts the ball on the New York 20-yard line. It took Baltimore just 4 plays to move to the first touchdown scored by the Colts, and that was racked up by Alan Amici on the 4th shot. 4 plays, 20 yards. Amici went 1 yard for the touchdown with 12 minutes and 35 seconds to go in the second period. Steve Myra added the extra point to make it 7-3, and then another succession of fumbles finally resulted in a fumble by Gifford on the Baltimore 14-yard line. That was recovered by Dan Joyce, and from there, Baltimore now launched the first steady march of the game. Moved some 13 plays, 86 yards to the touchdown scored by a Johnny Unitas to Raymond Berry. Touchdown counter of 11 yards that made it 13-3. Then Myra added the extra point to make it 14-3, and at the end that was the score at halftime. Baltimore leading New York 14-3, and it looked as though Baltimore might go on ahead and win comfortably and decisively in the second half. But that doesn't take into consideration the fact that in the third period, Baltimore did move to the New York Giants, a 1-foot line actually, all the way down into New York Giant territory. In the course of their drive, they had 4 cracks at it. The New York Giants' defensive line was absolutely superb in staging one of the greatest goal line defenses we've ever seen. Threw back Baltimore's every effort, and then New York took over the ball and moved 86 yards moved 90 yards actually in 5 plays, with 86 of them coming on one of the weirdest plays you'll ever see. Kyle Roach caught a forward pass in the middle of the Baltimore secondary, was tackled from behind as he was racing with a clear field, fumbled, the ball went ahead of him. Alex Webster, who had been behind him, caught up, raced for the ball, picked it up, and raced it all the way down to the 1-yard line of Baltimore, from which point New York scored to sending Mel Triplett pile driving over the middle of the line for 1 yard to make it 14-9. Summerall's extra point made it 14-10 with 3 minutes 45 seconds to go of the third period. Baltimore still leading, remember. And then in the final period, New York moved 81 yards in 4 plays, with Connolly hitting Gifford with a touchdown pass to send New York out in front 16-14. The extra point was added by Summerall with 17 to make it 17-14 with 50 seconds gone of the final period. The two teams battled neck and neck through the final period of regulation time before Baltimore launched a drive and moved on that drive from their own 14 to tie the ball game in this fashion. And these, I think, are the significant plays of the game. Baltimore's drive to tie it up, and then Baltimore's drive for the winning touchdown in the sudden death overtime. Baltimore took over on their own 14, and a pass to Muchler was no good. One to Dupre missed fire. One to Moore was good for 25 yards. To Dupre was missed. To Berry, Raymond Berry's been one of the great money players of this game. Berry caught one for 25 to move the ball to the 50-yard line. Then Unitas hit Berry again for 15 yards to move it to the 35. Then Unitas hit Berry for 21 yards to the 14-yard line, and they were racing against the clock. Only 7 seconds remained when Steve Myra, at this point, kicked the field goal that 20 yards that tied it up 17-17 and forced the game into the first application of the sudden death rule in the National Football League history. And after a 3-minute waiting period, the two teams went at it again. New York's Giants won the toss, by which the sudden death is determined, took over on their own 20, moved it, took the ball just 3 plays, then kicked. And there Baltimore pulled up its belt and went to work. Baltimore took over on their own 20 and moved 13 plays to the touchdown scored by Alan Amici, with 4 out of 5 completions by Johnny Unitas, who was tremendous this afternoon. That was the story, and 23-17 is the final score. Baltimore winning, and here is Bill McColgan once again.
Well, Joe, there's not much to add to that, except that I'd like to say it's been a real pleasure working with you, and I hope that we might be able to do it again sometime. This game has been brought to you by the Philip Morris Incorporated of Richmond, Virginia. On behalf of two of their fine products, Marlboro, the filler cigarette with better makings, more flavor, more filter, more cigarette. And Philip Morris, the cigarette designed for those of you who like mildness but prefer a non-filter cigarette. And by Clinton Engines Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of the most complete line of air-cooled gasoline engines. Look for the Clinton Arrowhead, international symbol of quality. And by the High Grade Food Products Corporation and its Kingen, Karstens, and Deerfoot Farms divisions, serving America with over 2,000 fine food products from 52 plants coast to coast. For the finest quality made by High Grade. Our thanks to our NBC engineer, Joe Sterniolo, our statisticians, Al Spanger and Kevin Daly. This broadcast was produced by NBC sports editor Paul Jonas.
Of the second quarter, climaxed an 80-yard drive, went in from 6.5 yards out, converted it to 7-0. A pass interception in the second quarter by Ray Nitschke at the Giant 34. Found Bart Starr several plays later, hitting Boyd Dowler with a 13-yard scoring pass. Horning's extra point made it 14-0. Hank Greminger came up with a pass interception at the Giant 36 in the second quarter. From 14 yards out, Bart Starr, a few plays later, hit Ron Kramer, who was certainly most impressive today. He hit him with a touchdown pass. Horning's extra point made it 21-0. And then Horning added a field goal on the final play of the first half to make it 24-0 as the only Giant threat found a Giant pass falling incomplete on fourth down from the Green Bay 6-yard line. As it turned out, that was to be as close as the Giants were to get today. In the third period, with 5 minutes and 5 seconds left, Forrest Gregg, after recovered a fumble by the Giants, and with about 5 minutes left, Paul Horning added another field goal. This from 22 yards, it was 27-0. Bart Starr found Ron Kramer with another scoring pass. This one of 14 yards with a couple of minutes left in the third period. That made it 33-0, and Horning's extra point made it 34. The only scoring in the fourth quarter, Paul Horning's 19-yard field goal to finish the scoring by a score of 37-0. Jim, that's about the way I would wrap up things this afternoon. There is one thing that I would like to say, though. I touched on it briefly a moment ago, and I mean this as we pay tribute to Allie Sherman and the New York Giants. So many times, the last sight of a particular athletic team is the one that you remember, and it's so easily to forget that the Giants had a truly great season with a team that was not rated of championship timber to come on and win the tough Eastern Division. And although the Packers won today by the shutout margin of 37-0, we would be remiss if we didn't pass along credit for their tremendous regular season to Allie Sherman and his New York Giants. We wish to thank our spotters today, Bill Kelly, who spotted the New York Giants, Bob Buell, who spotted the Green Bay Packers. Our engineer today was Dan Hozak. Our producer was Johnny Earp. And we're speaking for both Jim Leaning and yours truly, Ray Scott. Once again, the final score was Green Bay 37 and the New York Giants nothing. The first half of this game was brought to you by the Savings and Loan Foundation, which invites you to start the new year right by opening a savings account at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association. Remember, it pays to pay yourself first. You can do this by saving a little out of each paycheck at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association, where your savings earn excellent returns to help them grow. Join the 29 million smart Americans who now have savings accounts at Insured Savings and Loan Associations. The third quarter was brought to you by Marlboro, the filter cigarette with the unfiltered taste. Plenty rich, plenty mild. So why don't you settle back and enjoy a Marlboro? With this one, you get a lot to like. Filter, flavor, pack, or box. Marlboro. And the fourth quarter was brought to you by Ford, the only manufacturer to offer 6,000-mile or twice-a-year maintenance. The Ford Galaxy, for example, goes 30,000 miles between major lubrications, 6,000 miles between oil changes and minor lubrications. So see your Ford dealer. Get the facts on twice-a-year maintenance. This has been an NBC Radio Sports Network presentation.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Here comes Green Bay out of the huddle. Giant defense sets. Dollar flank to the right side. Handoff goes to Taylor. He hits the middle. The Giants were waiting for him. Sam Huff, along with Jim Catkavage, making the stop. Dick Lynch coming up to add a little help. Taylor managed to power his way forward to the 45-yard line. Carrying a couple of tacklers with him. Makes it second down and 8. 2-yard pickup by Taylor. Packers out of the huddle. 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Packers own a 6-point lead. Again, it's Dollar, flank to the right side. There's a handoff to Horning. Horning sweeping on the right side. Moves up to the 50-yard line and down into Giant territory before he's stopped over at the far side by Sam Huff. Fred Thurston threw a good block a couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage to spring Horning. And it's third down, about a yard to go, the way it looks from here. We're probably going to have a measurement. Here in New York, like in cities all over the United States, the new 63 Ford Fairlane is setting all kinds of new sales records. Just introduced last year, the Ford Fairlane's record for first-year sales was topped only by 2 cars in automotive history. And those 2 cars were the Ford Model T and the Ford Falcon. There's good reason for this success. The Ford Fairlane is in a class by itself. Outside, its trim new size lets it handle neat and nimble. Inside, there's big car room that lets you stretch out in man-sized comfort. And you can get this hot new middleweight with V8 punch. In fact, you have your choice of a thrifty 6 or 2 powerful V8 engines. For 1963, there are 3 new station wagons and 2 new hardtops to choose from, with all the spirit and spaciousness you need, all the glamour and go that you could ask for. And the new Ford Fairlane is more carefree than ever with Ford's exclusive twice-a-year or 6,000-mile maintenance features. All this car, and it actually costs less than some compacts. Now you know why the Ford Fairlane is the car to see, the car to buy. See it at your Ford dealers. On that last play, where Paul Horning ran very close to the first down, he was injured as he was tackled over at the far side of the field, and Tom Moore has come in to replace him. Another lineup change for the Packers. Bob Skoronski has come in at left tackle, replacing Norm Masters. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remain in this football game. The defending champions, the Green Bay Packers, are out in front of the New York Giants by a score of 13-7. Now the Packers break out of the huddle. Third down. Less than a yard to go. Starr sets his team. Takes. The handoff goes to Taylor. Taylor slides off a tackler, sweeps to the right side, and moves across the 45 down to about the 41-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds by Erich Barnes and Jimmy Patton. And the Packers have themselves a first down on the Giants' 41-yard line. First and 10. Clock shows 4 minutes and 25 seconds. With Taylor going out of bounds, that stopped the clock. Packers again come out of the huddle. Ringo over the ball. McGee flanked on the left side. Handoff goes to Tommy Moore. Big hole in the middle, and Moore drives down to the Giant 29-yard line before he stopped. Jimmy Patton along with Dick Lynch making the tackle for the New York Giants. And the wind here at Yankee Stadium is kicking up swirls and dust off the frozen field. Another first down for the Green Bay Packers. They've moved to the Giant 29-yard line. Again, Bart Starr takes his team back into the huddle. Giant defense sets up. Jim Ringo leads the Packers out of the huddle, gets over the ball at center. Starr blows on his hand. Now he starts the count. McGee flanked on the left side. Handoff goes to Jimmy Taylor. Taylor slips behind the line of scrimmage, falls forward, and moves the ball ahead for about a half a yard. Now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WGY 10 on your radio dial, Schenectady.
3 minutes, 24 seconds remain in this football game. The Green Bay Packers lead the New York Giants 13-7. The Packers in possession. Second down. 9.5 yards to go for the Packers. Starr fakes a handoff, goes back to throw, fires over toward the far sideline. Incomplete. Boyd Dollar had it right in his mitts and dropped it on the 18-yard line. Erich Barnes was playing Dollar rather loose, and Dollar had that pass but dropped it. And there's where cold weather can catch up with you. The receivers have the cold hands. There's a good possibility that at times they will drop those passes right at them. And we've had defensive holding called against the New York Giants, a penalty. Takes the ball down to the 24-yard line of the Giants, and that's an automatic first down. 1st and 10 for the Packers on the Giants' 24. Defensive holding called. Handoff goes to Moore. A bad handoff. He gets possession of the ball and is hit behind the line of scrimmage. Driving in all the way from the safety position was Jimmy Patton to make the tackle. Loss on the play of 2 yards. Moore bobbled the handoff from Bart Starr. 2-yard loss. Second down. 12 yards to go. Packers on the Giants' 26-yard line. 2 minutes, 35 seconds showing on the scoreboard clock. Green Bay leading 13-7. And very soon for the Packers, it'll become a matter of running out the clock. Starr hands off to Taylor on the draw play. Taylor looking for the opening, slips on the icy turf and falls back on the 27-yard line. No gain on the play. And we've had a timeout called by the New York Giants. You know, I wonder how many of you armchair quarterbacks would have called this game the way Y.A. Tittle and Bart Starr have done. Well, we can't all call the signals, except when we choose the car we want. And believe me, the superb new 1963 Super Torque Ford is getting a big play from a lot of excited people these days. Just looking at a new Super Torque Ford is exciting, but you'll never know just how exciting this car can be until you slip behind the wheel and take it out for a spin. This beautifully styled Super Torque Ford has the newest ride on the road today, a $10 million ride. It's like magic, the sure-footed way the Super Torque Ford has with a turn, the whisper of power under the hood, the soft luxuriousness that surrounds you. Is there any wonder we say the new Super Torque Ford has the look, the power, and now the feel of the fabulous Thunderbird? You may have driven Fords before, but never one like this. Discover this get-up-and-go that's all glamour. The number to call is your Ford dealer. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 13-7, the Green Bay Packers lead the New York Giants. When play is resumed, the ball will be on the Giants' 27-yard line. The Packers in possession. Third down, 12 yards to go. This is a big call for Bart Starr. He's going to have to get that first down or give up the football or attempt a field goal. He's going back to throw on third down. Being chased, decides to run with that ball, moves across the line of scrimmage, is hit at the 23-yard line, and dropped. And it was Jim Catkavage leading the way for the tacklers with some help from Jimmy Patton. Bart Starr couldn't spot anybody open, decided to run with the football. The chances are that the Green Bay Packers will now attempt another field goal with 1 minute and 54 seconds showing on the clock. 13-7 the score in the football game. Ball is on the Giants' 22.5-yard line. It's been a great defensive battle between these two clubs. Breaks have paved the way for the scores in the football game. Giants scoring on a blocked punt, recovering in the end zone for their touchdown, and we've had a timeout called by the Green Bay Packers. You know, in most every game, there always seems to be one player who's a standout, the man with a flair, special talent that makes him unique. It's this distinctive flair that sets Thunderbird apart from other cars and makes it the one car that's unique in all the world. Now the 63 Thunderbird offers you more excitement, more personal adventure than ever before. Its elegant beauty is already famous. Its luxurious interiors with the trend-setting swing-away steering wheel have been in the record books for a long while. But here's a fact you may not know. Thunderbird for 63 incorporates hundreds of changes, all designed for quieter, smoother operation and for more comfort. You'll find 26 major changes in the engine alone, all engineered to add to Thunderbird's classic performance. See the 4 magnificent Thunderbirds for 63 at your Ford dealers. Jerry Kramer will attempt the extra point. Kicking to his left. The ball 20 yards in from the far side of the field. He'll be booting from the 30-yard line. The kick is long enough. Is it good? It is good. And the Green Bay Packers take a 16-7 lead over the New York Giants with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. And that is a 9-point lead, which means that even if the Giants can come back for a touchdown here, the Green Bay Packers would still lead in this football game. 16-7 as Jerry Kramer connects from the 30-yard line on his third field goal of the afternoon. Packers will now kick off. Deep. Johnny Counts and Sam Horner. Joe Morrison standing as the short man back about the 15-yard line. 1 minute and 50 seconds remain. The New York Giants are to pull this one out of the fire. They will have to score twice. And there's not too much time remaining. But weird things happen in football games. And Jerry Kramer will be kicking off now for the Packers. He gets the boot away. It's a high end-over-end kick. Coming down to Horner on the 15. He fumbles, picks it up on the dead run, moves across the 20 to the 25, is hit by the white jerseyed Packers there, and brought down. And it was Ken Iman, along with Ron Kostelnik, making the tackle for the Green Bay Packers. Officials are bringing the ball out from the far sideline, placing it on the 27-yard line of the Packers. Running 1 minute and 40 seconds showing. Packer defense digs in. Giants come out of the huddle. Y.A. Tittle flanks Gifford out to the right side. Takes the ball. Goes back to throw. Gets the big rush from the Packers. Fires incomplete and almost intercepted by Ray Nitschke and Jess Whittington, who are right there. The pass was intended for Del Shopner, the left end. The incomplete pass stops the clock with 1 minute and 27 seconds remaining. Green Bay Packers 16, New York Giants 7 in this championship game at Yankee Stadium. Giants out of the huddle. Gifford flanked to the right side. Tittle goes back to throw. He'll be throwing long here. Fires one right down the middle. Incomplete and almost intercepted by Ray Nitschke, and Ray is really mad at himself for dropping that one. Jerry Kramer just tied a record held by many players, Jack Manders, Bob Snyder, Lou Groza, Pat Summerall, and Paul Horning, when he booted his third field goal in a championship game. Horning, of course, tied the record last year at City Stadium in Green Bay against these same New York Giants. Well, that's been the difference this afternoon, the 3 field goals by Jerry Kramer. Wittek over the ball, 3rd down 10 for the Giants on their own 27-yard line. Y.A. Tittle barking the signals, fades to throw, looks downfield, fires over to the left side. The pass is complete to Del Shopner at the 42-yard line. He moves it up to the 45 before he's brought down by Johnny Simay. So it's a first down for the New York Giants. 1 minute and 8 seconds showing on the clock, and the Giants have called timeout. 1 minute and 8 seconds. That's all that remains in this football game. The Green Bay Packers 16, the New York Giants 7. And, of course, the last field goal by Jerry Kramer from the Giants' 30-yard line pretty well set up the Green Bay Packers, because the Giants will now have to score twice in order to take this football game. The Packers with a 9-point lead. But the big thing is to score once for the Giants, and that's what they're trying to do. Y.A. Tittle comes over to confer with Coach Allie Sherman along the sideline. The fans are starting to file out of Yankee Stadium. It's been a cold, cold day here in the big city, but they've seen a fine football game. The wind's been blowing paper, dust all around the field here in the second half. The players have performed exceptionally well for the cold weather. Tittle is set now, goes back to throw, fires the short one, complete to Webster on a nice catch on the screen pass, and Webster moves up close to the 50-yard line before he's brought down by Herb Adderley. Ball is brought into the hash marks and placed just exactly on the 50-yard stripe. So it becomes second down for the Giants. 5 yards to go. They break out of the huddle very quickly. Tittle goes back to throw again. Being rushed, gets the pass away downfield. Batted away from Del Shopner by Hank Greminger. And there's 40 seconds showing on the scoreboard clock as the incompleted pass stops the time. 16-7, the Green Bay Packers lead by 9 points over the New York Giants. Line of scrimmage is the 50-yard line. The ball right at midfield. Giants own the football. 3rd down and 5 yards to go. The 30th annual National Football League Championship game. Offside called against the Green Bay Packers on that last play. The penalty moves the ball down to the 45-yard line, and that's good enough for a 1st down for the Giants. Clock is running now on the scoreboard. 36 seconds remain in the football game. Official time, of course, being kept down on the field. Witeka over the ball. Tittle takes, goes back, looks downfield, fires one right down the middle. The pass is complete to tight end Joe Walton. And it's at the 32-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. The pass was complete. And the New York Giants call timeout to stop the clock. The scoreboard shows 33 seconds remaining. Now Frank Gifford comes over the sideline to confer with Coach Allie Sherman. 16-7, the Green Bay Packers well on their way toward their 2nd consecutive National Football League championship. Now tight end Joe Walton is coming over to the sideline. Tittle talking to his teammates down on the field. Now he gets them into the huddle. Clock shows 27 seconds as the Giants break out. They have the ball 1st and 10 on the Packers' 32. Tittle barks the signals, takes the ball, goes back to throw. He's being rushed, looks downfield, gets the pass away. It is incomplete down in the end zone, and it was almost intercepted by Jesse Whittenden. It looked like an outfielder circling under a fly ball as he tried to get under that one, but he couldn't come up with it. And the incompleted pass stops the clock with 20 seconds. 16-7, the score in the football game. Ken Coleman will be here with a wrap-up on the football game right after the finish of the action. All the stands, all the fans are standing now for the last few seconds of this game. And again, Tittle goes back to throw. No rush being put on by the Packers. They're covering the receivers. Now Tittle is just running around back on the 40-yard line. Finally gets the pass away. Incomplete. Down in the end zone. The pass was intended for tight end Joe Walton. The Green Bay Packers did not put the big rush on Y.A. Tittle. They went back with the receivers instead. Tittle had all day to throw that pass. He finally fired it, intended for Joe Walton, down on the goal line. Fell incomplete. 8 seconds showing on the scoreboard clock. Packers, of course, not rushing particularly hard because they want Tittle to take a lot of time on these pass plays. Now the Giants come out of the huddle. This could be the last play of the football game. Packers own a 9-point lead, 16-7. Tittle goes back, looks downfield, fires out to the right side. The pass is complete to Walton. He's down inside the 10-yard line and pushed out of bounds. And there's the gun sounding the end of this football game. Joe Walton made a heroic attempt after he got that pass to go in for the touchdown. He was forced out of bounds at about the 4-yard line, and shortly thereafter the gun sounded, ending the football game. The final score, the Green Bay Packers 16, the New York Giants 7. We'll be back in a moment with a final wrap-up of today's game. Quarterbacks have always had an image of being lean, deft, and mighty quick. The 63 Falcon is very much like that. It's the deft little star of the Ford line that runs rings around other compacts. Just like a quarterback, Falcon is quick, lively on the go side. Not a 4-cylinder, the Falcon gives you 2 spirited 6s to choose from. And it's lean, compact in every meaning of the word, yet with room where room counts. Inside, where Falcon seats a family of 6. This year, Falcon's got extra staying power, too, to keep you off the sidelines. Its money-saving twice-a-year or 6,000-mile maintenance features are in all models except the specially designed station bus and club wagons. And that brand new Falcon convertible is the fun-lovingest flip-top car on the road. So get to your Ford dealers today. Check the car that's got fun built right into it. Fun is what's new in the 63 Falcon. Just drive one and see what we mean. Well, the final score, 16-7. The Green Bay Packers once again the champions of the National Football League. And here with a wrap-up on today's game, Ken Coleman.
Thank you very much, Ted Moore. And taking a look at the scoring as it took place here this afternoon, the Packers jumped into the lead in the first quarter when Jerry Kramer kicked a 26-yard field goal, his first of 3 for the day, to tie an NFL record in championship competition. In the second quarter, after a fumble by the Giants, gave the ball to the Packers on the 28-yard line. Starr hit Dollar with a pass down to the 8, and then Jim Taylor slammed in behind right guard and right tackle and drove in for the touchdown. And Kramer came through with the extra point to make the score 10-0, and that's the way it stood at the end of the first half here at Yankee Stadium in New York. The wind was a factor in this football game, and it became even more of a factor in the second half of play. In the third quarter, Erich Barnes came through to block Max McGee's punt, and Jim Collier, a rookie from Arkansas, landed on the ball in the end zone, and it was 10-7 New York as Chandler converted. But then Jerry Kramer came back with 2 field goals, one of 29 yards and another one of about 30, and that put it out 16-7 in favor of Green Bay. As far as the wind was concerned today, it was a wind which you might say did not favor either team, but it probably hampered both teams offensively. And paradoxically, Jerry Kramer, in spite of the wind problem, was able to kick the 3 field goals that made a tremendous difference in the action here today. It was a strong defensive battle between these two clubs. Actually, the Giants' offensive unit was unable to score as the defensive team did it on the block kick with Collier landing on it in the end zone. They were playing on a field that was frozen with gusts of wind about 20 to 30 miles an hour and occasionally stronger, and it was certainly something that hampered both of these offensive units. And Ted Moore, I certainly think that the fans in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and in Milwaukee and in that section of the country right now must really be whooping it up and happy about the fact that they have been able to come through with their second consecutive National Football League championship.
Well, I certainly imagine they will be, Ken, and there's always quite a celebration in Green Bay whenever the Packers win, and a real celebration when they win the National Football League championship. We've just been handed the official announcement that the winning players will receive better than $5,888. The losers will receive $4,166, Ken.
Right, and taking a look at some of the statistics in the game, unofficially, Bart Starr threw 22 times and completed 10. He hit Dollar 4 times, Taylor 3 times, Kramer caught 2, McGee caught 1. And Jim Taylor, in running the football 28 times this afternoon, was able to grind out 95 yards against the great Giant line. Y.A. Tittle threw the ball 40 times and completed 18 of them. Schaffner caught 4, Walton caught 5, Gifford caught 4, Webster caught 2, and King caught 2. But the 10-0 lead at halftime was able to stand up as the Giants came through with their lone score in the third quarter on the block kick, and Jerry Kramer came up with 2 more field goals in the late stages of the game. And so for the second straight year, the Green Bay Packers, who had a record of 13-1 over the regular season, losing only to the Detroit Lions on Thanksgiving Day, have won the National Football League championship before a tremendous crowd here at Yankee Stadium in New York. The first half of today's Pro Championship football game was presented by the Savings and Loan Foundation. It was brought to you with the best wishes for a brighter financial future from your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association. Saving regularly today means living better tomorrow. Start the savings habit. Open an account at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association. Marlboro Filtered Cigarette with the unfiltered taste brought you the third period of today's championship game. You get a lot to like with a Marlboro. Filter, flavor, pack, or box. Have a Marlboro. And the fourth quarter of today's NFL championship game has been brought to you by Ford, makers of the new Super Torque Fords, middleweight Fairlanes, fun-filled Falcons, and classic Thunderbirds. The new Fords for 63, the most popular cars in Ford's history. That winds up the NFL championship game. We certainly want to thank our producer today, Len Dillon, our engineer, Joe Sterniolo. Our spotter this afternoon has been Van Patten. And now, once again, the final score. The Green Bay Packers, 16, and the New York Giants, 7. This is Ken Coleman with Ted Moore, saying so long from Yankee Stadium in New York. This has been an NBC Radio Sports presentation.
This is...
There's time out on the field with the score, the Bears 14, the Giants 10.
On the podium, Bill Reinhardt's Jazz Limited Group with Alabama Jubilee. And for your Ford dealer, Dave Garraway here with some good words on the newest car to come this way in many a year. The solid, silent Super Torque Ford for 64. What makes it so new? Total performance does. That's a new kind of ride. Handling and steering is smooth and easy. It means the kind of ruggedness that'll last for years, and it means response that's always there every time. This new Super Torque Ford, along with the new Fairlane and Falcon, was built with the total performance knowledge gained by Ford from open competition. And that total performance is well worth sampling right now. All it takes is a visit to your Ford dealers. Just tell them you'd like a test drive to try total performance of a 64 Ford.
There are 2 minutes remaining in this ball game. It's third down, 3 yards to go for the Bears on their own 40. The New York Giants trailing by a score of 14-10. The Bears naturally want to pick up this first down. They will try to get it if they can. Then, as Pat Summerall just remarked, they might be able to ride it out. If not, they'll have to punt. Bill Wade calling the signals, waiting for the handoff. He gets it, gives, and the carry is by Bull, who I believe picks up the first down. Ronnie Bull, and I believe he got that first down. It's very, very close. Maybe not. He came straight ahead. There'll be an official timeout, and this will be a very important measurement for both the Giants and the Bears. Ronnie Bull, the former All-American from Baylor, came right off his own right tackle. See whether he picked up that first down as they come in for the measurement. The headlines may be here. A tremendous roar go up. I just won't say anything. You'll know it's a first down. If we have silence, it won't be. And it's not a first down. It is not a first down. Silence claims here at Wrigley Field. The Giants call timeout. 1:52 remaining. That's the Giants' second timeout. They only have 1 timeout remaining in this ball game. So now, with 1:52 remaining in the ball game, the Giants send Eddie Dove deep on this side, Hugh McElhenney on the far side. The Bears punter, Bobby Joe Green, is in the ball game. He's stepping back. It's 4th down and only inches to go, but the Bears are not going to take any chance. They're going to boot it. Bobby Joe Green standing back in the 29-yard line. A high pass from center. He boots it. Not a particularly good kick. Bounces on the 30, inside the 25. Down and inside the 20. Rolls and is going to be down as the Bears are down there watching it roll dead on about the 17-yard line. That was not a very long kick. However, once again, it had the momentum and the overspin to take it down. The score is 14-10. The Chicago Bears lead the New York Giants by a score of 14-10 with 1:40 remaining. And it's the Giants' ball now on their own 16-yard line.
The Giants, Jim, keep in mind, have only 1 timeout remaining.
And they've got to score a touchdown to win this ball game. A field goal won't do them any good. Wyatt Tittle back to throw. Throws down the slot. It's complete. The ball carrier is Thomas, and Thomas is down on about the 26-yard line. Actually, he was up to about the 28. He tried to peel back to find running room, and the Chicago Bears dropped him on the 26. An official timeout for a measurement. Crowd is booing. They didn't like to see that stop. The clock stopped, however. Norm Schachter wanted to call for the measurement, and he called for it, stopping the clock with 1:24 remaining in the ball game between the Chicago Bears and the New York Giants, with the Bears leading by a score of 14-10. It's their first down. 1:24 remaining. The Giants have just 1 timeout remaining. They trail 14-10. Wyatt Tittle has Gifford wide to the right. Schaffner is wide to the left. Morrison and McElhenney are right back of him. Gifford back to throw. Looking down the slot. Throws complete to McElhenney. He is at the 35, trying to run to get out of bounds, and he can't do it. And he's dropped on the 34-yard line. Hugh McElhenney obviously wanted to find that sideline and find it quick. He wanted to stop the clock. Now the Giants call timeout. That's the last timeout for the Giants. Ball is on the 34-yard line, where it'll be second down and about 3 yards to go, Pat.
Most pro teams, Jim, have a drill that they run at the end of the practices that is known as a 2-minute drill, and it's set up for such a situation as we have right now. The Giants, out of timeout, will probably call 2 or 3 plays in the huddle this time, and will not go back into the huddle after each completed or incompleted pass. They will come right back to the line of scrimmage and attempt to run off as many plays, of course, as possible. Most of this passing attack will probably be directed at the sideline to stop the clock.
Ball is on the 34-yard line. It's second down and about 3 yards to go. Wide Tittle dropping back to pass. Looks down, throws complete once again to McElhenney. McElhenney turns the corner and goes up to the 45-yard line. No timeouts remaining as McElhenney struggles to get away from the Bears to come to his feet. And the big birdie Chicago Bears are in no hurry to let him have that opportunity. But out of the huddle come the Giants. 44 seconds remaining. Tittle back to throw. Being rushed. Throws long for the sidelines. It's no good. Intended for Morrison. Tittle was belted hard as he let that ball go by Doug Atkins. The clock stops with 39 seconds remaining. The score is 14-10. What a finish to a ball game that's been a tremendous one here this afternoon. We have seen just about everything. Great defensive play. The touchdowns, both of the Chicago Bears, were set up by intercepted passes. One by Larry Morris, who raced 65 yards to set up their first score. The other by Obradovich. And the Giants' first touchdown was set up by a recovered fumble on the Bears' 41-yard line, as Tittle then took them 41 yards in for a score. Score is 14-10 as we have 39 seconds remaining. Giants ball, second down on the 45-yard line. Tittle back to throw, looks down the sideline, throws, and it's complete, but is it out of bounds? It was out of bounds to Gifford. Gifford caught it, but he was ruled out of bounds. He was right on the sideline, so we waited to see whether or not that was ruled out of bounds as he caught it. It was. And it's now third down. And 10 yards to go. 32 seconds remaining. The Giants trailing the Bears 14-10.
Jim, they used only 7 seconds with that pass out of bounds, but now the down becomes a factor. It's third down, and they've got to have a first down to continue the drive.
Chicago Bears have 5 halfbacks in on defense, expecting the all-out passing attack. Tittle throws. It's complete to Gifford, and Gifford is belted immediately. But he breaks away from the tackler, Pettibone, who hit him hard. It was Vinnie McRae, not Pettibone, who hit him. McRae dropped him on the 40. Out of the huddle he comes, 17 seconds remaining. Tittle once again back to throw. Looking downfield, throws out of bounds. Intended for Gifford. And the out-of-bounds pass stops the clock. And the cagey Y.A. Tittle, with 10 seconds showing in the ballgame, is giving this crowd a tremendous thrill. The Bears lead the Giants by a score of 14-10. It'll be second down now for the Giants on the Bears' 40-yard line. Boy, Pat, this is taking it right down to the final seconds.
You'd have to say that this is the biggest play of the year coming up, or possibly if it's an incomplete pass, they might get in too. But what a finish.
He's got to go for the bomb here, Pat, unless he throws it down and out to the sideline.
Right.
Because he's got just 10 seconds remaining, and that is the unofficial time, incidentally. The official time kept by the back judge, but the clock so far today has been very close. Out of the huddle they come. Calling the signals wide. Tittle, Gifford wide to the right. Tittle back to throw. Has pretty good protection. Throws long. It's going to be over the head and maybe intercepted by Pettibone. He's got it. He intercepts. Pettibone intercepts in the end zone. And this ball game will be all over. Richard Pettibone intercepted the pass. Wide Tittle is throwing his helmet on the ground, banging it on the turf. But Richie Pettibone came up with that ball in the end zone. And the ball game with 2 seconds remaining will be the Chicago Bears. There's no question about that. There's still 2 seconds showing, but this ball game is all over because the Bears will never run a play. They'll just run out that clock. Wade, I'm sure, will just take that ball and hold it. And the Chicago Bears, leading by a score of 14-10. As the defense of the Bears that was tremendous all year long certainly has been tremendous out here again this afternoon. Y.A. Tittle throwing the long pass for Del Schaffner. The ball was way over his head. He figured if he couldn't reach Schaffner, then he would just have another opportunity to throw. But Pettibone intercepted in the end zone. Wade waiting for the handoff, counting off. He'll take it, just drives into the center of the line, and that's the end of the ball game. That's the end of the game with the final score. The Chicago Bears 14, the New York Giants 10. We'll be back in a moment with the final wrap-up of today's game.
Oh, walk right in, sit right down, get yourself inside a Ford. Yes, walk right in, sit right down, drive the all-new Ryder Ford. Oh, everybody's moving to the cars that are proven top performers on the road. So walk right in, sit right down, drive a 64 from Ford. This is the year of the test drive, the year for you to discover total performance firsthand behind the wheel of a 64 Falcon, Fairlane, or Super Torque Ford. See for yourself how Ford has changed at your Ford dealer. And walk right in, sit right down, drive a 64 from Ford.
Well, it's all over. The Chicago Bears have won the World Championship 14-10, and the crowd here is absolutely wild. Pat Summerall?
Well, it was a Bear defense, Jim. That was the difference. They intercepted 5 of Y.A. Tittle's passes. Put on a tremendous show. Pandemonium is reigning here at Wrigley Field now. We take you now to the Chicago Bear dressing room and George Connor.
This is George Connor down at the Chicago Bear dressing room. Now, Coach Hallis. Here we'll talk to Big Doug Atkins. Get up here. There's Big Doug Atkins.
I know that Larry Morris deserved his ball because he played a hell of a game, but we figured that being that we had a hell of a defense and a hell of an offensive team, and George Jones did such a good job with us all year that he deserves his
This is your General Electric station, WGY, 810 on your dial in Schenectady.
They went strong to our right a little more than we thought. But other than that, it's about the same.
Well, those 5 interceptions really helped, didn't they?
Well, it sure did. These guys are the greatest group, and I'm real honored that George Hallis had confidence in me to let me have charge of the defense, and I'm privileged to be working with a team like this and to have a great guy like Joe Steinhardt, our assistant, George.
Well, thank you, George. Thank you, George. Let's get Davey Witzel up here. Here's Davey Witzel, the right cornerback. He covered Del Schaffner all day and made a key interception. Davey, did you see that one coming?
Yeah, he was. We saw it from the movies, and he just ran a curl. Our defensive line and linebackers played a tremendous game. They put pressure on Tittle all day, and he didn't have time to do nothing. They were in on him continually. And they hurt him a little bit in that first half, I think, and our defensive rushman and linebackers, that's the difference in the ball game.
Well, Davey, congratulations on a great game and winning the championship.
Thank you, George. Thank you.
Okay. Where's Bill Wade now? Bill Wade. Here's Richie Pettibone. Here's Richie Pettibone, the defensive back. Richie, congratulations on the championship, and I bet that was a great thrill to pick off that last pass.
The greatest, George. It was the greatest. We wanted this game real bad. I can't say how much this win means to us. I'd have to speak for everybody on the team. I think it's the biggest thrill of our lives, really.
Tell me, how did the cold affect you out there today?
George, I got so excited I didn't know what the temperature was. I thought I was down behind me someplace.
Well, thank you for coming on, Richie, and congratulations once again for a great job.
Thank you, George.
Here's Larry Morris, one of the key stars in the game today. Larry, that must have been quite a thrill for you to pick off that interception and run down to the Giant 5-yard line.
George, first 30 yards, I was scared they were going to catch me. The last 30, I was scared they wouldn't all the time. I tell you, it's the greatest thrill of my life in football. I've had a lot of them, and it's a tremendous thing to play with guys such as the Chicago Bears, and we've never had a national champ. And I'm telling you, this is lost for words. This is terrific.
Well, Larry, I noticed out there that you were doing a lot of jumping around in and out. Were you guessing, or was this a planned maneuver?
Well, it was part of our defense to try to confuse them on their offensive plays. It's part of the way we play defense. And still, there's a great ball player and a great competitor, and the Giants have a terrific team, and we feel like we were lucky to win, and we wish them all well.
Okay, thank you, Larry Morris. There's Bill Wade, the quarterback for the victorious Chicago Bears. Bill, first, congratulations, and secondly, did you follow your game plan, and did everything go as well as you had hoped it would?
Well, George, thank you for the congratulations. I would say that we had the same game plan, I guess, as we've had. That is, when the defense got us a ball, we hoped to score. I think they deserve a world of credit for their job all year long. And certainly they're the ones that should be congratulated. They gave us the 2 scores by getting the ball deep within the opponent's territory with those interceptions. So I would say that's our game plan. We did stick pretty close to it, yes.
Bill, we noticed on television that you were in your shirt sleeves. And did the cold affect you at all on your footing going back to pass or in throwing the football?
George, the cold wasn't too much on the footing, but my hands were a little cold. I think it caused me the first fumble, and till my blood started circulating, and after that, it was okay. But I just heard that Larry was awarded the most valuable player, and he deserves it. He's been great all year.
Bill, one more question on those 2 runs in the first quarter. Were those planned runs of a
Yes.
type of a pass?
Yes, they were planned runs, and we felt that it would work well, and they worked just like we thought they would.
Well, Bill, congratulations once again on a fine job of quarterbacking all year.
Thank you,
a fine
George.
job in this championship game.
Thanks for all your help, George.
And here we have the line coach for the Chicago Bears, Phil Handler. And Phil, congratulations.
Thanks, bud. George, these kids deserve so much credit that this team was really a team of destiny. They never quit any time, and the tougher it got, the tougher they got. This team is a team effort all the way through. These guys have done such a great job, and I'm so happy for Coach Hallis, who's worked so hard to get this ball club back to become world champions, and it's the greatest thrill in my life. Hello to my mother in Texas, too.
Okay, here's Coach Hallis now. Congratulations, Coach. I imagine this is quite a thrill to bring the championship back to Chicago.
Yes, it is, George. It's a great thrill. We started out as the #1 defensive team, and we ended up as the #1 defensive team. And the entire club was a great team effort by everybody on the football field today. It's a pleasure to bring the World Championship back to the great city of Chicago again.
Well, Coach George Hallis and all the Bears, congratulations. And now we'll go back up to the booth.
Very good.
The Chicago Bears from Wrigley Field are the new NFL champions, 14-10 over the New York Giants. A great defensive show by the Bears, who intercepted 5 passes of the New York Giants and who put on quite a performance this afternoon. Great credit should go to the fellow who was chosen the most valuable player in this game this afternoon, Larry Morris, the linebacker of the Bears, also to Dave Whistle, the right cornerback for Chicago, who did such a tremendous job on Del Schaffner. Final score again, 14-10. The Bears over the New York Giants. The first half of today's Pro Championship football game was a presentation of the Savings and Loan Foundation. It was brought to you with the best wishes of America's Insured Savings and Loan Associations. For a happy new year, open a savings account at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan Association, where your dollars work harder and grow bigger. The third quarter was presented by Marlboro. If you're thinking of trying a filter cigarette, try the Flavor brand, Marlboro. You get the famous Richmond recipe flavor, made mild by Marlboro's exclusive Select Rate filter. Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro country. And the fourth quarter of today's game was brought to you by Ford. Test drive a 64 Ford soon and try total performance for a change. This is Pat Summerall speaking for Jim Gibbons, our producer Lynn Dillon, our engineer Dan Hozak, reminding you that once again the final score was Chicago 14, the New York Giants 10. This has been an NBC Radio Sports presentation.
Hear the Sugar Bowl and Rose Bowl football classics on the NBC Radio Network.
810 on your radio dial. This is WGY, your General Electric station, Schenectady. Stay tuned now for NBC's Weekend Monitor.
Out of the Mach 1, or as elegant as the Grande. Mustang Sports Roof, now priced down with the hardtop. Mustang at your Ford dealers, the place you've got to go to see what's going on.
It's the going
So the National Football League Championship belongs to the Baltimore Colts, and it seems as though when these two teams meet for a championship, it is an overwhelming success for one side or the other. The Browns defeated the Colts 27-0 the last time they played back in 1964. And in fact, it's been since 1962 that the Colts have been able to defeat the Browns because, you know, Cleveland won an earlier game this year. But here today, Earl Morrall, although he did not hit 50% of his passes, had it in clutch situations. He didn't try to go long. He recorded 170 yards, completing 11 of 25 passes. And Tom Matty, a young man who played high school football right here in Cleveland, on to play professional ball in Baltimore with one of the big heroes here today, with 3 touchdowns scored. So a good day by Baltimore. It is their third defensive whitewash of the season, and it actually marks the 11th time this year that the Baltimore defense has held the opposition to 1 touchdown or less. A magnificent job turned in by the Baltimore defense today. Some very quick statistics on the ball game. For the Browns, 12 first downs compared with 18 for the winning Colts. The Colts had 187 yards rushing compared with 53 for Cleveland. We've given you the passing figures for the Colts, but for the Browns, 13 out of 33 for 152 yards, combining the records of Nelson and Ryan. Penalties, and they hurt the Browns here today. There were 8 of them for 54 yards, some of them in key situations against Cleveland, whereas the Colts were penalized only 3 times for the very low total of only 15 yards.
Well, Andy, the Baltimore Colts striking for those 17 big ones in the second period to wrap it up for all intents and purposes, adding another touchdown in the third and 10 more points in the fourth period for a 34-0 victory here, have moved into their National Football League championship on the Cole Winstrep Stadium here in Cleveland's Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. It's been a afternoon which has been all Baltimore. The Cleveland fans, of course, disappointed, but they have nothing really to be ashamed of because this ball club from Cleveland, after the Baltimore game that they won earlier in the season in October, put together 7 more straight victories before they lost their final season game against the St. Louis Cardinals. Came on to beat Dallas decisively to win the Eastern Conference Championship, and today gave it all they had against a Baltimore team that was not to be denied. And so, may I take this opportunity to say what a pleasure it's been to have shared the broadcast microphone with you, Andy, and to wish you and all of our listeners a very happy New Year, and we'll see them in the bowl games that are coming along.
Well, thank you, Bob. I'll share those sentiments. It's been fun working with you, and we would like to remind our listeners of the games coming up on the CBS Radio Network. The Cotton Bowl on New Year's Day, the Playoff Bowl on January 5th, and the Pro Bowl on January 19th. Now this is Andy Musser saying so long for Bob Reynolds and myself from Cleveland Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. This is the CBS Radio Network.